The events of the story begin in an unknown province, or to be more precise, on the top of 1,000 mountains in it. It is in these huge and powerful mountains that the buildings of one very famous cult of assassins are located. In this place, there are very powerful people who have simply demonic abilities in martial arts. Among them, there are mysterious, incomprehensible, and enigmatic cult followers who are very dangerous. The events of the story take us to a certain master who stands alone against a huge crowd that is moving towards him. This man stands at the very center of the cult of the assassins. He addresses those who attack him and says that he will punish each of them. However, the people who attack clearly do not take him seriously. His words do not frighten them at all, and they rush at breakneck speed. But the skill of the man standing against them is much higher, because, as it turns out, he has mastered the highest art of the demon lord. This is what allows him, in just one instant, to sweep like the wind through all his enemies and hit each one with his sword. It is precisely this kind of strength, courage, bravery, and composure that is inherent in the cult of demonic killers. The events of the story show us our main character Michael, who is the first son of the head of the Federation Union. Right in front of him at this moment, there are people who look like ninjas. They are bowing to him and expressing gratitude. As it turns out, our hero Michael is their master, which he himself says, and this can also be seen in the behavior of the people around him. However, Michael himself is far from being so cool, because there are people above him who are much stronger and more professional. Our hero Michael enjoys the status of the 10th Red Star in his federation, which is why he has very high technical skills. He earned his high status by countering absolutely all of his opponent's techniques in just 10 strikes. However, not everything was so good. The Federation was full of people who would like to take the place of the future head. Such people began to unite together in cults in order to oppose the leaders in groups and advance their interests. It was these cults that worked to send our protagonist Michael away during his lunch. They used poison which they slipped into Michael himself, after which they easily dispatched him. The events of the story take us to some guy. He is lying silently somewhere on the cold ground and just looking up. At that moment, he suddenly comes to his senses, opens his eyes wide and starts screaming as loudly as he can. He immediately decides to get up and sit on his feet and clutches his stomach, and is also very worried. Our hero Michael appears in this guy's mind and remembers that he recently died from poison. Looking around, Michael begins to suspect that everything that surrounds him is just a dream, and he is now actually dying. Michael tries to get up, but his new body doesn't give in so easily. He's on all fours and doesn't know what to do. Michael clutches his head and realizes that he clearly remembers his death, and then considers the option of kidnapping, but he is glad to be alive. However, at one point, Michael decides that he should take a look around to see where he is. It turns out to be some kind of old brick basement. Although it is clearly not new, it is clearly well maintained. But what attracts Michael most of all is not all this, but the fact that there are balls with lights hanging all over the corridor, which means that the kidnappers are rich. Michael gets to his feet, puts his hand to his chin, and begins to think about what it could be that kidnapped him. He headed towards one of the doors he saw next to him. He tried to open it, but the entrance was blocked. Cold was coming from the door, and next to him, Michael noticed a large bag with black balls inside. As Michael got closer and looked at them, he immediately realized that these were grain balls that could easily last for several years of food. Michael also points out that a lot of air is passing through the cracks in the wall, which means they are not going to kill him. He understands very well that sooner or later he will meet someone, so now he decides to take up self-recovery. Afterwards, he began the process of energy circulation, and said that he would make those who did this to him feel sorry for him. However, it is not possible to circulate the energy. Michael understands that this may be a consequence of the poison. Therefore, Michael decides to first quench his thirst in order to calmly continue training. After which, Michael goes to a nearby barrel of water to wash his face and come to his senses. However, at that moment, he notices the reflection in the water and sees in it a completely different face, not his own. This scares Michael to the point of horror. He is simply in shock, stands and silently looks at the reflections of the water, not understanding what to do with it. Michael starts to get quite angry because he understands that this is just some kind of mockery of him. However, interest is so strong that Michael cannot even understand who he is, a man or a woman. After which Michael decides to test this factor and looks, and fortunately for himself, he discovers that he is a man. Michael finally understands that this is not his body, and the energy circulating in it is also not his. This is very frightening, because it is not clear whose body it is. However, to his great regret, Michael also understands that no matter how much he thinks about it, he will not get an answer now. Michael also understands well that from the very beginning of his life, He is now in the strangest and most incomprehensible state. However, Michael decides that he should pull himself together, because although the energy in his body is strange, it is still there. Michael decides to walk along this corridor to try to find at least some clues. And the moment he succeeds in doing this, he finds a wall that completely depicts some different techniques and battles. Michael understands that although it is scratched on the wall quite clearly, it is difficult for him to understand what is depicted. But as he looks more and more closely at the images on the wall, Michael realizes that the martial art they teach here is very strange. Michael tries some techniques, is very surprised, and does not understand who came up with such skills and techniques. He follows all the movements in the images and repeats them, realizing that this art is amazing. Although it is strange, it is the greatest and most powerful art that Michael has ever seen in his life. Reading the writing on the walls, Michael realizes that the previous owner of the body died because he misdirected the energy within himself. As Michael reads more and more of the writing on the walls, he realizes that although it may be strange, this art is worthy of challenging the heavens and giving him strength. Immediately after this, our hero Michael takes up circulation and learns the enormous energy of this art. From that moment on, time moved forward very quickly. Looking at the grains in the bag, Michael realizes that at least a couple of years have passed. Michael suddenly walked up to that very wall and realized that he had finally learned everything that was depicted on it. He understands that he was able to surpass even the power he had in his past life, and this makes him very happy, because this death gave him a lot. Our hero turns to the wall, bows and begins to thank it for its wisdom, saying that he is very grateful for this knowledge. Sitting in the lotus position, Michael realizes that he has received more from this powerful art than from his father, the ruler of the Federation. As a token of gratitude, Michael makes a vow to serve the man who invented this art for the rest of his days. Michael swears an oath on his name, promising that nothing can change his mind, and he owes his whole life to this art. Immediately after which, Michael heads towards that very door, realizing that he doesn't even have a clue how to open it. So Michael decides that he can't leave things like this any longer and decides to use his new power against this door. Michael decides to break it, realizing that he can no longer stay here because none of the current masters can defeat him. Immediately after which, Michael puts all his words into action and directs a huge, massive attack straight at the wall, breaking it. Outside this wall, a huge explosion occurs, so powerful that all the stones near the wall fly apart in different directions. But for our hero Michael, such a blow turns out to be a common thing, because with his new strength, it's a trifle against such a wall. Immediately after this, the rays of the sun suddenly hit Michael. He had not seen them for a long time, and they blinded him very much. Michael begins to look straight up at the sun through the trees, trying to process where he is. Stopping in place, Michael begins to take one breath after another, trying to understand the new fresh air for himself. However, all his pleasure is interrupted by the fact that he notices a strange guy sitting next to him with his eyes closed. Michael immediately approaches him with a question and wants to ask something, but suddenly falls silent and looks into the man's face. Within a second, the man runs away from Michael and simply screams in shock at the sight of him, which greatly frightens Michael. Michael does not share his silence and shock, and asks him if he really cannot speak and answer. However, in response to this, the man only falls to the floor and begins to scream, asking not to kill him and to have mercy, saying that he made a mistake. Michael tries to say something, but the man's scream interrupts him, asking him not to send him into the corridor of 10,000 demons. Immediately after which, the man begins to bang his head on the floor, and it is better to ask Michael to simply kill him than to punish him like that. Michael doesn't understand all this at all. He asks the man to stand up and stop doing this. However, in response, just having felt Michael's hands on himself, he begins to get very worried and scream throughout the forest in shock. At that moment, this man even starts foaming at the mouth, and it's as if he simply loses consciousness. Michael places him near the nearest tree, apologizes for scaring him, and tells him that it's time for him to leave here. Immediately after this happens, our hero Michael heads further through the forest, ending up in a place where there is a lot of bamboo. As he crawls through it, Michael looks ahead and is shocked to see some kind of settlement, a very beautiful one. Michael decides to go down and see what's going on, but at the entrance to the settlement itself, there are 3 guards with swords. One of them looks sharply forward and points his partners in the same direction, pointing his fingers directly at Michael in front. Michael also looks at them in return, but they suddenly raise a rather dark aura and look angrily towards Michael. He notices their strong energy and is surprised that warriors of such a level are simply guarding the entrance. He does not understand what kind of place this is. Our hero also sees that they are starting to approach him. This greatly frightens him. He understands that he might have to fight. However, they all immediately approach Michael and begin to bow, congratulate him on his graduation, and wish him all the best. Our hero Michael is so surprised by the picture that has changed so drastically that he doesn't even know how to react to it. He just looks down at them all, and is especially surprised that they called him young master. At that moment, Michael raises his head and notices with shock that there is an inscription on the gate. The Cult of Demonic Assassins. Michael immediately recalls this place in his memory, understanding what it is about, because it is hidden in the most criminal mountains. At this moment, Michael finally understands that this is the very place that everyone around called a demonic cult at one time. He is also very frightened by the fact that these people around him express sympathy for him, because he clearly does not want to be the head of the assassin cult. Michael begins to move forward, realizing that the techniques he learned in the cave may be forbidden. At this point, one of the guards approaches Michael and asks if it is true that he has learned all of the Demon Lord's techniques. Our hero turns around with great horror and looks straight into their eyes. It is hard for him to believe what he just heard with his own ears. The puzzle in our hero's head began to come together, and he began to understand what was going on and what was happening around him in general, which was very frightening to him. Michael was finally struck by the idea and meaning that he had learned the art of the Demon Lord himself. Realizing this, Michael rushed towards the security guard in tears and began shouting that this simply could not be happening and that he refused to believe it. Now our hero is foaming at the mouth from shock, unable to believe that he has become part of what he was fighting against. All these thoughts and events finally brought Michael to shock. He began to fall to the ground and lose consciousness from such news. Some time passes and our hero Michael wakes up somewhere in a bed in a cold sweat and screaming. He begins to look around, realizing that he is in some beautiful, cozy room. The first thought that comes to Michael after everything is that everything around was a strong dream, and in fact, everything is fine. Immediately after this, Michael heads to the nearest wash basin and decides to pour water over himself again and come to his senses. However, looking at himself in the mirror, he is again in a state of wild shock, because he sees before him the very person into whom he was reborn. Michael immediately begins to cry, fully aware that this is not a dream at all, but simply a horror in his life that is actively continuing. He falls headfirst on the table and immediately begins asking all the gods of this world why he is being punished in this way in life. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the tower of one of the palaces of the Dark Cult, where some events are taking place. A girl named Lilo is sitting on a chair, and a woman standing next to her is trying to comb her hair. Lilo screams that she can't live peacefully knowing that this scoundrel has returned. It's not clear yet who they're talking about. She says that it is not clear why he returned 3 years later, because she honestly expected him to die there. The woman asks her to speak more quietly. But Lilo just keeps screaming, saying that she sincerely wishes him dead. But the woman next to her asks her not to say that to her future husband. The woman asks Lilo to find the positives in all this, saying that now she will not be alone, but this only irritates her. It becomes clear that Lilo is talking about Michael. She also adds that she did not expect success, because even the head of the department failed to master this art. The girl standing next to Lilo says that most likely everything did not go so smoothly and well. She asks Lilo to understand Michael and forgive him. Lilo just screams again that Michael has achieved nothing and has always just used his status for fun. However, in response to this, the woman standing nearby, Lilo's nanny, says that Michael is still very handsome, which infuriates Lilo even more. Nanny Lilo says that she would forgive such a person everything just by looking at his face. This surprises and confuses Lilo even more. However, Lilo, recalling her first meeting with Michael, says that her naive fantasies were shattered even then. That day, Lilo snuck up behind him and began watching Michael, who was a different person at the time. She looked at him and smiled wildly, and was also embarrassed, not realizing how handsome and wonderful he was. At that moment, Lilo then decided to turn to him. She went to meet him and spoke to him first. Then, the past Michael approached her, saying that she didn't look so bad for his future bride. Immediately after that, he held out his legs to her and asked her to massage them for him right now, which greatly surprised her. After which, the past Michael made a terrible expression on his face and said that he would also massage her feet in return. Now, remembering all this, Lilo screams that at that time he was only 15, and she was 14, and it was complete nonsense. Looking at herself in the mirror now, Lilo continued to cry and talk about how she didn't want to marry an idiot like him. Nanny Lilo began to remind her that it was soon time to go to the main palace, and over the past 3 years Michael could have changed. However, in response to such words, Lilo only began to chase her nanny out of the house, saying that this was complete nonsense. The thoughts in Lilo's head couldn't come together, She was still curious to see Michael, but she remembered that incident well. Meanwhile, events moved forward and took us to the small palace, where our hero is now located. Michael reflects on the fact that 4 days have passed since he regained consciousness, but only 4 people have visited him. However, our hero managed to learn a lot from just these 4 people, including the fact that the previous owner of the body behaved very badly. Although, looking at himself in the mirror now, Michael adds that it's hard to call this bad. It's simply unacceptable. He also learned that the locals call him, quite briefly, either the little gentleman, or the small campaign, or the left spirit. Michael also learned that the previous owner had a great passion for women and often got away with it. Recalling all the information, Michael would describe the previous owner of the body with just one short word: psycho. Having learned that he was a member of a cult, he knew that nothing good should be expected, but even in this regard, he was unlucky. The previous owner of the body got away with everything, because his father is the head of the cult, one of those people who is stronger than even 10 masters. Covering his face, Michael wonders if he should be happy about the fact that he calls himself the father of one of the strongest men on the planet. Michael also realized that the previous owner was stupid, and with such status all he got was a small palace. As Michael passed by the servants, he heard them talking about themselves. They were saying that the future head should clearly be someone else. But Michael understands well that in many ways they are right, because the previous owner of the body would clearly have been a terrible leader. However, looking at his hands, Michael realizes that the fact that he is only 19 years old and has 3 years of training gives him great encouragement. Michael also understands that with his current appearance, no one in the Federation Union will even want to say hello to him. He realizes that he has been spending the last few days like a madman, and he doesn't even have the strength to be angry. Immediately after which, Michael begins to wash himself more and more, so that his thoughts become cooler and calmer. Michael gets up, realizing that worrying about what happened is not his lifestyle at all. Michael looks at himself in the mirror and understands that now he must accept this body, understand it, and play this life with it. However, immediately after this, Michael saw the reflection of the previous owner in the mirror, who wished him luck in such plans. The previous owner's face began to blur. He said that this was still a demonic cult, and that it was very important to remember. The spirit of the previous owner began to leave the mirror, saying that our hero Michael would not be able to hold out for long. Before leaving, he also turned to Michael and said that he would be well served to observe everything that was happening. This scared Michael a lot, but he suddenly heard a door slam behind him, and then both doors suddenly opened and someone came in. Michael immediately turned around and saw Lilo in front of him, and of course this surprised him because he didn't know her. Michael immediately approached her with a question about who she was, which simply surprised her to the point of horror, and she became very angry with him. Lilo became angry, and looking at Michael, she asked whether the question had just been directed at her. Here, Michael began to realize that the situation would apparently be quite difficult, and he just stood there looking at her. However, at one point, our hero realizes that he shouldn't be so polite in this body, but rather be ruder like the previous owner. Immediately after which, he asked Lilo the question again, but did it more rudely, which enraged and angered her even more. Lilo started screaming about how Michael had forgotten her face during the time he had been training. At this point, our hero realizes that everything is not going according to plan, and apparently he was very close to this person. Michael begins to look at her. To understand that her clothes and appearance are ordinary, she just walked into the palace. He puts it all together in his head. Immediately after which, based on all these factors, he concludes that she is simply his servant in this palace. Michael starts to leave and turns to Lilo and tells her that she can get to work, but in response she only yells at him again. He turns to Lilo and says that he shouldn't explain to the maid what to do in the house. She should know without him. Immediately after which, Michael adds that in any case, Lilo is wrong, and asks her to clean up and leave immediately after this. Our hero shakes his shoulders, turns to her, and says that this is just her job and nothing more. From such a sharp shock, Lilo begins to tremble and becomes very angry, asking again if it was right that she was called an ordinary servant. Seeing and hearing this, Michael understands in his head that he is doing complete nonsense and should not act like this towards others. However, remembering the words of the previous owner, whose spirit he saw in the mirror, comes the realization that in this cult, it is worth doing so. Without turning to Lilo, Michael clarifies what is wrong and adds that he is only asking her to fulfill her duties and nothing more. Michael turns around abruptly to say something, but notices that Lilo is standing and crying bitterly, looking at him. He stands and looks into her eyes, not understanding what is wrong. He thinks that, apparently, he was too rude. At that moment, Lilo abruptly leaves and slams the doors very loudly, causing Michael to clearly bewilder and not understand the situation. Lilo walks down the street crying, not understanding why everyone wants her to be the bride of such a terrible man like Michael. She runs forward and says that she would rather die than be with a man like him. Michael, meanwhile, still doesn't understand what happened. He's thinking that the servants of this cult are apparently just as impulsive. Our hero also understands that he is hungry, and he should give her some kind of order to cook, instead of just letting her go. But then Michael realizes that now is clearly not the time for this, because first he needs to find out the circumstances of the situation around him. Michael begins to go outside and look around in surprise, thinking about everything and analyzing everything around him. Michael realizes that he is almost the only one who lives in this palace. Even though it is small, it is still a palace. Immediately after that, Michael headed into some room. He abruptly entered there and asked if Billy was here. There was a strange guy in the room named Billy. He was the butler in our hero's small palace. Our hero remembers that for the past 4 days, only this Billy came to him regularly. And in the entire palace, only he and Billy lived. Billy tells Michael that he called him by his name today and asks if the memories are really coming back. The assistant began to tell Michael that he lacked the energy of the girls, most likely, which surprised Michael. Billy started hugging Michael and asking if he should book a place at the brothel for Michael. Michael immediately realizes that trash gravitates toward trash, and this Billy bears a striking resemblance to the body's previous owner. Our hero asks Billy to stop talking this nonsense, and also wants to ask a few questions because his memory has not yet returned. However, in response, Billy is only very surprised and begins to touch Michael's forehead with his hand, which surprises him. Michael starts asking Billy what he's doing, and he replies that he doesn't seem to have a fever. Billy points out that Michael speaks as if he is from a traditional cult, not a demonic one. After which, Billy tries Michael's forehead again. But this already irritates him, and he brushes Billy's hand away from himself. Michael begins to suspect that Billy might have noticed everything and realized what really happened. And this is very scary for our hero. He ponders what to do, thinking that he could just kill Billy and get out of here faster. However, Billy then starts laughing and saying loudly that he was just joking, because Michael's behavior had been very different before. Immediately after this, Michael taught Billy a lesson for such jokes and said that he would not tolerate such things anymore. At that moment, Billy turns to Michael and asks him what he originally wanted to ask him. Michael asks Billy if he takes care of the flowers, and he replies that he doesn't want to be teased anymore. However, immediately after this, Billy starts yelling at Michael and asking him not to touch his flowers, and is very surprised by Michael's behavior. Immediately after this, Michael touches the flowers and says that they are simply beautiful to him. He feels their nature. Immediately after this, he turns to Billy and asks him about how he spoke about nature and flowers earlier. Billy plays Michael in the past and says that he never liked flowers and threatened to cut them all up right away. Hearing this, Michael becomes upset and realizes that many will continue to consider him terrible for a very long time, if not forever. Billy reassures Michael that it is normal for a member of a demonic cult to speak that way. Immediately after this, Michael's stomach begins to growl. Billy immediately understands everything and says that they can go to lunch. Immediately after this, Billy describes to Michael his favorite restaurant and the very wonderful dishes that they always serve there. He also describes the pleasant, warm feeling in the stomach after eating some delicious soup. Michael really likes all these stories. He nudges Billy and tells them to go to this place faster. Michael says that he will use his powers only once. Billy seems to believe him and begins to lead him there. However, Billy then says that he remembered that the restaurant is closed today and suggests choosing another place, which greatly infuriates Michael. Also, after all this, Billy tells Michael that today there will be a meeting of the cult's heirs, which surprises Michael. Billy turns to Michael and tells him that today, in that place, the children of all the important people in the clan are gathering together. Addressing our hero, Billy says that he strongly recommends not going there at all, because it's not a very good idea. Time moves forward. Our hero Michael walks down the street and enjoys the wonderful weather that is right above him. Michael's cheerful mood and love of life greatly infuriates Billy, who is not yet accustomed to such drastic changes. Billy asks Michael if he really wants to go to that meeting. Michael says he does, and only asks to tell him about the clan. The assistant explains that the clan is divided into 9 palaces, 2 main ones, and 7 others, 7 of which are additional forces. But Billy also says that because the head is not there, the other 7 palaces are acting very strange and bossing around a lot. He says that the leader had simply disappeared earlier and left with a request not to look for him, and that no one knows where he is or what is happening to him. And as expected, there are those who are trying to take his throne for themselves and rule the entire cult. Michael understands all this. Michael says that the young gentleman is there, and Billy is surprised that Michael speaks about himself in the third person. The assistant says that no one around sees Michael as a future leader, because he has nothing but a cute face. Billy also says that no one will elect a weak son as the leader, because he will be easily defeated right away. At that moment, Michael realizes what Billy meant and becomes a little angry with him, saying that this is too much, after which Billy begins to encourage our hero, Michael, saying that he has mastered the powers of the Demon Lord, and this is his advantage. Michael understands that this is indeed the case, but he is aware that he should not use his powers and techniques without reason. He also begins to talk about how, if you count everyone who is in the cult and is now, the clan numbers millions of people. The assistant also says that many people are against them, including the entire Federation, which strongly dislikes them for their strength. Michael begins to remember his past and analyze many different factors, realizing that the current situation in the world is truly dangerous. In a moment of reflection, Michael realizes that this is not just a martial arts group as he thought. Michael asks his assistant why, 2 years after the leader's disappearance, no one has yet been able to organize an uprising. Billy says that not all the other palaces are on good terms with each other, and Michael's appearance also stirred them up a lot. Together with Michael, they go forward, and Michael asks why there are only 2 people in his palace. Billy says that Michael had previously driven everyone away. Michael immediately begins to remember the body's previous owner and realizes that this is, in general, a more than possible scenario for him. Summing up all the information, Michael understands a lot, and also that many people want to become the ruler. But for now, the situation is peaceful. He also understands that if the situation here changes significantly, a great war will begin, and its results will fall on the Federation, which is very dangerous. Billy still says that it would be better for Michael not to go to the meeting, but Michael asks Billy to shut up and just take him away. Looking up into the sky, Michael begins to remember all the teachings he received in his past life and understands how he needs to act. He decides that if they are now at a dead end, he will either change directions or break down these barriers by force. Immediately after this, Michael and Billy quickly move on, and Billy constantly asks Michael not to lag behind him. From that moment on, time moves forward and takes us straight to the building of the restaurant, which is located in their city. There is a man standing near the entrance who does not let you into the restaurant and says that all the seats there are already taken. People are shouting at the security guard, saying that they see through the window that all the seats are free, and he is simply lying to them and standing there. Immediately after this, some important people are allowed into the restaurant. As it turns out, they are the sons of the cult leaders. The second daughter of the Sword Palace, nicknamed the Ice Flower, Lilo, enters and walks forward, causing shock to everyone. Everyone around looks at Lilo in shock and says that she looks simply stunning and very beautiful. Lilo is still angry. She looks at everyone around her and cannot let go of that very situation with our hero Michael. Everyone around is looking at Lilo and talking about her a lot, so he decides to go upstairs in order not to cross paths with anyone else. A fat guy is standing in the hallway. He says that he is glad to see Lilo, and he feels sorry for those who will not come today. He stands in front of her, raises his aura and appears very huge, saying that luck may smile on him today, after which he immediately starts hitting on her, saying that she has a very beautiful name, and in general he adores Lilo. Lilo looks into his face. His name is John. Lilo understands that even he is not the worst option, because among all of them, he is the most prestigious. However, John's teeth really scare Lilo. She compares him to a shark and says it's terrible. John continues to hit on Lilo, and she decides that it's probably better for her to just leave him than to continue anything. However, at that moment, everyone around is very surprised at what is happening, because our hero, Michael, appears in the room. Not long before this, a funny situation happened, because right in front of the entrance to the building, Billy tried to stop Michael. With great force, Billy convinced Michael that he clearly should not go to this meeting, saying that this idea was complete nonsense. However, Michael did not like this at all. He wanted to push Billy away, but accidentally pushed him to the side with great force. The push threw Billy straight to the restaurant security guard, who immediately recognized Billy and began asking him if he had really come to the meeting. The guard decides to go further and tell everyone about it, but Billy stops him, saying that it was not he who decided to go there. Immediately after this, our hero Michael appears from behind, which causes a look of wild shock on the guard's face. The events of the story return back. Some people get up from the table and begin to leave, saying that they will come later. Michael, of course, notices all of this and clearly understands that everyone around him considers him a huge madman. Michael turned directly to the man standing next to him and asked him to do his job and not stand there with his mouth open. The worker shouted out Michael's name and status loudly, and everyone immediately stood up and began to bow and greet him. Immediately after Michael appeared, he suddenly noticed that Lilo began to leave the hall and abandon them. Our hero also decided to head off to the side, which caused shock and misunderstanding among many since he had just arrived. As it turns out, Michael headed straight for Lilo, and when he went out into the yard, he noticed that she was trying to run away from him. Meanwhile, she ran forward and complained to herself that Michael had come to this place. She did not understand why. Lilo begins to think that Michael could have come to this place specifically for her, and such thoughts already frightened her greatly. At that moment, Lilo turned around and noticed Michael himself standing in front of her, which caused her complete shock and horror. Lilo closed her eyes sharply and tried to deliver a powerful blow forward, but of course she missed. Michael easily dodged it. Her blow was very crooked. After she delivered it, she began to fall, and Michael grabbed her. Michael looks at her in surprise, realizing that she knows martial arts, and she in turn looks at Michael in response, blushing. There is a short pause in silence at this point. Lilo interrupts it and turns to Michael, asking her to let go, which surprises him. Our hero realizes that he has been holding his hand on her waist for too long and abruptly lets go, causing her to fall abruptly to the floor. Lilo became even more angry with Michael, and he, in turn, began to apologize, saying that he only wanted the best. Immediately after that, Michael stood up, took Lilo by the hand and began asking her if she was okay. Michael realizes that he has been too polite again and says that if Lilo wants to continue being his servant, she needs to be healthy. She starts yelling at Michael and saying that she is tired of listening to his nonsense about the maid. Michael starts pointing at Lilo and rudely saying that she has a nasty personality and could be in big trouble. Immediately after which, looking into her eyes, he adds a request that she remain in the small palace and be under his protection. She yells at Michael, telling him that he should be worrying about the heirs meeting now, not about her. Lilo says that if Michael doesn't want more trouble, he should either go back to the gym or leave completely. Michael tells her that a man should not always run away from problems, and he will solve everything, and also asks her not to worry about him. Hearing these words, Lilo stands in wild shock, not knowing how to respond, but clearly blushes very deeply from his phrases. Immediately after which Lilo starts screaming loudly that she is not worried about Michael at all, and she doesn't care. Having finished her stream of stormy thoughts, she angrily turns around and abruptly walks away somewhere ahead. Michael watches her go, wondering if she's okay, wondering what's next for this girl. Lola, meanwhile, is very shocked and is also going somewhere and thinking about something, not understanding Michael's behavior. However, somewhere deep down, this situation could not leave Lilo indifferent because she still liked Michael's external parameters. Lilo stood in place, looking at the sky, thinking about why Michael had come to the meeting. She did not understand what he had planned. Meanwhile, Michael returned to the room where Billy was already waiting for him, who immediately began to scold him for leaving abruptly. Michael entered the room where the sons of the clan's leading figures were sitting, and John immediately asked Michael if he had succeeded in his studies. John also began to say that if Michael came for women and excitement, then he should go to the outskirts of the slums. He stood there, a little surprised, and listened to it all, while Billy, standing behind him, asked John to behave more civilly. John began to put moral pressure on Billy and talk about how his own family had abandoned him and that now he was hiding behind Michael. At this moment, Billy was indeed standing behind Michael and was getting angry at John and insulting him in every possible way. However, our hero Michael did not intervene in the dialogue. At one point, with the help of technology, he moved to the table. Michael began to pay attention to what was on the table, namely the food, and said that it looked very good. Our hero turns to Billy and apologizes for interrupting him and asks him to continue his conversation. Meanwhile, Michael himself continued eating, saying each time that this dish simply tasted wonderful. John turns to Michael and says that looking at him, he just wants to call some doctor here. Our hero turned around and looked straight at John, seeing his, to put it mildly, stupid face. Michael silently called him stupid. Michael approached Billy to find out who he was. Billy described John, saying that he was the son of the head of the trading palace. Hearing this, our hero Michael decides that in such a situation he should act very well. Michael raises his powerful aura of energy and turns to John and asks if this restaurant really serves food to dogs. Hearing this, John becomes furious. He doesn't even know how to respond, because anger is simply tearing him apart. John gets up from the table, rips open the chair next to him and, turning to Michael, asks if he knows about culture. John says that a lot of time has passed since Michael left to study martial arts, and a lot has changed. Michael, meanwhile, just looks into the guy's eyes and thinks that he is clearly acting like a provocateur and wants to put a lot of pressure on him. At that moment, Michael turns to Billy and asks him to tell him about the power of his influence on everyone around him. Billy reveals that Michael is second in command in the entire clan and can even use the power of the main palace. Michael understands that he occupies a place between the head of the clan and the chief judge. He cannot order someone to be killed. He asks Billy if he can calmly teach this John a lesson now, and the question greatly surprises Billy. Billy stands up, points his finger at John and shouts that, of course this idiot can and should be punished quickly, which angers him. John calls Billy a simple bastard, immediately after which he grabs a cup standing next to him and is about to throw it at Billy. Michael immediately analyzes the direction of John's muscles, realizing that he wants to throw the cup to his left. But at that moment, Billy suddenly falls right onto the table, after which the cup flies straight into his body. This greatly surprises John himself, who never expected to end up as Michael's butler. Immediately after this, Michael personally addresses John and asks if the trading palace has decided to attack him. John says that it's not like that, but Michael adds that if it weren't for his servant now, he himself could have died. Immediately after which, covering everything around with an evil aura, Michael asks John if he was accidentally targeting his place. John starts shouting that this is just absurd and that he threw an ordinary drinking cup and nothing more. But this surprises Michael. Michael turns to Billy and asks how he feels. He immediately says that he is in damn pain. Turning to John, Billy says that his assistant is now on the verge of death, and he can tell the elders about the whole situation. And then, looking John straight in the face, Michael threatens to immediately direct his force at the head of the trading palace. From John's surprised face, Michael immediately understands that in reality, the children of prestigious people only fear the wrath of their parents. Michael smiles and knows that he did everything right. He doesn't know how someone else would react to this, but he did everything right. Our hero turns to the others, asking if they are in cahoots with John. They answer that they just came to have dinner and nothing more. He turns to John and says that if he wants to kill him, then he should act right now. John is still silent, but he is very angry and even tries to start taking out his hidden weapon. However, our hero immediately notices this. Without hiding his smile, he raises his wild aura and looks straight at John. At this point, John realizes the whole situation and begins to apologize, saying that he crossed the line and asking for forgiveness. Michael asks John if that's all he can say after he hurt someone. John replies that it was because Michael used him as a human shield, an answer that does not please Michael. He raises the energy again and turning to John, tells him not to try to hide behind his father's name because it won't work. Michael turns up the heat, putting moral pressure on John and telling him to never hide behind the family name. He also creates a very large image of himself in the moment, and says that he will become John's nemesis. Immediately after this, John falls to his knees. He begins to apologize and talk about the terrible sin he committed. Michael tells John to shut up and go to his house, letting everyone know that Michael will be there soon. All the people around are looking at this situation and discussing the possibility of a war breaking out between the two palaces. Our hero turns around and, with a smile in his head, realizes that during this time he will come to everyone's palace and visit them. The events of the story move forward from that moment, taking us straight to the trading palace. Somewhere at the top of the tower sits a man with a long beard and is very angry. This is the head of the trading palace. He scolds his son, John, who says that Michael just wanted to scare them, but John's father doesn't think so. John's father gets very angry at him and says that he has no excuses, and then sends him to the corridor of demons. John tries to ask his father for a better punishment, but his father replies that he doesn't want to hear it. Immediately after this, John's father asks his son to call someone to him right now before leaving. Some time passes, and the man he called arrives in Father John's office. It turns out to be Silvers, the squad captain. John's father asks Silvers his opinion about the whole situation involving Michael, and he replies that it is indeed strange. John's father points out that his son called Michael a tiger, which had never happened before, and it's surprising. Silver says there's no need to worry, because even if Michael has become smarter, his strength will clearly not increase dramatically. The assistant turns to John's father and says that this is their chance, which greatly surprises Old Ghost, John's father. Silvers frowned deeply and began to speak quite clearly about the excellent opportunity that had now arisen for them. The assistant says that either young Master Michael will be with them or against them, and then he will have to be killed, solving all the problems. He also says that while the leader is young and impulsive, they can act as friends to him and gain his trust. Silvers offers to stand up for Michael, thereby gaining his favor, so as not to be the ones left holding the bag later. At the end, Silvers also adds that their trading palace will be quite capable of controlling the entire cult in the future. All this greatly pleases and motivates Father John, who is very happy about this opportunity to become a strong leader. Immediately after this, John's father asks Silvers to bring the demonic sword, one of the 5 most powerful relics of the clan. Immediately after that, he gets up and decides to go after him himself, saying that Michael will need to be caught with large bait. That very evening, the events of the story take us to the small palace, where our hero Michael is located. Michael meditates, thinking that if he becomes the head of the cult, he will be able to bring peace everywhere, ending all wars. Immediately after this, Michael also realizes that the trading palace is ideal as a first target, since it can provide economic assistance. Michael also soberly understands that he has no allies at all, and it will be impossible to do all this alone. Right at that moment, the door to his room suddenly opens and Billy appears, looking straight at Michael. Billy asks Michael how he can sit here calmly after everything that happened recently. The assistant asks Michael to go to the trading palace and say that it was all a joke, but Michael says that she is serious. He adds that Michael could be sent to the demon corridor, but Michael says that he is not afraid of all this. Billy starts screaming, saying that it wasn't he who fell onto the table, but Michael who pushed him under the bowl. Michael approaches Billy and asks him to go and find all the records that describe the cult's hierarchy. In response, he says that of course he can get them, but he doesn't understand why Michael needs them. He says that it's urgent. The assistant says that he needs to know where to turn in order to fill the small palace with the right people. Michael starts pushing Billy, saying that he doesn't understand what he's waiting for and asking him to take him to the archives. Our hero begins to say that they have a lot of space here, but it's very boring for 2 people, and it would be good to organize more people around him. Billy tries to calm Miles' ambitions and says that, in reality, it's not as simple as it seems. The assistant says that if they start to expand their palace, the other 7 will not remain at peace, and the elders too. Billy says that this will cause Michael to raise unnecessary noise again, but Michael himself says that none of this matters now. Having tired everyone from behind with his aura, Michael turned to Billy and asked him who he was. Billy replied that Michael was the head of the small palace, and then Michael himself said that this was true, and nothing more was needed. Immediately after which, Michael ordered Billy to step forward and not pay attention to his ideas. Billy asks Michael to change his clothes, adding that they don't need any extra attention in the city, and asks him to wear a black hat. Michael asks Billy why he only wears black clothes, and he replies that he really likes black. Immediately after which, Michael begins to put on all the clothes that Billy gave him. Michael starts to get excited and say that the clothes look really good on him, which confuses Billy. Immediately after which, the events of the story move forward and take us to the night streets of that very market in the shopping district. Billy explains that many people have their own schedules, so people come to buy goods even at night, and the market is open around the clock. Walking the streets, Billy often notices ordinary people who clearly don't have any martial arts experience, and he understands that it's hard for them. Michael asks why all the palaces are on the mountains. Billy explains that down on the plains are the Federation people who are always ready to attack. Michael says their actions outside the cult were too barbaric to be considered self-defense. Billy says that Michael shouldn't talk like that because everyone knows him as a little lustful demon. At that moment, Michael realizes that he is indeed behaving in a way that is not appropriate for his current status. Michael turns to Billy and asks how much longer they have to go. Billy says that they will arrive at their destination soon. Meanwhile, the events of history show us some mysterious man who is sitting near the drawings and writing something. Meanwhile, Billy and Michael are already climbing the steps straight into the library of the demon cult. Billy explains that this place is famous for its wealth of information and the fact that it collects many different rumors. Immediately after this, upon opening the door, the boys see some old man with a book who is looking at them in a strange way. Billy and Michael pass by, and the old man asks them where they came from and why they came. Billy tells the old man that the light in this library is very dim, and he will ruin his eyesight if he reads like that. The old man replies that he doesn't know what interesting things can be found here, and Billy asks him how things are at the market now. Michael is watching all of this and understands that their conversation is somehow meaningless and looks more like a code. At that moment, the old man suddenly looks straight at them and, turning to them, tells them to wait for him. A second after that, the old man opens the main door and leads Billy and Michael straight out into the street, asking them to wait there. Billy starts knocking and asking to be let in, asking the old man why he would even throw them out the door. He also shouts that they came from some small radiance, and they should be left alone right now because it is very important. Meanwhile, the old man, having opened the hatch, begins to carefully descend somewhere with a flashlight in his hands, as if trying to find something. He walks down a very dark and old corridor straight to some huge metal door and stands in front of it. The old man starts looking at the door and talking about how some guys from the small palace came to him and asks what he should do. He describes everything, and the man sitting in the room behind the door abruptly puts his brush down on the table. Some other old man scratches his beard and doesn't understand why Michael came first to the restaurant, and now here. The old man outside also adds to the information by saying that Michael's aura has changed from what it was before. The old man inside, named Lester, says that this is all strange. He does not understand why Michael came and asks what he wants. From behind the door, he reports that his assistant has requested a list of names as well as the clan hierarchy system. Old man Lester scratches his beard and doesn't understand why Michael needs such valuable records, especially the clan's records. Lester says that this is all too interesting, which is why he will meet with him in person to understand everything. He says that even though Michael is troubled, even his eyes aren't enough to recognize everything. Lester says that if Michael gets to know him, it will only be better because suddenly he turns out to be capable of something. The old man behind the door leaves, and Lester, sitting in the room, continues to ponder what is in Michael's head. Meanwhile, the old man climbs up to the library gates and opens the door to the street, calling Michael and Billy to him. The old man leads them somewhere completely silently, and then opens the entrance to a secret basement below, which greatly surprises Billy. Michael, Billy, and the old man descend down the stairs straight into the depths of the basement below the library, which greatly surprises Billy. Billy is very surprised by the hidden basement. He says that this is the first time he has been in such a place and is surprised how they managed to hide it. The old man approaches the same door again and announces through it that the guests have already arrived at their place. Lester inside orders the old man to let them in, and together they enter the very room on the walls of which hang various portraits. The portraits depict various significant people, and besides them, there are also various inscriptions everywhere. Billy and Michael are standing in complete shock. They just wanted to get the archives, but ended up in some secret room. The old man says that these are just small works of Lester, who is sitting right in front of them here. Lester responds by crossing his arms and bowing his head, indicating that he is glad to see young Master Michael. Michael says that he hasn't even had time to say anything yet, but he has already been recognized. Lester says that with age you learn such things easily. After which Lester apologizes, saying that he cannot stand on his feet, so he is forced to reveal himself to everyone like this. He starts to say that something is wrong here. An ordinary artist cannot sit in a secret room under the library. Lester is greater than he seems. Michael's words surprise Lester very much. He cannot believe what he is hearing now. It surprises him very much. Michael continues to look at the portraits that Lester painted and talk about how he is simply a wonderful artist. In that moment, Michael is shocked to realize that the portraits around him are the records they are looking for, and they depict the strongest. Our hero, having understood the whole essence, begins to very actively examine everything that he sees here, and among everything he finds his father. This all causes a wild shock in Michael. It is difficult for him to simply imagine that this is all true and happening in this room. At that moment, Michael freezes looking at his father's portrait, and this is noticed by Lester, who turns to him and asks if he recognized anyone. Lester turns to Michael and says that this wall depicts people from the Federation Union, because this is very important now. Michael looks back and stares straight at the old man in shock, not understanding at all what is happening or who this Lester is. With a little energy raised, Michael began to approach Lester and ask him directly who he was. Lester introduces himself as an ordinary old man who collects rumors and spreads them everywhere, and says that there is nothing remarkable. Michael says that if information about Lester comes to light, then they will be unable to avoid bloodshed at all. Lester says that is precisely why he is hiding. A dialogue ensues between them, during which Michael insistently asks Lester not to do such things for pleasure anymore. In response, Lester cannot understand at all why young Master Michael is so interested in the safety of the plane. Billy asks Lester if he really wants to die, but he replies that such things are keeping him here, and he is not afraid of death. At that moment, a loud sound of a door suddenly closing and now not opening is heard. Our hero's assistant knocks on the door trying to open it, and Michael understands everything, and turning to Lester, asks if he decided to kill him here. Lester says he can't do it and just hopes for understanding, but Michael asks why Lester can trust him. The advisor says that by the time Michael decides to return here with the warriors, he will no longer be here. Michael reacts to his words quite calmly, saying that he has a lot of strange self-confidence. He says that their conversation is becoming empty. He does not understand why he was called down here. The old man says that Michael came himself and asks him why he needed the cult. This question surprises Michael. Looking at Lester, Michael understands that he is very good, and a simple lie will not help in this situation. Lester abruptly declares that he wants to settle the artist in his small palace, thereby telling the truth. The advisor asks if this is really why Michael left the restaurant when he couldn't find the right people there. However, Michael says that those people were not interesting to him because he needs those who are ready to do anything. Lester starts to wheel himself out, asking if Michael really wants to increase his influence, but he says that's not quite true. The advisor asks if Michael is aware of the current times in the world and if he looks down on it all. Michael replies that all this doesn't bother him much because his true goals are much larger and cooler than these thoughts. Lester tells Michael that this path could lead to his death, but Michael, of course, does not agree with him. At that moment, Michael turns to Lester and finally decides to ask his name to understand who he is talking to. He takes a short pause, after which he says that his name is Lester, which brings our hero into great shock. Michael immediately remembers Lester from his past life, who once announced that he was going to join a cult. Then, Lester turned to the past Michael, and before leaving, he gave him various plans because, in Michael's past life, they were well acquainted. A long time ago, there were already many different significant rumors about Lester, and he was always respected because he was very talented. Young Lester had looked after Michael's past before and was his mentor, as well as the one who published many books about the Federation. Returning to reality from his thoughts, our hero suddenly turns his attention to Lester's hand, seeing a scar there, which greatly attracts his attention. He recalls with horror that his mentor in the Federation had exactly the same scar in his past life. Looking straight into Lester's face now, our hero sincerely cannot understand why he is in this room and in the demon cult in general. Our hero is also shocked by the fact that Lester is so old, because he should now be about 40 years old. Lester, in turn, pays attention to everything Michael says and is immediately surprised that he knows him, because this is unusual. He immediately wonders if the young gentleman standing before him is the real Michael. Michael understands where this is going, so he says that unnecessary questions can cost lives in order to disrupt their conversation. Lester apologizes abruptly and says that he really did show disrespect, for which he is ashamed in front of Michael. Michael says that if everything has become clear, then why is Lester here under all the circumstances? Lester says that no one ever knows where they will end up, adding that fate brought him here. At this point, Lester turns to Michael and asks him about his true reasons for coming here. Lester reveals that the other 7 palaces have already begun surveillance of Michael, and the shopping district has taken action. Michael realizes that their mannerisms and communication styles are similar to his mentors, and says that he is the one watching them, not they him. In response, the old man only laughs a little, after which he sharply tugs on some strange thread that was dangling near him. Immediately after this, a canvas falls from above and opens, on which various portraits are depicted from top to bottom. Billy is very surprised, and our hero Michael says that it is immediately obvious that this is a depiction of the cult hierarchy. There is also a portrait of Michael himself, next to which there is a short description of just 2 words: maniac and psycho. At that moment, Michael realizes that further conversation is clearly not for Billy's ears, so he asks him to go get some water. Old man Lester smiles and says that after Michael's visit today, this sheet needs to be rewritten. The advisor says that before Michael arrived, he thought he knew everything, but now he realized that he couldn't sit here any longer. Looking straight into Michael's face, Lester says that he was described as a psychopath and a fool, but in front of him was a wise man. Immediately after, Lester takes a stick and points it at the fragment, saying that the reason Michael came was to want to take this place. With his wand, old Lester pointed directly at the portrait of the current head of the cult, who had disappeared. The old man began to stand and wait, looking at Michael in anticipation of an answer from him, and he, in turn, only remained silent and looked at the old man. Lester continued to point his stick at the chief, and to say that he had immediately understood the real reason, and asked if his judgment was correct. Michael said that everything was correct, but added that it didn't mean anything because if he became the head, he would burn the place down. Lester begins to say that this will not be easy at all, because it will be necessary to deal with all the elders. However, in response to the old man, our hero only smiles and says that there is clearly no need to worry about this. The old man also tries to explain to Michael that his hope can be extinguished very quickly, even by the slightest wind. At that moment, Lester suddenly reaches forward and holds his hand out in front of Michael, which greatly surprises him. After which Lester declares that he is ready to take only 50% with a rather serious face. Michael says that 50% won't work out, and in all likelihood he will have to cope alone. The old man turns away and says that it is not worth it at all, adding that he is simply voicing the real facts. In response to Lester's words, our hero Michael simply exhales and smiles, as if pretending not to care. Michael begins to talk about how if you look at all the mountains of the cult from the other side, you can simply suspect their greed. Our hero Michael also makes strong statements about how he is passionate about changing all of this and completely changing the system. At this point, Lester begins to understand the seriousness of the threats and words that Michael is saying and is suddenly surprised. Starkey asks our hero if his true goal is not to become the leader, but to change the entire cult as a whole. Michael confirms this and adds that he will still climb up there, but on his own, or with the help of the old man is another matter. However, Lester does not believe in Michael's strength and seriousness at all, saying that the cult worships magic, and this cannot be changed. Lester extends his hand and says that if anything happens, he is ready to offer his help in exchange for a share. However, our hero looks at this from a higher perspective and does not understand how his mentor fell to such a level that he asks for a share in the cult. Looking at poor old Lester now, Michael cannot understand at all where his spirit has gone and why it has become so strange. In that moment, clenching his fist, Michael decides that the best thing to do in this situation is to remind Lester of who he is. Lester raises a huge force and purple energy around himself, saying that he will definitely be able to change the cult. Immediately after which he uses magical abilities and martial arts to show his strength. Michael creates a great effect with his body and says that he will destroy everyone who gets in his way in this case. At this moment, the old man is in a state of wild shock. He falls out of his chair and cannot believe the strength of the man standing in front of him. In his own eyes, Lester saw in Michael not the image of himself, but a heavenly devil, a monster in its purest form. Michael began to talk about how a person who spends his whole life in one room cannot talk about the higher world. Immediately after this, our hero Michael turned sharply and with a wave of his energy knocked down the door standing behind him. Lester, sitting next to his chair, could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Michael starts talking again about how he will change the cult and break this chain of evil that was created against everyone. Lester began to say that he did not expect such words from Michael, because he had been a participant in this chain of evil all his life. Michael began to talk about how it was precisely because he had changed that he wanted to change everything around him as much as possible. However, after listening to Michael, Lester only began to look up, smile, and then suddenly laugh like a wild man. The old man, in a fit of laughter, began to say that it was all very funny, and that receiving something like this was also funny. Lester began to fall at Michael's feet and beg for mercy, saying that it was very important, but Michael did not understand why he should do this. Lester began to say that he had very important and unfinished business, but Michael only responded by saying that it was not his problem. Immediately after which, Lester loudly declared that he would stand in Michael's way. At this point, Lester switches to another topic and begins talking about the RAIN organization, which consists of many ordinary people. The advisor suddenly takes out some kind of golden relic from his robe, saying that he has been in this organization for 19 generations. Our hero, seeing the gold plaque, understands that Lester is not lying, and he was initially right that Lester belongs to RAIN. Quite sharply, our hero asks Lester whether this really means that they should now trust each other very much. Michael asks Lester what he wants, and Lester tells Michael that he only wants him to promise one thing. The old man says that there is one military man in the Federation Union, and if anything happens, Lester would like to get his hands on him. Our hero just looks at Lester and wonders what happened that his master changed so much and demands some military man. Lester says that it doesn't matter what Michael thinks now, because the plan has changed, but the heir hasn't changed. Michael turns around, saying that Lester might follow him, but then he'll have to get used to his madness. Our hero asks if Lester only needs a military man. Lester replies that everything is correct, and would like to ask to bring him to him. He's about to leave, and Lester says that Michael is more suited to lead a federation than a demon cult. Not paying attention to these words, he asks Lester to give him advice on what to do in such a situation and how to act. Lester asks to be helped to sit down on a chair first, and Michael replies that Lester's mouth will not close even if he dies. In response to Michael's words, the old man only smiles, realizing that Michael is right and there is meaning in his words, even in a joking manner. Lester sits down and begins to talk about how the cult is now quite strong, including all 7 palaces. Immediately after which he adds that there were 2 people for our hero's post. But after Michael's appearance, all plans changed dramatically. Lester turns away and asks our hero if he is unhappy with something, but he asks why he suddenly came to such conclusions. The old man noticed that Michael was calling the clan rather disrespectfully, which made him very worried. Michael wants to answer the old man, but he understands that very little time has passed and he cannot reveal his identity. The advisor also says that although our hero has achieved the power of a demon, it is still too early to rejoice. Lester takes out some kind of box and says that it was originally created to defeat the leader, but now he will give it to our hero. It means that there are a couple of books in the box which contain various valuable information that can be very helpful. Having opened the box, our hero also finds some kind of mask among the books and is surprised by it, not understanding what it is doing there. The old man explains that originally, according to the myths of their cult, it is said that a demonic god created an evil dragon, but a certain hero killed him. And as their legend tells, it was this hero who wore the very mask that can now be seen in this box. Lester also explains that although it looks like an ordinary mask, when put on, a person becomes surrounded by blood and is unrecognizable. He also adds that it was used by 5 heavenly demons who are scattered throughout the world, and no one still knows where they are. Lester also advises our hero to convince half of the palace, as well as those elders, of his strength in order to climb to the top. Lester also warns that one must be very careful, as there will be those who will try to get ahead and surpass. Lester also informs our hero that everyone around him knows him exclusively as a psychopath and nothing more. That is why Lester strongly recommends that our hero show everyone his true self from a different side. Lester also asks Michael to take into account that the pressure from the 7 palaces and elders on the people will increase. Therefore, Lester also advises Michael to go out into the streets and analyze the people around him in order to understand their essence and what they need. Lester then turns to Michael, saying that he will be undercover for all of this, and asks if Michael can handle it. To old Lester's surprise, Michael turns around abruptly and declares that, of course he can do it. Michael also reports that until recently there were 11 vacancies in their palace, but now there are 10, because one has found an owner. Old man Lester pulls another rope in the room, and a huge portrait of someone is revealed. Lester says that it is worth starting with that. Billy appears from behind and tells us that the man in the portrait is a very bad guy and he knows him. Lester begins to talk about how this was quite a difficult person who was in charge of the entire cult's security. But he adds that one day he drank poison and became crippled. Our hero sits and listens attentively. At that moment, our hero Michael turns around abruptly, starts to leave and says that it's time for them to go, because he has a different first goal. The events of our story are transferred to some village, where we learn that there is problematic clean water that cannot be drunk. In this same village are all the apostates, people without families, and those who have committed crimes of varying degrees. That is why their life is quite simple. Their routine is dedicated to ordinary life in a musty house. However, something interesting happened there quite recently, as many people gathered in one place and began to bow upward. The children have been sitting in the sun for a long time in this place, but their parents do not leave. They talk about how an important person will soon come to visit them. Everyone around motivates each other by saying that their lives depend on this person coming to them. One of the people starts saying that he doesn't understand why they are only visited when someone starts to die. However, at that moment, their discussion is abruptly interrupted by the fact that they see someone's small ship ahead, which is sailing towards them. Our hero Michael is in this ship, along with his assistant, Billy. Billy points to the shore to Michael and says that a lot of people have gathered to look at them. Michael gets off the boat and starts walking along the shore, where he is immediately met by local people who greet him and bow. Everyone around starts shouting loudly that they are very happy to see the son of the head of the cult and obey him. Our hero immediately understands that he does not want such praise, and such things must be immediately eradicated. At that moment, Michael also notices that the people around him are very tired. He asks if they are hot. However, in response, they of course say that they are not hot at all, and they live in the most wonderful place. Billy says it's just wonderful, but our hero Michael stands there looking at it all in amazement. One of the people takes Billy and Michael to some house and asks why they decided to visit this forgotten place. The assistant approaches the head of the settlement and says that Michael doesn't need any reason to look into the lives of the citizens. The head of the village says that they have nothing to treat the guests with, but right in front of Michael a table is set very beautifully. The village chief is having trouble answering Michael's questions, so he decides to let him go, as it's very important now. The village head says that he was very happy to help, and if he is needed again, he can always be counted on. At this point, Michael turns to his assistant Billy and says that everything looks very strange, but Billy does not understand what he is talking about. Michael tells Billy that he thinks something is seriously missing, but Billy doesn't understand what he's talking about. He begins to talk about how in a place where so many people live, there are no traces of agriculture at all, and this is surprising. Billy suggests that most likely the locals simply don't want to do anything, which is why they live like this. Michael says that guessing is not the answer, and that the best thing to do is to go and find out what happened. Meanwhile, the head of the village is walking somewhere through the forest, wondering why our hero Michael came to them at all. The head of the settlement is filled with strange and terrible thoughts. He is considering becoming the head of everything himself. Thinking about this, the current head of the settlement continues to actively go somewhere without stopping at all. At that moment, he goes up to some place. An unknown man in a robe extends his hand to him, and the leader puts a bag there. The man in the robe says that the bag has become smaller, and the chief replies that this is due to the arrival of young Master Michael. This surprises the man. The head of the village also says that as a result of this, he did not work for several days because he was preparing for his arrival. After listening actively to the stories of the head of the settlement, the man in the robe turns to him and asks him to bring more next month. The man in the robe reminds the chief why he holds his position, and he of course agrees. Immediately after, the head of the settlement thanks the man in the robe named Noise and begins to leave back where he came from. However, looking after the head of the settlement, Noise asks him what about that very incident. In response to Noise's words, the head of the settlement asks not to worry, and adds that when his heart is broken, he cannot even lift his head. Right after, Noise also asks about a certain man's daughter, and the leader says that she is already quite beautiful. Noise asks the chief if he cares about her safety, and he replies that of course he does. The head of the settlement also says that he has prepared a special trap for all those who drool over her. In response, Noise says that this is simply wonderful, and since Michael himself came here, he is simply attracted to the woman. At that moment, Noise turns around and asks the village head to put his daughter to bed, adding that he needs to tell Michael. The head of the settlement tries to argue, but Noise asks him to shut up and just do it, saying that he clearly knows better. The head of the settlement begins to leave, and Noise stops in his tracks and starts screaming very loudly and wildly, looking up and laughing. Meanwhile, Michael is sitting somewhere and reading a book that explains that the basis of the cult is serving the good gods. It also tells of the appearance of a certain fire that burned many things, and thus created a cult and its heirs. After our hero Michael finished reading, he and his assistant Billy went for a walk around the settlement. Michael walked around and looked into every house, paying attention to even the smallest details, and the people around him bowed to him. Billy suggests not just walking but looking for a certain Alex. Michael asks Billy what he noticed, but he says nothing. Our hero begins to talk about how the number of houses in this settlement is less than the number of people. But Billy doesn't see anything strange about this. Billy says that people probably die here a lot, but Michael argues with him, saying that most of the population is young. Michael then asks Billy how the weather is, but he asks him not to bullshit him and to tell him straight out what is going on. Michael starts to move forward, saying that the day is very hot. Billy agrees, but again does not understand the point. Out of the corner of his eye, Michael notices a woman bowing and standing in front of him. Michael approaches her and asks why she is wearing a skirt in such heat, but the girl herself does not understand what a strange question this is. At that moment, Michael suddenly comes up to her and grabs her by the chin, saying that even he sweats. The girl is suddenly very surprised. He puts the girl down on the ground and starts saying that there is something he needs to see. Billy stands in shock seeing this. Billy runs up and asks Michael what he's doing, reminding him that they're right outside. However, at this moment, Michael looks at the leg of the girl next to him, which is completely covered in black dots. Seeing this, our hero is in complete shock. It is simply hard for him to believe what is now before his eyes. Looking at her legs, Michael also notices the poisonous red petals that are falling all around. Billy stands in shock and cannot understand at all what is happening. Michael turns to him and tells him that he needs to move on. Meanwhile, the head of the settlement is still walking home and talking to himself about how Noise is demanding too much. However, at that moment, the head of the settlement simply jumps straight into the water and begins to swim in it, underwater. Even here, not everything is so simple because he is not just swimming, but is heading somewhere straight to some cave. Emerging from this cave, he finds himself in some underground room where a man sits who greets him and is surprised. At that moment, the man next to the leader opens the doors, and together they find themselves right in some room where people are sitting and playing. All the people sitting in this room are playing some kind of game and arguing among themselves. The leader walks by and looks at this. However, at one point, the head of the settlement notices that one of the game's participants is using dirty tricks and stabs him in the hand with a knife. After which the chief orders this man to put everything back in place and to get out of here. The local security guards grab the man and begin to carry him away somewhere, while the leader moves on. The head's assistant opens the doors and asks if they will work, despite the fact that Michael has arrived. The head of the settlement, named Miller, turns to his assistant and orders him to gather everyone in order to get ready for next month. Miller turns to his assistant and asks, where Louise, that same man, is now. He replies that she is with her daughter. He asks his assistant to help his daughter Louise prepare, saying that she will need to be sent to Michael. The assistant is very surprised, but Miller explains to him that sometimes you have to make such sacrifices for the sake of the cause. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Louis and his daughter, who feeds him. The daughter's name is Layla. Layla immediately tells her father Louise the news from the settlement, saying that some important people have arrived today. Layla tells that the head of the small palace named Michael has arrived, and just hearing this, Louise becomes horrified and angry. Layla, helping her father eat, thinks about the very medicine that they are brought, supposedly against the disease, but Layla knows that there is no disease. However, in the moment of her thoughts, she is interrupted by a huge knock on the door because someone wants to enter their house, which surprises her. She opens the door and sees Miller's assistant, who informs her that the boss is personally calling her now. Then Miller's assistant asks Layla to hurry, telling her to also prepare her father to go. Layla is very surprised and asks again about her father, but in response, the assistant only asks if they need strong and quick help. She starts to close the door and say that they will quickly handle it themselves and will be ready soon. Just before Layla is about to close the door, Miller's assistant looks her in the eye and asks her not to forget to take a bath. Layla closes the door and immediately begins to realize that something is wrong, and it all looks terribly strange on such a day. She goes to her father and informs him that the leader is already waiting for them, and they should go to him right now. However, Layla has no sincere desire or understanding. She only feels a bad premonition about all of this. Some time passes from that moment. Layla, her father, and all of Miller's assistants walk straight through a cave somewhere underground. At that moment, they enter the very room in which Miller was previously located. Layla's father and she herself are very surprised. Layla looks at everything that is happening in horror, and immediately realizes that this is an underground casino located here. Layla is also confused by her father's surprising calm. He hates such places, but now he is not at all surprised. At that moment, they go to some room, but then the assistant asks only Layla to go, and no one else from those present. The assistant says that there is a special medicine for Layla's father, and at that moment her father is very worried about everything that is happening. Layla doesn't want to leave her father. She says that he hasn't had a drink for a very long time, so it would be best for them to go together. However, in response to this, the assistant only gets angry, and turning to Layla, says that he already told her once. With great horror, the defenseless and carefree Layla simply looks at Miller's assistant, not understanding what is happening. Layla starts to try to move forward, but at that moment her father grabs her and tells her not to leave here. Miller's assistants are trying to get Layla's father away from her, saying that there is nothing dangerous there at all. However, at that moment, Miller's assistant takes out some kind of bag, shows it to Layla's father, and says that he can give it all away. Layla looks at everything that is happening with great shock. It is hard for her to believe that this is true right now before her eyes. The assistant pours a special powder directly into the hands of the old man, Layla's father, causing him to tremble and look at him furiously. Immediately after this, Layla's father lets go of his daughter's hand and starts walking in the other direction, which also greatly surprises her. The head's assistants accompany Layla's father, and another assistant tells Layla herself not to stand still and to move further into the room. Layla herself begins to quietly cry and say that she will definitely come back and change everything. Layla enters the room where the head of the settlement, Miller, is located, who tells her to sit wherever is comfortable. The leader approaches Layla and looks at her intently, but she only looks away and asks why she was called here. At that moment, Miller runs his hands over Layla's face and tells her not to be so afraid because they won't see each other for only a couple of days. Miller asks Layla if his hands are disgusting to her, but says that she will still get dirty. He says that thanks to him, Layla's father lived so long, and now he is giving him the opportunity to repay, but Layla asks him not to approach her. He also tells her that he knows that she wants to escape from here with her father, and he will give her every chance to do so. Layla asks if this is true, and Miller replies that of course it is because they will find them anyway. However, finishing the sentence, he adds that freedom will always be there, except for this night today, and smiles sarcastically. Immediately after this, Miller says that Layla will have to sleep with the head of the small palace, which leaves her in a state of wild shock. Layla knows about Michael's past and asks Miller what will happen if she doesn't take this step today. Miller says that he doesn't really have much of a choice because Layla's father owes him money, and that will be part of the payment. He also says that every day Layla's father received medicine, which costs a lot of money. Miller also says that if Michael likes Layla, she can become his concubine forever. From all this information, Layla stands there and just trembles and cries, not knowing what to do, and Miller asks her to stop crying. Seeing tears, he begins to call the guards and pretend that he will order them to get rid of Layla's father. She asks him to stop and says that she agrees. Miller turns to her again and says that she made the right choice, and her hour of judgment will come very soon. Having received consent, the crazy Miller begins to shout loudly throughout the room and laugh at how well everything is working out for him. Meanwhile, it is getting dark, and our hero Michael, together with someone, is heading to some house in this settlement, a very rich house. The assistant girl takes him inside, and he immediately sees that there is enormous luxury all around, not understanding where it could come from in a poor settlement. Here, our hero finally understands everything. It dawns on him that drugs are being produced illegally in this settlement, which is prohibited. Having realized this, he became horrified and angry at what was happening, and especially at the head of this settlement, because he obviously knew about everything. However, Michael is clearly worried about where the boss himself is and where the drugs are being made, since this requires a lot of people. Michael sits down on the bed to think, and a man standing near the door asks permission to enter, to which he is given permission. This person turns out to be a sweet young girl, Layla, who innocently walks into the room already understanding everything in her head. He is terribly surprised by what he now sees in front of him. He expected a lot, but not a simple girl. Layla begins to introduce herself, and our hero notes that she is very beautiful and well-groomed. As for the locals, at one point, Michael compares her to his younger sister, but she interrupts his thoughts by asking him to take her, and this greatly surprises him. Our hero asks her again in surprise, in order to understand what they are talking about, but she simply stands in front of him and remains silent. Layla begins to undress, and our hero Michael realizes that something needs to be done about this, and urgently. At that moment, our hero Michael makes very strange movements. He throws several streams of energy in both directions and takes off, immediately after which the light goes out, and he throws Layla onto the bed and then asks her to be quiet and not move. Seeing Layla's face, he clearly notices that she is crying and all red. This leads to the thought that the boss clearly sent her. He asks her if she is really afraid. She denies this fact, but Michael understands that she is lying. Layla, realizing that her father's future now depends on her, begins to say that she is not afraid at all, but she is shaking. She even hiccups from fear and cannot hold it back at all, and Michael only turns away from her and looks straight ahead. Michael asks Layla if she knows who he is and if that is why she came. She replies that he is a young gentleman. Immediately after this, Michael turns to her and asks if she really didn't come because of her own need, judging by everything that's happening. Our hero turns to her and asks why she is so scared and afraid of every rustle, but Layla can't even answer. At this point, Michael realizes that he won't be able to talk and get a normal answer from Layla, so he asks her to come back. Michael starts to leave and say that she is not his type at all, but in response, Layla grabs Michael by the robe and does not let him leave. He turns to her and asks what she is doing, asking what kind of drama she has decided to play out, but she says that it is not like that. At that moment, Layla starts screaming and asking Michael why he is behaving this way with her and why he doesn't just take her. At that moment, Layla begins to rush at Michael again, but he tries to push her away and says that he doesn't understand her at all. In order to stop Layla, Michael has to throw her onto the bed and pin her directly to the bed with his hand so that she doesn't fight. With tears in her eyes, she turns to Michael and says that now he can do whatever he wants. However, Michael only turns to her and asks her not to be afraid of Lion, but she does not hold back and says that she is very afraid. She screams again and says that despite this, Michael must do everything as it should be. Michael finally understands everything. He pretends to hug her and then sends a pulse of energy into her vessels. In that moment, she freezes in place because her blood sugar has dropped sharply after such a sharp stress. This action on Michael's part caused her to suddenly faint, and this was what Michael had wanted in the first place. Michael looks at her face and realizing everything that is happening, he understands that the demon cult is not simple at all. The events of the story move forward, and Layla wakes up shocked in her bed, not understanding what happened. Our hero says that he did everything as Layla asked, but this is of course a lie, and she turns to him with one request. Michael asks Layla if this is such an important thing that she is willing to take such risks for it. He understands that Layla is an honest woman, and at that moment she shocks him with her request, because she asks him to save her and her father. Our hero doesn't understand at all what she's talking about. He stands up and asks again what she means. In response to this, Michael starts playing it cool, saying that he is not actually a rescuer, which shocks Layla. In order to find out the truth, Michael begins to play on Layla's feelings and say that she only has a body. However, Michael states that he will still listen to Layla, and if she has an interesting story, he will not punish her. Layla asks him again what they are talking about, but he only asks in response whether she is deaf or mute, since she cannot hear. She cries and talks about all the bullying and how she just wants to live with her father and not deal with all this. Our hero calmly turns to Layla and asks her father's name. She replies that his name is Lewis. Hearing this name, our hero comes into a slight shock. He cannot believe what he just heard with his own ears. Michael walks up to Layla, pats her on the shoulder and tells her not to worry, but to just rest for a while. He also takes the medicine that her father takes from Layla's things and decides to examine it in order to understand everything. Immediately after which, our hero decides to go to his assistant Billy, who is sleeping at that moment, and will be his. Billy turns to Michael and asks why he is not sleeping at such a time. In response, Michael shows Billy a bag and asks what it is. The assistant explains that this is a strong drug that our hero Michael used to enjoy, but was later banned. Let's remember that Billy started telling a funny story about how Michael, while on drugs, set fire to the building of one of the palaces. Michael asks Billy to try these drugs, but he doesn't agree, and Michael says that then he has no choice and uses the energy. Using energy, Michael clearly uses magic, causing a special powder to be directed directly into Billy's nose. And of course, it hits him right in the body. Billy starts grabbing his neck and trying not to eat him. Immediately after this, the drug's effects begin, and Billy becomes in a terrible state, which greatly surprises Michael. Doubting the substance's authenticity, Michael releases a new burst of energy directly into Billy's body to reverse the effects. Michael finally understands how the system of this place works and realizes that the head of the settlement has taken the wrong path. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Layla's father. He is being actively beaten in some basement. He asks for the return of his daughter. Miller's assistant beats him very hard and does not understand where he gets so much strength from after so many drugs. The assistants discuss among themselves that they do not understand why Louise was ordered to be killed and is being held together with the others. Miller's assistant looks at him with a very unpleasant look and says that he can kill him right here and shift the blame. At that moment, Lewis takes a pose as if he is a wild tiger. His red eyes confirm this. He asks for his daughter to be returned. However, in response to this, Miller's assistant only grabs the old man by the head and starts banging it against the wall, saying that everyone is already fed up with him. The second mate says that if they continue like this, he will really die much earlier than his time, which is not very good. Miller's assistants also pass by some cells, around which there are a bunch of different corpses. They understand very well what is happening. However, at that moment their dialogue is interrupted, because one of the assistants simply falls to the floor unconscious and lies there. Our hero, Michael, finds himself in this basement and wearing a special demon mask, begins to attack Miller's assistants. He looks around and understands what is happening here and how it is arranged, and this scares him more than surprises him. However, Miller also understands that he has not yet studied everything, because he still needs to find the place where the drugs are produced. He also understands that he cannot release people from prisons because they cannot even control themselves now. However, at that moment, our hero already wants to leave, but the voice of some old man stops him. Our hero looks into the cage and immediately notices the same old man, Louis, who is described in the books as a master of demonic art. Michael begins to examine his body and is shocked to see that he is in terrible condition. All of his internal channels are damaged. Michael says that the problem with his body now is not only the wounds, but that his mind is severely damaged and affected. Louise grabs Michael's hand and tells him that he has one very important request to make of Michael. His desire is to hide his death from others. Michael understands that these are his last words and he is about to die. Michael understands that the chances of saving the old man are very slim, but it is worth a try and decides to use strength and energy techniques. And he understands that this procedure will be very dangerous for everyone because there will be a transfer of blood energy. At this point, Michael also understands perfectly well that he has no time to think about the dangers, because he needs to act. Placing the old man in front of him, Michael, with his arms crossed, begins to create a great sphere of energy in order to transfer his powers to the old man. Immediately after which, exactly this happens, Michael presses his hands directly into his back and begins to transfer energy. The old man's body radiates a little blood, but the enormous amount of energy around him exceeds all parameters he could think of. At that moment, Michael realizes that everything is much better than he thought, because the cores inside Louis' body are still there, and they are capable of receiving energy into themselves. Michael also notes that, in addition to the fact that these cores exist, they also cope with tasks very well and absorb a lot of energy. Michael realizes that his energy is being absorbed too much, but there is no time to stop, so he decides to give it all to the old man. At the moment, he tries so hard that the energy he transferred to the old man will be enough for him to live for more than 100 years. Some more time passes and Michael notices that the energy is still being absorbed, even though he has already transmitted a lot. Michael decides to add even more energy and give everything he has left, transmitting a charge of 240 years of energy. At this moment, the old man gets up and begins to look around, and red energy emanates from his body. He himself has become taller and stronger. Looking straight at old Lewis, Michael realizes that he is in a full awakening stage. He is very strong now. Old man Lewis comes to his senses and addresses our hero, asking who he is. Michael makes a stop sign with his hand and tells the old man that he wants to ask him to catch his breath before starting the conversation. The dialogue between Louis and Michael begins, Louis immediately talking about who he is and how he rose up in the settlement with his ideas. Previously, he had only one wife among his relatives and close friends, and one day he left her for a while to become stronger and become a master. He spent many years training and even assembled his own squad, but when he returned home he noticed that everything in his house was broken. Taking his squad, he immediately set out to search for those who had plundered his house. But in that moment, he found the body of his wife. His wife was dead. She was lying on the floor covered in blood, and in her arms was a living child, their daughter, Layla. Lewis adds that the blame for everything lies solely with him, and he does not want to be pitied. He is simply telling the story of what happened. The old man also says that he stayed alive only for the sake of his daughter, and that he gave up martial arts and blocked the energy channels. After hearing the whole story of old Louis, Michael turned to him and asked if he really regretted that he saved him today. Louis says that this is not true. Before his mind was in a whirlpool, but now he understands everything, and he is very grateful to Michael for the rest of his life. Next, old man Lewis turns to Michael and says that he would like to ask him one question, and he allows it. Having received the go-ahead, the old man immediately asks whether Michael has come from the small palace by any chance, and this question astonishes our hero. Our hero asks Lewis how he determined this, and he replies that energy transfer techniques are only available to the highest masters. At that moment, old Lewis begins to bow and say that he will be Michael's servant for the rest of his life. But in return, he asks for only one thing. Michael asks the old man what he wants in return, and he replies that he simply wants to save his daughter, Layla. Our hero immediately understood what was being said and told her everything, adding that she was completely safe, which surprised the old man. Louis then began to say that if this was really the case, then he could not wish for more than Layla's safety next to Michael. Starkey Louis comes up to shake Michael's hand, and Michael realizes in his mind that Lewis is a very kind and honest man. After which, old man Louis and Michael say goodbye, and when Michael starts to leave, he suddenly stops and remembers something. Turning back, he says that tomorrow a young master and his assistant will arrive at the settlement and asks Louis to give them safety. The old man smiles, crosses his arms, and says that of course he will obey this wonderful order. Michael understands that after this, all he has to do is wait until tomorrow, because now Lewis doesn't understand who he is. The story moves forward, taking us straight to Michael, who is meditating the next day and is being bothered by Miller. Miller enters the room where Michael is currently meditating and asks him how he liked his gift from yesterday. Michael casually replies that he really liked what Miller sent him yesterday and thanks him. Miller also says he believes Michael enjoyed their second surprise later that night. Our hero says that the second gift has greatly enriched his life, and Miller begins to tell tales about how hard it is to obtain plants. Michael is surprised to notice that Miller himself brought their conversation to this topic and asks him to continue. After which, Miller directly and indirectly talks about how they are preparing drugs and call them devil's dust. Immediately after his story, Miller scratches his neck, laughs and says that, if necessary, they can get more of this medicine. However, in return, Miller begins asking Michael to change the rules of the cult so that they can legally deal with everyone. He adds a touch of nobility and says that he started doing this for the sake of the poor residents of the settlement. After hearing all this, Michael is glad that Miller told everything directly, and now understands that everything is completely as he wanted. Michael approaches Miller and says that he wants to see the place where the devil dust is created in order to make the right decision. Immediately after which Miller, of course, agrees to such an adventure. He begins to walk forward and asks to follow him. After some time, Miller and Michael come to that very place, and Michael suggests that they leave quickly. Immediately after this, Miller says that the road will not be easy, and jumps into the water, waiting for Michael as well. In his thoughts, Michael understands that this is all terribly ridiculous because they place their shelter right in plain sight of everyone. After some time, Miller and Mile find themselves right where they need to be, and Miller reports everything to his assistants. Michael plays along with Miller and says that the idea with the cave is really cool, and it must have been hard to build it. In response, Miller says that his people are jacks of all trades, and they can be approached with any such request. Miller's assistants open that secret entrance and our guys go inside, where the casino is located. Our hero points to the people in the hall and says that basically they all came here because they are criminals. Michael turns to Miller and says that he heard that Layla's father is also here. This surprises Miller, and he asks where he got this information from. However, instead of a direct answer, Michael decides to disrupt their dialogue and says that it is not important now. He pretends not to care, but in his thoughts he's already starting to scold Layla, saying that he will teach her a lesson. At this point, our hero begins to wonder about Miller's hidden motives, not understanding why he behaves so openly and shows everything. After some time on their way, Miller and Michael find themselves in the very main hall where people prepare devil dust. Miller shows Michael everything they have and shows him the production process, and he says he's impressed. The villain begins to tell that it was very difficult, because he put all of himself into building this place for 3 whole years. Michael says they did a good job and asks about the people behind Miller, who says they are his personal people from different sects. Michael then asks about the working people. Miller replies that they are just fools who are trying to help their families. He describes a scheme in which he gets people hooked on drugs and then forces them to work for him. Michael holds his anger in very tightly and asks a lot of different leading questions to understand the whole essence of the scheme. Miller lays all his cards on the table and can't resist anything. He even talks about what happens to workers after addiction. Our hero tries very hard to hide his anger. He understands that hundreds, if not thousands of people died due to Miller's fault. However, it is not possible to hide his anger for long, and Miller and his assistants begin to notice that Michael's face has changed. Michael pretends it's not true, smiling sweetly and saying he was just deep in thought. At this moment, everyone around begins to hear some sharp steps and stomping. It comes from the side and frightens everyone. Lester turns to his assistants and asks what is going on there. They only answer that there is a dungeon there. At this moment, our hero smiles slyly, because he understands that now is the time for the main character to take the stage. In that moment, the door breaks and the fragments fly in all directions. Right before everyone's eyes appears Lewis with a strong form and energy. The assistants discuss it among themselves. They are pleased with the general fact that Louis has been sent, and therefore he will not be able to cause any problems. However, looking around, they realize that Lewis just had enough strength to tear down an entire wall. Louis begins to raise a huge amount of energy around himself, and turning to everyone, he says that they will not die an easy death. It's like a tiger pouncing on its prey, or in our case, Miller's assistant standing around. It simply rushes sharply through them all, but even this is enough to deprive many of them of limbs. Immediately after this, with a huge charge of strength and energy, Louis begins to scream loudly, like a beast that has been released. Everyone around was in wild horror, especially Miller. And what's more, even our hero Michael was surprised by Miller's aggressiveness. Meanwhile, Miller himself did not stop at the pawns. He broke down another wall and began heading straight towards Miller. Miller begins to move forward and talk about how he has been suffering for the past 10 years and wanted to die every day. He continues to walk forward pathetically, covered in blood. He says that only thoughts of his daughter kept him in this world. Gritting his teeth and becoming as hard as stone, Miller abruptly declared that he would not allow anyone in this world to hurt her. Miller responds by saying that this is simply a horror story and does not take the whole problem seriously, adding that it is simply nonsense. He pointed his hand at Michael and stated that he had given Lewis's daughter to him, and then immediately asked him what he would do now. Lewis extended his hand and pointed straight at Michael, asking him to leave if he didn't want to die right here and now. Immediately after which Louis stood up and started to leave, which shocked everyone around. They could not understand what the connection was. Michael turned around and told Miller that greed had destroyed him, becoming greater than reason, which had led to everything that was happening here. As soon as Michael stopped speaking, Lewis addressed everyone and stated that revenge and his reprisal would be simply wonderful. In this situation, Miller still did not panic too much. He turned to Lewis and ordered his workers to take him. Miller's assistants rushed at Lewis with weapons and began to talk about how he had dug his own grave in such a world. However, all their attempts to attack Louis were useless, because using martial arts he instantly found himself behind his opponents. Immediately after which, of course, Lewis began to act. He was not going to wait at all, and began to take revenge on everyone who had previously offended him and Layla. Using only the fingers of his hand, he was able to tear off the arms and legs of Miller's assistant, and everyone else was horrified to see this. At that moment, Miller himself became tense. He and his assistants began to ponder the possibility that Lewis had somehow managed to regain his vitality. Louis starts to get aggressive again. He raises a huge tiger aura behind him and says that he will tear everyone apart. His face really does take on the shape of a tiger. His eyes become redder and his face becomes much angrier. All of Miller's warriors see this and start flying straight at him, but it doesn't help. He instantly passes through them all and ends up ahead of everyone. All those warriors who ran to attack Miller fell down without strength and could do nothing. Miller began to give the order to the latter to resolve the situation. The last main defender of Miller stood in Lewis's way and began to talk about the fact that he had a lucrative offer. At that moment, Miller's assistant reaches into his pocket and pulls out a bag of devil's dust and says that this is the very substance. Louis simply grabs the bag and dumps it straight down on the floor, and Miller's assistant takes that as consent. Immediately after this, Miller's assistant makes a leap and attacks Louis directly with a knife, preparing to attack him at such a moment. However, here too, failure awaited him, because Louis literally grabbed his opponent's blade with his bare hands in a second. Miller's assistant began to move his hand from side to side in order to pull out his sword, but it did not help. Immediately after this, with his other hand, Louis grabs Miller's assistant by the hand and opens it, saying that this is for everything they did to him. Miller himself notices and sees everything that is happening in Lewis's eerie aura, but he still cannot understand what is happening. At this moment, Miller begins to remember that same man in the robe who always behaved very politely with Lewis. While he was thinking about this, he didn't notice how Lewis had approached him and was standing right above him, getting ready to attack. Meanwhile, our hero got outside and began to think about who could be behind Miller. It was clearly impossible to find out from him. Immediately after this, our hero Michael puts on the same mask again and uses the movement technique, breaking away from the spot and rushing somewhere. Meanwhile, a huge fire is raging in the settlement itself, or rather, all the demon dust that was set on fire is burning. And it's not just burning for no reason. It was set on fire by our hero Michael, who directed all his efforts to getting rid of the demon dust in this settlement. Local residents, who have become dependent on these substances, look at the burning flames with horror and do not know what to do. Meanwhile, he is trying to get his thoughts together. He doesn't understand what to do because in this cult, everything around is mired in blood. Michael flew up and began to look at all the inhabitants, realizing that, according to the holy teachings of fire, he must burn them too. However, instead, Michael rises even higher into the sky and covers himself with an aura, and then appears before the inhabitants in the form of a god. Seeing God and his power in the face of Michael, people immediately began to bow and say that God is great and beautiful. They all immediately stopped putting out the fire and began to glorify the god, whom they gave the name of the Dark Sun, and forgot about their dependence. On the other side of this place, a crowd is moving towards our hero, and Lewis is leading it. All the poor people and their relatives are following him. Michael turns his attention to Louis and immediately notices that he is looking at him, nodding his head, a signal that it is over. Immediately after this, in the very place in the sky where our hero Michael was, some huge, bright, and beautiful explosion occurs. This explosion immediately disappears, but before leaving it manages to shower everyone with its rays, and a real sun appears from behind the mountain. The events of the story take us to the small palace, where Billy is. He complains about the rally outside the palace and does not understand where Michael has disappeared to. At that moment, Michael appears nearby and says that if this irritates Billy so much, he can stay and live in the village. Seeing that Michael has appeared, Billy immediately tells him about the situation outside the window, and he heads there to see for himself. As soon as he opens the window, he is immediately confronted with a multitude of people poking their hands at him and shouting for him to quickly come outside. However, instead of listening to them, Michael uses the force to teleport back to the place at the table where he was sitting. At first, this greatly confuses Billy, but when he turns his attention to the crowd, he notices that they have all suddenly become silent. Immediately after this, a sharp boom is heard. The door to the house opens and some man appears in the passage. This man, of course, turns out to be old Lewis, who has gained enormous powers. He throws his bag on the floor and looks forward. Layla, who was in the room, immediately notices her father and starts walking towards him. It is hard for her to believe that her father has returned to his strength. At that moment, Layla begins to remove her hands and apologize. She cannot believe that this is her father and thinks that this is a stranger. Lewis turns to Layla and says that he himself did not believe it at first, and then adds that he promises that Layla will not be afraid anymore. The old man takes his daughter and begins to apologize to her for not being able to stand up earlier and help her as he should have. At that moment, Layla starts to cry loudly and asks over and over again if it is really her father and if it is a joke. Lewis hugs his daughter and says that from this day until the end of his life, he will protect Layla. Billy starts asking Michael what's going on, but Michael asks him to keep quiet, saying that it's a family reunion. This is exactly what is happening, because finally, after so much time and torment, Layla and her father have found freedom to live. From that point on, the events of the story move forward, and take us to the shopping district, to the Water Peak Market, where the library is located. Inside the library, as always, sits an old man sorting through books and filling them. He is tired because he has a lot of work lately. However, at that moment, our hero Michael, his assistant Billy, and Layla with her father enter the library. Together they go down to Old Man Lester, who immediately asks Michael to explain everything that is happening, adding that it is incomprehensible to him. Lester looks at the guests who arrived with Michael and notices that they are acting like they are at home. Michael turns to Lester and says that they were actually heading home, but since it started raining, they decided to come here for shelter. Lester says that it's wrong to come in here without permission and expect a warm welcome, but Michael adds that they were allowed in. At that moment, he introduces himself to Louis and adds that he has health problems and cannot stand up normally. Lester turns to Louis and says that it was he who asked Mail to find Louis because he knew about his strength. Louis asks if it means that Lester was watching him, even seeing and knowing that he was in trouble in that settlement. The advisor asks him to calm down and not get excited, adding that he had been watching him before, since he was a long-time resident of the village. Louis says to let Lester watch unless he dies of old age, and he says he won't because he has reasons to live. Michael and Layla look at all this with great surprise, not expecting such a debate between them. Michael addresses them both and tells them not to fight because they are in the same situation, and they stop. Our hero begins to speak to them and tell them that the new ideas he will bring to the cult will make the world a better place, and they will help him. After this, the guys really manage to unite. They all sit down at the table and begin to discuss the situation. The old man says that since that valley is finished, now we need to focus on all 7 palaces and resolve issues with them. Lester also says that there are only 4 months left until the Great Festival, which is extremely little time, and they have to choose what to do, one of 2 things. Immediately after this, Lester presents the first option, the most banal one, which is to increase his influence in the cult. And immediately after, he presents a second, more risky, dangerous, and complex option, namely, to weaken the influence of others. The assistant turns to Michael and asks why they are discussing all this. Because it is boring. He replies that it is necessary. Lester continues by saying that it appears as if all the palaces are cooperating, but in reality, they are set against each other. Louis adds that if our guys start to gain influence, the others will be unhappy, and Lester confirms this. The advisor also explains that during the Great Festival, battles for the leadership position will begin, as this issue will definitely come up. He adds that the fact that Michael returned from training changed everything, and now their plans may change. Lester continues by saying that the first people who will certainly appear will be those who will try to kill Michael in order to resolve the issue quickly and easily. The old man interrupts Lester, saying that as long as he is alive, no one will lay a finger on Michael. Lester says that he would like to believe that. However, Lester adds that Louis alone cannot stand against all of Michael's enemies, so it is worth acting more wisely. Billy protests, saying that Lester is thus suggesting that Michael fight against everyone alone. At that moment, Billy turns around and asks if he can ask one important question. Michael asks what question he is talking about. Billy abruptly suggests that Michael return to the very same corridor of 10,000 demons where he studied martial arts. He begins to tell that among the contenders for the role of head, there is the head of the Palace of Bloody Arts, who is very strong, and also 2 more strong candidates, the head of the Palace of Destruction and one of the elders. Louis says that everything is correct, and adds that they are all top masters and very strong competitors, and what is pleasing is that they do not want to give in to each other. The old man also says that it is really only a matter of time before the chains between the palaces collapse and a great conflict begins. Louis then adds that once that moment arrives, Makla will have the opportunity to rise to the position of head quietly in the midst of all the chaos. Lester says this is a very true thought, and he also came to it when he was studying documents in the library. However, Louis says that all these strategies and so on are of no use to them, because Michael can simply occupy the Palace of the Sun and solve the problem with that. Lester says that this scheme has not worked for a year now, because then 4 palaces will go against them at once, wanting to take their place. Immediately after which Lester declares that in this case the chance of their victory will be only 20%, taking into account the support of the Palace of the Sun. Billy starts shouting and saying that it's not 20%, but only 2%, because the Palace of the Sun has weakened greatly. Louis turns to Billy and asks if they have really become that weak, and he says that they have. Billy also shouts that no one would think of helping them because of such a small chance of winning. Michael does not like the noise of his assistant. The advisor says that there is truth in this because Although the power of the masters grew, there was no one who could wisely distribute this power. Our hero just sits and listens to this, analyzing it in his head and realizing that most likely a huge storm is coming. All the guys around are silent for a while, because they need to think everything through and come up with the right strategy for victory. Billy suggests simply sitting quietly and waiting for the chief to return, saying their chances of victory are slim, and any mistake means death. Layla intervenes in the conversation and begins to talk about how she spent the last part of her life in complete darkness in that settlement. And then she sweetly begins to talk about how, since everything has already happened, it is better to face the problem face to face. Layla immediately apologizes for possibly speaking out of turn, but Michael supports her, saying that this is true. Michael recalls the words of his teacher, who said that if you don't solve a problem today, it will remain the same tomorrow. At that moment, Michael grabs a pointer stick, points it upwards, and says that we need to start with this person. As it turns out, Michael points his wand at the head of the shopping district, namely John's father, named Stark. From that moment on, 2 days pass. The events of the story move forward and take us to the small palace of the sun. Our hero Michael is sitting somewhere and doing his classical meditations, gaining momentum of energy around him. Michael is well aware that huge changes are coming and he needs to be very smart and strong now, and train hard. Michael also understands that he ideally needs to reach 9 stars in this art, because only then will he be able to stand up to the strongest. Michael begins to walk away and thinks that once he reaches the 9-star phase, he will become a heavenly demon. Our hero Michael goes out into the garden of the small palace, and while walking through it, he notices Layla in front of him, who is also walking. Michael looks at the flowers that were recently planted and turns to Layla and asks what they are. Layla, in turn, seeing Michael, begins to apologize and say that initially in the settlement she did not understand Michael's motives. Michael asks her to forget about all of this and realizes that Louis apparently explained everything to his daughter, telling her how it all happened. He turns to Layli and says that now she can live the way she wants, because that is how everyone lives in this palace. In response, she begins to thank Michael profusely, saying that it is an honor for her to hear such words addressed to her. Michael asks Layla to leave her thanks, and in his head he understands that she is a good woman, worthy of her father. At that moment, our hero begins to hear someone's harsh words and requests, which call him to meet with 2 palaces. On one of the cult streets, a clash occurs between 2 palaces, namely the Children of the Heads, John from the Trading Palace, and Nami from the Pleasure Palace. John threatens them and says that they are simple slaves and must earn their recognition and his love. However, the young head of the Pleasure Palace, Nami, does not agree with John at all, and in response also ridicules him. John calls him a common, rude, and dirty woman, but Nami replies that John most likely means himself. However, at that moment the gate suddenly opens from which Billy comes out, along with Louis, who immediately look at John and Nami. Immediately after this, our hero Michael appears along with his assistants, who asks Nami and John what they are doing. Michael speaks to them in a very condescending, abrupt, and forceful manner, telling them that they are behaving very rudely. Billy says that they are just idiots and don't even realize that now is the time to welcome the future leader of the cult. Immediately after Billy's words, John and all his people begin to bow and say that they are glad to see Michael and his greatness. The girls in Nami's group do the same, but she herself doesn't pay much respect to our hero. Seeing how easily John succumbed to Billy's words, Nami began to hurt him even more and call him spineless and weak. Billy turns to Nami and asks her what she needs here near the small palace, but she says that she does not need to talk to the assistant. She begins to turn to Michael and ask him how he is feeling, adding that they haven't seen each other for a very long time. At that moment, Michael turns away and begins to leave, and orders his assistant to escort the others inside. Nami enters the young palace and immediately begins to talk about how she expected this from the young leader Michael. She immediately says that the Pleasure Palace is much better than the Trading Palace, but Michael just sits and listens to her. Our hero says abruptly and rudely that it's not hot here at all, and asks Nami not to wave her skirt, but to say what she needs and leave. She starts walking towards Michael and saying that the letters received in their palace are very beautiful, and adds that Michael is also very handsome. However, she can't walk towards Michael for long. Louis stops Nami and tells her to stay put. She asks Michael if Louis is his new servant, but he asks if Louis looks like the type of person who would be a servant. She also says that if Michael needs young, slender girls as servants, she will help him with this very quickly. Looking at her, Michael understands that she has forgotten about her true tasks, and an enormous sense of pride prevents her from returning to them. Our hero signals Louis to let her through, and Nami immediately heads straight for Michael. Nami reaches out with her hands to hug Michael next to her, But in response, he only intercepts her hand and begins to pull. Our hero asks how much longer he has to endure this. But Nami replies that if Michael comes to their palace, then he won't have to endure it. Michael says that if Nami is serious now, it would be easier for him to just kill her right here. This greatly shocks her. Nami walks away and says that Michael is nasty and is too confident that he can kill her. Then she turns to Michael and says that she is still not engaged to her partner, so he should be softer with her. Immediately after, Nami again begins asking Michael to visit their palace, but he only asks why he should do this. At the moment, she says that the way of life that can be felt there is completely in line with what a leader needs. All these lines and words of Nami really irritate Louis. He sends a signal to Michael, asking if he can kill her. Using energy, Michael replies that there is no point in killing, but it would not hurt to teach her the manner. Louis turns to Nami and starts talking about how she is a terrible representative of her palace, and the conversation is useless, which surprises her. She turns to Louis in shock and starts asking him if he doesn't know who she is and what status she has. Louis says he thought she was an emissary from the Pleasure Palace, but in reality she just came to sell her body. She begins to turn to Louis and ask what she should do in the event of such total disrespect towards her on the part of Michael's assistants. Louis begins to say that Nami violated 2 points at once, touching Michael without permission, and getting too close, threatening his safety. At that moment, Nami starts to get angry. She takes out her weapon and starts threatening, saying that she is already tired of all this. Immediately after which Nami breaks away and attacks Louis directly in order to attack him and cause damage. Michael is watching all of this closely and understands that his palace has a very poor reputation if this is happening here. Of course, Nami's weak attack doesn't frighten Louis at all. He turns to Michael and asks through energy what he should do. Michael understands that it is too early to raise issues, and there is no point in personal clashes, so he asks not to kill Nami. Meanwhile, Nami attacks Louis, but everything is even. Because her attack did not even reach him, he blocked the blow with his weapon with his energy. However, the sounds of the blows carried quite loudly, right into the corridor where Billy stood, surprised, not understanding anything. However, he understood perfectly well that he himself was in a bad position, because he was surrounded by different girls who were clearly not kind. Billy tried to somehow establish communication with him and ask him to leave, but it was all in vain, because they clearly were not going to leave without Nami. Billy switched to methods more understandable to them and took out a weapon, but even this did not help him against them. Meanwhile, John stood with a calculator in his hands, calculating all the chances, realizing that Michael's death was also beneficial to him now. Meanwhile, without even using his physical strength but only energy blasts, Louis tore Nami off her feet and threw her to the floor, breaking her weapon. Nami started saying that she was sure that she had struck, but there wasn't even a scratch on Louis, which amazed her. Our hero Michael understands perfectly well what happened, and what kind of martial art Louis used against her using energy. At that moment, Michael stands up and asks Nami if this is all their pleasure palace can do. Michael says that he didn't expect them to send some Nami who can't even wield a sword. He's disappointed. Nami wants to say something in response to Michael, but he just suddenly comes up to her and grabs her by the chin, stopping all words. Michael begins to ask himself what he should do with her, and she also cannot understand what they want to do with her. Charging his eyes with energy, Michael turned to her with a question about whether he should hang her head in the pleasure palace. Our hero threw Nami right on the floor and began asking if he should punish her right there. He starts to walk away and say that he is not going to waste his time on people like her. Immediately after, raising a wild aura behind him, he turns to her and asks her to call the next one into the room to talk to him. At this moment, Nami is in complete shock. It's hard for her to believe everything that's happening, because just recently everything was normal. She says that Michael will regret treating her this way, but he doesn't understand that she will put him against her with her skills. And she begins to get to her feet, and immediately after she stood up, Michael turned to her and ordered her to get out of the palace. After which, everything happens exactly like that. And overall, this pleases Michael, because he doesn't want to see Nami in the palace now. At this point, Louis asks Michael who he really is, but Michael doesn't give a clear answer even to his assistant. At that moment, Louis kneels down and begins to bow. Michael immediately asks him to stand up, and Louis apologizes for any offense he might have caused. Addressing Louis, Michael says that everything is fine but asks him not to do it again. Louis agrees, of course. Louis tells Michael that the head of the pleasure palace is actually a rather hot-tempered person who is unlikely to leave this situation. With his aura of power rising, Louis approaches Michael and offers to get rid of Nami if she is bothering the young master. Louis says it's best to resolve things quickly, adding that if they leave her alive, it will only be a matter of time. Michael is, of course, surprised by such proposals from Louis, but he remembers that he is, after all, part of this demon cult. Michael turns to Louis and orders him never to kill anyone until he gives the order to do so. Louis agrees, of course. Addressing Louis, Michael says that, judging by his information, the mistress of the Pleasure Palace values her family very much, and this must be taken into account. Meanwhile, Nami leaves Michael's office and walks down the corridor all torn and wounded, which terribly surprises her subordinates. All her female subordinates began to gather around her and pity her, saying that they could help her in everything. Billy is also very surprised to see this. He does not know what Michael did there with Nami, but he cannot say that it upsets him. Looking at John, who is about to go to Michael next, Billy thinks that he will be killed there in the office. However, while Billy was thinking about everything, the office door opened and Michael began to come out along with his assistant Louis. Michael comes straight up to John and says that now he would like to go straight to the trading palace and see everything for himself. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Sun, the events of the story take us to Lilo, who is very angry about something and curses everything around her. Lilo's assistant begins to ask why she was called and to say that Lilo really wants to discuss her meeting with Michael. And she again starts talking about her imminent wedding with Michael, but she only screams in response and says that it is impossible. Lilo screams that she will not do anything like that and that she does not need Michael, but the assistant asks her to be quieter, saying that the owner might hear. At that moment, the door opens and the owner of the Sun Palace, Ronnie, appears in the room, gets angry, and asks who was screaming. Immediately after which the events of the story take us to some kind of battle hall, where Lilo stands opposite Ronnie. Ronnie turns to Lilo and tells her to take out her sword. She does so, shouting that she is a very brave woman. Lilo screams again that she will not marry Michael, but Ronnie screams back that simple emotions should not ruin such an important event. She begins to remind Ronnie of his own words, that if someone gives in to weakness during training, they will never win in battle. Ronnie starts yelling at Lilo, saying that he'll watch her talk about it after she loses. Immediately after that, in a moment, Lilo flies right next to Ronnie and cuts his jacket in an instant. She starts screaming again with tears in her eyes that she will not do this under any circumstances because she is disgusted even to think about it. However, Ronnie is so surprised that Lilo managed to injure him that he thinks about her training instead of her words. Ronnie asks if the squad leader is here now, and he instantly appears next to him. He turns and tells the commander that Lilo is his important and only daughter, after which he asks to bring him the young leader. With his arm injured standing in the hall, Ronnie looks up and thinks that this is all he can do for Lilo now. Meanwhile, our hero is riding somewhere on a horse, thinking about its rare breed, because it is clearly not easy to get one. Michael stops for a moment and suggests taking a rest, but John says that they are almost there and there is no need to take a rest. At this point, Michael turns to John and begins asking various questions, including whether he is the heir to the palace. John says that this is a perfectly fine choice in his own right, but there is a problem, and it lies with his older brother. Michael immediately finds various strange moments. Before, John did not respect him at all, and now he was given one of the best horses that was available. Our hero turns to John and asks if he can kill him in such a case, but John asks not to talk about such things so suddenly. And he starts to raise a terrible aura of energy and talk about how he's bored and John's death would amuse him now. For a while, John takes it all as a joke from Michael, but at that moment he notices that Billy has grabbed him and is holding him back. John realizes that he is in a pretty dire situation. He turns to everyone and asks if they will just stand and watch this. Meanwhile, Michael continues to carry out his plan. He takes out a knife and starts poking it at John, saying that he will cut him very soon. John starts screaming in fear, and Michael asks him to stop, saying that he hasn't done anything yet, but he's already started screaming like a wild man. At that moment, a man appears among the crowd. He turns to Michael and asks him to stop doing all this now. Michael turns to him and asks who he is, and he replies that his name is Silvers and that he represents one of the forbidden squads of the trading palace. Michael decides to check whether this Silvers is telling the truth and asks various leading questions, to which he receives decent answers. Silvers also promises Michael complete safety at the end, who thanks him but calls it hypocrisy, saying it is profitable for trade. He disagrees with Michael's words and says that this is not true at all, and again promises Michael complete safety on the way. Raising his powerful aura, Michael turned to Silvers and told him to never try to deceive him again. These words made Silvers himself tense up greatly, and turning to Michael, he began to say that he understood everything and would not do it again. Michael turns his head at that moment and, turning to Silvers, says that he will take his word for it. The events of the story move forward. Michael sits on his horse in shock. Looking forward, Silvers asks how he likes their palace. Michael says he didn't think there would be a sea in such a place, but Silvers corrects him, saying it's a heavenly river. Layla also says that it is very beautiful here, and Lewis states that the trading palace has not changed at all over time. Silvers turns to Lewis and says that they most likely knew each other and asks him to give his nickname. He introduces himself as Bloody. Michael overhears this dialogue from ahead, noting that the nickname Bloody Lewis is very suitable for one of his assistants because it sounds respectable. Meanwhile, the horses are getting closer and closer to the palace, and the boys report that the young master has arrived at the place. In that moment, Billy is shocked. He looks forward and notices some guy with long white hair, which surprises him greatly. The events of the story show us the head of the trading palace, namely Father John, who addresses a guy with white hair. A boy named Rox, the youngest son of the Palace of Bloody Arts, asks John's father if he has forgotten what he promised Rox's father. Rox says that he heard about the incident at the restaurant and would like to meet with the participants in order to hush it up. Rox also asks Father John about Michael's actions, saying that his visits to various palaces are too incomprehensible for them. John's father realizes that the situation is too tense and unfriendly and says that Michael is simply stupid. Rox turns around and starts to leave, saying that he will go look for Michael, but John's father states that there is no need for that. However, in response to this, Rox raises his sword slightly, and even this is enough to send back a powerful charge of energy. Rox directed his entire charge of energy straight at a nearby sprout, cutting off a small part of its foliage, which surprised Father John. To ease the tension, Rox stopped and began to explain that the leaves had rotted and could have destroyed the entire flower. Rox also says that as an apology for his rudeness, he will relieve the trading palace of some unpleasant problems. John's father just silently watches him go, realizing that Rox has almost already reached the stage of the highest demon realm and is very strong. He leaves the trading palace. His assistant begins to ask various questions, but he says that he will refrain from answering them. She responds by saying that she will do everything as he wishes, since she is the head of one of the protection squads in the cult. Immediately after which, Rox suddenly stops and extends his hand forward. Immediately after which, some white eagle lands on it, and he begins to look straight into the bird's eyes, as if waiting for a human word from it. But at that moment, something attracts his attention. This something becomes the appearance of Billy and Michael. Billy stands in shock and looks straight at Rox, and Michael does not understand anything at all. Michael remembers Billy's stories and realizes that Rox is his older brother, but Michael is more interested in which side Rox is on. In response, he just passes right by Billy and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time but doesn't even turn his head. Michael stands right in front of Rox on his way and asks what business he might have in this palace. Rox asks Michael the reasons why he shouldn't be here and asks Michael himself why he is here. Michael responds by saying that he is in the same situation and has no particular reason for being here. Rox goes further, saying that if they don't intend to discuss the reasons, then he'll probably go, and Michael just smiles. However, before leaving, Rox stops, but turning his head, he turns to Billy and asks if he is still as pathetic as before. In response, Billy just remains silent. He has nothing special to say, and Michael, looking at Billy, understands that the situation is not the best for him. The events of the story take us to Layla. She took out the manuscripts and began to read information about Rox, who he is and what he is famous for. Layla also says that the palace to which Rox belongs has the greatest power among all the 7 palaces. Michael turns to Billy and asks if he is hungry. He replies that this is a rather strange question right now. Billy stands up and says that he is indeed the eldest son in the Palace of Blood. But since he is an illegitimate son, he did not receive anything special from his father. Then he says that when he started hanging around with the past Michael, his family completely abandoned him, and Michael was shocked. After which, Billy begins to urge Michael to think 3 times about whether they should go to the Palace of Bloody Martial Arts later. However, Michael is thinking about something else. He understands that if the Palace of Bloody Martial Arts has such pressure on the trade, then it means they are on the same page. Michael orders his assistants to check all the information and communications between the palaces. Billy is happy to rest today and work tomorrow. However, Michael interrupts his joy, saying that there is no rest now, only work and attempts to find a connection between the palaces. Immediately after this, Michael proceeds to study the known information about the head of the trading palace in order to understand who he is and how to act with him. Michael realizes that he will also need to visit the Pleasure Palace, because they need provisions for the journey to the other palaces. Michael is also thinking about how to quickly increase his influence, because the only power in his hands is the title of young cult leader. Michael is thinking about how it would be good to take the leader of the trading palace, Mozart, to his side. but it won't be that easy. The palace assistant comes to Michael and says that their leader has finished everything that is needed for the meeting and is ready to see him. Michael says that Silvers' face has changed a lot from what it was just recently, and this worries him. Silvers apologizes for the disrespect, and Michael realizes that he must have actually been using a mask made of human skin. However, Michael reminds that he asked Silvers never to deceive him, but he says that the situation has gotten out of control. In response, he raises his aura and tells Silvers not to think that he is joking with him at a time like this. Michael stands up and starts saying that if he is not respected here, then it would be best for him to leave, and the meeting would be in vain. Silvers begins to apologize to Michael again and say that now he is in his true form and they can be trusted. However, apparently, this answer from Silvers did not really satisfy our hero, because in response, he stated that he was going home, which surprised everyone. In response, he began to bow and apologize more and more, saying that he did not want to do this because he understood that the blame would be on him. Michael starts to leave, saying that he has already been lied to twice, and asks to tell Mozart that there will never be any meetings with him. Silvers turns around and kneels, asking Michael what he needs to do to earn his trust. Michael turns to Silvers, gives him a pen and a piece of paper, saying that now he should start writing down his oath here. Silvers doesn't really have a choice, which is why he starts doing what Michael tells him and carefully writes it down. He turns to Michael and asks if he will really ask him to sign a protection contract. But in response, Michael only smiles sarcastically. After which, in a rather gloomy atmosphere, Michael asks Mozart to write that he undertakes to destroy the palace of the little sun. With a look of great shock on his face, Silvers began to object and say that this was absurd and that acting in this way was far from the best idea. Michael turns to Silvers and asks why then the son of the trading palace made attempts to kill Mile. Immediately after this, Michael again turns to Silvers and says that he is a more dangerous person, but Silvers shouts that this is not so. Our hero turns around abruptly, starts walking away and saying that he shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. Silvers starts shouting that he will sign everything, and then asks Michael if this is enough to earn his forgiveness. Michael says that everything is correct and asks to add that if Silvers breaks this promise, then he can be considered a traitor to the cult. At that moment, he begins to write, as Michael said, and then our hero realizes that his plan has completely succeeded, and this makes him very happy. Immediately after signing the paper, Silvers and Michael went to the head of the palace, Michael walking along the way and looking at the corridors. Our hero Michael walks right inside, Mozart greets him and immediately asks him to be calm at their meeting because it is important. Mozart begins to smile quite sweetly and say that he is very happy about the meeting, which had been prepared for quite a long time. Immediately after this, Mozart points out to Michael the swords, coins, and book, saying that if he wants, he can have it all for himself. Michael begins to play the role of the kind one, saying that if he had known how generous the people here were, he would have come even earlier and visited them more often. After a couple of seconds, Michael suddenly moves straight to Mozart and begins to talk about how, apparently, he lives a very good life. Michael, looking into Mozart's eyes, says that it is probably hard for him to be sad, knowing that he has such a wonderful son like John. Our hero rudely says that after everything that happened, Mozart should be on his knees asking for forgiveness and not lock Michael in the guest room. Michael approaches Mozart and asks if he admits his guilt in conspiring against his homeland and leader, which shocks Mozart to the point of horror. Seeing such a reaction from Mozart, Michael turns to him and asks his question again, adding that he will not repeat it again. Mozart is simply in wild shock and rage. He cannot believe what is happening in the office and is afraid to say even a word. At this point, Mozart starts laughing loudly, pretending to take it all as a joke and saying that the young leader is wonderful. However, in response to all this, our hero suddenly gets up and puts his foot right on the papers on the table, saying that this would probably be better. Mozart looks at all this with wild shock and cannot believe his eyes. He did not expect anything like this. Immediately after which, our hero returns to his place and sits silently, and Mozart begins to walk nervously around the room. Michael sits and understands that he is doing everything right, because he already had experience communicating with such wealthy and evil people as Mozart. However, he also points out that Mozart is somehow very different from others, and this is strange. At this point, Michael turns sharply to Mozart and says that he hates to complicate things, which surprises Mozart. Our hero begins to complain a little about his life, about various problems, the disappearance of his father and all sorts of things. Mozart listens attentively. Addressing Mozart, Michael says that he is not interested in anything that interests them. He is simply going to sit in the place of the cult leader. Our hero looks straight into Mozart's eyes and asks him if he understood what he was talking about, which alarms Mozart. However, he also adds that after coming to this place, he was very disappointed with everything that was happening here and how he was not respected. Mozart begins to behave very nicely and welcomingly, saying that due to the huge amount of work, he really had behaved badly. Immediately after this, Mozart turns to Michael, saying that he has prepared a gift for him. This surprises Michael and he asks what the gift is. Mozart says that this is a very valuable gift that will definitely be appreciated and claps his hands. Immediately after his claps, Silvers appears in the room, holding a red chest in his hands, apparently with a gift. Mozart brings the chest right up to Michael and immediately opens it, revealing that what's inside is daggers. He begins to smile slyly in response to the demonstration and asks Michael if he has heard of the 5 famous weapons. Michael suddenly realizes what is happening and is shocked to realize that it is indeed one of the 5 divine weapons. Mozart turns to Michael and says that everything is correct, and it is these daggers that he has prepared for Michael as a gift today. Mozart smiles slyly and says that they are very difficult to obtain, but today he is going to give them to Michael only as a gift. Without finishing speaking, looking Michael in the face, Mozart also promises to send tons of gold bars to the small palace every month. He also says that he promises to build Michael a palace that will be more than a palace of trade, but forgive something in return. In exchange, he asks for a deal, as a result of which he will help our hero ascend to his place as head of the cult. In a rather gloomy atmosphere, our hero Michael turns to Mozart and asks if he understood correctly that he is being asked to become the head of the cult. Mozart says very happily that everything is correct, because he believes that only Michael should occupy such a cool and important position. However, despite all this, our hero Michael only once again suspects that Mozart has very impure intentions towards him. Michael starts playing along and saying that it's just wonderful, and Mozart supports him, saying that he expected such a reaction. Michael then turns to Mozart and says that he supports the leader of the Palace of Bloody Arts, and this is very strange. Mozart starts to walk away and say that Michael asked a very interesting question. He begins to say that he finds it all strange, especially the appearance of Michael's new assistants and his absence from the palace. He begins to talk about his suspicions towards Michael, but he understands that he really did go to the settlement with good intentions. At that moment, the old man suddenly turns around on the spot, raises his energy, and says that it is difficult for him to believe Michael's words. Michael, meanwhile, doesn't move. He just sits and analyzes the situation, realizing that Mozart has a large reserve of energy. Mozart turns to Michael and says that they should decide who will be the owner of the boat on which they will sail. He begins to understand the essence of the matter, because many different palaces unite with each other in order to become stronger. Our hero also understands that his trip to the pleasure palace must definitely take place in order to understand which side they are on. Michael replies that their future will depend on this boat, but in his head he understands that the leader of the trading palace still cannot trust him. At the same time, Mozart really does constantly look away and sweats profusely, because the whole conversation is very stressful for him. Mozart turns to Michael and says that this time he will believe him, but to be completely sure he will need to meet someone. Michael stands up. He asks Mozart not to rush, and also says that since he put so much effort into the gift to him, he will accept it. As he leaves, our hero turns to Mozart and tells him that he gives him about a month to resolve all issues. Immediately after this, Michael leaves, saying that it is time for him to go, because he still has a lot of business with the mistress of the pleasure palace. Mozart starts yelling at Michael and saying that it would be better for him to rest in the trading palace today and only then leave. Michael says he's considering the offer, thanks him for it, and says Mozart should go do his own thing. Immediately after this, Michael leaves the room and slams the door, and Mozart stands there for some time, very angry and shocked. Immediately after Michael leaves, Mozart begins to complain to his assistant Silvers that Michael demands too much from him. Silvers asks Mozart to be calm, but he slams the table and says that he can't calm down because this whole situation is just awful. His assistant tells Mozart that Michael's entire plan could have been devised not by him, but by the elders, and this shocked Mozart. He tells Mozart that they should also not forget about rocks, because if he becomes the leader of the cult, it will also be beneficial. It also reports that, apparently, the masters of the pleasure palace and martial arts can combine their forces. Also, according to Silver's theory, Michael will work together with the Elders Association, as he thinks based on his recent actions. Mozart says there is some truth in these words, and Silvers adds that Michael is just a puppet in this whole game. He also says that before arriving at the trading palace, something happened between Nami and Michael, according to his information. Silver says he doesn't know the exact details, but according to his information, she flew out of his room with her clothes torn. He says that knowing Michael one can be sure that something indecent happened. This greatly shocks old Mozart. However, this pleases Mozart, because he understands that the mistress of the pleasure palace will not leave it so easily, and this makes him happy. Old man Mozart begins to think about whether he should save Malka if he begs on his knees, or leave him to certain death. Silver says that, in his opinion, Michael should be saved at the right time, and then returned to another time when he is already useful as material. He tells Mozart that this is the best thing to do, because he understands that if the Palace of the Sun falls, he will become a traitor. Immediately after, Mozart gives the order to begin their plan of action, after which he gives instructions to send gold bars to the Palace of the Sun. Meanwhile, our hero mysteriously walks through the palace and understands that if Mozart sees a mountain of gold, he will fall in shock and give up. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the trading palace, one of the workers tells another a wonderful story that happened to him today. He said that when he was walking to work this morning, he saw a huge army of hundreds of different soldiers on one of the mountains. The workers don't believe him, but the guy fills them in that it's true, because he saw one of the ministers of war there who blocked the road. The other workers don't believe it and say they don't want to listen to these tales. And our hero's assistants overhear this entire conversation. Billy doesn't pay any attention to it, but Layla says that what's happening in the Moon Tribe really does seem strange. Billy starts saying that all this is nonsense, and adding that the Moon Tribe is not at all interested in fighting the cult, and this is nonsense. However, Layla hears someone groan and is distracted, noticing a man lying on the floor and hiccuping. She asks him if he's okay, and he yells at her to ask if he looks okay. Layla's father, Louis, appears behind her and says that there is no need to pay attention to people like this man. At that moment, the man starts yelling menacingly at Louis and asking him to shut up, saying that this was all done by the people from the Moon Tribe. Billy asks the man to choose his words carefully, saying that if he continues like this, he might not even notice when he loses his head. The old man complains that the Palace of Bloody Arts is to blame for its weakness, as previously the Moon Tribe was afraid to even raise its head. The old man begins to complain to our hero's assistants that he was stabbed with a knife for simply looking at them. Billy yells back at him and says that he doesn't believe it, because there is simply no logic in such actions. However, the old man decides not to argue with Billy any further. He gets up and starts to leave. Billy asks him where he is going. He shouts that if the Palace of Blood can't do anything, then he will go and do everything himself because he doesn't care about death. His honor is above it. Louis, Billy, and Layla just stand there and silently watch him go, because they don't even know what to say to that. At that moment, our hero Michael appears from the side, says that he is already tired of looking for them, and greets everyone. Michael suggests discussing everything at the restaurant table, where the events of our story move on, right at their dinner. The assistant says that he still doesn't believe all these stories about the Moon Tribe, and asks Michael if there is any evidence. Layla asks Billy for proof in that case too. He says that they simply wouldn't do it, and that's it. Billy starts to stand up and bang on the table, saying that this is just crazy, but Layla says that everyone is already talking about it. However, at that moment, Louis intervenes between them, asking them both to shut up and behave adequately here. They decide among themselves that they really should calm down, and our hero Michael watches all of this, realizing that it won't be easy with them. Because of the argument his assistant started, everyone around noticed that Michael himself was in the cafe and began to pay attention to it. Michael really doesn't like any extra attention to his person, so he asked everyone to sit down and stop it. However, even in a calmer form, the dispute between Billy and Layla does not stop. They still cannot understand who is right. Billy is hesitant, but says that there is a mother from the Moon Tribe, so he knows better how things are there and what is happening than the others. Billy asks to understand him correctly, because he is not praising the tribe, but only saying that this idea is crazy. But Michael does not understand him. Meanwhile, Michael, analyzing the whole situation, understands that Mozart does not want to fight with them, but wants Michael to fight with the Palace of Blood. Michael tries to make a connection between this and the Moon Tribe, realizing that the tribe may be collecting prisoners on orders from the Blood Palace. Our hero understands that in this case they need to save the prisoners, because even though they are not involved in everything, they are living people. Having come to these conclusions, Michael suddenly stands up, slams the table and says that it is time for them to leave, after which this happens. Even though Michael leaves, the entire restaurant is still filled with an atmosphere of utter horror after listening to Michael's conversations. However, from that moment on, the events of history move on and take us to the next sunny day. It begins with Billy entering Michael's room, but to his surprise, Michael himself is not there. Billy never likes it when Michael disappears somewhere and doesn't say anything, because then he has to search for him forever. However, while Billy was angry at everything that was happening and scratching his ear, some note lying nearby on the table caught his attention. He began to read it and did not understand that Michael had really decided to go somewhere alone and left them only a message. Layla appeared from behind and asked if Michael was awake, but Billy only replied that he had believed in nothing in Michael's change because he remained the same psycho. Instead of answering Layla's question, Billy simply silently handed the piece of paper into her hands and told her to read it herself. Layla reads a letter in which Michael said that he realized something important and that he urgently needs to go into this long night. However, in addition to the fact that Michael left a very strange message, Layla and Lewis noticed that it was written in a very delightful way. Billy began to interrupt their joy and say that now was clearly not the time to admire all this, because Michael was missing. Lewis picked up the letter and also began to read it, after which he declared that they clearly didn't need to worry about Michael right now. Billy begins to scold old Louis, calling him irresponsible, adding that it is absolutely impossible to say that about their master. However, Louis points out to Belia the last lines in which Michael gave them the order to go to the small palace and is there. The dialogue between Lewis and Billy is interrupted by the letter starting to burn right in the hands of old Lewis, shocking Billy. At this point, Billy realizes that Lewis must have used magic and energy on the letter, meaning he has fully recovered. Meanwhile, Louis rudely addresses Billy and asks him if he's going to leave already, or if he will continue to stand there as a monument. Billy bows to Lewis, calling him the leader of the squad, which shocks Layla, and then follows right behind Lewis. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our hero Michael, who arrived somewhere wearing a mask and using his power. Michael looks at the mountains behind him and says that someone could actually die while making their way through them to the cult. Michael looks at some sea and says that, according to his information, the Moon Tribe is located right here, but for some reason he doesn't see it. Michael decides to track down this place with the tribe, so using the speed technique he moves forward to the northwest. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the distant plains, namely to one of the settlements of the Moon Tribe, which is located there now. A delegation of some kind arrived to this tribe, apparently under the leadership of Rox and his assistants. The local guards stop Rox and his men, saying that there is nothing for non-tribesmen to do at such a time. However, in response to this, Rox's assistant takes out her weapon. She points it upwards and says that they should be let through quickly. The local security guards start to get really angry. They grab their weapons and shout back, saying that these people are completely out of their minds. Rox's assistant, looking wild, turns to the guards and says that if they want to live, they'd better put down their weapons and cover their necks with their hands. However, in response, the tribe's guards only attack Rox's people, but the assistant quickly notices this and begins to attack first. At that moment, a huge guard appears right behind Rox and strikes him with an axe, but the blow is immediately stopped. Immediately after which, Rox's assistant flew right next to her at great speed and cut the enemy's body into pieces. Everyone else stood and watched in shock as one girl from the squad was able to get rid of several male guards with just a couple of swings. Immediately after this, one of Rox's opponents gave the order to immediately get out the bows, but Rox's assistant only called such an action stupid. However, literally within a few seconds, the entire guard of the hut stood with bows aimed directly at Rox's squad. Rox's squad, in turn, did not act at all. They simply stood and watched what was happening, waiting for further instructions. The girl named Taya, Rox's assistant, returned to her place. Rox asked Taya to raise her head. Immediately after that, they headed straight to that very hut, the way to which had previously been closed, but now they could go there freely. Upon entering the hut, they were immediately met inside by the leader of the Moon Tribe, named George, who was sitting on the throne and examining his bow. Rox turned to George and said that he was glad to see him in full health because this was very pleasing. Jord was in fact the head of several tribes at once. George stands up and addresses Rox, saying that he now has the title of Grandmaster, and asks Rox if that title was right for him. In response, Rox says that to him it sounds like George has decided to take over Khan's position in the plains. George began to smile and draw his bow, and then said that now nothing was impossible for him in this world. At that moment, Rox asked George not to make a fuss and told him about the trading palace, but he replied that it would be better not to know about it. In response to Rox's stories, George remained silent, and then, looking into Rox's eyes, asked him if he knew how to use a bow. George began to talk about what he had heard about a man who had managed to create a bow from ivory that was very accurate. Immediately after this, George began to show off his bow again and say that, as a man with Khan's blood, this bow suited him very well. At that moment, George turned to Rox again and asked what the difference was between him and those who were able to continue their lineage. However, George apparently wasn't going to get an answer because he immediately told Rox to go to his father. However, it seems Rox had completely different plans for all of this, because in response he only began to use his energy directly on the enemy. Rox broke the string on George's bow and then began to say that if someone is not capable of taking possession of something, then they should know it and then retreat. Rox turned to George again and said that if he wanted, he could become Khan. But he would need to remember that the Palace of the Sun would know about it. He also stated that he would hand everything over to his father only when John released all the prisoners. And after that, Rox began to leave. Immediately after which, Rox says that he will of course apologize before leaving for the fact that they were rude today. By only slightly opening his sword, Rox managed to strike directly at his assistant Taya, causing her several wounds until she bled. In response to his blow, Rox turned around slightly and, turning to George, suggested ending today on a farewell and honest note. Apparently, these conditions suited George perfectly. He began to smile and simply silently watch as Rox walked away. Rox turned to his assistant and said that it was time for them to return. She responded kindly, although she hid the pain from her wounds. As George watched Rox walk away, he thought that Rox was really just a tiger cub that no one was any good for. Immediately after Rox left the hut, George turned to his assistants and called one of them over to him. George, raising a strong, powerful, and terrible aura behind him, declared that as soon as he became Khan, he would plunge this entire world into horror. Immediately after this, George turned to his assistants and declared that they were using the Emperor as a victim, and that now it was time to go to prison. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to Rox and his squad, who are standing on the edge of a cliff and watching the setting sun. Rox sat down on the cliff with his assistant and told her that he was going to return to the palace. She said that she would accompany him. In response, he ordered her to sit down, saying that she was still bleeding, but she declared that she was perfectly fine. However, Rox said that this was an order, after which the assistant sat down on the ground and began to stop the bleeding that was still flowing. Rox sat on the edge of the cliff, looking out at the sea and the sunset, thinking about what his family was doing and how far they could go with it. The detachment's assistants shouted that someone was approaching and suddenly began to draw their swords. Rox also turned around sharply and began to look forward. And the man who approached them was our hero Michael in his mask. Michael started talking about how he wanted to rest there before heading out, but Rox's guys started asking him to take off his mask. However, in response to requests from Rox's squad to reveal his identity, Michael only said that he was an ordinary traveler, and that was all. The guys were about to start chasing him away, but Rox himself gave the order to leave him alone. In response, our hero thanked Rox. Michael was surprised to see that Rox allowed his assistant to just sit and recover from his wounds after the fight. It was not their style. Michael began to turn to Rox with a smile and ask where he came from and where he was going. But Rox only remained silent in response. Michael immediately understands that Rox has no particular desire to communicate. But still, the question of whether he was in the Moon Tribe worries Michael greatly. Michael asked Rox if he liked the river nearby, and Rox's assistant told Michael to shut up. Michael responded by telling her that in her current state she would hardly be able to threaten him with anything, but she was serious in her intentions. However, immediately after these words, Michael stood up very abruptly and began heading straight towards Rox's assistant. Michael instantly began to point his hand straight towards Taya's weapon, which surprised her greatly at the moment. Michael grabbed Ty's arm sharply, and a second later the 10 sword was around his neck, blocking any escape route for him. Rox turned to Michael, reminding him of his words about him being just a wanderer, and then asked him what he had decided to do in this way. Michael, addressing Rox, says that he has quite fast and efficient subordinates, and also adds that Taya has very deep wounds. Michael then tells Taya how terrible her wounds are, adding that even a doctor can't help now, which leaves her in shock. Ty was still arguing, trying to prove that she was perfectly fine, but she knew she wasn't, and Rox turned to Michael and asked what he needed. Michael responded by saying that he needed clean water, a cicada stem, and a needle in order to stitch up Taya's wound right there and prevent her from dying. Michael squeezed Taya's hand with a smile and said that now he would be able to quickly begin treatment and resolve all issues if necessary. Some time passes from that moment. Our guys are sitting on the edge of the cliff. Michael is right next to Rox. Rox turns to Michael and asks if he is by any chance from a cult, adding that only people from there behave so hypocritically. Right after that, Rox asks Michael what the distant plains are like, which actually surprises Michael. Michael looks at Rox with a little shock and can't understand why he asked such a question, because most likely he was in these plains. Sitting right at sunset, Michael began to tell Rox one of the paths, telling him where to go to get to those very plains. He talks about the lands in those places, describing the masters from the Federation and how kind, friendly, and accommodating they are. For a while, Michael even falls into the image of his past body when he begins to describe the delights of the Federation and the world. He also describes the Central Plains as a wonderful place where everyone communicates with each other and tells all sorts of funny stories. Michael also says that there are problems and troubles there, but for the most part there is peace and friendship around everyone. Finally falling back into his old radiant image, Michael adds at the end that this is exactly what he heard about these places. In response to this, Rock says that this is wonderful, but he is interested in what ideology the people in those places live by and what they believe in. Michael suggests that Rox should check everything out for himself and just go there to see everything, but Rox is only surprised by this. Our hero tells Rox that even if it is impossible, it is quite possible to find common forces to make it possible, which surprises Rox. He remembers the revolution in the Federation that brought peace to the lands of the Plain and realizes that the same can be done in the demon cult. Michael looks straight into Rox's face, who in turn looks out to sea, and Michael wonders if Rox can change. Rox tells Michael that if he needs anything, he can contact him. Rox calls the conversation absurd, but interesting. Michael stands up, starts walking away, and says that one day Rox will actually be able to try to fulfill his wish. Rox responds by saying that Michael is no less absurd, and then asks him to find out the name of our hero and character. However, in response, Michael only replies that he will do it another time, immediately after which he adds that it is time for him to go. Michael begins to leave, realizing that their next meeting will only be over a bottle of wine, or with a weapon in hand, and this will be important. Since Michael left in full pathos without finishing the dialogue, he now realized that he had not even asked for directions and did not know where he was going. However, he is greatly saved by the tracks and flags left by the people from the Moon Tribe. Only thanks to them does Michael not get lost. To our hero's great joy, the desert ends and he spots the meadow, realizing that he is finally on the right path. Walking back to the small palace through the meadows, our hero notices some people and a large tent in the forest, which surprises him greatly. Michael immediately realizes that these are most likely people from the Moon Tribe, but he is more interested in who is inside the guarded tent. Michael says that this is quite strange because it is not clear why the security is not inside if they want to protect someone. And at that moment, our hero comes to the realization that, most likely they can, on the contrary, keep someone inside from prying eyes. Meanwhile, the tent guards are standing there mocking a girl. She asks for mercy, but hears only ridicule in response. However, the guards in the ward ask her to shut her mouth, saying that their boss will arrive soon, so she will die anyway. Our hero Michael watches everything that is happening, but he cannot understand what they are saying at all, because he does not know their language. Michael continues to watch them and try to listen to every word in order to understand at least the basic meaning of what is happening. Meanwhile, the girl being bullied purses her lips and cries. She will finally say goodbye to life. However, at that moment, our hero Michael suddenly notices that the life energy of this girl suddenly left her body, which frightened him. Michael notices that she killed herself with a hairpin and understands the horror of what is happening here. However, in response to everything that is happening, the tent's security guards begin to simply wipe their feet right on it, which surprises Michael even more. Michael finally understands that everything that is happening here is some kind of complete horror, and he becomes very angry. Michael also notices several more exhausted corpses around him, at which point he gets up and starts walking straight towards the guards to meet him. Michael raises enormous energy around himself. Even lightning strikes his body. He asks people why they went so far. Meanwhile, the security guards are not particularly afraid of Michael. They don't really understand who he is, and they ask him about it. With an animalistic look, Michael turns to them and declares that at this point it doesn't matter at all. The guard responds that this is generally true, because after all, Michael will die right here and now. Immediately after which, in a moment, absolutely all of them break away from their places and rush at Michael with their attacks in order to destroy him. However, our hero Michael is very much against them. He raises his fist and begins to charge it with energy. Immediately after this, Michael delivered a direct and accurate blow straight at the enemy, which sent him flying into a nearby tree, where he began to burn along with the tree. The guards began to discuss their next plan of action among themselves, while Michael, using his energy, jumped upward. Michael's opponents began to attack him with bows, but this was of little help. Using his powers, Michael moved very quickly. Time after time, he attacked those who were close to him, and did not spare them at all after what he had seen today. Using very powerful and rather aggressive techniques, Michael killed security guards in front of his colleagues, causing them fear and shock. At that moment, all the guards huddled together in fear and began to stand watching Michael, who in turn began to raise his aura of power. With a malicious, even demonic face, Michael began to address them and say that today they would all meet their death no matter what happened. Immediately after this, Michael flew straight into the boys at great speed and began to strike them with his energy. And after just a few moments, almost everyone was dead. One of the survivors began to ask Michael to spare him, just like the girl had recently. However, with a terribly devilish face, Michael turned to him and told him to simply disappear from this world and never appear again. Immediately after this, Michael charged his palm with energy and launched it straight at his opponent, burning him alive with his power. Only after killing them all did Michael realize that he had lost control of himself and his emotions and had committed a massacre here, which was simply unacceptable. Michael understands that he urgently needs to train and improve his skill to 10 stars in order to finally fully control the demon inside. Immediately after this, Michael headed straight to this tent, and when he entered, he saw some man sitting in a large chair. The guy with the bandage sitting inside turned to Michael and asked him whether he had come to kill him or to save him. Michael says that he didn't have a goal to kill all the guards to find the child here. He shouts that it is very disrespectful. In response, Michael only begins to clean his ears and say that, apparently, he has only wasted his time talking here. However, out of the corner of his eye, Michael immediately noticed that after his words, this boy began to cry and get a little angry, but also afraid. Our hero addresses him respectfully and asks him to tell him everything the boy knows, especially about the Moon Tribe or other possible captives. In response to Michael's question, the boy begins to speak rather resentfully, saying that he will believe Michael, and then talks about some north. After which the boy begins to describe to Michael the road to the north through one of the rivers, which ultimately leads him to a certain prison there. Michael thanks him for the information and starts to leave, but the boy tries to stop him, saying that he never let him go in the first place. He says with dissatisfaction that he is not going to stay here to live, and if there is something else important, then it is time to tell it. The boy turns to Michael and says that if he really ended up here by accident, he could take him to the city of Beijing. Michael responds by saying that his path now lies north and says goodbye. But the guy starts asking to go with Michael. He turns to the boy and says that he is not in the best position to set a condition here. The guy responds by saying his name. Michael says that it doesn't give him anything at all, and then introduces himself as a black meteor. However, at that moment, Michael realizes that this guy has the last name of an emperor from one of the kingdoms in the Federation, which is surprising. The boy turns to Michael again, introducing himself as Robert, and says that Michael is right in his thinking, and that he is the emperor of the country. However, apparently our hero Michael takes this as a joke. He asks not to make fun of him and starts to leave, which surprises Robert. Robert turns to Michael and asks if he really didn't know that he was being held captive here. Michael says that it's true, and he really didn't know. Robert apparently decides to trust Michael and asks him to save him. This time he asks without grandeur, like an ordinary person. He starts crying again and says that even though Michael doesn't believe him, he still asks for salvation from this place. Holding back his emotions but keeping his head down, Robert says that no matter what happens, he absolutely must survive. Our hero says that's fine, but he'll need to take care of some business along the way and asks to follow him. But Robert is surprised because there are a ton of guards outside. Michael takes Robert outside and tells him that there is indeed security, but it is not in the best condition right now. Robert says that he knew many of these people and they more than deserve the end they got today. However, while Robert was talking about security, Michael did not waste time and found some shoes for Robert and threw them to him. Robert doesn't really want to wear the shoes taken from the dead guard, but there's no other choice since they'll have to walk into the mountains in the rain. After Robert put on his shoes, he turned to Michael and asked if they could go now, but Michael replied that it was still too early. Our hero realizes that all these guards couldn't have come here on foot, so he puts his hand on the ground and uses his powers. After which Michael, turning to Robert, says that he has two pieces of news, one of which is bad, and the first is that he has found horses for them. And then, with a very shocked and frightened face, Michael says that a whole herd of war horses is now rushing towards them. Robert doesn't immediately understand what this means, so he grabs Michael's hand and immediately starts running, saying that they need to survive. Robert screams out of sheer fear, and Michael begins to cover his mouth with his hand, telling him that he should behave quietly in such a situation. A couple of minutes later, our guys run out onto a small plain where the horses are. Michael says that this is great luck. Michael jumps on one of the horses and tells Robert to jump on too, because they need to get out of here quickly. However, in response to this, Robert only stands still and asks for a seat to be brought to him, since he does not know how to ride horses, which surprises Michael. Robert says that riding horses is just for savages. Michael then suggests that he run behind them on his feet. However, at that moment, Michael hears sounds coming from the tent. Some people are shouting that the Emperor needs to be found urgently. Immediately after Michael realized that the enemies were approaching, he immediately grabbed Robert and began to drag him towards him, which caused him shock. Michael's horse began to move away, and the people from the Moon Tribe meanwhile noticed them, and immediately began to point them out to each other. Michael controlled the horse quite quickly and deftly, and then began to press Robert's body lower, telling him to bend over. Michael remembered that the archers from the Moon Tribe were considered to be among the best, but the weather and fog were on our hero's side. But the enemies also had a serious advantage, namely their numbers, since there were at least several dozen of them on horseback. Michael began to speed up his horse and wondered how much effort they had put into chasing him and how best to escape. He began to turn to Robert and ask who he was that they were chasing him so much. Robert repeated again that he was the Emperor. Michael began to speed up even more and realized that he was in a pretty terrible situation because initially he wanted to go home. He was very annoyed that Robert was constantly twitching. He turned to him and asked him to stop doing it, but he just held back his tears. Michael began to explain to Robert right on the move what he needed to do to sit properly on a horse and how to maintain balance. In this way, they managed to stabilize their situation a little, but this did not change the fact that they were being chased from behind. A very large chase. Michael noticed that Robert was quite a smart guy because he was able to immediately get the hang of it and sit down normally, which is quite unusual. However, something strange happened at that moment, because among the whole crowd, one black horse broke forward first of all, and on it was a large man. The man on that horse was George, riding his black horse straight towards Michael with his huge bow in his hands. At that moment, George started laughing very loudly and shouting that Robert wouldn't be able to get away from them so easily, and then laughing again. Our hero Michael immediately noticed this. He immediately realized that George was not an ordinary soldier, but at least a general, and maybe even higher. At that moment, Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him to hold the horse's reins. But such a request only greatly surprised him. In the moment immediately after his request, our hero Michael made a high jump upward and jumped off his horse, and the Emperor looked on in shock. Just a moment later, Michael landed on the horse again, but from behind, on the other side, which allowed him to openly look at the enemies. Robert didn't immediately notice and understand what had happened. He started shouting and asking where Michael was until he answered and asked him to hold the reins. Meanwhile, while our hero Michael was performing his various tricks, George did not sit still. He took out his bow and began charging the arrows with energy. Our hero Michael, seeing this, was convinced that he was not an ordinary person, and then began to raise his energy to create protection. While he was thinking about what to do, George immediately raised his power and shot an arrow straight at Michael. Seeing the enemy's strength, it became obvious to Michael that he would have to use a lot of energy to defend himself. George's arrow was aimed straight at Emperor Robert's body, but Michael managed to coat his hand with energy and take the arrow into it. However, at that moment, Michael began to notice that the arrow George had fired was only growing in weight, and this made the task much more difficult. Michael realized that he didn't have enough strength to stop the arrow, so he jumped up and, in a turn of the air, decided to change its direction. However, while already in flight, Michael came up with a more brilliant idea, namely to return the arrow and add energy to it. Immediately after which Michael did just that, releasing the arrow in this way, he created a huge purple explosion of energy. However, to Michael's great surprise, George was not even affected. He and his horse calmly withstood and parried the blow. Michael starts to return to the horse and is glad that, fortunately, he was able to at least repel this attack, and this makes him happy, and also to break away. Meanwhile, George just stood there and watched as Michael, like a shadow, walked through the air and hovered there. However, what interested George most was something else. He could not understand why Michael was saving, in his words, the abandoned emperor. George also began to think that Michael was very strong, since he managed to repel George's attack and his arrows with his bare hands. At that moment, George turned back and informed his men that Michael and the Emperor were heading towards the prison. After which George gives the order to go there, to arrive earlier and wait for them there, and he and his assistant set out on their way. Meanwhile, Robert the Emperor sat alone on his horse and did not understand what to do because Michael was not there. Robert added even more that there was a cliff ahead of him, and it was very scary because he was rushing straight towards it. Robert doesn't know how to control a horse at all, so he just started yelling at her to stop while Michael came up behind her. At that moment, Michael jumped on the horse and began asking Robert to pull himself together. He was very happy to see Michael after everything that had happened. Michael understands that if he were alone, he could easily solve the problem, but now it will be more difficult, and Michael picks up the speed, which shocks Robert. Immediately after this, Michael begins to control the horse so that it makes a huge jump over the abyss. Our hero, of course, understands that this abyss will not be so easy for them, so he uses the power of the heavenly demon. Immediately after this, Michael's legs are covered with a powerful charge of energy, and he jumps off the horse and flies somewhere down without stopping. The horse has landed in the meantime, but half of its body begins to fall back into the pit. Robert begins to cry and scream. However, Michael used the technique to get underneath the horse, and by applying force, he gave it a push that was able to throw the second part of the body back up. But instead, Michael himself began to fall and fly straight down, which clearly did not make him happy because there was a huge gorge below. George turned around sharply and immediately noticed what was happening. He began to stretch out his hand and cry, telling Michael not to dare fall. George got off his horse and started shouting questions at Michael about why he had done this and why he had taken such a risk for him, and now he could die. George approached the gorge. He began to look down and cry, repeating over and over again that he wanted to bring Michael back alive. Robert begins to scream that Michael's grateful death will not be forgotten, and at that moment our hero climbs out of the abyss. Seeing such an unusual outcome of events, Robert is shocked. He never expected that Michael would survive and rise back up on his own. Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him why he was so surprised, but he only cried and was afraid in response. Immediately after Michael got out, he began to untie his horse and let it go, telling it to go its own way, and Robert was still in shock. Robert began to ask Michael how he survived after all this, but in response, Michael only asked Robert to stop chattering and show him the way. However, in response, Robert only stopped and began to cry sweetly, saying that he was truly glad that Michael was able to survive after everything. Michael turns away and thinks about how he can't understand Robert at all, because he is behaving very strangely. Our hero and Robert continue their journey, and along the way, Robert constantly scolds Michael for letting go of the horse. He asks Robert not to complain about the horse, saying that it saved his life, but Robert calls it an ordinary wild animal. He begins to explain that the horse is not to blame for anything, and gives an example that even the best sword is useless in the hands of a fool. However, while looking at Robert and explaining various things to him, our hero himself realized something, after which he stopped abruptly. This left Robert puzzled, and he began to turn to Michael and ask him why he had become silent and stopped speaking. Michael, from his examples, also recalled his past self, namely, that he had previously spent his entire life planning to destroy the cult whose leader he was trying to become. Michael was previously taught that everyone in the demonic cult deserved to die. But remembering his assistants, he realizes that this is not true at all. Michael realizes that the only difference between people from the Federation and people from the cult is their way of life, and that's all. However, Robert interrupts Michael's train of thought and asks him to try the water in the waterfall first, so that it doesn't turn out to be poisoned. Michael turns to Robert and asks if it's true that he lived like this his whole life, that even others tasted the water from the waterfall for him. In response, Robert says that he doesn't see anything wrong with this, and adds that Michael is generally somewhat uncouth and rude. However, Michael replies that he meets all the Federation's standards, and then Robert starts asking Michael about the Federation. He asked our hero what the most important and interesting thing in the life of a Federation member was, and Michael quietly replied that it was freedom. With a smile, Michael also adds that although freedom is not complete, there is a lot of it, and martial arts masters have even more of it. Having heard such an answer from our hero, Robert abruptly lowered his head and began to look down, as if thinking about something very important and serious. Robert asks Mile what he is doing in these lands, and he replies that he is looking for people who were taken prisoner. Answering Robert this way, Michael wonders in his head why he is doing all this, and whether his consciousness has become completely demonic. In response to Michael's words, Robert asks a rather sharp and unexpected question. He asks if Michael is part of the Federation. And of course, such a question greatly surprises our hero, because he doesn't know what answer to this can be given right away. Rather hesitantly and looking down, Michael says that he is simply a believer, which surprises Robert a little. Robert asks Michael what his faith is, and Michael responds that he is from a demonic cult. Immediately after which Michael compliments himself, saying that it is from that cult that is in the high mountains that this causes shock in Robert. Hearing this, Robert is immediately shocked and pale, and begins to walk away from Mile and talk about what he is doing here. Michael stands up and turns to Robert, asking who he sees in him and whether he looks like a demon who thirsts for blood. Michael turns to Robert and tells him that he can call him whatever he wants, but Michael's mission is to save everyone who is captive. And in the end, Michael adds that this is precisely why he is here, and this completely shocks Robert, who clearly did not expect such a dialogue. Some time passes from that moment, Robert and Michael just sitting near the fire together and silently looking at the fire. They sat like that until the morning, and then set off on their way, straight to the very prison that Michael needed to go to. They walked for quite a long time, but at that moment Robert was very surprised by Michael's words that they had finally arrived at the right place. Immediately after this, Michael and Robert begin to hide in the bushes and look forward from behind them, trying to see something. In front of them stands some kind of grassless plain, on which stand various iron cages, in which apparently prisoners are kept. At that moment, Robert notices the royal military leaders there, which greatly surprises him, as well as Mile after Robert's words. Using his abilities, Michael looks into the cells and notices what Robert said. He immediately recognized them by their shape. Robert stands up in shock and says that he can't believe that they were able to survive after everything that happened. He starts to walk towards them and say that they must save them, but our hero stops him, stating that something is very wrong here. Michael begins to examine all the cages, the walks near them, and the general area around, and then thinks about the fact that there is no security around at all. Immediately after which Michael decides to play a more cunning way. He directs his gaze straight to the cells and uses the abilities of energy. And apparently he does this for a good reason, because he immediately discovers a crowd of people in ambush. Among them all, Michael especially notices a man with a tough aura and enormous energy, immediately realizing that this is George, the One. Michael realizes that he made a huge mistake in the fight back then, because he was able to let his opponents know where they were. He turns to Mile and asks what is wrong here, and Mile doesn't even know how to explain to him the whole essence of what is happening. Michael briefly says that this is all a trap, because apparently they were being chased, and these people have been waiting for them here for a long time. However, he simply gets to his feet, turns to Michael and asks if he looks so much like the Emperor. Robert also says that even though Michael is a traitor, he is apparently a good person, since he saved his life. Robert begins to tell how he became Emperor at the age of 9, and immediately succumbed to a rather terrible influence and his own stupidity. This stupidity led to him sending an army of 50,000 men against the Moon Tribe, and in the end, everyone died. Robert turns to Michael and says that he was kidnapped for many months, and then he is going to tell him what he has been doing all this time. He says that all this time he only cleaned up after them, fed the horses, and tried to escape a couple of times, but eventually gave up. Every day, young Robert was worried about who he was, a great emperor, or just a cleaner for a group of bandits. Robert also says that he never wanted to be an emperor. He was made one once, and that's it, without choice or freedom. However, now, after everything Robert has been through, he tells Michael that, oddly enough, he wants to become emperor. Robert says that what he wants most is to come back, because there is one woman who will clearly be happy to see him return. At that moment, Robert turns around abruptly and tells Michael that now he is going to show everyone who he is and prove everything. Immediately after this, Robert takes a huge run and sharply descends, after which he begins to run straight towards all the cells. The royal guards sitting inside immediately notice him and start shouting that they are glad to see His Majesty here. In response, Robert began to address them and shout that he was already here, he had arrived, and he was going to help everyone no matter what. However, the captives' guards had completely different plans, because at that moment they began to appear from all corners at once. George himself appeared with them and, turning to Robert, declared that he was very glad to see the stupid emperor again. Standing right in front of the army of archers, Robert begins to talk about how he is doing what he feels is right and is ready to give his life for it now. Immediately after this, turning to all his captive subjects, Robert began to ask them not to be afraid and to declare that he was already here, nearby. In response to all this, George says that if Robert himself decided to say goodbye to his life, then so be it, and gives the order to kill him. George's men, of course, obeyed him, and all together they began to approach Robert alone, preparing to kill him. However, with quite a lot of calm, Robert stood his ground and did not move a single step. Thoughts of that very woman warmed his soul. At that moment, right where Robert was standing, there was a sudden explosion and a huge surge of purple energy all around. Our hero Michael appeared. He declared that he would not allow Robert to fight alone, and of course he would help in such a difficult time. Robert, in great shock, began to ask Michael why he appeared there, but he responded by saying that he had promised to save Robert. Our hero is also noticed by George with a huge smile, who approaches him and offers to see how good he is at his job. Immediately after this, George begins to shout loudly and give orders to his men to start acting. At this point, Michael realizes that the situation is really dire, because they are going to shoot arrows from such a short distance. However, while Michael and Robert stood and thought about what to do, George abruptly gave the order to start firing right now. The moment it happened, dozens, maybe hundreds of arrows began flying straight towards Robert and Michael. Our hero Michael understands that in this situation Robert won't be of much help, and on the contrary, he even needs to be protected, and he does so. Michael also realizes that he can only rely on higher powers and uses the abilities of the Supreme Demon Lord. After which Michael himself becomes like a demon. He heads towards the enemies, completely covered in his energy from all sides. Immediately after this, Michael uses the Legion and Sky Demon Strike technique to quickly move and deflect arrows by combining them. At that moment, George turns to Michael and says that he is really very strong, and the hike will not be so boring. Robert turns to Michael again and asks who he is, since his strength is greater than even the commander of a legion of troops with such abilities. At this point, George smiles more deeply and tells Michael that he wants to exchange greetings with him, but Michael doesn't hear him. However, Michael understands that he doesn't really have a choice, and in any case, he is now obliged to go out and fight against them. Realizing the power of his new opponent, Michael decides to cover himself with a new layer of energy protection to become stronger, and apparently for good reason, because the captain of the Moon Tribe army, George, starts walking straight towards him with his axe in his hands. At that moment, George stops and raises his hand, after which more warriors appear around Michael, because he is surrounded. George starts telling Michael that he doesn't care what happens next, because the Emperor is just expendable to him, and that's all. Michael replies that he's not in the mood to stand around chatting, then takes off and heads straight for George. At that moment, Michael decides that it would be best to deal with all of George's assistants and then move on to him, and flies to them. George is also not weak. He uses his powers and sees that Michael is quite slow, realizing that he went to his assistance. Realizing this, George takes his words as a challenge and the meaning that Michael is looking down on him and decides to attack. Immediately after this, our hero Michael is pushed very hard to the side by a huge wave created by his opponent George. Mile wonders what this power is but realizes that it is not internal energy at all, but something else, and it is dangerous now. Looking at his opponent, Michael immediately notices that this power is quite crude and comes from his body, which is also strange. Michael begins to remember the basics of demonic art, the essence of which is to fill his energy and body, and then create energy strikes. At that moment, Michael has a realization from his past life. He remembers an emperor who used fire energy and had archers. At this point, Michael addresses George as the great emperor of the best of the highest flame named George, and he smiles back approvingly. Noticing his opponent's reaction, Michael realizes that he is completely right and tells George that he did not intend to fight him. George suggests that Michael focus on their fight, saying that it will be better for them unless Michael is scared. Immediately after this, George jumps up and starts shouting that he will now give Michael complete confidence in what is happening. At this point, George begins to threaten Michael with his huge axe and carries it straight towards our hero. Michael immediately notices that George's speed is simply enormous, and immediately begins to dodge his powerful and fast attacks with an axe. In a moment, our hero Michael manages to jump at the last moment and dodge the attack, and the axe hits the ground. Michael looks at his opponent and can't believe what he sees with his own eyes, because such speed is too strong even so. Michael understands that he needs to act, because if he doesn't do it now, he will lose his life in the near future. He jumps up and begins to create a huge sphere of energy, realizing that he has to destroy the enemy with one blow. George, of course, notices this, but he doesn't have time to react in the same way as Michael and simply remains in his place. As a result, the energy sphere hits George directly with tremendous force, causing him to be thrown to the side. And he realizes that his strikes have not yet reached a very high level, but he now has every opportunity to defeat his opponent. However, immediately after our hero delivered his powerful blow, he stopped in place in shock and began to look forward. Michael noticed that George didn't even fall. He stayed on his feet, and although he was hit by the energy, he was clearly not seriously injured. Our hero notices that George's energy has only become 10 times stronger, which greatly surprises him because this is simply impossible. George turns to Michael and says that he seems very surprised and then adds that it is impossible to get through to him. Michael simply stood there in shock, realizing that it was simply impossible. He hadn't even expected George to stand still. George looks at the trail of energy that Michael left behind and begins to wonder how quickly it will pass, and if it will pass at all. George says that Michael is apparently from the Palace of Fire, and clearly not from the Palace of Blood because his attacks are completely different. The enemy turns to Michael and says that, overall, all this doesn't matter at all, and then suggests trying again. In response, Michael just stands there and looks at his opponent, realizing that he is not joking at all now. Immediately after this, Michael and George clash in their blows and a new stage of the fight begins between them. George is operating in his most basic terms, simply swinging a huge axe at Michael while he dodges. At that moment, our hero Michael notices that George has stopped seeing him and delivers a sharp, powerful kick straight at him. The Empire boys watch Michael and George's fight from behind the cage, and they can see how he manages to fight back against George. Time and again, George turns to Michael and tells him that he is truly incredible simply in his actions. Immediately after this, a huge fist and a charge of energy appears in George's hands, who directs it at Michael. Michael understands that after his powerful blow, George will start to retaliate, so he tries to block the attacks that are coming at him. He knocked George out, so to speak, with one such powerful blow, because Michael was unable to stay on his feet after that. However, it turns out that everything is much worse than Michael thought, because immediately after this, blood began to flow from his mouth. Robert notices this with shock, realizing that Michael is now losing, and this will greatly disappoint him. During this fight, Michael realized three things. The first of which was that his new body had limitations and did not allow him to do the techniques of the old one. The second problem is that Michael has a huge problem controlling the energy to avoid entering his demon form. The third problem is that George is far from an ordinary opponent, because he is not an ordinary martial artist. George quickly noticed that Michael was worse off and began to say that he had apparently become very quickly exhausted from what was happening, after which George suddenly began to raise his axe and thank Michael for this quick but interesting fight. Realizing that he had greatly underestimated his opponent, he tried to hide his abilities, but now he has no choice at all. Our hero abruptly lowers his hands and uses the ability of Icy Blood Winds, after which he enters the body of his opponent. The huge ice dragon that Michael created with his energy began to press down on George and inflict powerful damage on him. In response to such actions, George began to shout that this was a very old and weak technique that could not defeat him. Meanwhile, Michael himself flew back. He had very little strength and energy. He just sat by the tree and tried to catch his breath. However, in that moment, Michael suddenly notices that his opponent George was right in front of him within a second. George started swinging his axe again and saying that he wasn't going to just let Michael go after their fight. Our hero Michael understands perfectly well that he needs to act and begins to change his position. George began to urgently turn to Michael and say that he was already tired of running around like a simple rat in different directions. No longer joyfully but angrily, George began to turn to Michael and say that he simply wanted to hide his death from the others. He began to raise his weapon and say that he was going to strike a blow that would destroy Michael already. Immediately after which exactly that happened, Michael directed his sphere of energy at himself to protect himself, and George struck. However, despite the fact that Michael managed to survive, he immediately realizes that George creates blows of such power very easily. Our hero decides to take radical action, takes out the very two daggers that Mozart gave him, and engages in more effective combat. Immediately after which, using the power of the weapon, his strength and power, Michael begins to advance directly towards the enemy. This time, things are already difficult for George, because he can barely contain himself from the influx of energy, not understanding where Michael gets his strength from. Immediately after Michael launched his first attack, he immediately realized that the main power of this weapon was in absorbing the enemy's energy. Michael realizes that, in the grand scheme of things, nothing else matters anymore because this is the only thing he can rely on. Immediately after which, Michael uses his demon lord powers, absorbing everything around him and covering himself in true energy. George immediately notices that there has clearly been a strong change in their fight, because he had not expected this from Michael before. He starts moving straight towards Michael, saying that he will destroy him now and end it all. The events of the story take us to some man near the forest. He watches everything that happens from the side. Emperor Robert is also watching everything that is happening, not realizing that he is going through a battle, but believing in Michael. Meanwhile, in our fight, everything really changes, because the hands of Michael's opponent are covered with his energy and become blackish. George began to realize that he no longer had the strength to resist Michael, and asked to kill him. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, stood over George himself with a rather gloomy face and did not understand what to do next with everything. Michael stood there in silence for a while, but then decided to ask, saying that he would only ask one question. Michael turned to George and asked him one question. Why didn't he dodge the blow when he had the chance? By this point, all of George's assistants come running and immediately ask about what happened in this place. Michael realizes that the problem is also with George's assistants, who have seen the demon's form and can cause trouble. At that moment, Michael moves straight towards George, but suddenly passes him, which greatly surprises him. He did not expect that. George started yelling at Michael that if he didn't kill him right now, he would regret it very much in the future. Michael paused for only a second, listened carefully to George, and then turned away and began to walk forward. George didn't even say anything right away. He just stood on his knees on the ground and thought about something in shock. However, immediately after his thoughts, George raised his head. He began to look up and laugh wildly with tears in his eyes. George looked at the sun and said that it was all fascinating, adding that it was probably too early for him to be Khan. However, looking at the sun, George also said that he was not going to retreat because he wanted to become the master of the empire. At that moment, George threw something straight up very high, and our hero Michael immediately felt his throw from behind. Michael turned around and saw some gold thing on the ground. George said that it was his payment for saving his life. George began to say that he didn't want to deal with this anymore, because after seeing the Demon Lord, the outcome of everything became clear to him. The enemy turned to Michael, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that all this was the work of the master of the Bloody Palace, adding that he was dangerous. Michael is terribly surprised by his words, asking about what he just said and how he knows Michael's language. However, George did not respond to this. He just walked forward silently to his horse, without saying a word. Our hero began to look straight at Michael and say that he did not understand at all what the master of the Bloody Palace, Rox's father, had to do with it. However, Michael's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the appearance of his new friend, Emperor Robert, who began to hug Michael. Robert began to cry and tell Michael that he had saved him and his people again, and he was very grateful for it. Michael smiles, seeing and realizing that he now has an entire emperor crying in his arms. Michael began to say that seeing the emperor's tears was clearly worth intervening in this battle, and these words pleased Robert. Immediately after that, Michael announced that it was time for them to return, and began to gather all the energy around him. After this, using the remaining energy, Michael breaks all the cages in which the prisoners were, thereby freeing them. Immediately after the liberation, most of the prisoners scattered in different directions, and Michael briefly told those who remained everything. Michael invites the Emperor to go with him to the Heavenly Mountains, but he refuses, saying that there is one person left who is waiting for him. Robert began to say that he had most likely already lost his status, but this no longer meant anything to him. In response, Michael smiled and was happy for the boy Robert, realizing that he still had a great future ahead of him. Robert approached Michael, saying that he would like to meet him again sometime, and asked him to remove the mask the next time they met. Michael, smiling, jokingly replied to Robert that it would all depend on his behavior, but they would definitely meet again. Robert thanked our hero Michael for everything he had done and watched him leave. Already walking far along the path, Michael turned around only once to look at Robert. Immediately after this, Michael jumped up and using the energy he was able to fly along the top far forward through the forests. After some time, Robert returned to the capital of the empire, but his brother took his place, and no one was happy to see Robert. Although Robert was glad to return, he was portrayed in his own country as a traitor whom everyone feared. However, Robert did not pay any attention to this at all. He went somewhere and opened the gates of the building, seeing a girl sitting at the table. He began to look her straight in the eyes, and at that moment she was sewing and turned her attention to him, after which she froze in place. At that moment, the former young Emperor Robert just stood there and said with a smile that he had finally returned. The girl Robert was addressing stood in shock with tears in her eyes because she couldn't believe what she had just seen. Robert, in turn, also began to smile and blush, and turning to her, asked how she had been living without him. However, the girl could not answer anything. She just stood there and looked at Robert with tears in her eyes. After which, in a moment, they both jumped up and ran towards each other and began kissing very sweetly and romantically. Robert hugs her and tells her that he missed her very much, because all his thoughts were only about her the whole time he was in captivity. In response, the girl said that for her, it was all like a huge dream from which she no longer wanted to wake up. Michael began to approach this girl again, saying that he didn't care at all who would consider him and how. He returned only for her sake. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to the Palace of Bloody Art, where an unknown man in a cloak is heading. There are a lot of professional security guards in the palace itself, but they all let him through and don't even pay attention. Entering some large hall, this man began to take off his coat a little and say that he could not get used to this place. However, right across from this man in the hall, on a red throne, sat the very same man, the head of the Palace of Bloody Art, Franklin. The man delivers information to Franklin that all preparations for the holiday are complete, and he responds by saying that he learned of Michael's freedom. He, in his robe, declares that Michael is not a problem for them at the moment, and then adds that they can deal with him. The man also reports information that George has made himself Khan of the North, and Franklin replies that it was high time to do so. However, his assistant, Chris, a man in a robe, claims that Franklin is greatly underestimating the situation. Immediately after this, Chris informs Franklin that they have received the Heavenly Dragon Plate, which greatly surprises Franklin. Just after hearing all this, the atmosphere around Franklin's throne became very dark. He raised his energy upward and looked forward. Chris explains that a man nicknamed the Black Sun appeared in the Moon Tribe and defeated George, after which he saved the Emperor. Hearing this, Franklin is wildly horrified. He understands perfectly well that the transmission of the Sun Plate realizes that George is breaking ties. At first, Franklin is silent and says nothing. But then he becomes very angry and gives the order to gather everyone for a general meeting between the courtyards. In response, Chris squeezes his hands, smiles broadly, and says that he will do whatever Franklin wants right now. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael. He has meanwhile arrived at his palace and begins to walk along the path to the palace. Not far from Michael, in the same place Louis was training. And upon seeing Michael, he immediately turned around and began to greet him. Michael, in turn, slowed down a little. He walked further and asked Louis how he was doing and, in general, how the situation was in the palace. However, before Louis could give Michael an answer, he himself began to hear some strange conversations and arguments nearby. It was Layla and Billy, who had been arguing with each other all this time and couldn't agree on something as trivial as flowers. Michael asked them sharply what all that noise was so early in the morning, and they were both surprised to see him and began to look in his direction. Billy ran up to Michael and started talking about how badly he was doing, adding that Michael shouldn't have gone alone. Billy started crying and saying that Michael had apparently hit puberty, but this only made Michael angry. Layla started saying that they were genuinely interested in where Michael had been and whether anything had happened to him during that time. Michael started to turn to them and tell them that everything was fine and great, answering rather banally and without telling anything. Louis turned to Michael and asked him to simply give him the order and tell him who needed to be dealt with. But Michael repeated that everything was fine. Immediately after these conversations, Michael decides to officially present his return. He stands in front of the guys, declaring that he is back. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to one of the buildings, which is located in the Pleasure Palace, and it is pitch dark outside. A girl named Jessica arrived at the palace and addressed the head of the Pleasure Palace, announcing her arrival. Immediately after which, the head of the palace asks Jessica to convey a message to one of the places in the palace, saying that they should take a walk to the small palace. Jessica realizes that in the third room where the message needs to be delivered, there are 3 killer demons, who are cruel and don't even have names. Immediately after which, Jessica begins to think about who could be the target of such a visit, immediately suspecting Lilo. At that moment, the head of the palace turns to Jessica from behind the curtains and asks if she is scared. She states that everything is fine. Jessica, with a clear head, realizes that the head of the Pleasure Palace wants to take revenge on the small palace, which could provoke the wrath of the elders. Jessica understands that something needs to be done about this, but gives her approval to the words and accepts the order, realizing that she needs to go to the small palace. Immediately after, Jessica begins to remember in her head the daughter of the head of the Pleasure Palace and her condition after visiting the small palace. The head of the Pleasure Palace also says that Nami should go with Jessica, because after returning she does not leave the room. Without leaving the curtain, the head of the Pleasure Palace declares that if Nami continues to run away from problems, she will not become stronger. A short amount of time passes and Nami, accompanied by people in dark clouds, moves out from the roof of the building. Nami complains that those same demons that stink so much, as if they had never been in the shower, were sent along with her. However, there is a second thing that worries Nami greatly, namely that everything has gotten out of control. Covering her nose, Nami realizes that she doesn't want to go to that palace at all, because she might get it from Michael and his men again. However, everything is still much more complicated, because all actions are observed by the assistant of the trading palace, Silvers, who records everything. Silvers also immediately recognizes the same 3 demons who once broke the rules. Now he knows where they were hiding all the time. Also watching them quickly disappear somewhere, Sylvester cannot understand why they went out through the window and not the door. However, looking closely at the pattern of their movement, Silvers realizes with shock that they are heading towards the small palace. Realizing this, Silvers, of course, recalls with shock the very promise he signed to Michael about protecting the palace. Silvers begins to think that Nami and her people are after information, and knows that the information in his letter cannot be allowed to leak. Right after this, Silvers decides to act quite strongly and abruptly, because he blows his whistle and calls his people. Of course, Silver's trained men immediately realized that this was an important signal and moved towards it. Silver's immediately set out with them, straight in the direction of the small man's palace, realizing that he was now obliged to save him if anything happened. The events of our story are transferred to that very basement of Lester, in which someone tells him about yesterday's events with George. It turns out to be Michael, who learns from Lester that George is the ruler of the Northern Plains, which surprises Michael. He realizes that he messed up. Michael also shows Lester the very thing that George gave him, but Lester says that apparently it is not the only one. Lester is very surprised by George's words about the Blood Palace because, as Lester knows, they have long been associated with the Moon Tribe. Michael asks Lester to find out what this thing is, but he immediately says that it won't be easy. But Michael also adds that he doesn't have much hope. Immediately after this, finishing the topic about George, Michael also says that he needs martial arts techniques and asks for help with them. This question surprises Lester a little. He turns to Michael and asks what he is not satisfied with the supreme art of the Demon Lord. Michael says that when he uses it, it just destroys everything around him, and he would like to have something lighter. However, scratching his beard, Lester asks what he needs to do in this situation, but Michael sees this only as a refusal. Lester tells Michael that there are many books on martial arts in his own palace, and there is no need to come here for that, which surprises Michael. Remembering this, Michael himself understands that this is true, and does not understand why he did not think of this in the first place. Before Michael leaves, Lester asks him to also look into the High Lord's library, saying that there might be something there too. Lester says he would like to raise another important topic, namely, to find out what Michael talked about with Mozart in the Trading Palace. After which Michael briefly explains everything, mentioning that he was able to achieve 30% of their assets, which makes Lester laugh a lot. Michael reveals that Mozart is very greedy, and in just one meeting, Michael was able to change their relationship with the Blood Palace. Lester suggests thinking and explains that the main source of income for Mozart is the Silk Road of traders. Next comes the Palace of Bloody Arts, which, with its enormous power, allows itself to keep the Palace of Fire in check. Once the Bloody Palace even tried to get rid of the Sword Palace, but the Sun and Pleasure Palace did not allow it. The most interesting confrontation is at the Palace of Trade and Pleasure, because they extinguish each other at every opportunity. The most calm and understandable of all is the Palace of Poison, because it always maintains neutrality in relation to all parties. Lester says that when the people of the Bloody Palace were captured, they most likely turned to the Moon Tribe for help in the archery department. The advisor also asks Michael to understand that the Moon Tribe and the Trade Palace will not help them in the event of a war with the Blood Palace. Michael also notes that the Trading Palace has not yet fully accepted their side and is still in a more or less lonely position. Lester also adds that the cult's biggest problem is that it doesn't have people to collect information. Lester says that Michael at one time knows everything about the cult, but at the other time doesn't even know the basics. Such words infuriate Michael. Michael also says that he is greatly pleased by Mozart's stupidity because it is very easy to understand what goals the Trading Palace is trying to achieve. Lester also asks Michael to be careful with Silvers, as his skills are not as important as the fact that Mozart values his opinions very much. Lester also says that Silvers is one of those people who really values the reality of what is happening, and he can be lured away by showing force. Michael recalls with a smile that he has already managed to somehow bind Silvers to himself, so things might be easier from now on. While talking about all this, and often remembering the Trading Palace, Michael immediately remembers the weapons he received from them. This weapon is quite powerful, and most importantly, it is completely in line with the energy of demon art. Michael takes it out. Michael looks at his weapon and begins to wonder if Mozart had any ulterior motives for this gift. However, while Michael was pondering all this, Lester noticed with great shock the weapon in Michael's hands. Immediately after this, Lester began to raise his head up, at first holding back his laughter, but then suddenly laughing to the point of helplessness. Lester, having learned the whole story of the gift, says that the hidden motive is that they are useless to Mozart. Only people with art use them. Lester says that Mozart himself doesn't know martial arts, and in order to at least have something to do with the weapon, he decided to give it to Michael. Although Michael stands there in shock and displeasure at what he just learned, Lester realizes that this is quite a stroke of luck for them. Lester tells Michael that the Third Elder is very knowledgeable in the common arts and suggests that Michael find him. Michael says that he would be happy to do this and asks Lester to quickly find information about the clan and everything else. The advisor says that the Nature clan is always everywhere and never anywhere, but by simply throwing their plate you can get help. Michael starts hiding the plate in his robe and talking about how he will remember it, because it sounds very interesting. Our hero is about to leave, and Lester says that various strange rumors about Nami have recently surfaced. He says, with a smile that in reality nothing important happened, he is just trying to get an answer from the Pleasure Palace. Lester asks Michael if he really started all this on purpose. In response, he says that it is for a special meeting with the Master. However, this answer greatly surprises Lester, who really wants to hope that Michael does not have bad intentions and does it cleanly. Immediately after this, Lester opens the book and reads information about the Master of the Pleasure Palace, a girl who has 4 snakes. Lester says that it is quite possible that her people are already on their way to Michael's palace, and this could be dangerous for him. Michael starts to leave, old Lester asks him where he is going, and he says that he is heading to the Pleasure Palace. Lester says that he will then prepare everything, and Michael begins to get angry and wonder how strong the Master of the Pleasure Palace is. Having put all the chains and facts together, Michael realized that the Pleasure Palace wants to kill him, and being quite angry, he decides to act radically. Meanwhile, in the morning, Michael's assistants, Louis, Layla, and Billy, find a new note in which Michael announced that he was leaving. Billy doesn't understand why Michael leaves so often, and Layla dares to suggest that Michael doesn't trust them. But Billy disagrees. Louis realizes that Michael may not be taking him because of Layla, so that she won't be in danger, so Louis needs to come up with something about it. Billy suggests setting the table, having drinks and a tasty meal while Michael is gone. But Layla and Louis are clearly not happy with this proposal. At that moment, Louis puts his hand on Billy's shoulder, and Billy invites Louis to have a drink with him today to celebrate their work together. However, instead, Louis suggests having fun in a different way, and says that from now on Billy will train with him every day. Billy tries to break free from his hands, but he understands that he is speaking seriously. And this greatly frightens Billy. He does not want to train at all. Louis is not going to talk about anything further. He takes Billy with him, and says that refusing him will be tantamount to death for Billy. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to a summer pleasure palace where the nightlife is as lively as always. After Michael returned from 3 years of training, there was not a single quiet day there. Everyone was always discussing him and what was happening. Many people tell each other different stories that are connected with Michael and everything that is happening, including with us. So one of the guys at the table tells the story of how he saw Nami in torn clothes near Michael's house in the small palace. And other people are also discussing among themselves the alleged romance between Michael and Nami, which in fact did not happen. However, at that moment, right behind the guy who is telling this, a girl appears who says that he does not have 10 lives. It turns out to be the master of the pleasure palace named Stella, also known as the White Flower, and the leader of the snakes. Upon seeing her, everyone around fell to the floor and began to bow, saying that they expressed their full respect to her and were afraid to disturb her with their words. However, in response to this action, she only laughed sweetly and said that such misdeeds cannot be paid for by bowing our heads. After which, with a rather eerie, icy aura, she declared that they would have to pay for all of this with their lives. The guy who was telling all this started to justify himself, saying that he was only retelling the rumors that had reached him, and nothing more. After which he turns to him and offers to talk to her. But he does not understand such a strange desire at all. Stella starts laughing loudly, waving her fan, and asking him to tell her what she wants to hear. After which Stella ordered that this be done immediately, the guy fell to his knees and began to talk about how he had committed an offense worthy of death. Immediately after this, Stella takes out a nail file, raises a creepy aura, and says that then this guy should die. After that, Stella took her dagger and threw it straight at that same guy, making a very sharp throw that rushed towards the man. The man was already ready to accept his certain death at the hands of Stella, but at that moment some vase flew straight at him from the side. Immediately after that, a voice was heard asking about the strange alcohol in this establishment, and Stella turned her full attention to it. Our hero Michael was sitting at one of the tables, dressed as a hermit, and looking straight at Stella. It was he who threw the vase. At that moment, Michael began to lift his hat. With a keen look and a sly smile, he turned to Stella and asked what they were doing here. People saw Michael and were terrified of what was happening. They fell to the floor and began to bow to him, saying that they adored him. Stella, in turn, did not show any sign of being affected by this whole situation. She continued to simply stand and look at everything with a smile on her face. However, Michael was not comfortable with her position of simple observation. He stood up and began to walk towards the people around him, taking slow but powerful steps. Michael sat down at another table and turned his attention to Stella. He knew from Lester that she was a powerful killer who had once killed an entire squad. Looking at Stella now, Michael has strong doubts about her skills. He drinks something from a cup and just sits silently opposite her. Having finished his drink in a moment, Michael turned to her and said that he could not have imagined that she would be here, the master of pleasure. Michael clearly had a well-thought-out plan and strategy in his head, because he started approaching Stella and saying that Nami wasn't his type. All of this really infuriated Stella. There was clearly an extremely evil aura behind her, but she didn't show it. Stella turned to Michael and asked him how he was feeling, adding that his anger had subsided after their personal meeting today. At first, Michael doesn't answer, but in his head he knows that it's hard for him to contain his anger when assassins are sent after him. Michael didn't intend to reveal himself, but saving the man's life was more important to him, so he says that everything could change now. Stella says that a girl needs preparation to meet a man, so now she would ask Michael to wait. Michael stood up abruptly, his eyes shining with energy. He turned to Stella and asked what would happen if he refused to stand and just wait for her. She turned to Michael and said that since he didn't want to, there was no need to wait, after which she raised an aura of her energy around him. Immediately after which, all the energy that she created was directed at the man standing next to her, the same one who had recently spoken a lot. Michael saw that he turned into ice in an instant from her energy, and this greatly impressed Michael. Now he knew more about her abilities. Michael turned to Stella and said that he didn't know that her power allowed her to kill other cult members for no reason, and in front of him. In response, Stella began to laugh and say that after his return, Michael became smarter and more principled, and she was proud of him. However, in response, Michael asked her not to change the topic of conversation. She sat down on a chair and stated that she would then also ask questions. She approached Michael and asked him why he felt that members of the palace were not allowed to touch other members of the cult. Michael turned to her again and reminded her of the existence of demonic teachings that said this, but she only laughed. At that moment, Stella turned to Michael and said something she had long wanted to say, that it was all really a matter of simple pride. Stella began to say that Michael was the first to treat her people badly, and this man insulted her personally, and that was all the consequences. Immediately after, she turned sarcastically to Michael, saying that someone had broken her heart, and asked him if he knew who it was. However, Michael did not like this dialogue at all. He turned to her and asked how he knew who broke her heart. With a very crazy look and energy in her eyes, she began to say that Michael should know this, or rather, he was even obliged to. However, our hero Michael was not so interested in her words as in the fact that he could see from the energy of life that the man was still alive, albeit in ice. Stella, meanwhile, turned to Mile, stating that she would like to offer him an interesting bet with her. At that moment, Michael notices that the dishes around him have also become frozen, and their energy is high, which means that it is clearly at least at the 8th level. Michael approached her and asked if the title of young leader meant nothing to her, but she said that everyone was equal. He immediately understands that Stella is very different from others because she is only interested in herself and the pleasure palace. Michael says that if Stella wants it that way, he will make a bet at her request, and she laughs in response, saying that Michael hasn't changed at all. Immediately after this, Stella gives the order to call Jessica. She comes, and Stella asks to close the restaurant for today. Jessica promises to carry out the order, and together with her assistants, she begins to lead people out of the hall everywhere. Literally a couple of minutes later, there is no one left in the room, only Michael, Stella, Jessica, and her assistants standing around. Stella approaches Michael, saying that he is rarely here, and invites him to spend at least a couple of days here in his comfort. She also adds at the end that this is her bet. She doesn't ask for anything else, after which she smiles slyly again. However, Michael is still on his wavelength and has a plan. He turns to Stella and asks what will happen if he refuses. Stella doesn't say anything in response, but her assistants immediately gather around and draw their swords, making it clear what will happen. Seeing this, Michael says that in general he understands everything and asks what will change in 2 days from now. She replies that nothing much should change. Michael gives his consent, but points out one point. Stella asks about it. Michael says that since Stella mentioned it first, he wants to do it all based on 3 simple backwaters. Michael looks straight into Stella's eyes and says that in 2 days, and doesn't finish the sentence, thinking in his head that he will simply destroy them. However, immediately after, Michael fills his eyes with energy and says that in 2 days he will simply subjugate them all. This shocks Stella. She never expected this kind of answer from Michael now, especially regarding submission. Hearing this, Stella turned to Mile, saying that he was going too far with his jokes now, and she didn't like it. However, in response, with a rather creepy aura, Michael tells them that they should just wait for him to arrive and that's it. There's no need to do anything else. Turning to Mile, he says that he will wait for him like a wife and also promises to prepare a bath. However then, turning her face away, she added sarcastically that All this would happen if Michael could get to her chambers. Stella starts to leave, and Michael turns to her and asks what she will do with the man in the ice, since Michael does not want to spend the night in the burial site. Stella says that she is not particularly interested in this in general, after which she immediately sends an aura of her energy directly into this man. Immediately after this, a huge flask is formed, which will shackle the man in a state of ice. Michael is simply shocked by this power. She began to approach Michael, telling him to come to the 6th floor after he had finished his drink, and in return she would prepare the room. Together with her assistants, she began to go up, and Michael only sat below and watched everything that was happening. After raising a rather angry look full of energy, Michael promised himself that he would come for Mrs. Stella no matter what. Meanwhile, Lewis is training Billy and immediately notices that Billy managed to get injured on the first day, which infuriates Lewis. However, this did not stop Louis. He decided to continue training and began to beat Billy with a stick from all sides so that he would dodge. Billy decided to be mischievous at that moment. He started turning to Louis and asking why he should suddenly protect Layla at all. However, Lewis did not give any answer to this question. He only raised his stick, prepared to attack, and asked Billy to watch his head. Billy started to protect his head, but the blow landed right on Billy's hand, and he started to complain that Lewis had tricked him. Lewis stated that the enemy would not tell Billy where he would hit. Then Layla appeared and offered her father some tea and a snack. He, of course, doesn't refuse this and starts eating the food that Layla brought him, which makes Billy even more angry. Against this backdrop, Billy began to remember his father, who was simply terrible, and to understand how lucky Layla really was to have her father. Layla also offered Billy something to eat, but he responded rather rudely that he didn't need it at all. However, Layla didn't want to listen to Billy's answers at all, and simply began shoving food into his mouth so that he could eat silently and enjoy it. Billy started eating and talking about how he felt like all his bones were broken because everything inside him hurt. After which, Billy turned to Layla and said that if she was so worried about him, she could give him a massage. However, Layla's response was clearly not what Billy expected, as she simply swung her hand and hit him right on the head from behind. She started yelling at Billy and saying that he was acting like a complete weakling and that a man shouldn't be like that, and that he was behaving like a child. They continued to argue among themselves. Layla called him a loser, and he in turn said that she herself was still a child and should not teach him. Lewis turns to Layla and Billy, saying that he will go to the forge, and he instructs Billy to continue training and protect Layla. Billy realizes that Lewis wants to buy something for his training and tries to dissuade Lewis, but he doesn't answer Billy. Lewis simply slams the doors of the palace and leaves, and Billy understands that nothing will change, and training will only get worse for him. Billy fell to the ground and began to pray to all the gods that Michael would come back quickly and take him somewhere on the road away from Lewis. The assistant was so reluctant to train that he even composed a special prayer and shouted it while stretching his hands towards the sun. Meanwhile, on the roof of the small palace there were various unknown people who were watching all of this, among them Nami and the 3 demons. Meanwhile, our hero Michael uses his energy powers to try to remove the ice shackles from that same man in the Pleasure Palace restaurant. In that moment, Michael realized with great shock and saw that by using the art of blood and the demon lord, he was seeing some kind of reaction. Michael begins to channel even more energy into this guy's capsule, hoping that his luck hasn't deserted him and he can survive. To the great happiness of this man, Michael began to succeed, and the ice began to disappear, or rather, melt under the heat of the energy. Literally, after a minute of such actions on Michael's part, he managed to save this man from the shackles of Stella's ice. Immediately after which, Michael sharply hit the man in the back with a charge of energy in order to bring him back to life and bring energy into his body. And only after this can the operation be considered complete, because our hero managed to get the man to breathe on his own. Michael immediately shut his mouth and using energy said that if he wanted to live, then he should silently leave here, and that's it. Michael let go of the man and went to the stairs and began to climb the floors. He knows little about the palace, so it will be difficult. However, Michael knows that the true palace begins on the 6th floor, the first 5 being for entertainment and storage. Immediately after, Michael opens the doors and enters one of the floors, and he is immediately greeted by a bunch of girls who are happy to see him. A strong steam began to rise around them. Rose petals appeared, and they began to joyfully call out Michael's name. This steam had a very strong effect on everyone around him, including Michael, and all the girls started pestering Michael. Michael immediately began to remember his past life. He was once told that girls from the demon cult are more dangerous than ordinary ones. During one of the sleepovers, Michael's friend told him about charm techniques, but Michael didn't really listen to him at the time. Looking directly into the fire, Michael's friend described how these enchantment techniques produced pleasant sensations, Returning to real time, Michael suddenly realized that the girls could use this technique on him now. Michael began to remember everything he knows. One of the factors is the frequency of energy. The purer it is, the better the technique works on the victim. Our hero also immediately remembered that, judging by Stella's words, he had already been here more than once, which meant the girls were acting according to the old plan. With the help of energy, Michael began to analyze everything around him, realizing that there were 12 girls surrounding him, and another one was playing music behind the wall. Michael also began to look at where the steam was coming from, and it was from behind the same wall. This immediately gave the realization that the girl there was the heart of the technology. That's how it was in reality. She was sitting there quietly alone and playing the instrument, just watching what was happening. However, at that moment, the main girl in the technique began to notice some powerful energy in her direction, which shocked her. It turned out to be Michael. Using his skills, he literally appeared right behind her in a second and was able to catch her off guard. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the top floor of the palace, where Stella turns to her assistant Jessica. Stella sits completely covered in snakes. She lowers her head down and turns to Jessica and asks what she thinks about all this. Jessica began to say that Michael had always been difficult to understand. Stella agreed, adding that a lot of time had passed since then. Stella began to hold the snake out to the side and look at it, saying that this was all very strange and that she really didn't like it. Jessica didn't really understand at first what Stella was talking about. She turned to her and asked what the lady meant by this. Stella turned around and looking at Jessica said that Mike was acting as if he was here for the first time in his life, although this was not the case. Without waiting for an answer from Jessica, Stella began to talk about the possibility that the cult leader had done something to Michael before training. Hearing about the head of the cult, Jessica trembled sharply and fell into fear, because it is forbidden to talk about him, and Stella is now doing it. However, again without waiting for Jessica's answers, Stella said that, in general, all this is not important, and the main thing for them is to do everything correctly now. She said that her partner Kate had stepped in, and now Michael wouldn't take up much of their time because she could definitely handle it. Hearing Kate's name, Stella began to smile and say that she and Michael would probably be glad to see each other after a while. Stella also asks Jessica how things are going in the small palace. She replies that they will find out about it themselves very soon. Immediately after, Stella says that, in general, she is satisfied with everything, and later adds that, in general, Stella is free and can go. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is standing behind Kate and notices something that makes Kate very surprised. What surprises Michael is that in just a couple of moves, he defeated all of Kate's people. This scares him, because they are all professionals in their field. Immediately after Michael made his methods, the entire sphere of charms in this technique began to disappear in an instant. Michael blocked all energy flows from Kate with 2 fingers and began asking if she was the one who used the charm technique. She began to say in response that they had not seen Michael for a very long time, but Michael was surprised to hear this, asking if she really knew him. Looking at her face, Michael also cannot understand at all why she blushed so much, because he simply immobilized her. Michael asks how she knows him, and she starts saying that they spent a lot of time together and she has known Michael for a long time. Our hero began to ask whether Kate had performed similar techniques on him before, and she replied that this was not the first time. All this began to really stress Michael out and distract him from his thoughts, because he simply could not believe that he had actually been here before. Michael realizes that if he could rewind time 3 years ago and Kate was already able to use the technique, she would be very talented. Meanwhile, the situation in Michael's small palace became very tense, as the demons and Nami began to act and jumped from the roof. Billy was the first to notice the appearance of some shadow to the side, and immediately thought that Michael had already returned. However, when Billy began to look more closely, he immediately saw some strange people, which scared him to some extent. Among them all, Billy immediately recognized Nami. He addressed her by name, but she began to pretend that it was not her. However, Billy started saying that it was definitely her, because no one else would wear such strange shoes under a black outfit. Billy's phrases infuriate her. The assistant calmly began to ask what they were planning, and then, using masks under the cover of night, they made their way into Michael's palace. Layla asks Billy why these people came. He immediately began to say that he was not sure, but it seemed that he knew the reason. Billy started talking about how Nami apparently just fell in love with him and decided to sneak in here for him, which really infuriates her. Billy began to act sweet and talk about how, unfortunately, he couldn't reciprocate because his main mission in life was Michael. Nami responded by yelling at Billy and saying that he was an ugly frog and no one needed him, which made Billy angry. Nami started yelling directly at Billy, and saying that nothing in this world would ever connect them together. In order not to be disgraced in front of Layla, Billy began to say that she simply gets embarrassed very quickly and therefore does not want to talk. Billy turns to Nami and asks her to stop acting like a fool, and also says that if she was trying to get his attention, then she succeeded. However, in response to this, something happened that Billy clearly did not expect. Namely, Nami and her people suddenly took out their weapons. Immediately after which, a rather frightened Billy turns to Layla and says that apparently Nami is not here today for him. Meanwhile, Nami herself began to poke her sword straight towards Layla and point at her, which caused Layla's surprise. Nami began to speak with a rather sharp and angry look about how today she was obliged to kill Layla right here. However, Layla, in turn, did not understand at all why this was so, because she did not want to die, and did not understand why Nami was angry at her for something. She says that Layla is a simple person without a family. Even by her existence in Michael's palace, she already insults him so much. However, in response, Layla says that they are in a small palace, and Nami will not be able to get away with all this just like that. Nami began to turn her head from side to side and say that apparently Layla had already established her connections here. One of the night demons turns to Nami and asks her to kill Layla quickly. He says that he really wants to eat. Layla, of course, hears perfectly well everything that is being said about her, and that they are going to kill her, and this greatly frightens her at the moment. However, Layla gathers her courage and shouts for Nami and her demons to leave here immediately. But Nami, of course, does not listen. Billy, meanwhile, tries to look very smart and strong in order to intimidate his opponents, but it doesn't work out well. Immediately after Nami turns around, she addresses her men and orders them to eliminate Layla immediately. And of course, a crowd of demon killers takes on this because they are simple mercenaries. They immediately headed towards Layla. However, something unusual happens. One of the demons who was closest to Layla gets hit in the head with a flower pot. The man who did it turns out to be Billy. He pretends to be casual and says that it just slipped out of his hands. The demons don't pay much attention to this, but Nami is very angry with Billy. She didn't want this to happen, and he showed his strength. Billy, meanwhile, stands still and complains that there hasn't been a single calm day since Michael returned, and it infuriates him. Immediately after these words, Billy turns around sharply, looks at Layla, and says that this is the last time he saves her. Billy starts going to Nami and saying that he really wanted to try to understand her. But after this, it won't work. Billy doesn't share her methods. Immediately after, Billy addresses not only Nami, but also the demons nearby that his name is Billy, and he is ready to fight. However, in response to all this, Nami only increases her energy and calls Billy crazy, adding that they will now kill him too. However, Billy is not the least bit afraid. He stands still and suddenly starts shouting that he is the son of the master of the bloody palace, Franklin. This did not cause any surprise in Nami, but the warriors she came with suddenly stopped when they heard this. Nami started yelling at them and telling them not to hesitate and to just kill this Billy right now, and that's it. Immediately after this, Billy starts shouting that they shouldn't look down on Layla and asks the guys if they know who Layla's father is. Nami asks Billy why she needs to know the family tree of a simple girl, and he responds that it really is better not to know. However, although Nami doesn't show any sign of it, she immediately begins to understand what's going on, because it looks like Layla is someone else's important daughter. The assistant points his finger forward and says that here comes her damn scary father, whom he was going to talk about. At this moment, Nami really begins to feel someone's very powerful energy behind her and turns around. The warriors do the same thing at the same moment. All together, they look back and suddenly notice some kind of large explosion that occurred near the gate. As it turns out, Billy wasn't lying because right in front of them, through the dust of the explosion, Layla's father appeared, full of energy. However, the events of the story move on, taking us to the pleasure palace on the upper floors to our hero, Mile. Meanwhile, Michael walks around all these floors and looks to the side, noticing different girls who are learning something. Michael goes straight up to their hall and immediately asks if this is where the team of hovering ghosts lives. The girls standing in the hall immediately began asking Michael what he was doing there, and he asked why they were so surprised if they had invited him themselves. Michael was right. The girls really did stand there with very strange, frightened faces and asked to wait a little. Michael agreed. He began to watch them as they left, realizing that the girls had gone to report everything to someone, which meant that everything was not going according to plan. At that moment, Michael looks to the side and notices a group of some little girls who are clearly in a rather frightened state. Michael doesn't pay much attention to them and decides to leave, but one of them comes up and happily addresses Michael at that moment. The girl turns to Michael and introduces herself. Michael thinks this is a rather sweet move and gently strokes her hair. The girl says that she will be 9 this year, and Michael says that he will be 10 times older. A woman approaches from behind. This girl turns to Michael and says that they are already waiting for him upstairs and ask him to hurry there. Michael starts to leave. The girl waves goodbye to him, and he finally notices that she is quite strange for her age. Michael, accompanied by two girls, begins to walk forward towards the stairs, and the girl still stands behind and waves after him. Meanwhile, one of the girls in the hall runs straight up and reports that Michael has reached the 6th floor and will soon be on the 7th. She reports all this to Jessica, who stands in complete shock and doesn't even know what to do with it now, because the situation is strange. Jessica is completely at a loss as to what happened. She looks down and holds her head, not knowing what to do now. She understands that if Michael managed to get through, it means that he knows about their techniques, and this is amazing for her, because this has never happened before. She actively doesn't want to believe it. She talks herself out of such thoughts because then it will become a big problem. However, Jessica has hope for another squad of girls that they sent to Michael, because he is supposed to be a huge problem. One of the girls runs into the room. Jessica immediately asks what happened, and she apologizes for the urgency. The girl in the pink robe rather excitedly tells Jessica that the 8th floor of the palace has also fallen, and Michael has passed it. This completely shocked Jessica. She simply cannot believe the information that was just reported to her. The girl who brought the news says that she decided to check everything herself. She went there and was shocked to notice that there were not even any traces. She wonders if Michael's skills are simply too high, like those of one of the emperors of the dynasty. Jessica wonders if Michael had studied the art of lovemaking before he came here, which is why he was able to pass. She also understands that this is not what is important now, but something completely different. If they do not stop Michael, the Palace of Blood will defeat the Palace of Pleasure. Thinking about all this, Jessica immediately remembers Michael's words that he would make the entire palace his own 2 days after his arrival. Jessica immediately realizes what Michael's next steps might be, so she decides to stop him before Stella finds out. And he asks to send a squad of male spirits, saying that if he dealt with the girls, then problems will clearly begin with them. The girl leaves to carry out the order, and Jessica stands there with the realization that there is only one floor left until Michael arrives here. Although this frightens Jessica, she decides that she will stand in defense of the Pleasure Palace and Stella if Michael suddenly gets here. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the small palace, where Louis notices attacks on Layla and Billy. And he says that he was told that there would be guests, but he could not even imagine that they would come from the Pleasure Palace. He did not expect this. He immediately understands who he is dealing with because he knows that when Stella became a master, she got rid of everyone who supported the previous master. Louis understands well that with such people it is necessary to act using the same methods as they do, so he raises a huge fiery aura. Nami watches this, realizing that there will clearly be no dialogue with Louis, and she should either act or leave while they are alive. Nami decides that she doesn't want to just leave, so she tells the demons that Louis has a much more dangerous aura and power than the others. Nami says that 2 demons can take care of Louis, and the 3rd one can take care of Layla and Billy. However, addressing them, Louis says that this is not important, and today he intends to kill all enemies because they will only submit at his hands. Louis starts to act, but the demons don't stand still either. The largest of them is moving straight towards Louis with an attack ready. He is about to attack, however. Louis is way ahead of him and hits him first straight into his body, causing a lot of blood to flow around. It only took one punch for Louis to send him flying and forget about him, but another opponent appeared from behind. However, the first one was not defeated either, and a situation arose in which both opponents were squeezing Louis from both sides at once. The old man understands that he must act strongly and radically. He charges his hands with energy and immediately grabs his 2 opponents with his hands. Louis grabbed them right by the necks with great force. He began to squeeze them very hard and powerfully, so much so that their faces swelled up in a minute. Immediately after which, Louis strengthened his aura and asked his daughter Layla to close her eyes for a while from very bad scenes. By this point, Louis' opponents were at their wits' end and could barely say anything. They were crying and burning with pain. The 3rd demon immediately noticed what Louis was doing and was filled with great anger because he was killing his friends and brothers. Therefore, the 3rd demon decided to immediately rush forward and attack Louis, who was standing in front of him, with a weapon of great force. However, the first thing he decides to do with the weapon is to hit Louis's daughter, Layla. But then Billy comes to her defense, covering her with his blade. Meanwhile, Louis has already gotten rid of the other 2 men by killing them, and now watches as Billy fights against the last one. He started shouting that now was not the time to talk, because they were actually engaged in a mortal battle at that very moment. Billy's opponent began to attack more and more often and more powerfully, while Billy himself, in due course, began to defend himself much better against his attacks. Even with the help of Lewis's tips, Billy manages to fight against such a powerful enemy, but in a terrible position. At that moment, Billy's opponent begins to create a charge of energy, and he, in turn, shouts at Layla to close her eyes if she wants to live. Lewis noticed all this and started shouting that it was too early to relax and that the opponent's blow would hit Billy's body. At that moment, Billy realized that if he attacked a little higher and faster, he could win. So he did just that and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent. Billy's opponent was very surprised. He could not believe that there was a demon in Billy's body all this time, who has energy and controls it. Billy's opponent fell to the ground with a hole in his body, and Billy himself stood in wild shock and was most afraid of the blood on his suit. Billy started running and screaming that he was bleeding and was about to die. But Layla asked him not to whine, because it was only a small wound. Meanwhile, Lewis is even proud of Billy, even though he acts like an idiot. But he was able to defeat a top-level assassin just now. Lewis also noticed that Billy had some basic art skills while watching him in battle, and Lewis decided to pay more attention to this in training. However, there is one point that remains unresolved, namely Nami, who still stands against Louis and tells him not to approach her. However, Louis, in turn, only began to walk straight towards her, saying that she would die anyway and there was no point in wasting time. Hearing this, she stood there with a blue face and began to beg Louis not to kill her because she was afraid of it. Lewis responded by doing something rather banal but terrible. He asked Nami to kill herself if she didn't want to accept death at his hands. At that moment, Nami couldn't even answer. She was just in wild horror and stood there, not understanding what to do in this situation now. She believes that the last minutes of her life are coming, and she reflects on the moment when everything went wrong and who will be blamed for this. However, at that moment, to her wild surprise, Billy stands up for Nami, who suggests that Lewis take pity on her and not touch her here now. She turns to him with a trembling voice. Billy replies that he admits that she is crazy, but he still saves her. However, even so, Nami cannot wrap her head around the fact of why Billy is doing this. She turns to him and asks about it. Meanwhile, our hero Michael climbs to the next floor of the Pleasure Palace and is greeted by a group of men on the floor with a smile. Michael is surprised that there are men in such a palace, but admits that they are needed to carry out various orders from above. The leader of these men asks his subordinates to show Michael respect as a young leader. They begin to bow and clasp their hands together. Michael greets them back and says that he didn't expect such a warm welcome, but is glad that he won't have to use his abilities. However, at some point the leader of these guys starts saying some rather strange phrases, more like flirting, and this upsets Michael. Immediately after this, steam from the palace's technicians also began to appear beneath them, and the leader began to say that Michael would have an unforgettable time with them. At that moment, Michael fell into the most extreme shock. He had imagined and expected many things, but clearly not what was happening on the floor now. Michael, well aware of who his opponents are, immediately uses a lot of his energy outward in order to demonstrate his strength of spirit, after which Michael decides to get rid of them immediately and uses a technique that destroys the room. From that moment on, the events of the story take us a little forward. Michael rises higher, and this is noticed by Jessica, who is sitting in the room. A couple of seconds later, Michael comes up to the floor and stands right in front of her in the room. She turns to him and asks how he got here. Jessica asks Michael in shock if this means he was able to defeat even the men in his path so quickly. Michael tries to smile, but he is clearly angry. He says that if this is all that the Pleasure Palace can do, then it is sad. Jessica, with a shocked face, asks Michael what he did with all the men, because it is impossible to deal with them so quickly. Michael turns to Jessica and says that overall it all doesn't matter anymore, and then adds that she couldn't call Stella. Jessica says that she cannot do this and asks Michael to leave the palace in 2 days, but this only surprises Michael. Michael says that he is not at all happy with this, but in response, Jessica states that she is not telling Michael a request but advice. He asks Jessica why they tried to kill him in the palace, and she replies that they were stopping Michael from making an inevitable mistake. Our hero abruptly sits down next to her and asks Jessica how they will stop him now. She says that she has no methods now. He turns to Jessica and asks if they are confident enough in their abilities to try to stop him. Jessica responds by saying that she doesn't know where Michael learned the art of lovemaking, but even knowing it will be difficult for him to defeat Jessica. And he changes the subject of the conversation and asks if there is too much space in one room for one Jessica. Michael turns to Jessica and asks if it is true that there are only 4 hours left before these 2 days are over. Jessica says that's right, and Michael abruptly lies down on the rocks nearby. declaring that then he'll just wait until the end of these 2 days. The story takes us to Luis, who tells Billy that if he wants to save Nami, he must take her as his wife, which greatly infuriates him. Nami also protests against this idea. She says that she cannot be with Billy, but he in response asks her to just shut up and not interfere. Luis starts telling Michael that he has 1 minute left to marry Nami, or he will kill her right here. However, at that moment, Louis' words are interrupted by someone's sharp cry. Louis looks up and sees people approaching them. It turns out to be Silvers and his entire fighting squad. Literally in an instant, they land down on the floor and look forward. Billy points to Layla and asks if this squad came to kill her, but Silvers says that they came to save her. Immediately after which, Billy looks straight at Silvers and asks who beat them up like that along the way, hinting at his terrible appearance. Silvers immediately remembers that before they came here, they were met on the way by Louis, who perceived them as enemies. Then, on the way home, Louis killed them all, under the pretext that they were the ones who were going to attack the small palace. Initially, Silvers decided to go back to the trading palace, but he became interested in Louis' powers and decided to keep an eye on him. Silvers then saw with his own eyes everything he thought he had. He was very surprised when he noticed Louis's supreme bloody art. Then, looking at Louis, Silvers realized that our hero Michael was supported by very strong people around him. Louis began to ask why Silvers and his squad arrived. He honestly said that they were afraid of a threat to Michael's life, and came here. This answer surprised Billy greatly. He turned to Silvers and asked if he really knew about the attack in advance. At that moment, with great shock and sweat on his face, Silvers realized that he had just made a big mistake by not watching what he said. Immediately after this, Louis suddenly found himself next to Silvers, putting his hand on his shoulder. He asked why he was so scared. The old man asked Silvers to look him in the eyes, and immediately after asked whether Silvers knew who he was, and asked him not to lie to him now. Silvers immediately begins to think and remembers that Louis reminds him of one of the members of the Min squad who was very strong before. Silvers immediately remembers that he once knew a leader of the Min squad who was so strong that he could fight for several days, after which Silvers replied to Louis that it seemed like he knew who he was, and Louis replied that then Silvers should say goodbye to life right there. Silvers immediately fell to his knees and began to beg Louis for alms, saying that he would definitely forget everything he knew if necessary. Silvers also began to say that he swears by 3 generations of his clan and his name that if he deceives, he will become a dog. Louis, in turn, raised his hand up and began to attract all the energy around, and immediately after that, direct it towards the members of Silver's squad. Having enveloped everyone in his energy, he turned to Silvers and said that from now on, he is an ordinary warrior who does not belong to anyone. Turned upside down and enveloped in energy, Silvers immediately began to say that he understood everything and did not dare to say otherwise. Once Silvers agreed to Louis's words and conditions, he lowered the charge and power of his energy, thereby giving freedom to Louis's people. Louis turned to everyone and pointed to Nami, asking them to take her under arrest for a while he himself would go to Michael and tell him everything. The men from Silver's squad, along with himself, immediately wrapped Nami with ropes from all sides and told her not to resist. Meanwhile, Silvers leads his people, thereby helping Louis, who decided to correct Silvers and make him useful. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael, who suddenly wakes up. Before that, he was lying asleep in Jessica's room. Michael woke up to the feeling of a sharp burst of energy approaching, and he immediately realized that Stella was already nearby. He wakes up, turns to Jessica, and says that 2 days have apparently passed. She says that Michael can leave. However, in response, Michael says that not everything is so simple. It is too early for him to leave, because some business keeps him here. In response to this, Jessica stated that Michael should not insist on his own way because, as she said, he could no longer get through her. After this, Michael turned to her and began asking why she had given him 2 days of time, which greatly surprised her. Michael suddenly creates a dark atmosphere with energy and asks Jessica if she knows why he waited for her here for 2 whole days. In response, Jessica says that she didn't expect that Michael would be here just for her these past 2 days. However, in response, Michael only abruptly rises to his feet. Jessica is very frightened by this and stands up with her sword towards him, but he asks her to stop. However, even though Michael asked Jessica to stop, at that moment some smoke suddenly began to rise around them, which surprised Jessica. Jessica began to swing her sword, but Michael was not surprised. He turned to her and asked her to place a bet. A second after Michael's words, the wall collapsed and Louis appeared, with Nami tied up in his arms. Nami began to scream Jessica's name with wild tears, as if asking her for urgent help for her in such a situation. Jessica was in great shock from what happened. She began to address Nami as a young master and ask something. However, Michael, with a devilish smile, began to recite the terms of the bet, naming the first point as the fact that he forbids movement. Immediately after which, raising a huge demonic aura around, Michael declared that whoever moves now will have to die. However, something also surprised Mile, namely Louis's bloody and broken hands, from which blood was dripping even now. Michael approached Louis and asked if he had killed everyone there, and he responded that only one had been eliminated. He says that even one person is already an extra loss, but Louis states that he did everything in his power at that moment. However, Jessica interrupted this dialogue and started shouting about why Nami was with Michael and why they had arranged all this here. Michael started walking straight towards Jessica and then abruptly announced that this was their bet, raising a high aura of madness. Jessica responded by screaming that in that case Michael had already lost, since he was the first one to move. In response, Michael began to raise his energy. He turned to Jessica and asked if she really wanted him dead so much. Immediately after, Michael also addressed Louis, but not by name. He called him Bloody Master. In response, Louis began to listen to Michael. Michael began to say that he had used his energy to check who was where, and the first three were now sitting above the ceiling. After which Michael also added that there were 4 more in the bushes on the sides, and ordered to kill them all on the spot if they moved from the place now. At this moment, Jessica is in complete shock. She cannot even imagine that Michael has so much power and he has already figured everyone out. Michael started going to Jessica again and telling her that he was giving them 2 days to realize who they were dealing with. At this point, Jessica is tired of listening to all this. She is desperate and does not know what to do, and decides to simply attack Michael sharply. However, at that moment, someone's cold energy came from right above, which completely enveloped Jessica and the entire room. Immediately after that, someone's voice came from the stairs to the top floor, calling Michael to come up. This voice informed him that all further conversations would only be with him personally. Michael began to understand everything and smile. Hearing such an answer, Jessica also immediately realized that it was Stella. She began to address her and say that she could not just miss Michael upstairs. However, in response, Stella sharply and coldly told Jessica to let Michael go upstairs in peace now, which surprised her. Meanwhile, Michael, not paying any attention to Jessica, began to go upstairs, realizing that everything was going completely according to his plan, as it should. A couple of minutes later, Michael went straight up to the top floor to Stella's room, where she was lying on the bed, and greeted him with a smile. Michael began to smile and say that he had not lied when he said that they would definitely see each other again. Stella turned to Michael and asked if he had come here alone. He replied that he was in the master's abode, so of course he was alone. Stella asked Michael how he managed to get all the way here, and he replied that it wasn't easy and had caused him a lot of trouble. She began to say that the path had indeed been difficult, but she had not expected Michael to come here harboring anger. And she turned to Michael and began to ask him whether someone had really ordered him to destroy their pleasure palace. She also began asking about who taught Michael the art of passion, and he immediately understood that Stella thought like Mozart. She asked if Michael had received the art of passion from the cult leader, but he was only surprised when he heard this. Stella began to say that at first she thought that the operation to attack their palace was a joint effort between the trade palace and the small palace. However, when Stella saw Louis and his strength, she immediately realized that the trading palace had nothing to do with all this, because it was very important now. Following her words, Michael immediately realized that she was quite straightforward and quite smart. Stella approached Michael and asked if he knew how many people in the cult had reached the highest realm of demonic arts. Our hero Michael began to think about how many of them there could be. But Stella sharply replied that there were 8 of them, and she was the last of them. Michael responded by saying that he had not expected such a high result from Stella, and asked if this was good news for the cult in that case. However, in response, Stella apologized and stated that this was very bad news for Michael, not for her. Our hero stated that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time, so he would like to talk to Stella a little longer. Stella asked why Michael brought such a strong fighter as Louis, whether they were the target of the small palace, but Michael said that they started it first. Stella, with a dissatisfied face, began to ask Michael to stop lying, especially in a situation where it was very disadvantageous for him. He began to wonder if Stella could really believe that he had harmed Nami back then during the meeting. Michael decided to change the subject a little. He turned to Stella and asked why she decided that it was the cult leader who taught him the art of passion. However, hearing this answer, Stella laughed and asked if Michael had lost his memory, since it was the cult leader who had once brought him here. Michael was very surprised to hear this answer, But he realized that the previous owner of his body had lived a terrible life, and his father had punished him with training. Michael immediately realized that it was in that training place that the cult leader's son met his death, and the leader himself disappeared after that. Michael responded by raising an aura of energy and asking why Stella doesn't consider the option that Michael has mastered all the arts. She laughs at this. Stella calls it a very stupid joke. Michael is perplexed by this, and then he also realizes that the previous owner was a complete idiot. In response, Stella began to talk about how Michael had been a hopeless successor from the very beginning. Hearing these words, Michael stopped understanding the course of her thoughts. He didn't understand why she was saying this, and right to his face. Stella started talking about how Michael seemed to have really lost his memory, and he replied that over time everyone changes, and Stella will change too. In response, Stella stated that there are people who clearly shouldn't change, and Michael asked if she was one of them. In response, she only created a chill beneath herself, declared that it was a very long story, and suggested changing the subject already. Putting a smile back on her face, Stella began asking Michael if he knew what the two biggest mistakes he had made were. Stella stated that Michael had touched her people and that it was unforgivable, after which she launched an ice attack at him right there in the room. She started talking about how, unfortunately, this was the only way a girl could survive in a demon cult, so she didn't care about Michael's title. Michael started to get covered in ice from his feet on, and Stella said that the second mistake was that Michael came here alone. Laughing a little, with a smile on her face, Stella began to talk about how Michael had threatened to get her, and now she was asking him to try to do it. Immediately after which, with eyes that were terribly crazy, she also added that Michael would only be able to do this if he survived first. Michael began to turn to Stella, but she interrupted him, telling him not to beg her, and expressed surprise at the changes that had taken place. Michael, with terrible energy, began to ask whether Stella thought she could kill everyone in a row, just like that very guest on the first floor. Stella turns to Michael and reminds him that, according to the teachings of their cult, the one who is stronger is always right, and nothing more. Michael says that everything is true, and it is because of these foolish teachings that many people have already lost their lives, and others will continue to lose them. Stella turns to Michael and says that it is unusual for him to say such unusual things as the son of a cult leader. Immediately after this, Stella says she's had enough of talking and suggests they get started. She then launches an ice attack straight at Michael. Literally a moment after Stella launched the attack straight at Michael, it struck him and froze him in ice shackles. Stella thought that she had finally gotten rid of Michael, but at that moment, she began to notice that Michael's hand under the ice began to move. Stella doesn't understand what's happening at all, because this is one of the best ice arts, which was created especially for women. Before reaching Stella, Michael had already learned that this art was created by men for them, so Michael has the upper hand over it. Literally the next moment, the ice shackles that Stella had created in that moment were simply destroyed by Michael's powerful energy. Ice shards began to fly in different directions. Stella covered herself with her fan, but she still did not understand how Michael managed to do this, after which Michael completely shocked her by getting back on his feet as if nothing had happened and being able to use his energy around himself. Michael began to approach Stella and ask whether it was true or not that, according to her, only 9 people had achieved the highest form of art. Immediately after which Michael stated that she was mistaken about this, and also mistaken in asking why he came alone, since he did not need to take anyone. Thus, Michael demonstrated his powerful strength, showing that he was much stronger than Stella, and began to create a charge of energy in his hands. Michael began to threaten Stella and say that if she could not change, then he would change her with his own hands right now. Stella is in complete shock. She never expected to see exactly this, namely the highest art of the Demon Lord in the hands of Michael. He, meanwhile, apparently wasn't joking at all, because he began to direct attacks of his energy directly towards Stella. However, to her great surprise, she also found the strength to resist, and began to repel his attacks using the art of ice. However, the ice protection did not help Stella at all. Literally in a second, Michael destroyed it and immediately grabbed Stella by the neck. Our hero, like a wild beast, began to direct attacks of his energy directly at Stella. His eyes glowed like a demon's, and the entire room was covered in darkness. At that moment, Stella stopped resisting. She fully realized that Michael had truly reached the highest demon. Michael's energy in the room only grew, and Stella began to talk about how they really didn't have a chance to win from the start. Immediately after this, Michael, while still conscious, turned to Stella and asked who the pleasure palace was for. Having completely lost her strength and hope to do anything, Stella began to talk about what was, of course, for a higher demon. Michael began to say that she was saying everything correctly, but he noticed that for some reason her gaze had not changed at all. Michael began to approach her and talk about the difference between an ordinary killer and a maniac who uses his status to take people's lives. Stella began to turn to Michael and ask why a woman should live so miserably and uselessly in this world then. Michael began to address Stella and tell her that, first and foremost, she was not a woman but a martial arts master, and one of the strongest. At that moment, Stella seemed to have come to terms with her death. She began to turn to Michael and tell him to spare everyone else. This time, our hero Michael was in complete shock. He expected to hear everything, but he couldn't even begin to believe such words from Stella. He began to turn to Stella and ask why he needed to spare anyone here. Stella said that all the people in the palace were prisoners. Hearing these words, Michael seemed to lose touch with reality, because he never expected to hear exactly this from Stella. Stella explains that she was not born into a cult, and later Michael remembers Kate, who is clearly also of other bloodlines, not mountain blood. At this moment, Michael remembers that same girl and all the other children, realizing that it turns out that they were also kidnapped. They were taken as children. Our hero says that it is simply hard for him to believe this, because in that case the pleasure palace is simply a place similar to hell, and nothing more. Stella began to turn to Michael and say that she would do everything possible to break this cycle forever. She also talks about how Michael called them evil, but later asks who, if not for them, would have been able to go through all this torture and torment. Stella also asks Michael to refrain from making any offers of rescue, saying that he already knows what her answer will be. And he began to talk about how he was going to create a place where everyone would live happily and not break the commandments. He turns to Stella and declares that he is going to turn the blood demon cult into a cult of life and happiness called Min. Michael began to squeeze Stella's neck, and she turned to him and said that his ideas were very stupid because they did not coincide with reality at all. He tells her in response that he will do this even if he has to destroy the heavenly mountain. He will do anything for the sake of the goal. Stella, with a shocked face, began to say that Michael was really speaking completely seriously now. She did not understand why he was doing this. Michael turns to Stella and says that if she really wants to break the vicious cycle, then he will give her a chance. Michael extends his hand to Stella and says that if she believes in him, then he offers to leave the past relationship behind and move forward together. Stella turns to Michael and asks what will happen if she doesn't believe him, and his big idea to change the demon cult. And he raises a dark aura of gloom behind him and asks Stella if he could explain to her more clearly what he wants from her and how he will act. Stella tells Michael that she remembers the first time he came here and adds that his eyes are the same now as they were back then, on that day. Stella extends her hand to Michael and says that she will believe him and keep her promise this time. After which, Stella, with a smile on her face, begins to say that she, as the master of the highest pleasure palace, is glad to welcome Michael the leader. Meanwhile, information about this reaches Jessica and the others, who are still standing in place bound by Louis' aura. Louis says that this doesn't mean anything to the others yet, and with an eerie aura of fire, he declares that if they move, they will die. Jessica and everyone else can't understand why Louis's aura is affecting them so strongly, because they can't even move. Meanwhile, Silvers and Billy go up to the top floor, not understanding what is going on and saying that everything has been decided downstairs. At that moment, Jessica notices Billy and Silvers. She starts shouting at them and asking why they are here because she doesn't understand anything. However, what infuriates Jessica most is that the leader of the Forbidden Squad, Silvers, who is very dangerous, has come to the meeting here. Silvers says that there was a mistake, and Jessica shouts that apparently the Trading Palace is involved in all of this. Billy turns to Louis and says that the atmosphere here is very terrible, but he is more interested in where Michael is now. This question actually interests not only Billy, but also all the other girls around who do not understand what is going on upstairs. Meanwhile, up above, Stella turns to Billy and asks him if he could turn away. He says that of course he can. Billy turns away, and Stella says that he promised to free the Pleasure Palace, and Billy replies that he will do it as soon as he sees fit. Stella says that she will take a risk and trust Michael, but he is more worried about the sound he heard because it greatly embarrasses Michael. At that moment, Michael realizes what is happening. He starts turning around and screaming that the past him is dead, and he no longer wants this. However, when Michael turns around completely, he only notices Chair sitting on the bed, who, as it turns out, simply changed her clothes. Realizing this, Michael turned around and began to talk about how, according to Stella, he had been here before. She says that Michael apparently really did lose his memory, and begins to talk about the various rumors she heard about him. Michael responds by saying that these rumors are not far from the truth and asks if the charm technique had been used on him before. He talks about how on the 6th floor he met a girl named Kate, a foreigner, who used this technique on him. This information makes Stella angry. She says that Kate could not have done this because it is a forbidden technique. Stella replies that they had never used this technique on Michael before because he was already a pervert even without it. Immediately after, Michael asks to forget it and asks how Stella is connected with the Slaughterhouse Palace because everyone who does not want to change will end badly. Stella tells Michael that the leader of the Slaughterhouse Palace is the Great Richard, and if Michael wants to change the cult, then he should get rid of him. Stella explains that Franklin, Richard, and one of the elders all want to become cult leaders, but each has different methods and desires. Although Michael is not happy about this, he understands that this is entirely expected, since opinions differed even within the Federation Union, and here even more so. However, Stella then declares that one of them does not really want to become a leader, but simply wants to wipe the cult off the face of the earth. Stella reveals that Richard is a simple psychopath, and the events of the story take us to the Slaughterhouse Palace. The events of our story show Richard himself chasing after different people near his palace in order to simply kill them. Stella describes Richard as a man who wants to turn the world into a kingdom of blood and murder, where there will be endless carnage and that's it. Meanwhile, the man in front of Richard, who was running away from him, begins to apologize sharply and ask for mercy, saying that he is not guilty. Richard asks the man if he wants to run some more, but in return he only asks to spare him, and even make him a simple slave. However, Richard tells him in response that this is all very boring, and he does not intend to live like this, after which he plunges the gun into the man. Immediately after, Richard addresses the man, saying that this would not have happened if he had not run away from the slaughterhouse. Richard leaves the man to die on the path and goes off somewhere with a wild aura, asking his assistants to remove the victim's body. Immediately after this event, the stories take us to the next day, showing the cult of trade and Mozart lying on the floor. Lying on the floor, Mozart reads a letter from Silvers, which says that he has become close to Michael and will spend some time in his palace. Silvers also asks Mozart in the letter to send him some money and things so that he can better gain the trust of Michael and Louis. Having heard everything that is written in the letter, Mozart is very happy. He says that Silvers is simply an excellent agent. Meanwhile, Silvers and his squad are under Louis's brutal training in the small palace, as he has taken them under his command. Silvers also carries out all orders and tasks on an equal basis with his subordinates, but he cannot understand at all why he does this. However, the moment he turns around, Silvers also notices Nami, Stella's daughter, who is also training here, and he doesn't understand why she is here either. Last night after everything, Stella scolded her daughter Nami for everything she did, and allowed Louis to take her to training as well. Michael turned to Louis and asked why they needed Nami, and Louis replied that one of their men had asked him to save her life. Nami tells Silvers that she doesn't know what she's doing here and doesn't want to be here because she's already tired of all this training. Louis approaches Silvers and Nami with a request to reduce their talk, saying that although Michael trusts them, Louis does not trust them at all. Nami says that this is very rude communication, and Louis says that now she has to do another 50 handstands for talking. Louis goes ahead and says that Nami is a martial artist first and a woman second, so that's why. Time moved inexorably forward, and it took us to the evening. Louis tells his people that so be it, they can finish for today. Silver sits in wild shock from the first day. He cannot believe what is happening, and such a great warrior as he is doing the usual exercises. Billy, meanwhile, is also sitting there shocked. But he says that there is another problem. After finishing training, he does not feel a loss of strength. Silvers looks at his hands and says that Billy is right. He himself doesn't really feel anything, although he looks very tired. At that moment, Silvers realized that with the training from Louis, his body began to develop much more powerfully, and he does not feel tired, and this makes him very happy. It was at this moment that Silvers experienced what Michael had been waiting for. He became dependent on the small palace and training from Louis. Meanwhile, our hero Michael goes to the library to Lester's secret room, but not alone, this time with Stella. Stella immediately tells Lester not to worry. She says that this often happens when enemies side with one another for a common goal. Lester greets Stella and says that, overall, he is glad to see her and completely agrees with her words because, in truth, this is often the case. However, despite this, a small argument ensues between Stella and Lester, but Michael immediately stops them. Michael says that many people know about his visit to Tella's pleasure palace, and they should deliberately spread good rumors about it. Lester and Stella immediately agree on what rumors should be spread, when and where, and Michael simply listens to them in silence. However, while they are talking about all this, Michael remembers that there is a problem. During the takeover of the pleasure palace, Lewis killed Kate. He also knows that Kate's death has deeply upset Stella, so it's best not to mention it right away. Stella says that the Slaughterhouse Palace has not yet intervened because she fulfilled a request for them. Michael is surprised and learns about this request. Stella says that the Slaughterhouse Palace asked for help in the fight against the Federation, which began the extermination of the cult. Miles was very shocked to hear this. Michael is well aware that if this information turns out to be true, it means that the war between the Federation and the cult is just around the corner. He says that they urgently need to find out what the Federation is doing, because the Dragon Squad could be ahead of everyone. Lester is surprised by this idea from Michael and his words, but he also does not dare to argue with them because there is clearly some truth in it. Michael is holding back his shock very strongly, as if he had returned to the past. He understands that the Federation squad is very strong. Stella notices Michael's strong excitement and nerves. She turns to him and asks if he wants to tell them something. Michael starts screaming like a child that they should use more force against the Federation Union because they are very strong. Stella says there's no need to worry because even the master of the Wrestling Palace himself will be against them, which means there will be a lot of strength. Having learned this, Michael felt even worse, because from Stella, he learned that this man was simply sick in the head, and this could start a war. And he says that in this case, it would be worth going to their palace and finding out everything for ourselves in order to understand the situation better. Lester also informs Michael that the small palace will be very noisy for a while. Michael is surprised and asks why. Lester shows the paper and says that the others will not understand what changes have begun, and will announce surveillance and many other factors. The advisor also says that he invited someone here, but Michael asks if this could spread rumors then. The old man says that he will keep a close eye on everything, and not a single ant will be able to hide from his gaze ever again. Stella also suggests moving the Pleasure Palace to Michael's Valley, but he says it's too early to do that. It would only attract unnecessary attention. However, in exchange, Michael allocated a separate building for Stella so that she could always come there, and she agreed to this. Michael stands up abruptly and asks that the rumors be spread very well and carefully, so that they cannot be distinguished from lies if anything happens. Michael also abruptly states that while Stella and Lester are busy with this, he will be busy getting rid of the other 7 palaces. Some time passes from that moment and the events of our story move on, taking us to the Palace of the Sword. The leader of the Sword Palace named John decides to do something, but his son tries his best to stop his father from this idea. John's son says everyone was hoping for Michael to change, but he recently spent 2 days in the Pleasure Palace again. John himself asks his son to stop saying all this already, adding that he says a lot of nonsense because it is very important now. However, even after this remark, John's son did not stop, but only continued. And at that moment, John himself raised a huge aura of energy. Immediately after that, having taken out his weapon, he turned to his son and repeated once again that he should stop and not say any more of this. John's son, Garp, declares that he is not going to stop there and does not care at all about his father's strength. John turns around abruptly and says that Garp is still just a boy who doesn't understand anything and is going to attack him strongly. However, Garp is certainly no slouch either, as he pulls out his weapon and stops his father's attack in a matter of seconds. Garp yells at his father and declares that he is not a child at all, but the leader of an extermination squad, and his word should mean something already. However, Garp's father clearly doesn't think so. He only gets angrier and says that Garp isn't worthy of blocking his attacks yet. Garp yells at his father and says that he doesn't feel sorry for Lilo, because just recently Michael spent 2 days in the Pleasure Palace. He yells at his father and says that he can't do this, at least for the sake of Lilo herself, who will only get worse from such a life. Lilo is Garp's sister, and he immediately remembers that she has suffered all her life as a girl in a swordsman's family, and that she never cares about anything. Garp yells at his father again, repeating over and over that he can't do this to his own daughter. However, Garp's father just ignores him, and he says that if his father can't do anything, then he himself will do everything for his sister. He starts to leave, and Father John, after they have met in blows, notice that his son is almost no longer at the highest stage. When Garp leaves, John turns to the leader of the main squad and asks if the information about Michael is true, which turns out to be true. Immediately after this, John gives the order to the leader of the main squad to go after Michael and bring him back to discuss everything. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael himself, who is simply sitting and meditating in his room. Afterwards, Michael looks out the window and realizes that his new tasks are talking to palaces that are created for war, and it will not be easy. Michael is also fully aware that he needs to keep the Slaughter Palace fighters away, as the war cannot be won with them. Our hero also notes that the elders should arrive, but they are nowhere to be seen. And he is also irritated by strange sounds coming from under the floor. Right at this moment of our hero's thoughts, people from the Palace of Swords began knocking on the gates of his small palace and demanding that he come out. The first thing that noticed these people was Layla, who couldn't understand at all what was happening and why they were so angry. And then Nami started talking about how these people introduced themselves and that they could simply open the gates and talk. But Layla was shocked by such an idea. She starts arguing directly with Nami, discussing which of them is the bigger child. At that moment, Billy appears from behind. Billy turned to Layla and Nami and began asking about what was going on. They explained that some weirdos had appeared at the door. Billy learned that these people were from the Sword Palace, after which he immediately went forward and sleepily opened the gates of the small palace for them. In front of Billy stood the leader of the squad, and a huge number of his men. All of them were armed. Billy was immediately surprised by this. The leader of the squad, Garp, began to say that they came here for the young Master Michael, and demanded that he come here. Billy started yelling at Garp and saying that the cult leader was more than just a friend, so when they called him they should show respect. However, in response to this, Garp stated that Billy was an ordinary weirdo, and such strange phrases clearly wouldn't scare him. Garp explained that he came here because of his sister, and in response he heard from Billy that Garp was really one of the useless heirs of the sword. With a rather sly and sarcastic face, Billy turned to Garp and asked him why he wanted to take Michael for himself. Garp turned to Billy with a very angry face and said that he was only interested in one question, namely, whether Michael had recently been to the Pleasure Palace. At this point, Nami intervened in the conversation, saying that if Garp also wanted to go there, she could have fun with him. Billy immediately began to move us away from the gate and say that there was a misunderstanding and that Nami had already been expelled from the Pleasure Palace. However, apparently Garp was tired of hearing all this. At that moment, he simply abruptly attacked the nearest gate and knocked it down with his sword. Garp started shouting throughout the palace that Michael had to come out right now, or he would have to use more brutal force. At that moment, he and Louis went straight to the gate and began asking whether the Palace of the Sword had really sent assassins to them. Garp began to shout and accuse Billy of what he had done to his sister, adding that he would not get away with such antics. However, at this moment Billy was the most stunned, because he expected to hear a lot of things, but not obviously something about some sister. Garp started yelling directly at Michael, telling him not to pretend he didn't understand that such actions were a declaration of war. Billy started saying that maybe Garp's sister is Michael's fiancée, but that doesn't give him the right to be so rude. At that moment, Michael completely did not understand anything. He lowered his head and gaze, asking if he really had a fiancée. Hearing this, Garp started yelling at Michael even more, asking him if he was making fun of them now or not. At this moment, Michael realizes that they are apparently not joking, and understands all of Garp's anger, remembering the previous owner of the body. Garp started yelling at Michael even more, and saying that he didn't dare do that, because he wasn't allowed to do everything. The assistant started to approach Michael and say that they shouldn't worry about him because he was just a common rude person who was worth nothing. Our hero began to cover his face with his hand out of shame, and then simply turned to Louis and asked him to deal with him. Louis immediately realized that they were talking about Billy, and he understood correctly, and later grabbed him by the mouth and began to push him back so that he would not babble too much. Michael immediately began to ask Garp about the name of his bride, because he doesn't even know her name. Garp started talking about how his sister and Michael's fiancé's name was Lilo, and immediately added that it was impossible to forget the name of your fiancé. At that moment, Michael froze in place. Lilo's name didn't really mean anything to him. He began to look up and then declared that he was going to the Sword Palace. Meanwhile, in the Sword Palace, Lilo was chatting with her assistant, as always, about various women's topics. Lilo told her assistant that she was leaving, but in response she only heard words about how reckless it was, which Lilo did not like. Immediately after, Lilo's assistant began to say that she simply needed to find a husband, and at that moment Lilo replied that she had already found him. Lilo began to assume an angelic guise and talk about how she had known the man of her dreams for a long time. The assistant started talking about how they could finally make Michael happy, but this only made Lilo incredibly angry. She suggested simply disrupting her wedding with Michael, after which her assistant immediately began to shut her mouth when she heard such phrases. She started screaming again that she didn't give a damn about any rules or laws, that she would find a better man and be with him. At that moment, Lilo began to describe a man in a black mask, with dark energy and long hair, retelling the image of Michael in a mask. Lilo tells that, according to rumors, it was he who defeated the ruler of the Northern Valleys and was able to win a better place for the clan. after which Lilo began to call him the Black Sun, and declared that his mysterious appearance was very attractive to her, because it was very important now. Lilo continued to recount the Black Sun's abilities, but her assistant began to say that Lilo had never even seen it. After which, Lilo's assistant began to dissuade her again, saying that Michael would arrive here very soon and everything would be decided. Lilo, in shock, began to ask her assistant what had brought Michael here, and she angrily replied that, of course, it was a meeting with Lilo. Immediately after this, the servants announced that the young leader had arrived, and the assistant said that it had happened just in time. Meanwhile, the palace servants settled Michael in one of the rooms about so much, and told him to just sit and wait for the head to come. And he calmly closed his eyes and began to think about what the point of this palace was. He only knew about it from Lester. He also began to imagine Lilo in his head, realizing that he knew nothing about her at all, only Billy's description. At that moment, Michael realizes that Billy hasn't told him anything about Lilo at all, and he decides to sort things out with him a little after his arrival. Meanwhile, looking out the window, Michael notices some strange woman who starts to walk away somewhere and has tied her head with a scarf. At that moment, she turns her head and also looks straight out the window, noticing our hero Michael there, who is looking at her. Our hero fully realizes that it is she, and she realizes the same thing and simply begins to move away faster. However, Mile understands perfectly well that if he doesn't do anything now, she will leave, and he simply runs towards her, grabbing her by the shoulder. Michael began to address her and restrain her, telling her that she should not behave like that, because it was wrong and childish. Michael started asking Lilo why she was angry with him, and she only screamed in response that she simply hated him with all her soul. Lilo starts to leave, and Michael sharply tells her that he doesn't particularly love himself either, but Lilo doesn't understand what he's saying. He started telling Lilo that she knew nothing about martial arts, which meant she shouldn't go out into the streets. Michael also said that Lilo should live in his palace, but she asked why, and Michael sharply replied that that was where she belonged. This brought Lilo into a wild shock. She was very surprised by the words that Michael said, and she even blushed deeply from it. Lilo started asking Michael what the hell was going on, why she had to be with him again, and why he didn't feel hatred. Lilo started waving her hands and saying that Michael had apparently mastered the art of lovemaking and was now simply casting a spell on her. Lilo decides that she urgently needs to go to the settlement behind the palace, because that is where the Black Sun was last seen. At this moment, the very head of the Palace of Swords appears from behind and immediately begins to greet our hero. John immediately began to say that he heard about the changes in Michael after training, but he again lost his way and went to lust. Michael started looking at John and immediately understood why he was given such a nickname, because he really does look very powerful. In a moment, using only the power of his energy, John managed to pull the weapons that were on the walls of the house towards himself. Quite surprised by all this, Michael began to ask John about what was going on here and why the reception was being conducted in this particular way. John turned to Michael and began to talk about how he just wanted to know what kind of power his son-in-law had now. However, Michael clearly did not share John's idea of fighting and approached him with a proposal to just talk now, since force was of no use. John agreed, and Michael started to say that he really regretted not being able to give Layla as much attention, but he was interrupted, and John himself interrupted him. He took the sword in his hands and, raising his energy, began to say that he wanted to fight Michael to find out the truth. However, with his sober mind, Michael understood perfectly well that this confrontation was very strange, because it was as if he was confronting a huge mountain. However, Michael decides that if John wants to fight him to find out his strength, then he will give him this battle right here and now. Michael charged his weapon with so much energy and charged straight at John that he broke both of their blades within an instant of the fight starting. John immediately realized that Michael was very strong on his level, and Michael responded by declaring that he would not conduct any wedding like that. However, such words from Michael did not surprise John at all, because he completely remembered the words of the past Michael, who said the same thing. John replied that it was not up to Michael to decide, and in response, Michael began asking for a meeting with Lila in order to explain everything to her himself. In response, John began to shout that if Michael decided to disrupt the wedding with Lilo, then he would make the Palace of Swords his enemy in this way. Michael began to protest, saying that until recently they might have heard a lot of rumors about him, but now everything is different. At that moment, John started to leave. He only turned to Michael for a moment and said that he would give him an answer within 2 days, and Michael should be here. Despite the whole situation, our hero is very pleased with the fact that he was able to block his opponent's blow in this way. However, immediately after John left the room, Garp burst into the room and began asking Michael to follow him right away. Garp took Michael out to one of the outdoor training rooms, but the guys there weren't very happy to see Michael. The guys started asking Garp what Michael was doing there, and Garp said that Michael would be part of their team for a while. The older guys in the squad immediately began to protest, saying that this was a very stupid idea that did not make any common sense. However, Michael immediately interrupted their argument and suggested that they just say hello first and then sort things out. Garp turns to Michael and says that there are a lot of crazy people in his squad who don't really like people like Michael. Immediately after that, the entire squad began to follow Garp directly. But Michael only stood and grinned, not believing that this squad was explosive. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the basement, which is located in the small palace where Lester has moved, and Louis and Stella are also there. Louis began to communicate with them and say that their leader Michael went alone to the Sword Palace, and this was very dangerous. Lester says it's good because everything is moving even faster than he expected. Stella says she did a good job with the rumors. Louis asks Stella and Lester if they know what's going on, and they immediately reply that of course they know everything. Louis says that he is not too worried about Michael because he is very strong, and also adds that he hopes for cooperation with the Palace of Swords. Lester says that if the wedding goes well, Michael and John will become relatives, and then there will be nothing to worry about at all. Stella says that the main problem for them is the Slaughterhouse Palace, because if they decide to take the first step, the problems will be huge. Lester says that this is indeed the case, but he doubts that Richard will decide to come out of the shadows. He very rarely does that. Lester says that if Stella brought this up, then she probably has some ideas about it. Stella says with a smile that the Bloody Palace is calling all the other palaces to a general meeting very soon. Stella also makes an offer to connect all the paths and, to begin with, deal with the impatient head of the trading palace in the near future. Meanwhile, the squad led by Garp, in which Michael is now located, is preparing to train and eat. However, Michael is constantly haunted by various oddities. As soon as he came to take his portion, he was informed that the food was over. However, Michael looks into the barrel and says that there is still a lot of meat in there, and it is not very good of the squad to act like that. But in response to his words, Michael only hears the cook scream, which says that such a logical person is behaving so disrespectfully. Michael realizes he'll have to put up with this for a while and replies that he really enjoys beef jerky. With the worst food possible, Michael goes to his table and sits down, and the guys discuss how he has no pride at all. However, everything turns out to be not so simple. Although Michael acts as if everything is fine, he quietly watches them in order to know the ranks of the fighters. The older boys are actively discussing among themselves that Michael really irritates them because they have to babysit them a lot. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, just sits and eats, realizing that the guys around him have a very high opinion of themselves, although this has nothing to do with reality. At one point, one of the high-ranking guys starts shouting the name of some boy, and the boy runs towards him with boards in his hands. As soon as this guy runs up to another one who is of higher rank, he gets kicked right in the stomach. Michael watches this whole scene from the sidelines, seeing that the seniors are simply beating and scolding the juniors over trivial things. The senior in rank, John, yells at the little warrior, saying that if he does not act correctly, he will disgrace the entire squad. The little guy immediately starts apologizing and saying that he will not allow such situations to happen again, and apologizes again. In response, John just yells at the guy and says that they won't tremble in front of him just because he's small. Some time passes, a little guy named Phil goes to work, someone comes up to him and offers to help with the work. This someone turns out to be our hero Michael. Phil initially replies that he can handle it himself, but then he sees Michael and stops in shock. From shock and fear, Phil falls to the ground and begins to lie there, not understanding anything. Michael extends his hand and offers to help him get up. However, the guy turns away and says that he is completely fine and continues to do his job. For a while, Michael stands right next to him and simply watches what he does, understanding the meaning of the work. Michael starts to push too hard with his help, but Phil stops him, saying that this is his job and he can handle it himself. Immediately after this, Michael removed his hands and began to say that if Phil thinks so, then it is his business, and he can do so. He watches Phil and says that he handles wooden swords very well, although this one is just a fake. However, in response, he only asked Michael not to hang around here, but to go about his business. Michael obeyed him and began to say goodbye. Just before leaving, Michael clarifies that the boy's name is Phil, and then adds that it seems even he doesn't like Michael. Phil says that Michael is unpleasant to everyone because he cheats on his wife Lilo and has brought a lot of harm to the believers in their palace. Our hero asks Phil why he says this so freely, without thinking that these words could cost him his life. Phil says that in his unit they taught him not to grovel in the face of death, even if it cost him his own life. Michael turns his head and with a smile on his face says that Phil really did learn this lesson very well apparently. Phil is surprised that Michael didn't do anything to him for such words, but Michael says that Phil didn't really think that he would actually be killed. Meanwhile, the events of our story take us right to the slaughterhouse, where now, as always, the weather is rather dark and gloomy. In one of the rooms of the palace, people are hanging alive upside down, and Richard addresses them, asking when the others will arrive. In response, some guy tells him that he will definitely pay for his sins, and sooner or later those who will deal with Richard will come. This guy also promises that the people who come will be very ruthless and will get rid of the entire blood cult. Richard responds by saying that he is glad to hear this guy's voice because he was about to kill everyone here, including him, while he was silent. The guy says that he couldn't even imagine that the master of the slaughterhouse would be an ordinary bloodthirsty child with a worthless life. Immediately after, Richard raises a very evil aura. He turns to the guy and offers to take his life altogether in this case, after which Richard kills the guy, and Richard's assistant appears from behind, who reports that his master received a letter from the Palace of Blood. Richard turns around very angrily and asks his assistant if this letter is really worthy of him opening it. Using his blade technique, Richard cuts off the assistant's hand and tells him to get out with his letters. Immediately after this, Richard finally reads the letter and then turns to the guy on the rope and asks him not to die yet. The story returns to the Sword Palace, where the leader, John, is furious about Lilo disappearing somewhere in broad daylight. The chief assistant approaches John and asks if he should go and find Lilo in that case. However, John says that this is not so important, but what is more important is what Michael has, and then asks how he is doing. The main assistant reports that despite everything, Michael simply endures all the insults and so on addressed to him without showing anger. John turns his head away and cannot understand what is happening. He wonders if Michael has really lost his memory or is hiding himself. However, the main assistant asks John if he thinks Michael is capable of hiding his identity so well. However, literally a second after the assistant said this, John's sword was right next to his neck with the blade. John turned to his assistant and asked how Michael had managed to block such a blow when even his best men couldn't do it. Immediately after this, John begins to hide his sword and give his assistant the order to send an extermination squad to the Peak of Beauty. However, the assistant doesn't really understand this. He asks how he will then keep an eye on Michael if they have to leave. John turns his head and states that they will have to take Michael with them. John also says that maybe he will regain his memory there. Some time passes and the extermination squad from the Sword Palace is heading straight to that very mountain, the Peak of Beauty. Michael also goes there. On the way he talks to Phil, who tells him about the different fire squads in the cult. Phil also tells Michael about the troops they are fighting. Michael understands that these could be Federation troops. Phil says that everything is correct and explains that all the people in the Sword Squad have no relatives, which is why they love Lady Lilo so much. Michael replies that now everything has become clearer to him, because he knows why everyone here doesn't like him so much. It's because of his love for Lilo. A high-ranking guy, Ian, turns to Phil and says that since Phil lived here before, it is now on his shoulders to take care of Michael. Phil was very worried about this for some reason. He was sweating a little, but he did not disobey and said that of course he could handle everything. Michael turns to Phil in surprise and asks if he really lived here, but Phil replies that it is a part of the past that he does not remember. Michael tells Phil not to be shy because everyone here has a past that is somehow not connected to the clan and the cult. However, Michael and Phil's conversation is interrupted by the squad coming to some mini-graves right in the mountain with swords on top. Garp, as the leader of the squad, stops and begins to examine these graves, saying that it is very strange to see them here in this state. Michael asks Garp how he knew these were graves, and he replies that these people were victims of the fog and mist, which is at the Peak of Beauty. Michael turns to Garp and asks Garp if they really only call Phil that because he grew up around here. Garp says that there is truth in this, and Michael adds that this is not right, but in response, Garp says that everyone understands this, but they can't do anything. However, a moment later, Garp loses his temper and starts yelling directly at Michael and saying who he is to talk here. After which, Garp starts yelling at Michael again, saying that he probably already forgot how he treated his sister. Michael responds by saying that just because he has problems with Garp's sister doesn't mean he should turn a blind eye to everything else. In response, Garp turns to Michael and says that their further journey will be very difficult, which surprises Michael. Garp asks Michael to stay where he is and wait for them to return, saying that he will not tell John about this so that there are no problems. Michael does not agree to this, and the squad sets off. Evening is already approaching and Garp announces that today, they will spend the night in this cave. Michael also notices that the squad members are discussing among themselves that there was no food at all along the way, and they are guaranteed a couple of days of hunger. Jan asks Garp what they should do in this case, and he replies that there is not much choice and they will definitely have to starve for some time. Michael asks if this is really the only solution they have, saying that training hungry is complete nonsense. Garp replies that internal energy can be very helpful against hunger, and asks Michael if he really sat here without realizing it. The older guys ask Michael about his decision, and also say that since Garp ordered to sleep, it means that everyone should go to sleep. Michael responds by jumping into the nearest canyon, and Ian starts yelling at him to get out and stop messing around because there's nothing there. However, in response, Michael shouts that he has already managed to get something very tasty for them and shows a huge snake. Our hero takes it up and says that he can make a very tasty dinner, but the guys are just shocked and scared and run away. He started walking straight towards them with the snake, and the boys just asked Michael to move away from them and quickly remove this animal from their sight. Michael, looking crazy, says that if the boys want to eat, they can go down and get more snakes, because there are a lot of them there. However, Jan and the other older boys are simply horrified by what they now see in front of them and are afraid of snakes. Ian says that he recently threw rocks at the snakes, and Michael says that he removed all the rocks to get access to the food. Garp turns to Michael and says that if the viper bites him, he will die in 7 minutes, but in response, Michael states that he doesn't care. After which Michael also asks to give him a rope, but Garp only stands in wild shock because he thought that his story would scare Michael. He handles the rope skillfully and does so in such a way as to block the flow of poison into the snake's teeth, thereby blocking it. After which Michael performs several interesting operations on her and deprives her of the ability to bite and give poison, which scares the guys around. After Mike is done with this, he simply takes and bites off a piece of the snake and begins to chew on it while sitting, which scares the guys around him even more. Ian turns to his assistant and rudely asks him to go and catch all the snakes below to eat them like Michael. Immediately after that, most of the squad went into the canyon and began to catch snakes from there, and Michael sat and watched all this while eating. Michael just laughed and smiled, saying that the special food was very good, after which he wished all the guys bon appetit. Time passes from that moment, and our guys are climbing somewhere up the stone, talking to each other. Garp says that Michael turned out to be obedient. Michael began to tell Garp that he himself was not particularly happy about the wedding that they would have, since he had not counted on it at all. Garp was initially very surprised by Michael's words, but continued to simply climb up, and then asked Michael what the reason was. Michael simply and without hesitation stated that she was simply not right for him, that was all. That was the only reason. However, this only angered Garp, and he began to shout that Michael had nothing but the title of young leader. Immediately after which Garp also adds that it doesn't matter, because it's not up to Michael to decide, and clarified whether he knows about it. And he began to turn to Garp and tell him to do as he pleases, but remember that Michael himself is not at all happy with all this. He also understands well that he will have to apologize to Lilo, because now it is clearly too early to get married, and this process will only take time. Michael also smiles and realizes that with his life plan, he may be destined to remain alone in this world forever. However, at that moment, Michael's thoughts were interrupted, because he suddenly felt something from the outside. It really attracted his attention. Michael immediately turned to Garp and asked if there was an abyss nearby. Garp stated that there was, and asked how Michael knew, and he understands that there is a very powerful energy coming from the side, and he is not mistaken, and asks Garp to move forward faster. Garp started to turn around and ask Michael what was going on, but Michael just shouted at Garp to move forward faster. A moment after this, a very powerful wind blew, which began to blow away everything in its path. Garp began to say that it was still too early for such winds. The guys from the squad below began to be blown away. Michael began to turn to Garp and ask if he could withstand all this now. Garp, meanwhile, couldn't even answer. He clenched his teeth and held onto the mountain with all his strength to keep from falling, using only one hand. Michael decides that in order to cope with the workload, it is worth taking the extra burden off Garp and giving him more freedom of action. However, here Michael also discovers the second problem for them, namely that the rope is thin and will most likely break anyway. Michael realizes that they have only one way out of this situation, so he takes out his weapon and begins to cut the rope, shocking everyone below. Phil notices this and, in shock, he yells directly at Michael and asks if he really intends to abandon them all now. However, in response, Michael looks straight into Phil's eyes and smiles, which scares him, and then immediately cuts the rope that holds them. As expected, Michael's actions resulted in the boys falling down at a tremendous speed, and they were practically unable to hold on. They were all in complete shock. Phil tried to hold on to the rock so as not to fall down with all the other guys. Phil understands that he can't hold on any longer, and the guys below are already unconscious, and he himself doesn't want to die like that at all. However, at that moment, Phil suddenly notices that the rope has become taut, and they have stopped falling, and this gives him great hope. A sharp and incomprehensible fear gave way to shock as the rope began to rise higher, and someone was now standing and pulling our guys up. Phil remained conscious and decided to find out what was going on. He began to look sharply straight up, noticing a huge cloud of energy and sparks. As expected, it turned out to be our hero Michael. He was standing with a rope in his hands and looking down at the guys he was saving, realizing that he needed to be stronger. With a rather sarcastic and mocking smile, Michael turned to everyone he was pulling out and said that the terrible man had returned. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys from the squad, mostly the senior ranks, were still climbing up much higher than our team with Michael. One of the higher ranks noticed that he heard screams from below that were carried very clearly upwards. Immediately after that, Jan began to turn to this guy and ask about what he was still doing here if there was clearly danger with their leader down below. A guy named Scar understood that there were quite strong and powerful winds below, and they would only calm down within an hour, and that might be too late. Looking down, Scar also understood perfectly well that the fog was appearing very quickly, and a little more, and it would become many times denser than it was now. However, Scar also understood very well that they couldn't just throw themselves down because then they would definitely die, and he began to address the entire team. Addressing everyone, Scar stated that, unfortunately, they would have to wait it out for now. Ian did not approve of his decision. Ian began to insist that they had to help Garp and the others, because he would have survived alone. But when there were 5 people with him, it was practically impossible. Scar was silent in response, and Jan insisted that there was still darkness ahead, and if they didn't help now, they would clearly be corpses soon. This time, Scar also remained silent, after which Ian decided that this could not continue and jumped down, saying that then he would do everything alone. Scar began to address the squad and say that they had a new goal now, namely to save everyone and ensure the life of the entire squad. After which, Scar and the others cut their ropes, and Scar gave the order to find everyone, search every corner and bring them in alive. Meanwhile, Michael and the others were climbing up the cliff at a slow pace, the fog becoming a problem as it obscured everything. Michael began to tell Phil that for the first time he felt his eyes so pathetic and useless, not seeing through this usual fog. Phil began to turn to Michael and ask him what they should do, because if they got caught in the peak of this smoke, it was unlikely that they would come out alive. Michael started to turn to Phil and say that he was flying along the rocks very well, even without the help of a rope, adding that it was strange. Phil started scratching the back of his head and saying that he didn't think it was necessary to show this to everyone, because it wasn't at all necessary. Michael realizes that Phil has been bullied by everyone for living at the peak of beauty, and now he doesn't want to show off his mountain skills. Phil started to approach Michael and ask him about the fact that he was also hiding his abilities, and this surprised Michael a little. Michael began to lightly beat Phil and say that his high level of skill in using the art of the demon now does not matter at all. Michael began to explain to Phil that of course he could use force to make all people obey him, but that would be a problem. Phil began to say that he did not understand this at all, because strength was all that was needed in such a case, and nothing else would be useful. At that moment, Michael suddenly enveloped himself in a powerful energy and began to tell Phil that he was hiding his true abilities from his partners. Michael began to talk about how, although he had already given birth to the cult of Min, which had a great future, they still had room to grow. Meanwhile, the guys from the squad are still descending the mountains and trying to find their leader Garp among all these clouds. All the guys around are really hoping that Garp is still alive, and in the meantime, Garp himself is crawling up the rocks, coping with everything. However, our hero Michael, in the meantime, decides that it's time to change the situation a little. He reaches out and begins to use his abilities. Our hero at that moment began to do very abrupt but apparently correct things, namely, directing his flow of energy upward. Oddly enough, Garp was the first to notice this, and then all the guys around noticed the powerful energy rising upward. Oscar was one of the first to notice the impact of this energy, as he immediately noticed that the fog began to quickly disappear after it. Literally a minute after Michael used his vast reserves of energy with great force, the fog simply dissipated. While in the winds, Michael turned directly to Phil and began to talk about how this was the highest goal he was pursuing. Sometime later, our guys are the first to climb right to the peak of beauty, where they are met by a beautiful house. Michael stands there, quite surprised, and then begins to talk about how someone clearly lived here before. This place is very interesting. Michael orders Phil to wait for him here at the entrance, and he himself begins to walk towards the bridge and this house, which greatly surprises Phil. He immediately began to say that it all seemed very strange to him, starting with the density of the air and the artificial smoke. As soon as the smoke engulfed them along the way, Michael immediately felt a familiar sensation, and only now realized that this was also an enchantment technique. Realizing all this, Michael headed straight to the house. But when he entered it, he realized with shock that the house was completely abandoned and had been for a long time. However, at that moment, something caught Michael's attention. It was a large inscription right on the wall. It was about uninterrupted constancy. Michael was immediately shocked to realize the handwriting it was written in. It was clearly identical to the one in the hallway of his training. Phil, meanwhile, tried to bring the rest of the squad to their senses, telling them that Michael turned out to be a wonderful person. However, looking from this huge mountain, Phil thinks about how the other guys are doing, whether they are alive, and what he thinks about them. And right at this moment of Phil's thoughts, suddenly someone's large hand appears from behind the mountain and grabs upwards. A second later, the whole body appears. It turned out to be the squad leader, Garp, who easily climbed up. Phil began to extend his hand to him and help him climb up, glad that their group leader had also been able to survive this ordeal. Only after climbing up did Garp start asking if Michael had really died after saving them, which really surprised Phil with such a question. Phil immediately began to happily say that no, Michael was alive, and added that he went to that house, after which he immediately pointed to the house itself. Garp started talking about how he was very worried because this place was not ordinary. Phil adds that Michael said basically the same thing. However, Garp said that he had been here dozens of times, but he did not know about such places and had never even heard of them. Phil began to say that, fortunately, there was no reason to worry, since the rest of the squad was most likely already on their way home. He began to ask about whether they would leave, and Garp stated that, of course, only a very stupid person would want to stay here. However, at the moment, Garp's predictions do not come true because Jan also rises up, who is clearly happy to see Garp safe. Jan began to say that they hurried after the leader, and immediately after his words, the rest of the high-ranking guys began to rise to the top. Immediately after that, all the other members of the squad began to climb up and immediately asked Garp about this place and the house that stood nearby. Oscar and his men also climbed onto the rock and were also glad to see Garp safe and sound, while Garp only looked at them in surprise. Immediately after this, absolutely all the guys stood up, stood in line, and crossing their arms declared that all members of the squad were assembled. Michael looked at these words in the house and could not understand what they meant or what the philosophy was, especially knowing who could have written them. And I still felt my own personality inside me, but I thought about what a terrible person the previous owner of the body had been. Immediately after this, Michael decided to collect all the records that were there and get rid of them immediately, before others saw them. However, while collecting all the notes together, Michael suddenly noticed one very important one. The initials of the Blood Palace were written in large letters on it. Michael got rid of everything and left the house. He met Phil, who immediately began to explain where all the other guys came from here. Immediately after this, Phil also quietly and with a smile turned to Michael, saying that he had not told them anything about Michael's abilities. Michael began to observe the members of the squad, and he was filled with joy because everyone in the cult was very friendly with each other and stood up for each other. He began to smile and understand that it would be good if these guys continued to laugh heartily because they deserved it. However, at that moment, Garp approached our hero and began asking Michael why he did all this. Michael did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Garp began to talk about how Michael had saved many of the squad members, and Michael began to explain his actions as a huge responsibility as a young leader. However, in response, Garp began to remind Michael of how he used to communicate with his sister, which greatly caused Michael anger and irritation. However, despite this, all the guys in the squad began to highly praise Michael and say that now they look at him differently. Ian and Scar acknowledged what Michael had done, but they still did not love him and said they would not help anyway. However, looking at them all, Michael immediately began to understand in his head that despite all the difficulties, they were clearly able to become closer. Time passed very quickly. The boys decided not to go down home today, but to wait until the morning and went to sleep right on the floor in this house. Only one person, Phil, did not go to sleep. He sat and looked at the fog from the cliff and told himself that the fog seemed familiar to him. At that moment, Ian appeared right next to Phil and began to look at him suspiciously, which surprised the boy. Phil started asking why Ian wasn't sleeping, and Ian responded that it would be much stranger if he could sleep in that situation. He began to think that it would have been better if he hadn't gone out, and Jan began to say that he thought that today he would die just like his father. I turned to Jan and began to say that I was very sorry, because I had heard that Jan's father had died at the peak of his beauty a long time ago. At that moment, Phil began to feel guilty for some reason about this, thinking that he was involved in this, and became sad from such thoughts. Jan, although with a little anger, began to turn to Phil and tell him to throw all these thoughts out of his head. He doesn't blame him. Phil started telling Ian that he really wanted to get out of there alive, and Ian asked Phil how he saw that picture. In response, Phil tried to say something, but decided to remain silent, thinking in his head that Michael would definitely help them if anything happened. Ian began to tell Phil that in fact, many people do not sleep, and are also very worried that they might die tomorrow and are afraid to go down. Phil started asking why they didn't talk about it, and Ian explained that they were just ashamed and began to get to his feet. Ian started to leave and asked Phil not to follow him, and also not to think about it all and not to tell anyone, so as not to spoil the atmosphere. And also, looking into Phil's eyes, he asked him not to sit there any longer, but to go to bed too. Phil realized that it was really hard for him to understand Ian. However, little Phil did not want to sleep at all, and he decided to go on reconnaissance in order to examine the area and everything that was there. Phil just stood there for a moment and looked ahead. He began to squint, and seemed to be thinking about something while looking ahead. At that moment, Phil suddenly saw someone's silhouette in the fog. It was a half-man, half-monster, who was looking at Phil with red eyes and a body. Phil was very scared. He began to think about what it could be and how best to act in this situation, whether he should call his elders. Although Phil was very afraid, the thought that he was also a member of the squad, and that he was also very strong, motivated him not to leave. However, Phil still decided to run away, and immediately after he did so, the monster suddenly jumped straight at him and began to threaten him. The monster did not kill Phil, but let him go, and he immediately ran into the house and began to tell about what had just happened to him. Michael and the other guys listened to him, and they didn't believe Phil that much, but they continued to listen to his story. Phil described the creature as a red monster with long claws, and even showed marks from its hands on his clothes. However, Michael could not understand what it was. He told Phil that no one with red skin exists. Garp and the older boys decide that since they can't leave now anyway, wouldn't it be better for them to go check it all out? Ian began to question Garp, saying that Phil could have simply imagined it out of fear. But Garp stated that the territory needed to be explored. Garp also began to pay attention to the writing on the wall and said that he found it frighteningly scary. And Michael noticed this too. And he says that the handwriting is like that of a terrible person. And Michael understands in his head that it could have been the previous owner of his body. Garp also began to scold Phil and say that punishment awaits him because he ran away from the enemy out of fear and talked all sorts of nonsense. Michael immediately noticed Phil's eyes were full of tears and began to tell him not to even try to ask Michael to take him with him. Phil pleaded with Michael, but Michael only replied that no matter how much it cost him, he would not do it. Immediately after this, all the guys from the squad, led by Michael, moved forward and began to explore the territories. Michael also strongly hopes to meet the person who was doing all this here and find out if he was hiding in this place. However, at that moment, the head of the squad gave the order to capture Michael, under the pretext that he simply would not survive in other conditions. The squad leader stated that he did not know how Michael managed to save the squad members, but according to him, such a trick would not work twice. And like a pathetic bug, he began to ask why they were treating him this way, and the guys around him declared that Michael was just a weakling. The guys threw Michael back into the house and told him to sit there and just wait for them and Phil to return. Phil even started to worry about Michael and started asking if he was okay. He replied that he was perfectly fine, and everything was fine, even smiling. Michael laughed a little and said that he was completely fine, although he wanted to kill everyone here right now out of shame. Michael sat down on the ground, and Phil began to say that there was nothing wrong with this, because if Michael was in a group, he had to follow the rules. Phil says that now he really wants to break the rules and do what he shouldn't. Michael is very surprised by such words from Phil. Our hero recalls his past life, where there was once a situation in which Michael's father did not allow him to save the boy in a risky situation. That day, Michael disobeyed his father. He took a weapon and basic things and went out to save this man, regardless of all the rules. Looking at Phil now, Michael understands his feelings, as well as his desire to know why his older comrades dislike him so much. He tells Phil that if he runs away now, it will be difficult to return in one piece even if he survives. However, while telling Phil all this, Michael also understands that he too will have to go there to save everyone who went there. At that moment, Michael stood up abruptly and started walking forward. Phil grabbed his weapon and started saying that he would go with Michael. Meanwhile, a squad led by Garp finds an entire settlement that has been living at the peak of beauty here all this time. All the guys in the squad are very impressed with what they see now. Before, they never even thought that this was possible. Scar puts forward a theory that the previously missing members of the squad did not actually disappear, but simply remained to live here. At that moment, this thought was deeply and firmly lodged in the heads of the entire squad, who really liked Scar's theory but found it hard to believe. Garp thinks deeply about his partner's words and decides to split up the entire squad in order to quickly get around all parts of this place. Before splitting up, Garp says that if someone is in a dangerous situation, they must immediately signal about it. Right after that, the guys really do split up. Jan goes his way and walks along thinking that people could really live here. Jan walks forward and tells himself that a freak like his dad could not live in such a place in the company of his friends all his life. At one point, Jan stops to clear his eyes of sand, but begins to feel some kind of energy and a silhouette right behind him. Immediately after this, Jan takes out his blade. He begins to wave it and shout about who is here, repeating his question over and over again. Meanwhile, an absolutely identical situation is happening to Scar, who also seemed to have met someone and immediately took out his weapon. It really turned out to be some kind of huge monster, similar to a man, but very tall and red, with energy in its eyes. Scar immediately realizes that Phil wasn't lying to them, but he begins to suspect that these are unsuccessful experiments from the Poison Palace that somehow ended up here. However, while Scar was just standing there thinking about it, holding his blade, the monster didn't decide to wait either and attacked Scar. And he understands that his opponent is very fast, but his speed is not that bad. He manages to parry the opponent's attacks. Scar uses the energy he put into the sword against his opponent, and immediately realizes that his opponent was able to block it. Immediately after which the enemy monster began to create energy again and exploded on the spot, advancing straight towards Scar. Scar decides to use a tiger-related technique against the monster and begins to threaten them, saying that it is unlikely that he will be able to cope with it. In that moment, Scar and the monster attack directly at each other. Scar strikes with his sword, and the monster extends its huge hand forward. Oscar realizes that his first blow was not enough and decides to attack again, which he does and knocks his opponent down. The monster falls to the floor and just lies there. He tries to scream, but it doesn't work out well, and the energy fades. A hole remains in the monster's body from Scar's blow. Scar understands well that he can't just leave the monster and that he needs to do something with it, so he presses it down with his foot. He holds out his sword right in front of the monster and says that if that's not enough, he will continue to strike until he finishes what he started. Ong uses the explosive sword technique and plunges it straight into his opponent's body, sending a sea of energy through the monster. However, right at that moment, the squad leader Garp appears from the side, waving his hand and shouting for Scar to leave quickly. And he asks Garp what he is talking about. And right at that moment, the corpse of the monster under Scar begins to swell and grow in size, releasing energy. A second later, a huge explosion of energy occurs, which seems to sweep away everything in its path and throw it aside. The events of the story take us to Jan, who was clearly in a hurry to get somewhere, but at that moment he stopped in place with a shocked face. And his surprise was not just for nothing. He saw Michael standing in front of him with a weapon, not understanding what he had forgotten there if he was asked to stay. Immediately after this, little Phil ran out from behind Michael's clothes and started asking Ian if he was okay and how he was doing. Michael started asking where everyone else was, and Jan started explaining that there were very large spaces here and they didn't know about it. Ian also started to tell various small details, but Michael only began to move forward and tell Ian to get down to business. As Michael walks along the path, he notices that all the houses were built around the same time, meaning that the local people had reasons for living here. Looking around, Michael also understands well that the fog around was created deliberately and artificially in order to hide something here. Michael also began to wonder if someone could have created a huge mystical trap on the scale of this settlement. Michael understands well that there is only one person who could create such a huge mystical trap, and that is his partner in the idea, Lester. Meanwhile, Jan noticed that Michael wasn't listening to him at all. He started attacking him and saying that all this was no joke. All this time, Phil was furiously trying to stop Ian, but at that moment, Ian hit Phil in the face with all his strength, and he even fell to the ground. At that moment, Michael realized that Ian was some kind of crazy person and looked down on even little guys like Phil. Michael suddenly made a very angry face. He raised an aura behind him and began to say that Ian was crossing the line with such actions. With a dissatisfied look on his face, Ian asked Michael to repeat the action. But in response, Michael simply kicked Ian right in the torso with all his might and threw him aside. Ian apparently decided not to tolerate such humiliation in his eyes, and like a dog off its chain, began to attack Michael with a weapon. Ian was not joking at all in his intentions to attack Michael now, and actually began to approach him directly with a weapon full of energy. In a moment, literally in a second, Michael stopped Ian's weapon with 2 fingers and said that he knew about his hatred, but did not think it was great. Michael knocked the weapon out of Ian's hands, dealt him a few more sharp blows, and declared that he couldn't behave like that with his comrades. This blow was much more devastating for Yan's body, because it knocked him completely out of himself. Yan fell to the floor and couldn't even get up. Phil was very surprised by such actions. He understood little, but began to run up to Ian and offer his help to him. After some time, Ian comes to his senses and becomes more adequate. Michael begins to explain his guesses to him, and Ian tells Scar's theory. Jan also talks about the fact that the problem is not only in the missing warriors, but also in those who went to save them, several detachments. At this point, Phil intervenes in their dialogue, saying that he might be wrong, but it seems to him that there is something on the village server. In response, Ian starts yelling at Phil again, saying that he clearly has no way of knowing about all this, and Phil says that this is just his feeling. After a short pause of silence, Phil abruptly says that he has the complete feeling that he lived on the village server. While everything was going well for our hero, Phil and Ian, the rest of the squad were actively fighting and had already accepted their death today in this place. However, at that moment they finally came to meet them. It turned out to be our guys. Jan flew into the fight and began to deal with the monsters. But even when the squad began to confront the monsters in groups of several people, it was still not easy, because they did not give up. Ian asks his partner to step back and says that he can deal with them himself now with the help of very powerful attacks. And he deliberately gives the monsters time to attack. And at the moment when they rush forward and attack, he activates his weapons and strikes. However, at that moment, many of the monsters simply fall to the ground, and our hero Michael appears nearby. The fat guy started pointing to Jan, who was still fighting, and started telling the young leader to leave immediately. At that moment, Michael and the fat man notice that the monsters have wounded Ian several times. The fat man asks Michael to call the rest of the squad. However, our hero Michael had a completely different view of the whole situation around him. He turned to Ian and asked if he needed his help. Ian was stubborn as always. He continued to simply fight the monsters, but afterward he asked Michael if he really was going to continue to just watch. This answer from John became like a trigger for Michael, after which he suddenly jumped up and began to cover his body with energy. Garp appeared, flew straight into the monster at high speed and began cutting it with his weapon, which turned out to be quite successful. Next to Garp was Scar, who fortunately was saved after the previous battle with a huge explosion of energy. However, even though everything ended well, Scar still replayed the moments from that fight in his head and couldn't understand what happened. That time, Garp really saved Scar. He managed to jump and remove his body, and then told him that when he hits the monster's head, it explodes. Scar began to ask Garp if he thought the master of the Poison Palace knew about all these features in monsters, because it is very dangerous. Looking at all the monster corpses, Garp says that it doesn't matter now. The most important question is whether they are the missing squad members. Scar assured that he was sure that it was not them, but it was clear that he was tormented by doubts about his own words. Scar and Garp walk forward. Scar says that he didn't expect to see monsters here at all. Garp says that it was his mistake. However, at that moment, the dialogue between Garp and Scar is interrupted. They both began to feel the energy of someone, very powerful from the outside. Instead of wasting time and thinking, they decided to go there together and see for themselves what was going on. Apparently, Scar and Garp noticed Michael's energy, who is currently dealing with a bunch of monsters alone. However, Michael doesn't have much information about the monsters and he hits them right in the head, causing one of them to explode. Michael realizes that he either needs to send the monster aside or run away quickly and get the boys. Literally a second later, Michael sent the monster flying with a blow of his hand, and he himself began to stand and watch the remnants of its energy. Jan, who was simply shocked by Michael's wild strength, began to ask whether Michael was really human, a question that surprised our hero. Jan and the others began to tell Michael that if he had immediately shown all his power to the master of the palace and to them, then none of this would have happened. At this point, Michael decided to show the guys a clear example. He grabbed Jan's hand and began to pull the weapon forward with his hand. This weapon was pointed directly at little Phil, after which Michael began to order Ian to kill Phil right there. A shocked Ian began to ask Michael about his words, But he only replied that it would be better this way, because Ian himself had despised him all the time. Michael again pointed the gun in Ian's hand straight at Phil and began to say that he was very small and there was no problem killing him. At this moment, only Ian realized that something was going very wrong. He began to ask what Michael was planning and why he was doing it. Immediately after which, Michael sharply pointed the gun straight at Ian and began asking whether he should kill Ian for his weakness. Michael pointed the gun at Ian and began to talk about what Ian himself had said, that the weak lose and the strong survive. Making a very angry face, Michael said that if Ian were to talk such nonsense again and frighten Phil, then he himself would go out to fight Ian and settle everything. Immediately after which, Michael added that then he would show everyone his true power and simply cut everyone around him with his sword. After which, Michael goes ahead and says that they still need to find the others, and Ian just stands there in wild shock. Ian looks at himself in the blade of the weapon and thinks about Michael's words about the need to act together and help each other. Meanwhile, the squad leader Garp comes to some place and starts telling Scar that he definitely heard some explosions here. However, at the sight of the explosions, only some door covered in fog is visible. Garp thinks that the fog is trying to hide it. Scar started talking about how this place looked more like a fortress, and if you look at how they are trying to hide it, it is obvious that it is a large fortress. Garp and Scar open the gate and decide to go inside, thinking that most likely the others are already there. And he immediately notices that in such a cold and gloomy place there are flowers painted on the walls. Apparently people haven't seen them for a long time. However, at that moment, while walking along the corridor, Garp and Scar come out into some kind of hall, in the center of which there is something strange. Scar says that it is a certain ancient tombstone, and Garp adds that it is built in the Western style. He suggests that Scar open the tombstone, as it may contain clues to information about the missing squads. Although it is dangerous, it is worth a try. Scar replies that he understands everything and decides to try to lift the concrete lid, but it turns out very poorly, so he uses energy. He had already opened the lid, but Garp sharply asked him to stop, stating that apparently they shouldn't have done this. Garp points Scar forward, and right in front of them is a crowd of monsters, which is clearly aggressively disposed towards our guys. There are a lot of monsters in this crowd. All of them are quite aggressive towards our guys, which is why Scar and Garp immediately grab their weapons. Scar immediately understands that now he will have to use a lot of force against them. Since there are a lot of them, he uses a tiger energy strike. However, this blow turns out to be very little. It only slightly restrains the monsters, but does not even injure them. Scar asks Garp what they should do. Garp tells Scar that they can't even kill them properly because if they do, there will be an explosion and everything in the building will blow up. He also began to tell Scar to collect his thoughts and attack confidently, since they clearly couldn't touch their heads. But they needed to win. Scar stated that he understood everything and began to fight back against the monsters together with Garp, although the guy's situation was very dire because they were at a dead end. And he started talking about how he would hold off all the monsters and take them on himself, while Oscar had to get out and run back. Garp also asks Scar after he gets out to find the other squad members, but Scar asks Garp not to joke like that anymore. Scar stands back to back with Garp during the fight and states that he will not abandon Garp, causing Garp to call Scar stubborn. He says that Garp's orders are very stupid, and after that Garp gives the order to pave the way to the exit. Immediately after this, Garp and Scar use a shared sword technique that allows them to deal a massive energy attack. Scar and Garp began to attack their opponents again and again, attacking them harder and harder each time. At that moment, Garp and Scar began to lose to the monsters, but their partner Tim with red hair appeared from above and flew into the battle. Phil stood up for the boys against the monsters side by side and started saying that he couldn't believe they let themselves be driven into a corner. Garp ordered Tim to make a retreat, and he began to make a retreat with 2 weapons at his sides while they defended the sides. Garp gives the order to use survival strategies. Everyone needs to conserve their strength and strike the enemy to hold them back. Some time passes, our guys dealt with the monsters and called it a complete nightmare because it was very difficult. However, before the guys had time to fully sort out all the problems, a new one had already appeared right in front of them. Scar was the first to notice it. Scar pointed the guys forward, and they all noticed some kind of monster. As if in clothes, he began to fly up holding the lid of the tombstone. This monster turned out to be a woman. Her eyes were full of energy, her hair was long and black. She stood and looked straight at the guys. Immediately after that, everything around her began to envelop her in powerful energy, at which point she simply rushed forward and began to attack our guys. The sounds that this monster made began to strongly affect the boys. They could not fight normally, and their internal energy dropped sharply. The monster girl abruptly returned to her place, and the walls began to break down. Other monsters began to appear from them and go straight into battle. At this point, Garp began to lose all hope for any successful survival, because it was unknown what to do in this kind of situation. At first, the monsters just stood in place, but when the main girl pointed forward, they all jumped up and ran into battle. Our guys decide to run as fast as they can, as they realize they clearly won't be able to defeat opponents of this level right now. However, while running down the dark corridor, Garp noticed that there were also silhouettes of someone ahead, which scared him at first. But after a second, he relaxed, as he saw Michael and the rest of the guys who followed them here in front of him. Garp asks them all to run, and also turns to Michael and tells him to go back to that house, but Michael only stands still in response. Michael uses energy to look deep ahead and notices the same girl with powerful energy, realizing that this is the lever from these monsters. Garp began to put his hand on Michael's shoulder and tell him to take Phil with him right now and go back where he came from. However, at that moment, Jan interrupted Garp's words. He turned to him and said that if he wanted to live, he had to stay away from Michael. Ian started saying that if it weren't for Michael, they would all have died already. And Michael started calling Ian a suck-up and then smiling widely. Ian began to say that he was not a sycophant but simply recognized Michael's strength, at which point our hero's eyes filled with energy and said that honesty is class. Immediately after this, Michael raises his blade up, begins to cover it with energy and tells the guys to let him through. Garp began to turn to Michael and ask him what he was doing now, but Michael only silently covered his body with more and more energy. In just a few seconds, half of Michael's body was covered in energy, and he went into battle against all the monsters alone. Michael decided that the best thing to do first was to eliminate the main enemy and began to fly upward. Michael decides to destroy everything here. He raises his sword and charges it with energy, using an imperial strike. Having completed the first technique, Michael immediately consolidates it with the second and uses the destruction of the world, directing all forces and energy at the opponents. In just a minute, in front of everyone, Michael was able to use some of the most powerful powers in the world to confront an army of monsters. The rest of the guys were shocked by this, especially the squad leader Garp. He just looked ahead and tried to understand what Michael was doing. However, even Ian was shocked by techniques of this level, and began to ask since when Michael had been using such a level. After using the technique, Michael notices that his sacred fire blade couldn't withstand it at all and broke immediately. Michael got rid of a bunch of monsters, but he was unable to use all his powers due to the weakness of the blade, so he was unable to defeat the main monster. Michael notices that the energy she creates spreads to all the monsters around and restores them, so she needs to be destroyed. Mile first decides to test her personal abilities. He quickly appears right next to her and kicks her right in the body. The monster girl flies straight into the wall of the building, but then makes a jump and starts to turn back and run straight at Michael. However, here too, Michael overtakes her. He delivers a quick and direct blow right at her with great speed, destroying her body. Such great force of Michael's blow allowed him to send his opponent straight to the side, throwing her far away. At that moment, Michael turned back and asked someone to take care of the squad while he fought her, because the monsters were still there. Garp starts yelling at Michael in response that this is very stupid and wrong. Getting involved in such a thing alone is reckless. Michael jumps after his opponent and realizes that he will now be fighting an unknown evil in an unknown place, and it will be dangerous. Therefore, while Michael is falling down, he decides not to take risks, but to use his powers as best he can, after which he awakens the supreme art of the Demon Lord. Our hero suddenly reaches the site of the very grave where this girl was, and notices hundreds of human bones there. Meanwhile, his opponent is clearly very scared. She begins to hide from Mile and cover herself with her hands from his energy. At first, this surprises Michael, but then he realizes that he is now using the art of a Demon Lord, and it is not surprising to see this. Michael began to walk towards the monster and ask her who she was, adding that this was the only question that interested him most of all. However, in response, Michael heard only unintelligible phrases and incomprehensible sounds, and immediately realized that it seemed his opponent did not know how to speak. For some reason, at that moment, the monster starts to lash out at Mile again and loses his fear, after which he screams and flies straight at our hero. Luckily, Michael understands well who he is dealing with, so he immediately begins to keep the monster at a great distance from himself. And a couple of seconds later, Michael uses his Demon Lord abilities and throws her into the wall again with a big blow. However, this only angers his opponent even more. She stands up and starts screaming very loudly, thereby raising the energy around her. Michael watches all of this and notices that immediately after using her energy, these red monsters begin to crawl out of the ground. He understands very well that she creates them with her voice, and then immediately notices that they begin to explode one after another. And he begins to think that this is just some kind of madness. If she controls them all, then she gives each one a separate order. A huge number of explosions begin. They do not affect Michael, but he decides that such a dangerous monster must be destroyed. Immediately after, Michael raises a huge amount of his energy and also absorbs the fire energy of the swords for greater power. The monster, of course, notices this and decides to start screaming even louder again in order to summon more of his servants and fight Michael. However, Michael appears right in front of the monster in just an instant, and by placing his hand on it, he envelops it in energy, and with this, blocks the voice. The hero begins to press his hand directly into the monster, and knocking him off his feet, begins to press him directly into the ground with great force. In just a couple of moves, Michael managed to render the monster powerless and weaponless, and now nothing could match Michael. Immediately after this, Michael began to absorb his opponent's powers with his energy and take them for himself, thereby depriving her of life. And he realizes that his mission here is complete and it's time to leave. But at that moment, something suddenly catches his attention. These turn out to be inscriptions on the wall that appeared after the death of the monsters. They say that she will take revenge to the last person. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the Palace of the Sword, which has now arranged a meeting of its people for some reason. The main leader of the squad says that another squad has disappeared, and they need to be found. And it doesn't even matter whether they are alive or dead, but the main thing is to find them. The main leader gives stern orders, but in his head he cannot believe that Master Garp and young leader Michael have disappeared somewhere. The main leader realizes that this could become a problem for the entire cult, especially that they could be accused of his murder. However, at that moment, someone standing at the top from far away reports that the search is cancelled and the guys have already been found, which surprises the main leader. He looks ahead and notices the entire squad, safe and sound, led by Garp, with the young leader Michael walking ahead. The main leader breathes a sigh of relief and tells himself that he was about to leave the Sword Palace and be responsible for the disappearance. Garp and all the people come to the main leader, folding their hands. They report that their squad survived and returned in full force. The main leader began telling Garp that his squad was behind schedule and did not report it, which is a harsh punishment for a leader. He abruptly declares that he has nothing to say and takes full responsibility for what happened, which shocks his partners. The main leader announces that Garp will lose his title as the leader of the 100 Squad after this, which shocks all the guys around. At that point, Michael began to address the main leader, who stated that if he were the main leader, he would have to explain what exactly was wrong. Michael claims that their violation of the squad's rules was in something else, namely that they were trying to stop Michael as a young leader. And he started talking about how these guys were trying to prevent Michael from getting into the fog territory. At that moment, the main leader was in shock. He began to scold Michael, saying that he shouldn't have asked to go into the fog territory and asking how he ended up there. He begins to tell a fictitious story in which the entire squad had to spend time saving Michael. Oscar is the first to understand everything that is happening, namely how Michael skillfully shifts all the blame and problems from the squad onto himself. The squad leader believes Michael's story and turns to Garp to find out if it's true. Michael notices that Garp is standing silently and doesn't know what to say, so he winks at him and tells him to tell the truth. At this point, the main leader turns to Michael and says that the leader of the palace is looking for him, so Michael should go straight there. The main leader orders the rest of the squad to simply stand and wait, saying that further instructions will come later. Phil and Ian remember everything Michael did for them and realize they need to take action, so they rush off and head to Garp. Meanwhile, Michael is walking with the main leader and understands that everything that happened is really not the problem of the squad, but the problem of that person. Michael understands perfectly well that if you put all the facts together, it becomes obvious who was involved in creating the peak of beauty and the monsters there. Michael also understands well that the problem may lie in the person who sent them to this peak of beauty, and he enters the room of the leader of the Sword Palace. John immediately opens his eyes, looks at Michael and asks him how he felt about the great peak of beauty and whether he liked it. Michael began to take the weapon from John's wall and ask why he was so worried about it, since in Michael's opinion, John wanted him dead. John began asking Michael about what he saw there, and he responded by saying that if John was so interested, he could go there himself and take a look. Immediately after these words, Michael turns to John again and asks if there are things at the peak of beauty that he should not see. John began to ask Michael whether it was he who went into the fog zone, and John greatly puzzled Michael with this question. Michael realizes that John knows something big and begins asking him if he knows about Michael's previous visits to the peak of beauty. John stood up and told Michael that it seemed like his memory had not been restored, which surprised Michael greatly at the moment. Afterwards, he turned to Michael and asked him to come back another time, adding that while he didn't remember anything, they had nothing else to talk about. Michael, with a rather wild look in his eyes, says that his patience is running out and he wants to hear an answer right here and now. In response, John takes out his weapon, raises his powerful aura, and says that a warrior who wants to know the answer must earn it. Michael had completely decided in his mind that if John was behind what happened at the Peak of Beauty, then he was no longer the father of his bride. And realizing that in this case John is a demon who sows chaos, he turns to him and asks about his words about service. At that moment, Michael suddenly begins to raise a huge aura of his energy and ask John what he knows about him. Immediately after which our hero Michael, with a smile and energy in his eyes, says that he is the supreme demon lord in art. Michael starts to rush towards John, who starts shouting back that it's simply impossible. Within just a few seconds, Michael obscures everything around him with his energy and duels with John with swords. John also uses the power of his energy, but it is much less, and John himself is much weaker than our hero now. Michael again notices one of the best swords breaking from the energy of the Supreme Demon Lord, realizing his power. At that moment, Michael tells John that for an equal fight he will borrow his weapons for a short time, and pulls all the swords towards himself. Immediately after which the powerful energy of John and Michael begins to completely envelop the room and absorb everything around it in its path. A very powerful collision occurs between Michael and John, which may lead to unknown consequences. Michael notices and realizes that John is a very fast and powerful opponent, and the problem of breaking swords remains. He accepts the fact of his strength, because he is the leader of the Palace of Swords. His blows are very dexterous and unpredictable even for Michael. However, this only motivates our hero to fight further and confront the enemy, raising more forces. John also rises up and tries to attack, while simultaneously yelling at Michael for constantly running away from him. Michael immediately understands how best to act, because Michael has already seen many of the techniques that John uses in people from the squad. At that moment, Michael suddenly begins to move downwards away from the leader of the palace, causing him to go into shock and panic. Michael understands very well that in this situation the 10-strike technique can save him very usefully. Our hero informs John that it is now his turn to attack, and not the other way around, and completely covers himself in demon energy. With great force, Michael flies in different directions from his opponent and dodges all attacks, preventing them from attacking him. And he also decides to strengthen his attacks using the lightning dragon technique, but this only causes John to become even more dissatisfied. But at this point, Michael barely pays attention to it. He just attacks again and again and confronts his opponent in the best possible way. John decides to also use his peak techniques to be at full power and confront Michael. Michael realizes that John's strength is great, because it is still difficult to resist him. And besides, the attacks have not yet brought much success. Michael begins to look at what he has left in his arsenal and realizes that he has one more good sword to attack with. Michael wants to lose the connection between his body and the sword in order to gain a form in which the sword will be part of his body when attacking. Michael closes his eyes and tries to concentrate in order to finally understand what his problem is now. Imagining different landscapes in his head, Michael compares the Demon Lord's supreme art to a waterfall of harmony. Thus, Michael should use his powers and spirit as a circulation of energy in order to become stronger. Just as the people of the Federation use spiritual energy, Michael decides to use his demonic energy in this battle. He finally understands the problem and finds a solution. Now his power will go even against the heavens, because this is very important now. Michael now understands that he will take a risk and test his guesses right in the fight. However, he is completely ready for this. Having accumulated all the energy, having acquired all the parts of his body, Michael made one light blow with the sword which cut through John's strength. He fully and finally realized that his strength and skills were now superior, and he could win. Michael begins to return to a more sober state of mind after the fight, and his sword suddenly disintegrates after using such force. He feels that all the energy inside his body, which had recently been raging with enormous force, has now died down at his will. Looking up, Michael also noticed John, who was sitting with one leg sticking out in place and doing nothing at all. Combining dark energy, anger, madness, and frustration, John declared that Michael's power was truly incredible. John began to sit and look straight into the eyes of Michael and his remaining energy, saying that this was indeed the highest level of the Demon Lord. And he turns to Michael and says that he has now proven everything to him, and most importantly, his independence and ability to fight. Michael turns to John and says that all of this has already given him one answer, and John asks what Michael means by this. Michael turns to John and says that it was clearly not he who did everything that happened recently at the peak of beauty. He turns to John again and asks if it is true that, according to him, he has already been at the peak of beauty. John says that it is so. John says that this happened a year before Michael's 16th birthday. And then our hero realizes that it was shortly before the demon was sent into the corridor. John says that a long time ago he came to the Palace of the Sword in order to annul the marriage, but after receiving the answer, he disappeared. As it became known later, he set off alone to a previously unknown peak of beauty, after which he disappeared for 10 years. After these 10 years, he returned, but already different, and showed up in the small palace and not in the Palace of the Sword as expected. Michael asks John why they sent him to the peak of beauty now. Michael adds that it's unlikely that it's all about Lilo. John tells Michael that he wanted to find out his true intentions in this way, because he always felt that Michael was hiding something. Our hero also turns to John and asks if there is any unusual information about his trips to the peak of beauty. John says that there is, because Michael brought Phil to him a long time ago and left him to be raised in the squad. At this moment, Michael falls into complete shock. He never expected that the previous owner of the body brought Phil to this squad. Before leaving, John asks Michael what he intends to do with the wedding, and he replies that he doesn't really have any other choice. However, at that moment the dialogue between John and Michael is interrupted, because people from the squad suddenly enter the room and Garp with them. Garp formally addresses his father and says that for the first time in his life he has a request, namely, not to speak out against Michael. After which, with an even more insane look, Garp says that if his father refuses, then he will have to confront the entire squad then. John doesn't start to drive Garp away. He turns to him and asks Garp how he taught him to behave when he wants something. He turns to his men from the squad and orders them all to immediately raise their weapons and be ready for battle. John begins to address Garp's squad and ask where their shared hatred for Michael has gone. Phil and Ian talk together about how Michael is part of their squad, and the people in their squad don't grovel to those in power. At that moment, John raises his head and begins to look up, telling himself that his eyes finally didn't deceive him. John addressed the entire squad and announced that he was declaring a month of training without energy, and anyone who could not withstand it would be expelled from the palace. Garp turns to his father and asks if this means he won't go against Michael now. In response, John shouts that the young leader Michael is the only authority in the cult now that he recognizes. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, looks at all this in surprise, saying that this is all a very surprising development of events. The guys immediately start to rejoice greatly and even shed tears, saying that finally everything turned out well. Immediately after this, the guys began to approach Michael and describe Leo to him, saying that she would be a wonderful wife, which surprised him. However, at that moment, something unusual happens. John, the head of the Sword Palace, simply falls to the floor and lies unconscious. It happened out of joy. Michael left it to Garp and the others, and then went outside, began to look at the sun and understand that now it was a slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, as it turns out, something incomprehensible is happening at the peak of beauty. The very monster that Michael defeated has risen. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some glorious village far from the sea, where it is now night. There is a strange man walking around this village. He is lamenting that this is a very strange settlement, where there are no representatives of the cult anywhere. This man turns out to be one of the members of the Federation Union named Jim. He is an elder of one of the clans and the Federation. He immediately goes into a bar where important people are sitting, including John, Stella, Mozart, Richard, and the old man. Our elder Jean also comes into this bar and turns to Richard and asks him for something, but he responds by asking him to observe formalities. Jim yells at Richard in response and tells him not to take him for an idiot because the bar is open and he wants to come in. Jim points his finger at the rulers of the palaces and says that if they are not customers in this bar, then who else, he asks. Richard responds with a very crazy look. He looks straight into Jimmy's eyes and says that he repeats again that they are closed. And she gets a little scared seeing such energy in Richard's eyes and asks him in this case to forget about everything. Immediately after Jim gets hold of someone's portrait, he turns to Richard and asks if they have met him by chance. Richard asks Jim if he is really from the Federation and if all those people on the street behind the bar are also with him. This frightens Jimmy. His men behind the bar are using stealth techniques, but he managed to spot them. Jim starts pretending not to understand anything. He turns to Richard and asks if he saw this guy. Richard tells what he saw. Jim immediately offers Richard a reward for the information, but Richard reports that Jim is too late. However, at that moment, Jim suddenly loses the feeling that there is someone standing behind the bar, and at that moment, Jim is overcome with panic. At that moment, another person, apparently from the cult, enters the building and says that he would like to start a meeting. He immediately recognizes this man. It is the master of the Bloody Palace named Franklin, who is known for his great strength. Richard, meanwhile, raises a terrible aura around him and tells Jim that he would like to make up for lost time. Richard quietly asks to get rid of Jim, and Taylor, the second hand of the Slaughter Palace, appears nearby. Taylor immediately grabs Jim by the hair. Immediately after this, Taylor, holding Jim by the hair, takes him somewhere with her. He screams and asks to let him go, and is also in shock. Jim is taken out into the street, where he sees the corpses of his people with tears in his eyes, and he himself is sent somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, the meeting of the palaces begins. Franklin says that the Great George has become the Khan of the Northern Plains. Franklin also puts forward the idea of showing everyone the power of the demonic cult, because the situation around is strange. Franklin also speaks with a crazy aura about how he is already really looking forward to the festival next month to choose the head. Stella protests, saying that the Blood Palace is acting as if it's just their business and that no one else is involved. Stella also says that this holiday refers to the Palace of Fire, but Franklin states that he has already received their consent. Richard intervenes in the dialogue. He says that he doesn't see anything wrong with this, adding that it's a great idea. Franklin also proposes to make peace with many allies, so 1,000 kilograms of jewels are needed from each palace. Old Ron, the master of the Poison Palace, says that in his opinion, it is still too early for such a gesture to be made around. Franklin says that the Federation Union is already stepping on their feet, and Ron concludes that Franklin wants to elect a leader first. After which Franklin directly states that if he becomes the head of the cult, he will be able to keep his word and take back the Federation. Stella turns to Franklin and tells him to answer for his conspiracy with the Moon Tribe, since he is so honest. Franklin states that he has not renounced his connection with the Moon Tribe, but he does not know who the Black Sun is. John intervenes and says that there is no point in discussing this, and Franklin agrees with him, calling it nonsense. Immediately after which Franklin states that he has a complete feeling that someone deliberately started such rumors and spread them. Ron asks Franklin if, according to his version, someone else freed the prisoners, and the Black Sun only took responsibility. Franklin claims he can consider all possible scenarios, including this one, but Ron calls it complete nonsense. Franklin looks at Mozart and says that there might be some palace behind this, and such words quite frighten Mozart. Franklin says that it was the merchant warriors who first spoke of the Black Sun, but Mozart disputes this and calls the words nonsense. However, at that moment, Mozart looks differently at everyone sitting at the table, concluding that they all suspect him alone. Franklin says that if he becomes the head, he will punish Mozart, but will allow him to continue to be the head of the trading palace. After which, looking straight into Mozart's eyes, Franklin asks him to simply acknowledge this fact, and that's all, so that everyone can feel calmer. However, at that moment, one of the cult's archers appears at the meeting and addresses all the palace heads. Mozart begins to point his hands to the side and say that he can also find a good army that will be equal to the Palace of Blood. Ronald turns and asks if he can kill Silvers later, if it turns out that Mozart and his palace are traitors. Stella begins to smile and say that she too would not mind seeing the new head of the trading palace if there is one. Immediately after, Franklin gives someone an order and says that he allows them to enter, and a man in a hat appears in the room. The man throws off his hat and energy, and it immediately becomes clear that this is Michael's assistant, the bloody General Louis. Seeing Louis, everyone around seemed to freeze in place and did not know what to do. They were even afraid to say a word now. Louis looks down directly at the red-haired guy and asks if it's true that he's his opponent. The master of the Bloody Palace, Franklin, has been looking at Louis all this time and can't figure out what level of power he is, and this makes Franklin nervous. Franklin begins to suspect that they are all against him, and then gives the order to begin the punishment process. A red-haired guy named Tim obeys the Bloody Palace, and all the other leaders sit and watch. Looking at everything that is happening now, Stella remembers her dialogue with Lester, in which they predicted all these actions. Meanwhile, real pain begins between Tim and Louis. Tim loads several arrows into his bow at once and decides to start shooting. They all flew in different directions but kept Louis as their main target, who was already ready to take them on. A second later, absolutely all of the arrows pierced Louis' body, causing Richard to cry out in joy. However, Franklin was the only one who was not happy. He clearly suspected something and was very worried about it at the moment. Ron was just as scared as Franklin, but Stella just sat there as before, watching the fight closely. They all looked at Louis, who, like a demon, had enveloped himself in the energy of blood and was burning with strength and anger. Literally, a moment later, Lewis suddenly appeared right next to Tim and immediately pressed him down with his foot from above. The events of the story take us to some clearing. A girl in a mask holds a dragon card and shows it to someone. After which, this girl suddenly appears right next to our hero Michael, who is very surprised to see her. She started sniffing Michael. He asked her what she was doing, and she began to explain that she was trying to figure out who he was. However, after she said that she didn't know Michael, this made him happy. But it wasn't surprising, because he was wearing his mask. Michael asked her who she was, and the girl replied that her name was Bloom, and she was from the Cat Clan, and would now serve Michael. After which, Michael turned to Bloom and asked her to tell him everything she already knew with a smile on her face. Then Bloom began to tell Michael some kind of route, describing every step up to the destination. Then Michael set off along the path that she had shown him, and he asked her for the way to the slaughterhouse, where he had now come. Michael understood that although there was nothing unusual in the palace area, having set foot here, he definitely became a target for local killers. Our hero is well aware of the fact that these killers will pursue him at every turn, and there is no way to escape from them. Then Bloom told Michael the story of how one of the elders came there unprepared and was killed by people in the forest. He understands very well that he could very well end up in his place now, so he decides that the best way for him to do this is to be on guard. Walking through this forest to the palace, Michael finds some piece of blue fabric torn off brutally and wonders what it could be. On the other side of the fabric, Michael saw the logo of the Federation's Blue Storm Squad and began to wonder where they might be now. Immediately after that, Michael realized that he had to speed up if he wanted to save many lives. However, just as Michael was about to enter the palace, he suddenly felt some chains approaching, and immediately after that, there was enemy human energy. Apparently, it was the local security that was not letting anyone through. These guards also had chains and weapons around them, and in just one moment, all of them were used to stop Michael at the entrance. Michael began to wonder if this was just a trap or if they would try to catch him again, and then he began to dodge the chains. Michael notices a sudden second wave of weapons and realizes he will need to use some energy power to repel the attacks. The events of the story take us to the palace itself, where one of Richard's guards sits near people from the Federation hanging on ropes. A guy from the Blue Wind Squad started telling Richard's guards that he was going to survive no matter what, which the guards didn't believe. The Blue Wind Squad understood very well that he really should get out of here. But how? That was a big question. He began to look around and noticed that Richard's guard was holding some kind of caterpillar in his hands near a knife. A guy from the Blue Wind Squad named William says that apparently Richard's guards also want to escape from this slaughterhouse palace prison. Guard Tim replies that this is not true at all, but William stands his ground, saying that Tim was abandoned in this cult like a dog. Tim turned to William and stated that there was no order to keep him alive, so he asked him to shut up. But William continued asking questions. Tim talks about how he is like a caterpillar because he was abandoned as a child and then raised in a slaughterhouse where he was picked up and given life. In response, William started shouting that Tim was just a cult dog. He agreed with this, so he asked William to shut his mouth. Immediately after which, Tim added that it was better to do this if he did not want to die, and delivered a small blow of energy into William's body. Tim raised the fire of energy in his hands and began to talk about how William could not get out of here, after which he fried the caterpillar. After which, Tim left William hanging in blood and declared that he had better pray for death before Richard returned from the meeting. Tim left, and William compared himself to someone and said that if he were so strong and courageous, he would have coped here. William began to remember his past, in which he lived in the same place with the past Michael, and they spent time together quite often. William remembered and compared himself with the past Michael. He said that he was very strong and honest, even though he was the son of a leader. In his head, William continued to compare himself to the past Michael, who had previously been the leader of the Storm Squad. William had almost begun to close his eyes and was saying that if Michael had been in his place, they would have won. But now they would only see each other soon in heaven. Meanwhile, our hero Michael was able to deal with absolutely all the guards and get inside quite easily and simply. However, at that moment, someone's voice turned to Michael and asked if he was really from the Federation, and this greatly puzzled him. A couple of seconds after that, Michael saw Tim's security guard and a bunch of his men in front of him, who were looking straight at Michael. Tim turned to Michael in the mask and began to talk about what he had done to the guards, but if he set foot on this land, he would not return alive. Michael, while in the mask, began to ask about where the Blue Wind Squad was now, and Tim only smiled in response, calling Michael impatient. After which, Tim turned to Michael and said that 8 people from this detachment had already passed away, but 1 more was breathing. Michael began to cover his face with his hands, and Tim laughed at this and said that he was really so upset for his friends from the squad. After which Tim replied that he would now send Michael to another life along with the squad members, which caused Michael even more shock. Michael began to threaten that he would destroy them now, but in response, Tim asked that Michael had not come for their leader Richard. Michael was suddenly surprised and began to ask where the leader of the Blue Wind Squad and the leader of the Slaughterhouse Palace were now, without understanding anything. However, in response, Tim only started laughing at Michael, saying that it was extremely stupid to show up in such a place without a plan, because it was very important now. After which the guard Tim admits that the leader of the Blue Wind Squad named William is now with them, and Michael immediately remembers him. Michael replays in his head all the most pleasant moments with William from his past life, because they used to be friends. However, while Michael was thinking, Tim decided that he did not have much time for all this and gave the order to get rid of Michael. Immediately after that, all of Tim's men jumped up and began to attack Michael very quickly, which surprised him quite a lot. However, Michael hardly reacted to all these attacks. He was only concerned with the thought that his friend was here and he was in captivity. After which Michael realized that now he only had two thoughts. The first was about his friend, and the second was that he should kill all these guys. Immediately after, Michael uses his powers, covering everything around him with the power of a master demon lord, thereby getting rid of his opponents. Tim immediately noticed that Michael was quite a strong and formidable opponent, so he gave his men the order to retreat, saying that he was no match for them. However, in response, Michael sharply stated that it was too late to do this now. His look was simply crazy. Michael began to quickly rise into the air and raise his aura more and more powerfully, tearing down all the problems in his path. The energy created by Michael was enough to repel all attacks of his opponents and send them aside. At that moment, Tim realized that they really couldn't stop Michael, so he also decided to take part in the fight and took out his bow. However, this bow turned out to be completely unusual, because it sent arrows straight at Michael at great speed, and in addition to the arrows, it also sent weapons. The remaining warriors decided to support their leader and also began to use bows as weapons of war. However, this did not give them any strong meaning, because Michael, covering his entire body with his energy, could deflect all these weapons with his bare hands. In addition to simply deflecting the weapons that flew at him, he also began to direct powerful energy attacks to the side. The energy attacks were very powerful and stunning, as they seemed to suck the very soul out of Michael's opponents. In addition to simply channeling energy into his opponents, Michael also began to envelop everything around him in it, pushing out life force. After everyone around was destroyed except for the guard Tim, Michael turned to him and began asking where William was. However, in response to this, guard Tim only called another squad of guards and gave them the order to kill Michael, after which the fight continued. There are several violent clashes between them, and Tim's guys end up on the floor, killed by Michael's power. Tim realizes that there is practically no one left to call, so with his last bit of strength, he decides to attack Michael himself now. In that moment, Michael quickly flies right up to his opponent and delivers dozens of blows using the champion's technique. This is already putting enormous pressure on Tim. He cannot hold back the pain, and even fight normally because blood is flowing throughout his body. And meanwhile, without receiving a single wound, he stands in place and raises his image of the Demon Lord from energy. Somehow, Tim manages to get up. He understands that Michael is simply a monster in battle, so he gives the order to use the explosive technique. After which, dozens of Tim's remaining guys begin to fall into Michael's energy and circle around in it, as if jumping into the hands of the devil right now. He turns to Tim and says that such simple actions will no longer be enough to take him, because he has encountered such explosions dozens of times. Michael began to say with a smile on his face that he had already learned to withstand any explosion, and now such techniques were not at all scary to him. A second after these words, Michael managed to get away from all the explosions and absorption techniques, which shocked Tim. Immediately after that, Michael was right next to Tim. He grabbed him by the neck and began to squeeze. Tim began to say that Michael was probably wondering where William was. He also replied that it didn't really matter to him, since he could find it himself. But Tim kept looking at Michael's energy from behind, not understanding what was there. Tim also notices Michael's very strange look, which clearly shows no fear, and after that, Tim tries to talk himself out of his thoughts. Michael immediately noticed the change in Tim's behavior and realized that he was most likely aware of the technique and art that Michael was using. And realizing what had happened, he immediately and sharply strikes Tim straight into his body, thereby piercing his insides with energy. Blood started pouring out of Tim's mouth and tears started flowing from his eyes. He couldn't really say anything anymore and just looked at Michael. He immediately threw Tim straight down and stood looking at his opponent further, from top to bottom, holding the energy behind his body. after which Michael abandoned everything that had previously held him back and began to move forward, leaving the corpses and all traces of the robbery right in the palace courtyard. Our hero entered the palace and began to look around, after which he was immediately able to find the very room where the people of the Blue Wind Squad were. Michael immediately found his friend, who was fully conscious, and began trying to use energy to bring him back to life. And Michael began to succeed, transmitting energy. William began to open his eyes and look up, asking if he was still sleeping. Michael immediately began asking William why he came here and for what purpose, but he only thought that he was already in the afterlife. Michael began to tell William that he shouldn't have come here, and now his key task was simply to survive. However, looking up, William began to see Michael's past, immediately beginning to perceive him as his friend. William began to make excuses. He raved over and over again and repeated that he was very sorry and that his comrades were killed before his eyes when he could not fight. William said that his miserable life had enough of this, but Michael did not agree with him. He began to lift his friend and lead him. Although Michael tried to instill hope in William, he understood that if they didn't get to the Poison Palace now, there would be no chance of salvation. And he threw William onto his back and began to talk about how, like his previous leader, he would not let his subordinate die so easily. On the way to the Poison Palace, Michael tells his friend that he will definitely be able to survive, just like Michael once did. Throughout the journey, they talked about different things. Michael said that before he always survived because he was stronger than everyone else. And now William is the strongest. Along the way, they discussed many things, including sad ones, like Michael's departure and disappearance, but that wasn't so important now. Some time passes from that moment, and Michael was able to get together with his friend directly to the Palace of Poisons. It was already in front of them. Afterwards, he joyfully began to talk about how they had already arrived, and now William had many chances to get better. However, with great shock, our hero notices that William now has no pulse or breathing at all, not even the weak one that was there just recently. Michael began to listen for other signs of life, but they were also absent. All of William's strength was gone, and he himself closed his eyes forever. Our hero Michael didn't want to believe it at all. He tried again and again to bring William to his senses, but he didn't come to his senses. And he sat over his corpse, the dead body of his friend, and talked about how he had a lot to tell William and a lot to ask him. He looked up. He tried to hold back his tears, but he understood that this was clearly not going to work, and his friend had already left this life. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Richard, who apparently returned from the meeting to his palace. Only upon returning did he immediately notice and understand everything, after which he began to look closely at the remnants of energy on the earth now. With a very crazy look, he realized what had happened here, and immediately understood that this energy belonged to the one called the Black Sun. Richard began to walk forward and say that this was all very interesting, and that he couldn't wait to see this Black Sun with his own eyes. At that moment, the main leader of Richard's troops, Taylor, appeared from behind and reported that everyone else had been killed except his people. Raising a powerful energy behind him, Richard began to say that they were now returning to the palace. But before that, there was one thing to do. Richard instantly began to charge everyone around him with his energy. He turned to his guys and began to talk about how he would now decide a lot, after which he suddenly covered the building nearby with energy and detonated it, thereby destroying the building and breaking everything that was around it. With a demonic look, Richard turned around and addressed his men, telling them that those behind this should be found and destroyed. Meanwhile, our hero Michael, in his normal form without a mask, walked straight into the building of the Poison Palace, carrying William's corpse on himself. The leader of the Poison Palace, Old Man Ron, was just in the courtyard of the building, who gave the order to quickly meet the young leader and prepare everything. Our hero addressed everyone in a loud voice and declared that the man on his back was not yet a corpse, and that he could be saved if he tried hard enough. The master, along with the headmaster Ron and the body of his friend, comes straight into some room. Ron shouts at Michael, telling him to behave faster. Ron yells at Michael again for putting his friend's dead body in the wrong place, and now he's dirtying it. And it's expensive, which infuriates Michael. Michael immediately ran up and grabbed the old man, asking him about the phrase about the dead body. But he asks him not to stare so much and accept reality. Old Man Ron yells at Michael and says that he is a master of medicine, but he has not yet learned how to resurrect the dead. Old Man Ron asked him to put it down and began to examine Michael's body, saying that there were many weapons in it and that his hands were wounded. Meanwhile, he still cannot accept reality. He looks down with an empty gaze and understands that this is complete horror. Old Man Ron examines the body of his friend Michael, and Michael himself says that his friend was a very honest, kind, and straightforward person. Michael starts screaming with tears in his eyes for Old Man Ron to save his friend and help him heal after. Michael is very angry. The old man examines the corpse and then says that although there is no pulse, the end of death occurred not so long ago. Immediately after this, Old Man Ron uses the technique to create many hands and begins to use them to examine Ron's body and his vital points. Michael asks Old Ron if there is a way to save his friend, and he replies that if he can do this, he will already be a god. Old Man Ron says that Michael's friend's body is very tight and has a lot of muscles, but Michael doesn't understand why this matters. He examines William's body for energy and says that it is still there, and therefore the soul is still there. After another analysis, Old Man Ron shouts that Michael's friend will live if he performs one very powerful technique. However, when Michael found out what was needed for this, he thought that Old Ron had gone crazy, but he began to say that this was the only option. Michael screams that if he continues to wait, his friend will finally die, and then there will be no chance of success. Michael, although very much against it, turns to Ron and asks what will happen to him after using such a technique. Old Man Ron says that after using the technique, William will have an owner to whom he will be attached, and his basic needs will disappear. However, Old Ron then adds that William will also not be able to think and feel independently, which frightens Michael to death. Michael yells at Old Ron, asking if he is making fun of him, but the old man states that at least this way he will live. Old Man Ron declares that the only option left for him to live is to create an artificial living warrior out of him, and that's it. Michael doesn't know what decision to make because he remembers the words of his friend who asked him not to stop him and let him pass away. Our hero began to raise very powerful energy and began to say that his friend did not need any master, and he only wanted to live life. Ron, having dropped to the ground, began to declare that the wishes of Michael and his friend were very good, but this was completely impossible. And he also adds that the better the energy, the better it will be for the body, but it will still be a servant of the one who will give the energy. Michael sits in the lotus position and says that he is ready to do anything for his friend, including this technique now, and declares that he is ready to begin. Michael begins to energize himself more than ever before and tells Ron that they don't have much time, asking him to start preparing. Michael also insanely selfishly says that they have no right to make a mistake either, because if it happens, he will burn down the poison palace. Ron finishes preparing. He says that he hasn't done this for a long time and asks our hero not to touch William's head and skeleton. After which Michael begins to carry out the technique and transfer his energy into his friend's body. Ron is surprised at how well it works. Old Man Ron comes from the other side and also begins to influence the entire procedure, adjusting the flow of Michael's energy throughout William's body. Michael is under extreme stress at this moment, trying very hard to save his friend's life. Ron, meanwhile, is trying just as hard, because he understands that his entire palace could be at stake in this procedure. Together with Michael, we spend several hours in this state. It takes a lot of strength and energy. Time goes on. After the energy is transferred, Ron announces that there is one last step left, and now they will find out if William is lucky enough to survive. With great excitement, Ron directs a small blow directly to William's special points, after which a flow of energy begins. Michael immediately notices that it is getting very cold. Everything around is freezing, and this energy is coming from his friend. Ron stands in complete shock and doesn't understand what's happening. It's hard for him to believe that such energy can be emitted during such a procedure. Ron says that this is all very strange. William should have either opened his eyes or just died, but something inexplicable is happening. And he also tells Michael that despite this, it does not mean that they missed the chance, and decides to check William's condition in order to understand everything. As soon as Ron brings his hand to William, he suddenly begins to burn like a fire. Blood flows out of him, and this scares Ron. Michael starts yelling at Old Man Ron and saying that he wants to know what's going on and why his friend's body is on fire. At first, Ron insists that he himself doesn't understand anything, but at that moment he remembers something and suddenly starts yelling at Michael. Old Man Ron starts shouting at Michael to ask if he really studied the Demon Lord's art, a question that puzzled Michael. Ron points his fingers at Michael and says that only the highest Demon Lord could have such pure energy inside. Immediately after these words, the old man lowers his head, closes his eyes, and says that their technique did not work as it should have. Michael hears this and becomes wildly furious. He simply cannot believe that nothing worked out and his friend will die. However, a second after his earlier words, the old man shouts at Michael and says that they managed to save William. At that very moment, after Old Man Ron's words, our hero Michael begins to feel the powerful energy of a demon behind him. It turns out that it comes directly from his friend, who was already able to sit up, his eyes and body covered in the energy of the Demon Lord's art. Ron the old man looks straight at his friend Michael and says that they have surpassed the technique in many ways and have achieved its best form now. Meanwhile, Michael's friend regains consciousness and turns to Michael and Ron, asking where he is, and says that he died in the slaughterhouse. He begins to turn to Michael and say that William is his friend, but for some reason he looks at him as his main enemy. As soon as William hears old Ron addressing Michael, he immediately begins to talk about whether it is really the young leader of the demon cult in front of him. William instantly jumped out of his seat and headed straight towards Michael to deliver several powerful attacks. William began to attack and ask Michael what he did with his body. During this time, while he was unconscious, William did not remember anything. Ron began to address William and Michael, saying that although William was overflowing with energy, it would not be possible to harm the owner. At that moment, William heard from Ron that the life slavery technique had been used on him, which caused him wild shock. Immediately after this dialogue, Michael turned to Ron, the master of the Poison Palace, and sharply told him to get out of here. And he began to talk about the fact that he needed to talk to his friend alone. William began to complain that Michael had driven him out of his house. However, hearing some discontent from Ron, Michael strained his energy and began to look sideways at the old man. This really scared the old man, even though he looked at him sideways before leaving. But he was afraid of Michael and began to leave. Meanwhile, Michael's friend's wild energy began to fade, and he himself was simply standing in place, right in front of Michael. Michael turned to William and asked him to sit down, who began to ask Michael if his current condition was really just a joke. He said no, and William started complaining about becoming a puppet of someone like Michael, which was not what he wanted. After which William raised his hand and began to say that the best thing for him would be to simply kill himself now and not suffer. However, Michael immediately asked him not to do this and added that he did not want him to die, which actually managed to stop William. William started yelling at Michael and saying that he was really going to use him as a weapon for a demonic cult. However, Michael responds by stating that this is not the case at all and tells William to go home where he came from and live there. But these words did not impress William at all. He practically did not answer anything, and Michael began to think about what he should say. William started talking about how Michael saved him from the hands of death, but is now sending him back to the Federation. William considers this complete absurdity. After which, William declared that he would not do this, and Michael began to ask him what he himself wanted then. William started screaming like a wild man that he didn't want anything at all, because Michael was just using him as a toy for his own purposes, he said. William stands up and abruptly declares that he is not going to give up so easily. But Michael notices that his legs are carrying him away. Our hero began to see William off with a smile, and hoped that he would leave now. They would never meet again and he would live happily. William actually started to leave, and old man Ron started yelling at Michael, saying that he had let such a valuable specimen go from the hands of the scientists. Michael is about to leave, but right before he leaves, he turns to old Ron and says that he will ask him one very important question. He looks down at old man Ron and asks if those monsters at the peak of beauty are his work. In response, old man Ron immediately yells at Michael and says that this is not his doing, and he has never been at this peak of beauty. And he gets very angry. He says that his art of the demon lord is very strong, and if Ron does not confess, he will simply kill him right here. In response, old Ron only yells at Michael again and says that creating such individuals is not so easy, and he clearly has no time for it. Michael tells old Ron that he just managed to create the highest form of human monster, and now he says the opposite. In response, old Ron starts yelling at Michael and saying that it's all thanks to his demon lord skills, not Ron's own. However, at that moment, old Ron is very surprised when he hears in Michael's words the mention that the monsters were crimson in color. Immediately after that, looking at the floor, Michael describes everything that he saw at the peak of beauty and what these monsters looked like, as well as their body parts. Ron says that this is all very unusual and asks Michael if he knows where the first such monsters came from. The old man explains that the monsters were originally brought from the Far East, and that it was from there that the transformation technique itself was brought. He also describes that there are only two types of such monsters. The first one is like Michael's friend, complete and full-fledged. The second type is more mutated and resembles monsters. It was most likely them that Michael saw at the peak of beauty, according to Ron. Old man Ron also says that in order for such monsters to grow, they need to eat, and their main dish is the corpses of other people. Michael asks if this means the monsters came from the Far East, but Ron states that this is just a guess. Old man Ron also adds that he has never seen anything like this before, and it is now that he decides to go there. Michael also asks Ron about what he was like before, And Ron describes Michael earlier as a useless and worthless person. He says that from the very beginning, from childhood, all of Michael's energy points were blocked, and he was considered useless even then. Old Man Ron describes the years of treatment he spent trying to somehow help Michael, who was very hopeless. Ron also talks about how everyone around him wished Michael ill, and in order to calm down, he began taking various drugs. Old Ron also attributes Michael's sending into the demon's corridor to the fact that no one saw potential in him, and that was the only way he had any chance. After hearing Old Man Ron's stories, Michael was shocked to realize many things he hadn't understood before, including the fact that the body's previous owner had gone for freedom. Old Man Lester began to ask Michael what his plan was, because he clearly had one, judging by his latest actions. Ron started shouting and asking how Michael had managed to sneak in here unnoticed and carry the corpse of a man from another palace. Michael responded by saying that it was because no one around him cared about him. But Ron clearly didn't agree and started saying that it was nonsense. At that moment, Old Man Ron simply fell silent and began to look closely into Michael's soul, and immediately noticed that he simply had crazy energy. At that moment, Ron realized everything and began to ask if it was really not the trading palace that was behind everything that was happening, but Michael and his people. Michael abruptly approached Ron and said that he would not kill him only because he saved his friend's life. But that was the end of the reasons. Michael approached Ron, stating that he should become his healer and do his job to the end, which greatly puzzled Ron. Ron began asking Michael whether he had really decided to become the leader of the cult, and also began to clarify why he needed all this. Michael responded by saying that it was no longer very important, and Ron began to say that even with such power, it would not be easy for Michael. Old Man Ron begins to tell Michael that the head of the Palace of Blood has been preparing to take the place of the cult leader for a very long time. Old Man Ron stated that he also had a plan and people monitoring everything, so he promised to notify Michael of any changes. However, in response to this, Michael only abruptly began to walk away somewhere, and Ron began to ask him where he was going. With the energy in his eyes rising, Michael turned around and said that he wanted to find other ways to avoid this collision. Michael asks Ron to keep all his knowledge to himself, and also to just obediently do his job and not interfere in other matters. Old Man Ron responds by saying that he is too old to be going through all this at such a young age. Michael started to leave, and Ron ran behind and asked if there really was a way to avoid all this, as Michael said. Michael turned around abruptly, turned to old Ron and asked him sharply if he was making fun of him. However, what Michael saw shocked him, because in front of him stood his friend William, who was looking straight at him near the palace. Michael turned to William and said that he had given him permission to walk a long time ago, and asked if he could hear him. Starkey Ron tells Michael that there is no point in sending him anywhere because he has long been attached to Michael and will try to always be there. Although William still had hatred for Michael, it was clearly not as strong as William now has for Ron. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lilo. She turns to someone and asks if he knows her and her status in society. As it turns out, she's talking to one of the slaughterhouse guards, who immediately says that it's best to tell Lilo about this quickly. The guard was about to use his powers, but at that moment he and Lilo heard a sharp voice from the side. It was Michael in his signature Night Sun mask, who immediately shouted that Lilo was his servant and should not be touched. Some more time passes and Lilo is sitting very beautifully and sweetly in one of the local cafes, and everyone around is looking at her in shock. Lilo wonders what Michael would do if she went to his palace right now to look for him. However, she immediately imagined Michael's stupid answers in her head, and she herself began to get angry at them because he called her a servant. Meanwhile, Michael, wearing a mask, is walking somewhere with his friend William, who is still very angry at Michael. However, while walking through a building, Michael suddenly notices something and immediately pays strong attention to it. Lilo came into his field of vision. Michael remembers that he recently asked her to go to the small palace, but for some reason she is sitting here. Michael sat down at the table next to William, and William immediately began asking Michael who this girl was and why he was looking at her like that. At that moment, Michael turned around to look at her again, but saw her right in front of him, which surprised him greatly. Lilo came up and began asking Michael, not understanding who he was, whether it was true that he had been in that very settlement near the river. Michael fortunately realized that Lilo didn't recognize him because of the mask, and began to say that he didn't understand at all what they were talking about. In response, Lilo says that if this is true, then she can also demonstrate something to Michael in exchange for this, and spins around sharply. She spins around in place, hitting the table, knocking away the planks, and grabs them with energy right in midair, after which she casts a spell. She fires all those planks forward like bullets, They fly right past Michael and end up right in the tree behind him. William tells Lilo that she must have made a mistake, and she starts to leave, adding that she must have simply seen a copycat in the black sun. However, their conversations with each other were interrupted, because some strange people appeared in the restaurant, all in black suits. These people began to frighten the local residents who were peacefully eating, and also began to rise around the entire restaurant, as if making a circle around it. The chief among them declared that they had come from the slaughter palace and were looking for people who had stayed near the river settlement for some time. The locals were very scared when they heard mention of the slaughterhouse, but the one who was most shocked was William, who remembered everything. At that moment, he was about to launch an attack, but our hero transmitted an energy signal to him to sit still, since it was impossible to get into a fight now. Immediately after this, a dialogue began between them, in which they tried to decide who was right. Michael insisted that there was no point in twitching now. Michael understands perfectly well that it is impossible to act now at all, because there are at least 20 people around, and even more outside, there are a lot of them. However, while Michael was afraid to do anything, Lilo entered into a conversation with them and began to drive them away, saying that there was no one like that here. Michael began to look at this and did not understand why Lilo was acting so strong and confident, because she was a simple servant. The main man from the slaughter squad began to turn to Lilo and ask if she suddenly wanted to die right on this spot. Lilo was about to start bragging about who she was, but the squad leader gave the order to use energy and enveloped the entire restaurant in it. From such a sudden influx of very strong energy, the locals fell to the floor and began to choke. Lilo also tensed up, but stood straight and endured. Lilo was just about to tell him who she was, but suddenly our hero entered the conversation and shouted that she was his servant. Michael's words shock both the head of the slaughter squad and Lilo, who did not expect to hear this addressed to her now. William, meanwhile, simply exhaled sharply, asked no one to worry, and declared that Michael had simply gone crazy. Michael, meanwhile, began to head straight towards Lilo, but in response she began to ask him who he was and how he ended up here. Michael started pretending to be Lilo's boss and scolding her, while the head of the slaughterhouse squad just stood there and watched. At that moment, the head of the detachment from the slaughterhouse could no longer simply tolerate all of this. He turned to them and asked them to shut up immediately and called his men over. Michael began to turn to William and tell him to protect the girl, and Michael himself plans to deal with all the enemies. Meanwhile, Lilo herself decided to do something. She began to take out her weapon and say that she was far from weak. However, the moment she looks forward, Lilo suddenly falls into shock. She cannot believe what she is now seeing with her own eyes and becomes worried. At that moment, a voice is heard throughout the room telling them to stop right now, which surprises everyone. The leader of the Demon Lord's squad appeared in the room and began to talk about how everyone here had come a long way, but was now making a mistake. However, the leader of the detachment from the slaughterhouse turns to him sharply and tells him what all this means now and why they were let down. In response, the man who had recently appeared began to ask them if they really knew who it was. The leader of the squad from the slaughterhouse started pointing his fingers at Michael and started asking if they were really talking about him just now. William suggests that Michael take off his mask, but Michael asks him to shut up and advises him to leave and take all the peaceful guys with him. Michael, meanwhile, reaches out to his mask and tells himself that since he has already been caught, he can use his authority. However, in a moment, the man responds by saying that it is not about this person at all, pointing to Michael, which surprises Michael. The man with long hair points directly at Lilo and says that he is talking about her because she is the daughter of the master of the sword palace and is very strong. Michael starts pointing his finger at Lilo and asking if they are serious and if she is John's daughter. Our hero, looking into her eyes, says that she is, after all, the woman of the young leader, but this formulation really infuriates her. At that moment, Michael remembers the very words Lilo spoke as soon as he joined the cult and insulted her by calling her a servant. And only now did our hero Michael realize that this girl, Lilo, had always been his bride, and not at all a servant in his palace. A man with long hair named Pew says that although the relations between the palaces are not the best, these people should not be touched. Immediately after which, Pew raises a very powerful aura behind him, and kindly asks the guys from the Slaughterhouse Palace to leave this place immediately. The leader of the Slaughter Squad realizes that he has nothing much to compare these people to, so he simply decides to leave. Immediately after which he begins to give a signal about this to all his warriors, and they all at once began to move away. Our hero Michael tries to leave with them in the crowd, but Pew notices this and sharply addresses him, saying that he was not allowed to leave. Pew asks Michael to come closer to him, and says that in their area it is rare to see people dressed like that and wearing a mask. However, our hero Michael understands that he cannot reveal himself in any way. So he says that, in the blood cult, there are people with such things. Lilo approaches Michael and tells him that he is behaving in a very rude manner, which Michael disagrees with, saying that this is not true. Pew says that he is the leader of the water squad. Lilo says that people like him are not afraid of anything, but Michael does not agree with her here either. Michael simply addresses Lilo by name, and she immediately says that this phrase was very sweet for her and begins to blush on the sidelines. Immediately after, Lilo begins to turn to Pew and say that she would like to ask them to let her go, but Pew replies that she cannot do this. At this point, Lilo approaches Pew and offers him to join the Sword Palace and become some kind of leader in some kind of squad, which surprises Michael. Pew starts to argue a little with Lilo, but she responds by saying that their teachings say that it is impolite to do so. Michael immediately begins to analyze Lilo's actions and realizes that she is quite persuasive and straightforward, which are important qualities. At that moment, Lilo suddenly turns directly to our hero Michael. She grabs his hand and begins to lead him along. Lilo takes Michael somewhere, he asks various questions, and she scolds him, saying that he behaves very arrogantly. Lilo takes Michael to the forest and tells him that she saved him from Pew's hands, and now he can go wherever he wants. Michael understands in his head that Lilo's character is kind, and it would be much easier for him if he were terrible and evil. Michael turns to Lilo and asks her if she's accidentally called an ice flower, and adds a question about why she's so kind. Lilo approaches Michael and asks him why he looks so much like the Black Sun, asking if he is an ordinary follower. She turns around and says that she chose this life for herself, although she could have lived in the heights, very rich, and done what she wanted. Lilo hides her weapon and tells Michael not to forget who once saved him, and now just to step aside. At this moment, Michael was in complete shock. He didn't expect to hear this, and began to just look forward in shock. He was very surprised and confused. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Taylor. His people tell him that they saw Lilo here along with the Black Sun. The guards ask Taylor what they should do next. He tells them to follow them, and a man comes up from behind. The man turns out to be Pew, and he turns to Taylor and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and goes straight to him. Pew walks and looks at Tyler, saying that the time of the slaughter palace comes at night, but he doesn't understand anything and asks again. Pew tells Tyler that he recently saw the people they are trying to find, but Tyler says that it is their business alone. Tyler turns to Pew and asks him not to be afraid of him, saying that he himself only recently arrived here and really does not want to conflict. Immediately after this, Pew begins to tell Taylor the secret technique with which they were able to find the Black Sun, which shocks Taylor. Pew begins to powerfully raise his energy and ask Taylor how it happened that his squad was at the peak of the fire at that time. From this question, Taylor immediately understands that Pew clearly has his own intentions on various topics, and now it is more difficult to conduct a dialogue with him. Taylor lowers himself a little and sits on his feet. He releases some Kharkiv guy and offers to test something on him now. Pew can't understand at all what's going on and why Tyler is doing this, but the Herrick is heading straight for Pew. Immediately after that, Herrick starts making circles right around Pew, as if he's introducing him into some kind of mutt by walking in circles over and over again. However, at that moment, Herrick turns sharply and begins to walk straight away rather quickly from Pew towards his owner Tyler. Tyler takes the Kharkov and realizes that he was unable to find any traces of the use of powers, and apologizes for everything, saying that he and the squad are leaving. Pew says that he is not sorry, and he lets Tyler and the squad go, and also says that he will be glad to see them again. Tyler gives the order to his partner and the squad that they are leaving. He walks forward with a very scared face now, just staring at one point. Pew looks straight at Tyler and understands in his head that all those who have been in the cult for a long time know how the people from the slaughterhouse use Kharkov. The story skips forward to the next day, taking us straight to Lilo, who is suddenly surprised by something and hears footsteps. Lilo turns her head to see Tyler standing in front of her, holding a ferret in his arms and looking straight at her with a shocked expression on his face. And she asks about what is happening now, but Tyler doesn't answer her and just lets the ferret go and sniff Lilo. At that moment, the ferret starts shaking, running around and jumping, and with this behavior he really scares Lilo, who doesn't understand anything. Tyler says that their leader gave the order to kill all those connected to the Dark Flame, and now they have found the first traces of it. With a completely crazy face, Tyler begins to turn to Lilo and say that she will have to go with them. Meanwhile, Pew is overjoyed and laughing. He understands that if he succeeds in achieving Lilo's death, there will be a war between the two palaces. Realizing this, Pew looks up and laughs like a wild man. He is very overcome with this realization. He cannot contain his emotions. Meanwhile, Lilo yells at Tyler, asking if he knows what mistake he might be making now by trying to start a palace war. When Tyler realizes that Lilo doesn't want to go with them at all, he turns to her and says that he will take some of her people. This infuriates Lilo even more. She turns to Tyler and tells him to get out of here right now along with these people. Still looking crazy and rather tough, Tyler turns to Lilo and asks her how she dared to threaten them now. She doesn't give any answer to this question, and Tyler tells his men to grab her immediately and kidnap her. However, Lilo is not so simple. He jumps up and starts heading along the top somewhere away from them all. But among Tyler's people, there are also those who are very skilled in using weapons, and they throw them straight at Lilo with all their might. In response to this, Lilo begins to wave her sword and say that these people around are only cowards, and invites them to fight fairly. Such actions do not provoke any response from Tyler's people, who only begin to attack the crowd even more. Lilo realizes that if they don't want to fight her normally, then she should also use all her abilities using ice techniques. However, even using techniques of such high power, Lilo is unable to repel their attacks at all. She does not know what to do. But right while she is fighting against them, one of the people attacks her and holds out his weapon. Lilo realizes that she might not be able to block this blow, so she starts screaming loudly to get someone to pay attention. And it helps right at that moment, as Lilo screamed, a sharp beam of purple energy blew away all her opponents. Lilo doesn't understand what's happening and suddenly opens her eyes, looking around and notices someone to her right. This man turns out to be Michael. He used the power of his energy and fist to create a blow of great power. Tyler is surprised to see Michael. He turns to him and asks him to hide quickly, unless he wants to die right here. Michael turns to them and tells them that he is her warrior guard, and if they want to defeat her, they will first have to defeat him. With a very crazy look and red eyes, Tyler turns to Michael and says that if he wants to die so much, then they will help him. Tyler then adds that he will do this right now, directing his people to fight against Michael. However, it turns out to be quite easy for Michael. All of Tyler's warriors jump right at him, but he deflects the blows with his hands. Michael takes the sword from Lilo's hands and says that he will borrow it for a while for this battle, covering it with energy. After which Michael uses a huge series of supreme blows of the Overlord, and Lilo just stands in shock looking at this enormous power, not understanding anything. Michael turns to Lilo with a smile on his face and says that he is her warrior protector named Black Sun. Seeing all this, Tyler yells at Michael and says that this is the same Black Sun that recently killed everyone. However, our hero Michael just stands there, cleans his ears and says that he doesn't know anything like that, not understanding what we're talking about. After which Michael turns and looks straight at Lilo, who has a huge wound on her body which is covered in blood, just like her dress. Michael turns away from Lilo, says that he doesn't understand how anyone could get hurt like that, and calls her a fool. Immediately after which Michael looks forward, straight into the faces of his enemies, realizing that they are quite strong and full of energy for the fight. However, despite this, he goes straight to Lilo and abruptly grabs her around the waist with his hand, thereby holding her wound. After which Michael suddenly jumps up and starts flying forward like a bird, which surprises Lilo. Their successful flight was suddenly blocked by an obstacle in the form of the roof of a building. But it turned out that it was not for long, because Michael broke through it with energy. Immediately after which Tyler shouted the order to start pursuing and not let go of these two, after which his men also began to jump up. Michael knew very well that he had to hurry before Lilo's wounds got worse, and there was no time to fight these people now. Even though Tyler had given the order to pursue Michael and Lila, he understood very well that it was almost impossible to catch up with them now. Tyler put the ferret down on the floor and told him to go and find Michael with Lilo, and he did just that, following the scent. However, something happened that greatly surprised Tyler. His ferret just instantly returned back and began to sit on his shoulder. At that moment, Tyler realized that there were two options. Either Michael and Lilo had already gone further than 50 kilometers from here, or he had erased his tracks. Tyler realized that all the events took place right near the slaughterhouse, but they were unable to follow Michael there. At that moment, it became completely clear to Tyler that there was one person behind all of this, and his name was Black Sun, and it was at his hands that people died. However, in the meantime, the events of our story move on, taking us to some forest cave. In this cave sit two men. They are both very wounded, one is dying, and asks his friend to convey a message from him to the young leader. The same man begins to remember the situation when someone broke into his house and began to threaten him. He was wounded, but had strength. The man who broke into the house began to talk about how the masters of some units began to take an interest in the heads of the palaces. The same man approached and stated a request to convey messages to the military that the wind detachment could not wait any longer. Now this Federation man is dying in a cave. He tells his partner to beware of the plasty dragon from the demon cult. This masterman turns to his partner and asks him to drag him out into the street to be eaten by animals, because for him, this is the best death. After which, with a fading life gaze, this man looked at the night and the fading stars in the sky, as well as the butterflies. A warrior named Laurent, standing next to him, crossed his arms and began to say goodbye in this way to his partner, who was dying. Immediately after the wars, Laurent begins to look directly at the rivers and lakes, realizing that if he follows this path, he will quickly come to the union of the Federation. However, he has practically no strength to walk. He remembers the death of his friend and does not want to leave this place at all. At the same time, warrior Laurent remembers his comrade's last request and decides that he must report it and moves forward. Meanwhile, Michael and Lilo are somewhere in the mountains. She says that these are actually kidnappings, but Michael asks not to confuse them with rescue. Lilo laughs sweetly and asks Michael where they should go now to get home faster, but Michael doesn't know the way himself. Lilo tells Michael that she didn't expect to encounter the black sun like this, but he points out that it was as if she was looking for it. Together they watch the sunset, and Lilo says that, according to rumors, the black sun is a beautiful person. Lilo apologizes for being too pushy, because earlier they wanted to marry her off to some idiot. Michael understands that they were talking about him. Michael, under the guise of the black sun, says that this man could have had his reasons, but Lilo doesn't want to hear about it. Now on this mountain, Michael is thinking about whether he should act in the course of this marriage, because it could be unpleasant. However, at that moment someone appears from behind. He turns to Michael and says that it was really he who rescued him from the slaughterhouse. It turns out to be our hero's friend William, who immediately asks why he did this because it is very strange. William starts asking our hero again who he is, and he notices that Lilo doesn't understand anything and might suspect something. Michael energetically turns to William and says that they should talk later, and William responds that the conversation will be difficult. Some time passes from that moment, and people in the settlements begin to actively discuss rumors that the Black Sun has saved everyone again. Even ordinary shop assistants talk about this and discuss among themselves who might be behind the Black Sun. They discuss that there might be a trading palace behind the Black Sun, while Lilo and William go somewhere secretly. William turns to Michael and says that if you listen to the locals, you can clearly understand that someone is deliberately spreading rumors. However, at that moment, a child, a girl, is sitting on the rooftops and she sharply addresses Michael and the others. She suddenly starts laughing and jumps up, doing a couple of somersaults in the air, and lands right in William's arms. William turns to her and asks what she is doing, and she responds by saying that she knew he would catch her. William tries to establish a dialogue with her, but our hero Michael immediately notices that this is the same girl from the forest. Michael turns to her, the girl Kate, and asks how she ended up here, and she says that Michael dropped the plate back then. Kate says that in the forest she saw a lot of people from the Federation who were planning something, and this really infuriates Michael. Michael finds something good in this. Lilo turns to him and asks, "What could be good about this?" At that moment, Michael notices that Kate is able to smell him again, although he automatically burns away all traces of himself with the help of flame energy. Thinking about this, Michael also remembers that somehow the people from the Slaughterhouse Palace managed to track down Lilo and come to her. At this point, Kate turns to Michael and says that she has information about this too. Kate talks about how all the people who were previously in the settlement near the water are now dead, adding that absolutely everyone. Hearing this, Michael is shocked. He understands that he saved these people with his labor and blood, and now they were just killed. Kate addresses Lilo directly and says that, according to her rumors, she was recently in that place, even before the death of people. At first, Lilo thinks that Kate is just talking nonsense, but she remembers Pugh's words, who said that he checked the place and everything was fine there. At this point, Lilo begins to think that it is quite possible that Pugh is behind many of these cases, using the others. Lilo starts to tell her whole side of the story, but Michael interrupts her by saying that he did it all at the slaughterhouse. Lilo, in great shock and madness, says that once the Slaughter Palace chooses a victim, death will definitely overtake her sooner or later. After which Michael begins to pet Lilo and ask her to calm down, and then turns to Kate with a request to follow Lilo to the Palace of the Sword. Lilo doesn't like this. She turns to Michael and asks what he's doing. He says that this is where they'll part. Michael starts to smile sweetly. He turns to Lilo and says that he will take over the Slaughter Palace and deal with it. Lilo starts blushing in response and says that it only sounds so easy for Michael, but in reality everything is much more complicated. And he sharply raises his energy, declaring that it is precisely because of this that he is going to kill the master of the Slaughter Palace. He understands that the entire slaughterhouse is now divided into squads, and this can play into his hands while Lester does his business, distracting them. Michael also turns to Kate, saying that he will not remain in debt for all this. She replies that she will do everything as it should be. Afterwards, Michael turns to William and says that it is time for them to go, because now is the signal that it is time to kill Richard. However, just as Michael and William begin to leave, Lilo runs up from behind and begins to stop Michael. She yells at our hero and says that if he does this, he will incur the wrath of the other palaces and a full-scale war will begin. With a smile on his face, he declares that he understands everything, but he has no choice. He will try to do everything very carefully. However, Lilo is apparently worried about something else. She starts asking Michael about his words about them parting here. In response, Michael only starts to leave, but Lilo grabs him from behind and says that such things cannot be decided alone. Lilo turns around abruptly, grabs Michael's face and begins to kiss him passionately in front of everyone, surprising him. Some time passes from that moment. Lilo goes back home to her palace and appears before her father. He, in turn, gets up and, together with the security, begins to scold Lilo for everything, saying that her assistant told everything. Lilo's father, John, approaches her and asks who this black son is that she has fallen in love with. Lilo immediately begins to remember that after their kiss, she asked Michael to win and come back for her. Now, standing in front of her father, Lilo doesn't know what to do because if she tells the truth, she'll simply set up Michael. She thinks about what she should tell her father, but Garp intervenes in the conversation, saying that this is treason. Garp reminds Lilo of the real Michael, the young leader, but in response, she only shouts that she will still marry the black son. In response to this, Garp yells at Lilo and says that she cannot make such important decisions alone. He will not allow it. Garp's men support him, and in response, Lilo becomes upset, turning around and asking how they can do this to her. Lilo looks down and says that they will only be happy when they sell her. At this point, Garp and his squad realize that they may have been too cruel and begin to say that they didn't mean it that way. Altogether, as if in one voice, they begin to justify themselves, but Lilo is not interested in this. She just sits and cries. However, this turns out to be a very interesting Turk from Lilo, so she tries to play on his pity in front of the squad. This helps her soften the words in Garp's head, but her father remains in the same mood as before. At this moment, Lilo is quite surprised. She does not understand why her father looks so cold at such a moment. John turns to his assistant and tells him to take Lilo to the small palace, because that's where she will be from now on. This causes a wild shock in Lilo. She starts yelling at her father, asking if he has gone crazy, because she has no reason to be like this. However, her screams hardly bothered anyone. At one point, all the guys around began to head straight towards Lilo very quickly. Lilo started jerking her head from side to side and telling them not to come even one step closer to her. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the peak of the sun, to one of the rooms of the building where strange men are located. The same man, Pew, comes into this room and says that he brought everything that was needed. Pew gives the things to these people and starts to leave. At first he was polite, but when he left he became very angry with them. Immediately after, he heads to one of the closed areas of the building and sits down at a table with the mountains in the background, starting to do something. Pew begins to communicate with his assistant. Together they discuss all the latest news from the slaughterhouse because now this is a real problem. However, at one point the assistant asks Pew if they had enough strength to implement the plan, and this question deeply offended Pew himself. Assistant Pew immediately realized that he had done something unnecessary. He began to apologize and say that he did not mean to do this and beg for mercy. Pew also reflects on the fact that Tyler still hasn't reported Lilo's capture, even though it's been a long time. Pew turns to his assistant and asks him to move all their people away from those old men on drugs. At that moment, Pew is just sitting in a chair, but suddenly hears someone's voice from behind, who says that he made a big mistake when he made such a gaffe. Pew realizes who it is and starts asking for more time. But the man replies that they don't assign the same task twice. This man turns to Pew and says that he must now return the heavenly dragon plate to them immediately. He starts to tremble just from thinking about it and holds her in his arms. He doesn't want to do this at all now. This man comes up and starts to take her away, telling Pew not to be so upset because his time will still come. The man asks Pew to enjoy life while he has it, but he understands that it will likely be taken away soon. Immediately after this, without listening to his interlocutor, Pew jumps to his knees on the floor and begins to beg him for mercy. The man turns to Pew and asks why he is acting so pathetic, reminding him that he is just an ordinary bug. Afterwards, he raises his head and says that these words about him are completely true, but he can still be useful, according to him. The man in the robe leaned against the building and began to talk about how he would give Pew 3 chances in that case. He begins to tell about everything that happened, adding that the Black Sun was involved in everything, but the man replies that he knows all of this. Afterwards, Pew also states that the previous member of the Demon Lord squad was there, and this greatly surprised the man in the robe. The man in the robe leaves and says that he will leave the plate for Pew for a while, but he will not give any further chances. As he leaves, this man also asks that care be taken to ensure that the blood cult is safe until the great festival begins. After which the man in the robe immediately leaves the building, and Pew sits down in a chair and immediately breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to Water Peak, where that same warrior Laurent is walking around the city covered in blood. Looking around, Laurent says that he has apparently really gone crazy and does not understand why he came back here. Someone suddenly nudges him with his shoulder and tells him to be more careful. Laurent only apologizes in response. However, at that moment this unknown man stops and asks Laurent if he really came from the east. The unknown guy immediately begins to greet Laurent joyfully, saying that he was looking forward to meeting his fellow countrymen here. Laurent notes that this man has little energy, which means that in theory he could help him if necessary. Immediately after, this boy named Robert starts offering Laurent food, to which he agrees, and they sit down to have lunch. At that moment, Robert turns to Laurent and asks if he hasn't heard anything about a certain Black Sun. Laurent listens carefully to Robert, aware that he should watch his language, as there might be people from the slaughterhouse around. At that moment, Laurent turns to Robert and asks if he knows where the young cult leader is now. Robert says that such a lousy person as Michael is again hanging around in some brothel. Laurent says that he came with a message. Crossing his arms to prove his honesty, Laurent says that this is indeed an important message for Michael. Laurent also talks about how the person he originally wanted to convey the message has already died, and now it is in his hands. With a smile on his face, Robert says that Michael can be found in the small palace, but Laurent won't be able to get there. Laurent doesn't understand what's going on because Robert's answers have become strange and his tone has changed dramatically now that the topic has turned to Michael. At this moment, everything around begins to swim violently, and the man sitting opposite Laurent reports that the slaughterhouse is everywhere here. With a demonic look, Robert turns to Laurent and asks him not to worry and to sleep peacefully, adding that they will soon be at the palace. The story moves forward and shows us the master of the slaughterhouse, Richard, who says that he knows that Laurent has awakened. Meanwhile, Michael and his friend William are sitting near some building and talking about various topics. William is still trying to find out from Michael why he saved him, because it was clear to everyone that his body could no longer be saved. William turns to Michael and says that before his death, he seemed to have seen a dream in which he saw his real friend from the squad. After which, looking at Michael, William says that if it was not a dream, then what then? And asks Michael about it. Michael remembers how his squad in his past life was organized with many different members with talents. There was never much love or friendship in their group. They fought every time they met, but they were still together despite that. Despite all the misunderstandings, they went into battle together and supported each other in every battle. Thus, Michael's squad in their past life went through a huge journey along the road of blood together. It was very powerful for them. Returning to reality, Michael does not want to tell everything. He says that he simply did not get along with this palace as a young leader, and that's all. After which Michael says that in the process he thought that William would be of some use and decided to take him with him. Michael says it's time to get down to business. He stands up and walks forward, describing to William their opponent today, Richard. Michael says that today's fight is beneficial for both of them, because William will avenge his people, and Michael has accomplished his goals. Michael says that if William doesn't agree with his plan, then he will go alone. But William stands up and declares that he is going too. Meanwhile, Richard himself sits in the palace with a knife, telling someone that all the recent events are very strange for him. Richard also says that their palace has lost half its power, and he cannot understand who he has crossed and who benefits from it. However, as it turns out, he is communicating with a warrior from the Federation, Laurent, who says that Richard is crazy. Richard turns to Laurent and says that it is not he who is crazy, but the one who decided to break into their cult from the Federation itself. After which, in a mad but quiet voice, Richard began to turn to Laurent and ask why he was looking for Michael. However, at that moment Richard begins to feel some very strong energy, and it comes from behind the palace. After which a series of powerful explosions occur, the doors of the palace open, and Michael in character enters the room, along with William. They both raise the energy. William turns to Richard and says that, as he promised, he has returned to kill him. In response to this, Richard begins to smile madly and say that William himself really came into his hands. Michael turns to Richard and says that he has also wanted to meet him for a long time, and he is sorry that it did not work out last time. Hearing these words, Richard began to look madly at Michael and ask if he really was that very black sun. However, William interrupts their conversation. He confronts Michael and asks if he can be the one to kill Richard. Michael simply smiles in response and says that it's time to leave unnecessary questions behind, adding that the wind never goes away. William immediately jumps up and screams that no bloody storm will move until he is killed. Immediately after which the battle itself begins, William alone confronts Richard, who also began to attack. With a smile on his face, Richard asks William what happened to him and what insight gave him such strength. William states that it doesn't matter at all now, and then begins to direct his attacks directly at Richard's opponent. Richard easily dodges them and says that although his strength has increased, his skills have not increased. He turns out to be right because William really isn't that strong in battles, and he easily outperforms him in tricks and various tactics. Richard looks at William with a crazy look and immediately says that apparently he is not a living person. Such a harsh phrase greatly surprises William, who did not expect to hear it, and this opens the opportunity for Richard to strike. And so it happens, Richard delivers a very powerful blow directly at his opponent, which quickly throws him aside with great force. Michael immediately turns to William and offers his help, but he refuses, saying that it is not needed now. Richard began to raise a powerful bloody energy and say that coming here now really was a smart idea. And at that moment he suddenly starts smiling and saying that, unfortunately, our guy's plan turned out to be much weaker than the idea. Immediately after that, Richard exhaled sharply and pushed off with his foot upwards, thereby flying sharply straight up away from our guys. Michael shouts to William that Richard will be right above him now, and that is exactly what happens that very minute. Richard grabs William and starts twisting him around, saying that their stupid plan will only lead to an even more stupid death. Immediately after which, Richard directs all the energy into his hand and throws William aside very quickly. After which, Richard began to turn to Michael and ask how he felt, saying that he probably already regretted coming. Michael immediately addresses Richard by name, and he immediately asks him not to beg him for mercy because it is no longer possible. Michael tells Richard that he should pay attention, and at that moment William appears behind him with a stream of energy. With great shock, Richard turns his head sharply, noticing that William is rushing straight at him with a huge attack. William then unleashes the full force of the attack straight at Richard, but he crosses his arms and blocks it, saying that it was not bad. Richard began to look directly at William and say that he was very surprised that he had managed to survive after everything that had happened. He begins to say that he has already fully understood that the life technique was used, and suspects Old Man Ron of this. Immediately after which, Richard suddenly charges his hands with energy and directs it all straight at his opponent in front. It was very powerful for them. However, William's good knowledge of martial arts allows him to defend himself from all these sudden attacks and stand his ground. Michael immediately notices that William's techniques are deviating and that he needs to awaken the Demon Lord's true abilities. However, William himself clearly has no time for this now because he has to fight off dozens of powerful attacks from Richard alone. He is a very experienced and strong warrior. He immediately understands what needs to be done now and adds another 10 attacks to William. At this point, William takes out one of his weapons and says that his promise to kill Richard is very important, and he will keep it. A second later, they both fly over each other, attacking, but neither one hits, and the fight continues. And he still holds on to the top in this battle, not allowing William to go higher, but William does not fall, but holds the bar. He suddenly flies in with an attack right next to William, and says that such things can only be done with high strength. Michael, meanwhile, is in no hurry to intervene. He stands still and just watches as William fights. At this point, Richard manages to push William aside again and turns to our hero Michael, saying he has a question. However, Richard then suddenly raises his aura and says that he will most likely just kill Michael, instead of asking all the questions. Michael responds by saying that although he is disgusted by such thoughts, he is now thinking the same thing, looking at Richard. However, Richard does not continue the dialogue, and after a couple of seconds he finds himself right behind Michael with a new attack. Richard asks Michael why he is nervous, and our hero himself understands that Richard's speed is simply insane. Michael understands and remembers William's request well, but now he can no longer stand still and enters the fight. Richard begins to use weapons against Michael, who in turn suddenly directs a beam of energy straight at Richard. Immediately after which, Richard accelerates again and asks Michael if he can catch him at this speed. A battle ensues between them, one stage higher, because now the fighting has become much more difficult. Michael can no longer see anything at all. Michael tells himself that although it annoys him, Richard is much faster than him, and something clearly needs to be done about it. Michael decides to play for high stakes and uses the 10 Emperor's strokes technique with 3 power palms, Immediately after this, in order to be absolutely sure not to miscalculate, Michael directs his forces in two directions, thereby enveloping the room. This technique resembles a saber-toothed tiger, which, having grabbed a weapon, attacks its opponent in a furious stream. Richard notices this interesting moment from Michael and decides to play ahead, overtaking him and trying to strike first. The building around him begins to collapse, and Richard runs around in circles again, telling Michael that these actions are too slow. But at that moment, Michael begins to control those parts of the building that are being decided, and tells his opponent that it was not in vain that he promised to kill him. After which, large particles of the building and powerful beams of Michael's energy began to be directed straight at Richard at great speed, demolishing everything. However, while Richard was only dodging them, Michael decided not to stand still and take action, after which he began to attack Richard. But Michael immediately noticed that Richard himself destroyed all of his attacks, and then opened a wound on himself to let out blood, which frightened Michael. Richard became even more insane. He survived all the blows and began to say that it was all very interesting and he liked it. Michael began to ask Richard if he was at the peak of his beauty, and he only responded by stating that Michael was not related to John. Richard screamed that he heard that this was Michael's homeland, and then began to behave even more madly, attacking everything around him. Richard suddenly ran to the wall and grabbed several large knives there, and headed straight for Michael with new attacks. It was very strong for them. Time after time, Richard tried to attack, and each new attempt was even more insane than the last, which greatly frightened Michael. Michael responded by creating huge charges of energy that enveloped everything around him. But they did not frighten Richard. He still attacked. At that moment, Michael noticed that Richard had directed a special red energy net at him to put him in shackles. At that moment, Michael used the art of the Demon Lords. He sent his energy along the chain and inflicted enormous damage on Richard. And he realized that this could not continue. He abruptly stepped back and began to think of new attacks. Richard began to look into Michael's eyes and ask who he was, and Michael responded by saying that he would like to ask the same question. At this point, Richard makes a crazy face and says that he can suspect one person behind the mask of the Black Sun. However, their dialogue is interrupted again, because William returns to the battle, who says that Richard is only his opponent. Michael says that there is very little time left, and that he needs to be defeated in a couple of minutes. William promises that he will try to do this. He started to attack and ask Michael if he was really afraid that someone else would arrive here during this time. Then he turns to Michael and asks him not to say that he was able to achieve the highest art of the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, William attacks Richard and says that he has finally sensed the fear that was not there before. Richard starts screaming very loudly, saying that this is all very entertaining and strikes his opponent. At this point, Richard seems to enter a new stage of madness. He begins to scream and laugh even harder, threatening with a weapon. In the moment, these threats turn into Richard actually managing to strike William straight in the body. Richard suddenly starts to address William and say that even if his head is broken under the technology, he will die. At this moment, Michael realizes that he needs to help William, and he transfers more energy to him, making William much stronger. This is already becoming a much bigger problem for Richard, because now his opponent's aura has enveloped him entirely. Richard also puts pressure on William and says that it will be interesting to find out which of them will die first this time. This was very strong for them. William realizes that he is in the same terrible situation and says that now they will find out. However, William then adds that he is not going to just wait either, and delivers sharp blows to Richard's head. William throws Richard aside and begins to remember the people from his squad, and says that he will definitely avenge their lives. Richard turns to William, saying that he is talking about some promises, but he himself is 2 steps away from death. He runs straight at Richard with new attacks. He understands that it will be difficult to attack, but decides to do it. In response, Richard shouts that everything will be as he wants, and again enters into battle with William and takes up arms. At that moment, William uses one of Michael's techniques and charges most of the energy into it, hitting it straight at Richard. Richard also hits William in the chest, but sees that he doesn't even have a heart. Richard starts laughing and spitting blood. At that moment, Richard's body starts to fall to the other side. Blood flows, and he says that old Ron created something interesting. After these words, Richard suddenly falls to the floor unconscious and lies like a corpse, and William stands over him, stunned by the technology. William turns to Michael and says that he has fulfilled his revenge for the squad members and asks if this is enough. Our hero sees that William has spent all his energy, so he picks him up and carries him on his back. William says that he is indebted to Michael. At that moment, lying in Michael's arms from behind, William remembers the same moment from the past, when the past Michael carried him like that. After these memories, William sharply turns to Michael and says that it really was him, calling his past name. William begins to remember how Michael's funeral went after he went missing, and William was very depressed at the time. He remembers how, despite all the work he had to do as the leader of the squad, he thought of Michael every day. And now, after so much time had passed, William began to see in Michael's face that same friend from the past. And he starts talking about how Michael just saved him, and he didn't even recognize his friend. Michael starts pretending that he doesn't understand anything. At this point, William starts crying heavily, hugging Michael from behind and saying that he missed him very much. At this point, Michael realized that there was no point in pretending any longer, and he says that this has all dragged on for too long. And he suddenly lowered his head and began to understand that he also missed his friend very much while all this was around him. However, just before leaving, Michael heard a voice from behind calling him very quietly. He turns around and is shocked to see the same man who was being bullied before Michael arrived. Looking at this man, Michael immediately understands that this is the warrior Laurent, who was even in the Federation before. Michael immediately approaches him, seeing that he is almost dead. Laurent begins to ask Michael to convey a message to the young leader. The man began to ask Michael to tell the young leader to beware of Mark and the symbol of the heavenly palace, the dragon plate. Michael couldn't understand at all what it all meant and why it was like this, but he said that he would pass everything on to the young leader, that is, to himself. And with the help of energy, he sees that the guy has died and cannot understand what kind of heavenly palace they are talking about if there is no such thing. A says that now we need to check all the information about this palace, and William suggests leaving first. Afterwards, he takes William in his arms, they go forward, and he says that there are still many palace warriors ahead who will interfere. Michael starts telling William to just hold on to him tighter, and he suddenly flies out of the palace. In just 1 minute, Michael passed through all the palace security, grabbed hold of a bamboo tree, and began to say that he was tired of all this. Michael tells William that now he is going to end this all once and for all, because he is tired of it all. Immediately after which, Michael extends his hand and begins to create a huge sphere of energy, directing it forward. Milk directs this huge sphere straight at the slaughter palace, saying that this will destroy it forever. After which it happens, the power of the explosion that Michael made reached the highest limit. It swept away even the corpses. The events of our story are transported straight to Franklin, who says that there is only 1 month left until the great festival. As it turns out, Franklin is addressing a group of old men who tell him that they are really looking forward to this event. The main old man turns to Franklin and tells him not to forget about the small leader, who could become a problem. Franklin responds by stating that he is well aware of all the problems and of all the evils he will intend to choose the least if problems arise. The main old man, Charlie, is the first elder. He asks Franklin if he is so confident in his abilities. Immediately after which, Franklin takes out the dragon plate and begins to show it to Old Man Charlie at this moment. Old Man Charlie says that this surprises him greatly. For a long time, he could not understand who was causing the problems on the heavenly mountain. Franklin tells the old man that everything is in his favor now, and he is going to completely change the blood demon cult. Franklin turns to the elders and says that he will capture all the lands and then begin the revival of the dynasty, and it will be legendary. Old Charlie asks Franklin if he is really willing to put everything on the line to become emperor. Franklin replies that it doesn't matter, since the elders don't really have much choice of what to do anymore. They only have a couple of options left to choose from. Old Man Charlie says that since the younger generation does have ambitions, it is better not to interfere with their realization as old people. Franklin turns away and says that he will consider this an agreement, and that they have come to a mutual decision. Franklin turns around a little and asks the old men to continue to sit like that, and not to interfere with him and his decisions. Franklin starts to leave, and old Charlie follows him, telling him that he better be more careful in his decisions and path. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael and William. Michael tells his friend about what happened then in the forest. Michael approaches William and asks how the other members of the squad are doing, but William states that he hasn't seen much of them. And he asks how Vivi is doing. William replies that after Michael's death, she went to her clan. At one point, William says that after Michael's death, everyone was saying that the demon cult was involved in his death. Our hero starts yelling at William and saying that he really went to the slaughterhouse for his sake. William talks about how he was told that Old Man Mark was involved in Michael's death back then. Having learned about this now, Michael begins to get very angry and talk about whether this old man really got involved even then. William talks about how from the day Michael died, he began to watch over old Mark, when others only praised him. William started saying that it was crazy since there was no reason to suspect him. Michael agrees with this. After this dialogue, Michael tells William that he needs to find out something and takes him somewhere through the tunnels. Michael takes William straight to Lester, who is very happy to see Michael this time and smiles at William too. Meanwhile, time was approaching the holiday, and the atmosphere was becoming very tense, as everyone understood what could happen now in the cult. However, our hero was suddenly surprised by something completely different, namely, what he saw in his small palace when he returned. His previously ordinary and old palace became much newer. Everything around was covered with gold and expensive gifts for something. Michael began to tell Lester that this all surprised him greatly, but Lester added that construction was still underway. Lester turns to Michael and asks who the man behind him is, looking straight into William's face. Michael briefly tells Lester everything and says that he was resurrected by technology, and now he will be here with them too. Lester is still looking at William, and Michael asks what news there is from the slaughterhouse. Old man Lester says that thanks to Michael's efforts, we can definitely forget about this palace for a while. The old man also adds that Richard's body was not found after the attack, but Michael assures Lester that Richard is already dead. Michael remembers everything as it happened and says that Richard's chest was pierced through and his head was crushed. He says that the slaughterhouse has been decided upon, and only Franklin remains together, and he has already removed the elders. Lester approaches Michael and describes Franklin, saying that Michael will have to defeat him on his own. However, the dialogue between Lester and Michael is momentarily interrupted by the appearance of Louis and Stella, who immediately greet Michael. Michael says that Louise and Stella were able to show good strength at the gathering of the elderly, and he is grateful to them for that. Lester says that most of the problems have been solved, which means that this is enough, but Michael does not understand why. And he laughs loudly and says that he means the time when they will capture the entire Heavenly Mountain. Lester then adds that this will allow them to take the path to the Federation Union, which shocks Michael and William. William raises his power and says that Lester talks too much for a man who doesn't move. Louis stands right behind Lester and energetically says what Michael told them about the true goals of the cult. Michael at this point turns to William and tells him to stop talking and arguing, which surprises him. Using energy, Michael quietly tells William that Lester is the same old man who was with him earlier and was a teacher. Michael talks about how Lester abandoned his business in the Federation and decided to go straight into the cult, forgetting about everything. Afterwards, he says that he tried a lot to discuss something with him, but he only says that he chose the path of the demon for himself, and that's it. He turns to all the boys and asks them what they know about the Heavenly Palace, but Stella says that she knows nothing. Our hero begins to say that Franklin is clearly somehow connected to him, because too many things point to this. Michael puts forward the theory that the same scheme as with the Moon Tribe and George may most likely be used there. Stella emphasizes the fact that Franklin is really after the trading palace, and Michael adds that they clearly need resources. He says that, judging by the description, Franklin already has a lot, but not the money that he now so desperately needs for his plans. Michael also states that, based on Stella's description, Franklin is most likely trying to create his own army. Lester also says that this may all be connected to the fact that several groups of people have recently gone missing. Louis immediately starts asking if this is true. Lester apologizes for not telling him earlier because he didn't want to cause panic. Michael begins to wonder if the head of that settlement might have been creating illegal substances to supply the army. He turns to his men and says that they urgently need to start monitoring Franklin and his men in order to understand everything. Lester turns to Michael, saying that he likes the plan, and apparently the universe itself approves of it. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Mozart, who is very happy that some kind of house has been built for him. He controls his people and tells them to do everything more carefully and to put everything on the ground more attentively. Mozart begins to rub his hands and say that supporting the small palace has truly become a very profitable investment for him. However, at that moment, Silvers and Billy head towards Mozart, saying that Michael wants to see Mozart for a meeting. Mozart asks for directions and says that he will gather assistants and come there immediately, but Silvers declares that he must be alone. This greatly infuriates Mozart, and not the fact of the conditions, but the fact that Michael appoints them instead of him, although he is below him. Mozart leaves with Billy and tells Silvers that if he hears any bad sounds, he should immediately come there and help him. Old man Mozart leaves, and Silvers understands that of course he will not go to him if something happens. Immediately after which, Silvers turns to the Forbidden Squad from behind and tells them to finish unloading their things. Silvers says that he didn't ask their opinion, and with a smile asks them to start loading everything back according to his orders. Meanwhile, Michael draws up a set of rules for his people and asks Stella to pass them on to those who were not there today. Michael is already beginning to create a system by which the cult will operate, and when he becomes the leader, the rulers of the palaces will be at the top. Behind them will be Michael's personal advisor, Lester, with whom he will coordinate everything and communicate about directions. After Lester, there will be a security detachment, led by Lewis and William. Meanwhile, Mozart comes into the room with Billy, and Billy says that he brought him. Mozart is in shock. Mozart looks at everyone in the room and asks in shock what this all means. He started pointing his finger at everyone he knew there, and asking them how they ended up there and why they were silent and didn't say anything. Michael sits up on the throne and says that he thinks there is no need for explanations here, and points to something. Michael pointed to a piece of paper where the directions of the cult were written down, with Michael as the leader, and this shocked Mozart. Immediately after this, Michael began to put energy into his eyes and tell Mozart that he was very glad to see him here. And he begins to ask Michael what it all means, and he only says in response that Mozart himself understood everything. And then he began to raise his golden energy and say that this was just some kind of nonsense, and he did not agree with it. Michael addresses Mozart directly, and says that if he releases his energy now, it will be worse for him. Immediately after this, Mozart begins to look around and notices that everyone around him has also awakened their energy against him. Mozart starts yelling at Michael and saying that he simply lured him into a trap, but Michael declares that Mozart came on his own. However, this behavior from Mozart greatly infuriates Michael. He turns to Stella and tells her to get rid of him. Of course, Stella accepts the order and raises ice energy and begins to walk straight towards Mozart. Mozart begins to turn to Lewis and asks him to help, but he does not answer, which frightens Mozart. This was very strong for them. He starts yelling at Michael that they should be together because they have one common enemy that they need to act against. Michael puts his hand in a way that signals Stella to stop, and Mozart says that he will help get rid of Franklin. Michael says that they should discuss this in more detail, because it is not done that easily, since both parties need to benefit. Michael turns to Mozart with a smile and energy, telling him that he believes he has very valuable information for Michael. Mozart begins to understand what Michael is getting at, and turns to him and asks him what he wants to know. Immediately after this, Michael asks a direct question and wants to know how much money Mozart has already given to Franklin during this time. After which, Mozart admits that he was running various small schemes that allowed him to earn more money. However, Mozart also decided to play on pity. He began to say that all this time Franklin had simply been stealing money from him. Mozart reveals that Franklin, with the help of the Moon Tribe, tried to disrupt trade routes, which surprises Michael. Michael approaches Mozart and asks what they use the money for, but Mozart says he doesn't know. After this answer, Michael gives the order to capture Mozart, but he starts saying that he can find out everything if necessary. Mozart shouts at Michael that if he disappears now or is killed, then Franklin's direct target will be Michael himself. Mozart also says that it could be the Palace of Pleasure, which is the second richest, which scares Michael. Afterwards, he states that Franklin will do anything to achieve his own goals, even if human lives are at stake. Michael turns to Mozart and asks what he wants in return for such services from himself. Mozart says that he asks for little more than the return of his former trade routes after the festival in the cult, and he says that they will give it to him, but in exchange they will ask him to give part of it to the small palace. Our hero also tells Mozart not to try to deceive them, because they will quickly decide the issue of his life in this case. Immediately after this, bargaining begins between Mozart and Michael, where Mozart says that he can only give 40%. Michael asks for half, and with each disagreement from Mozart, he begins to increase the percentage by 10, which shocks him. In the end, Michael manages to get 80% of the profits for himself, and he forgives Lewis for taking Mozart out of the hall. Stella approaches Michael and says that she would like to include Mozart in their circle, but Michael is very surprised by this idea. And he says that, although he may be a bit stupid, he really does understand the market situation better than anyone else. Although he is dissatisfied, Billy says that overall this is a pretty good idea, and it is surprising that it came from Stella. Michael starts to leave and says that they will try this option, which pleases Stella and the others. As he leaves, Michael addresses everyone menacingly and says that the war will only be final when he defeats Franklin. Billy brings up the question of what to do with Lilo, but Michael says he needs to go somewhere and has no time for that. Michael understands that he needs to train now because of all the preparations. Only he and his art are not finished. Michael realizes that art is currently eating away at his body and mind, so he needs to learn to use it better. Michael is also well aware of the problem that Franklin will be a much more powerful opponent than Richard. Michael informs everyone that before the festival starts, he will go to the demon training corridor and train. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lilo, who is told that Michael has once again gone somewhere. People from Garp's squad try to persuade Lilo to wait, adding that most likely Michael has very important things to do right now. Lilo takes out her sword and begins asking Garp's men why they continue to protect Michael after everything that happened. Garp asks Lilo to lower her sword, adding that he believes Michael most likely has his own pressing reasons. He says that listening to your brother is important, but Lilo simply states that this is not true at all, and that he is most likely adopted. Lilo starts telling everyone again that the same Michael they all know is actually a terrible guy. After which Lilo remembers everything he told her and adds that he is a crazy pervert. However, in response, Garp shouts that Michael is a great man who accomplished a huge feat at the peak of beauty. Lilo just screams that Michael looks more like the world's biggest ass and nothing more. After which Lilo again declares that she is leaving, and the guys around try to stop Lilo with their swords. Lilo prepares to use ice art along with her sword, and says that those who block her path will have themselves to blame. Immediately after this, Lilo raises her weapon up, she begins to wave it and threaten with her icy energy. The boys are instantly frightened by such a sharp energy and prepare to defend themselves, but Lilo suddenly runs forward right next to them. She gathers all the attack she has accumulated and charges it into the wall, thereby breaking through it and getting out. Jumping across the rooftops of the building, Lilo manages to escape and leave the Sword Palace, causing shock to everyone around. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some unknown room. A certain man looks at the board where there are many familiar people. At this point, the man begins to move the figure with Richard, pushing it aside, saying that he had high expectations for him. After which this unknown person grabs the figure with Elder Charlie and says that there are only 3 players left. He holds it in his hands and looking straight at the figurine, his hopes only fall and fall. A man with white hair and a mask named Mark says that it should have been over already, but there is still a chance. He then pushes the figures of our hero Michael and Franklin together, as if preparing them to fight each other. Some time passes from that moment, and the events of history take us to the Empire of Timur, which is located in Tibet. There, sitting on the throne of the empire, is the emperor himself named Roger. Someone turns to him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. As it turns out, Roger was visited by a squad of rocks, the same one who is the son of the head of the Blood Palace, Franklin. Roger immediately notices all the things that Rocks took with him, and says that this time they clearly want something very big in return. Rock says he came to tell them that George appointed himself Khan, but Roger says that's just stupid humor. Roger says that apparently this George does not value his life at all, and he sends his people to check the information. And he also turns to Roger and tells him that the head of the cult will soon change, and asks if Roger will come to this event. Roger says that he is glad to hear this, but he is too busy himself, so he will send him very nice gifts. At this point, Rocks becomes tense and turns to Roger, asking if he can choose the gift himself. And with an unusual aura, he says that since Rocks has come such a long way here, then he will allow them to choose. Rocks reports that they may need some help, so he would like to borrow Roger's assassin squad. At this moment, Roger the Emperor became very tense and began to ask Rocks what kind of massacre they had decided to carry out. The events of the story take us from there straight to our hero Michael, who is going somewhere with William. Michael talks about a certain person, and that William can talk to him for now since they were much closer. It turns out that the conversation is about Lester. William goes straight to him and sits down at the table opposite, but simply remains silent. At that moment, William looks up, turns to Roger and says that he is that very Black Crane. Lester replies that coming here just to ask that is very ridiculous, and William asks him if he knows him. He says that he has no idea who William is, and William immediately admits that he is the leader of the Blue Wind Squad. William also says that Lester will not be able to harm the Federation Union, and he in response only says that William is Michael's puppet. He replies that Lester is right, but he still remembers his former self and there is no way to get rid of it. Then he starts yelling at William and asking if he will be able to say this with the same confidence when he spills the blood of the Federation. At this point, William turns to Lester and asks him to tell him how he from the Federation ended up in the cult, which surprises Lester. Lester replies that it doesn't matter and they are against the Federation Union. William stands up and says that it shouldn't be like that. Lester starts shouting that the Federation Union is useless. While William's squad was rotting in the slaughterhouse, they were just holding tournaments. In response, William states that not the entire Federation Union is like that, and that is precisely why they created the squad, to stop stupidity. William begins to remember Lester's past and say that he himself spread such ideas. Looking into Lester's eyes now, William remembers that it was because of him that he joined the squad and began the path of purification. At this point, Lester turns to William and says that as his former comrade, he would like to give one piece of advice. With the aura of a demon, Lester says that destroying the Federation Union is one of the cult's main goals, and that this cannot be stopped. After which, Lester stated that although it was hard for William to realize this, he was now part of a demon cult, and this could no longer be fixed. William grabs Lester and says that he will never give up and there is no point in trying to stop him. William declares that he will not touch Lester because he has integrity, and immediately after that he begins to leave. Following William, Lester says that even though he recognized him, this will never change his decision. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is going somewhere with Billy, who says that nothing has changed here at all. Billy says that they used to be here together, because little Michael often asked to be carried here in his arms. At the moment when Michael was walking along this path, he suddenly stops and sees the sight that he had seen before, and begins to look closely. Our hero immediately remembers that this same pattern was drawn at the peak of beauty, and begins to wonder how it came to be there. At that moment they approach the building and someone comes out to meet them. Billy is very happy to see him, and Michael freezes in shock. It turns out to be the librarian Zeus, who immediately says that he heard about Michael's problem with memory loss. And he turns to Zeus and asks for forgiveness for this problem, and then asks whether he is the owner of this place. Michael points out that Zeus controls the Demon Lord's library, but he himself does not know how to use martial arts. Zeus says that everything is true, but there is one who knows how to use everything, namely the Master of the Mountaintop, the main demon. Afterwards, he asks Zeus if he really knew his father, but he replies that this is not true, because he simply asked him to leave a message. Michael reads a letter in which his father asks him not to look for him and says that he is leaving in order to find a change in life. He asks about a certain pattern on the walls of this place, and Zeus explains that it is their old logo from myths. He turns to Zeus and tells him that he is going to visit the Heavenly Library and asks what gates lead to it. Zeus says that there are many gates, but the most powerful are the gates of heaven and earth. Only Michael and his father can enter them. Zeus and Bill take Michael there and tell him that they wish him luck in his search, and he sets off. Michael starts walking around the library and looking at books, trying to find the best ones, but so far it hasn't worked. However, as he walks through the hall, Michael notices a man inside who is also sorting through books. It turns out to be the third elder squire, who is holding the book in his hands and says that he has been looking for it for a very long time. The squire notices Michael and begins to greet him, saying that he is very glad to see him in this place again after so much time. Hearing the name from the third elder, Michael remembers that Lester asked him to find Squire, as he is very smart. Michael approaches him and asks if he can borrow one of the books, which greatly surprises Squire in the moment. Squire says that he always knew Michael was better than people said, after which Michael says the same thing to Squire. He says that this summer was too hot and he got sick a lot, so he is looking for medical books now. Hearing such polite answers, Michael begins to understand why he is called a saint, and wonders why he is so kind. And he tells Michael that he is glad to see his love for books, adding that he also loves to study a lot. Squire says he has to go to Fire Peak now to heal everyone, and he'll visit Michael later if he doesn't mind. The squire starts to leave and say that he was glad to see Michael today, but he stops him at that moment. Michael approaches Squire and says he has heard that he knows a lot about Western arts, and Squire says he knows very little. Our hero turns to him again and asks if he knows what art holy daggers belong to, and he begins to think, and says that nothing in particular comes to mind, but he has one guess. He asks Michael to try learning the art of lethality, saying that it can help, which shocks Michael. Squire explains that this is a fairly old art, invented by assassins in ancient China, but it is very effective. After which, Squire begins to tell Michael the whole history of this martial art, which tires him out greatly. Immediately after this, Squire finishes his dialogue and begins to leave, saying that he will see Michael again. The squire leaves, and Michael is glad that at least he doesn't feel hostility towards him, and that's already good. Meanwhile, Squire begins to leave the mountain and walk down the steps, thinking about something and putting on his hood. Squire goes downstairs and smiles, saying that he has a 50% chance that Michael will succeed in learning art, and another 20% that he won't. He stops, looks to the side, and says that if a fight is inevitable, then it will be necessary to fight with dignity. Pew appears nearby, wearing the same robe as Squire. He turns to him and asks if Squire is already leaving. He continues to descend and talk about how he has already been to one side, and now it is time for him to go to the other. At this point, Squire raises a powerful energy and asks his assistant to get out of the way, saying that he is, as always, making a fool of himself. The squire puts his hand on his assistant's shoulder and says that he can only survive if he does what he is told. Pew freezes in place and says that he understands everything perfectly, and Squire begins to walk down from him. Meanwhile, Michael studies the books and realizes that his techniques are the most powerful, but the problem is that he has poor control over them. While rearranging the books, Michael remembers that in the fight with Jin he still managed to do it, but he doesn't remember at all how it happened. At that moment, Michael finds a book with the very name of the martial arts that Squire was talking about, and this makes him happy. Michael begins to read the book and is surprised that most of it consists of questions for him about how he would act in different situations. The book also describes a very strong man who was able to master absolutely all martial arts in the world. In his head, Michael begins to go through the same techniques as before, but taking into account the advice from this book. Michael also begins to practice spiritual techniques, looking at one point using energy for a long time. This way, Michael is able to create illusory opponents for himself right in front of him for testing. Michael immediately begins to imagine himself fighting them, but for these battles he uses only his 2 daggers. He succeeds in this. He divides the energy into 2 parts and fills it as much as possible into each hand, controlling the daggers more easily. After just a few minutes of practice, our hero manages to gain full control and defeat his opponents. Thus, being in the room and using energy coatings, our hero achieved the ability to control the coating and equipment. After Michael learned to do what he wanted, he bows before the book and says that he will use these skills for good. However, Michael realizes that he was able to learn before he finished reading, and there is still one last page left. However, when Michael starts reading, he is suddenly overcome with some kind of terrible feeling. He feels terrible and very surprised. He reads with shock in a book lines about someone telling how a demon envelops him and does not allow him to live normally. Someone wrote in the book that a demonic eye was looking at him, and Michael remembers those same inscriptions at the peak of beauty. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Franklin. He sits and ponders whether the Black Sun really exists. However, at that moment he calls his assistant to him, and turning to him, asks about how things are currently going in the slaughterhouse. Franklin's assistant reports that they were unable to find Richard's plate, meaning he survived and is now in hiding. Franklin says that this seems to be true, because Richard is very strong, and it does not matter who the Black Sun is because he will be killed anyway. After which Franklin orders his assistant to go to the peak of water and bring the money that they lack. Franklin also addresses him sharply, telling him not to forget to send bloodhounds to the slaughterhouse's hideout. The assistant leaves, and Franklin says that soon they will stick a sword into the Emperor's neck and show who the real ruler is. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some detachment somewhere in the city. They approach a shop and say that they came with instructions. The leader of a certain detachment reports that the butcher opposite him must go to the peak of a tree, where a slaughter demon will be waiting for him. In response, the butcher begins to shout that he is very happy about this news and is ready to kill everyone who goes against him. Other butchers begin to gather around him, also reporting that they are very happy about this news, after which the squad captain and his squad leave, and the assistant asks him who these strange people are. The detachment's general says that the main problem is that the head of all this eats people, and such a person is useful on the battlefield. Lilo walks through the forest and talks about how her friends have gone completely crazy and are trying to force her to marry Michael, although they were against him. At that moment, Kate appears right behind Lilo, shouting that Lilo even managed to call her on her day off. But Lilo grabs Kate and starts to silence her, saying that they are being chased now and it is better to remain silent. Lilo turns to Kate and starts asking her to tell her where Michael is now, because she lost him. But in response, Kate only moves her head away and begins to stroke herself, wondering where he might be. And Lilo waits for an answer. Kate asks Lilo for her opinion on Michael, but she says she is not interested in the young master, only in the Black Sun. Kate starts asking Lilo if she's really that deeply in love with Michael, and these questions start to irritate Lilo. Lilo starts yelling at Kate, who is laughing, and telling her to answer the question seriously. However, without waiting for an answer from Kate, Lilo remembers our hero's conversations with William and understands where Michael might be. Lilo turns to Kate sharply and says that she seems to know where Michael is, and this greatly surprises Kate. Lilo invites Kate to go with her, but she only replies that she's not in the mood at all. Lilo says that it is wonderful. The story takes us to Tyler, who is reflecting on the fact that he ran to the shelter too quickly in his haste and might be found. At that moment, Tyler's assistants come to him and tell him that the trading palace has disappeared and the water peak has been captured by the Bloody Palace. Tyler's men all talk about how it would be a good idea to leave the cult for a while, since they are clearly a target, but Tyler disagrees. Tyler's assistant reports that the other palaces have abandoned them, they can't contact anyone, and their money has been taken. Tyler is overcome with great shock and anger because he simply cannot believe what he is hearing now. Suddenly, Tyler begins to hear someone's nasty laughter and gives the order to the entire squad to scatter to their positions. At that moment, several of Tyler's assistants are simply killed, and people from the Meat Clan appear right in front of him, and immediately begins to understand who they are and why they came, after which he attacks forward with his energy. However, this energy is immediately absorbed, and dozens of different butcher warriors appear in front of Tyler. He sees that they have surrounded them and says that they have really gone completely crazy and are attacking the palace. The most important one among them tells Tyler that his spies have done a very poor job, and he has no idea what is going on in the world. Tyler turns to the main one and asks him why he attacked, since he already has the title of the Demon Butcher. In response, the Demon Butcher replies that his squad is simply very hungry and would like to eat before leaving. And he understands that the enemy in the person of the Butcher Demon is very strong, and there is only about a 30% chance of defeating him, and this is only one-on-one. After which the Demon Butcher gives the order to his people not to wait for anything and to attack Tyler and his people right now. He and his men begin to defend themselves, but understand that this day could be the last in the existence of the Slaughter Palace. Meanwhile, Lilo comes to the very place where the fight is taking place between them, and looks at it all with wild shock. Lilo starts asking who they all are and what they're doing here, and asks Kate not to come out of the bushes and sit there. However, Kate still comes out and says that the Slaughter Palace is fighting against the Meat Clan, which means that the battle will be intense. Lilo looks at them all ahead and asks who is in danger now. Kate replies that she and Lilo are in danger now. The main meat demon says that Lilo and Kate are very cute, and he would like to feast on them, and asks to bring them alive. Lilo asks if these people really enjoy killing others. Kate says that's right, and she fully supports it. At that moment, the people from the Meat Palace jump up and attack Lilo, who initially just wanted to leave. However, Lilo remembers how she talked about this with Michael, and remembers that the palaces are hunting him. Lilo decides to fight, and says that she will do this until the end, since she will then be ashamed to look into the eyes of the Black Sun. Lilo jumps straight at her opponents and begins to cover her body in ice energy in order to protect herself from them. At this point, Tyler realizes that this way they have a chance of survival if the butchers are distracted. However, looking forward, Tyler also realizes that the main problem in the form of the meat demon remains, and he is very evil. But at that moment, Tyler switches from this thought. He looks away at number 12 and realizes that he is in danger. Tyler's men come up from behind and report that their opponents feel no pain, and Tyler gives the order to cut off their heads. The meat demon starts laughing and turns to Tyler and asks if he really thinks they will lose to them. And the meat yells at Tyler, saying that he has a very high opinion of himself, even though he lost to some small fry. Immediately after which, the meat demon named Ramil suddenly jumps up and prepares to attack directly at Tyler. Afterwards, it begins to defend itself and uses energy, thereby creating a rift in place. Even the ground beneath them cracks. Tyler realizes that his opponent is very strong, and in response, he says that he will feed Tyler to the dogs right now. At this moment, Lilo appears above Ramil with a sword attack, screaming and asking him not to involve the dogs in their fight. After which, Lilo attacks Ramil, and Tyler cannot understand at all why she's fighting, especially on their side. He understands that she could have stayed out of this squabble, but she wanted it and started attacking Ramil very hard in the face. Ramil is thrown back hard. He gets up, starts looking around and talking about the fog that has appeared around him. However, Ramil takes this fog as one of Tyler's pathetic tricks, so he takes up arms and moves forward. But something strange happens. Right behind Ramil, a silhouette with red eyes appears in the fog. It turns out to be Tyler, who, using a hidden and secret technique, sent an attack charge straight at his opponent. He immediately started screaming in pain and shaking. He screamed very loudly and simply could not believe that he had been hit so easily. Ramil fell to the ground, and Tyler began to turn to Lilo and ask her in his mouth why she started helping if she could die. Lilo responds by simply stating that for her kindness, she will ask Tyler and his squad to be indebted to her. Tyler exhales and smiles, making it clear that he agrees to this barter with Lilo. After which, Tyler heads straight to Ramil's corpse and realizes that he must be finished off according to the laws of the slaughterhouse. But at the moment when Tyler is about to strike, Ramil suddenly seems to come to life and strikes back at Tyler. Ramil's weapon hits Tyler's side of the body perfectly, near the shoulder, piercing everything until it draws blood. Immediately after this, Ramil suddenly gets to his feet and presses on the points on Tyler's body with 2 fingers, thereby blocking him. And so, Ramil blocked Tyler in place, and now decided to fight against Lilo, who was standing in front of him. Immediately after this, Ramil takes off and starts heading straight towards Lilo in order to attack her. Lilo understands that this will not be easy at all, She begins to fight against Ramil and fight with him for her future. However, Ramil is no slouch either. He attacks Lilo time after time without any hesitation to add strength, even though she is a girl. Luckily, Lilo manages to hold off Ramil's attacks, but she understands that she won't be able to hold out like this for long. In that moment, Ramil breaks through Lilo's defense with his red-hot sword and suddenly grabs her by the neck with his hand, holding her. Ramil blocks her air and begins to strangle her harder, lifting her up with his hand, not even giving her a chance to escape. Kate notices all this and realizes that she can't stand and watch any longer. She jumps up and runs to attack. Ramil pushes Kate away with his hand and asks her not to interfere. He continues to squeeze Lilo and talk about how he will start with her. However, just a second after these words, someone's powerful and large blade pierced Ramil's body with great force. She notices that it pierced not only Ramil, but also everyone around him. It was a huge long chain. At that moment, some guy with long hair and a demonic aura appears from behind, and he kills everyone from the Meat Clan at once. Standing with one eye and covered in bandages, he turns to Ramil and asks who dared to wake him up at such a time. Meanwhile, Michael is still studying that very book, realizing that it contains notes in his handwriting, the previous owner of the body. All the facts that Michael learns lead him to the fact that the previous owner of the body was not just a stupid heir. The story is much deeper. Michael realizes that the strange chain of events began in the Pleasure Palace, when, without Stella's knowledge, powerful techniques were used on him. The next strange fact was the inscriptions on the Peak of Beauty, and patterns that were clearly made by the previous owner of the body. Michael was always told that the previous owner of the body was a weakling, but he doesn't understand how he pulled Ron out of his prime. Another strange fact was that people from the Federation tried to notify Michael about the Sky Peak, which is also unclear. Michael begins to think that there could have been someone else here besides him and his father, and most likely it was Franklin. And she also understood from the records of the body's previous owner that someone had suppressed him in his past life and prevented him from moving higher. In his head, Michael begins to think about different images of what could be controlling him, and comes to the conclusion that it was his father. From all the evidence, Michael understood that his father was against many things and was going to stop him in many decisions. The events of the story take us back to the battle at the shelter of the Slaughter Palace, where Ramil stands in shock that Richard is alive. Ramil realizes that they could have defeated Tyler and the squad, but they won't be able to break Ramil, and he shouts that it's time to retreat. All of them at that moment start to simply run away in different directions, but Richard just sits in place and doesn't move. The guys from the Meat Clan gain distance. Richard suddenly stands up and starts twirling his rope around, saying that they didn't even say goodbye. Immediately after which Richard throws his rope straight at all the opponents, thereby killing them in a second. However, Ramil is still alive and is trying with all his might to escape from Richard, who is overtaking him with energy. Richard simply stands there and continues to increase his energy, making it more and more powerful, which creates an even more sinister image for him. Lilo watches all this with shock. She imagined everything, but not Richard's power. Tyler turns to her. Tyler tells Lilo that she better get out of this place while she still has the chance. Lilo points out to Tyler the people who were just trying to escape and says that suggesting this to her now is stupid. Immediately after, Richard takes up arms and begins walking towards Lilo, saying that he had long wondered whose daughter she was. She says that she came here alone and wants to leave alone, but Richard says that he is not going to let her go. And then she asks Richard if he will really kill her, and he says that it won't be so easy after she killed the entire village. Lilo says that she did nothing of the sort, and that the leader of the Sky Squad, nicknamed Pew, had been there before her. Richard starts walking towards Lilo and saying that she lies too much for a mere mortal, and she says that she is ready to take an oath in the name of her father. But Richard only laughs madly in response and says that this is all very interesting. She says that if this is all so interesting, then can the order to kill her be cancelled? But Richard refuses her. Immediately after, Lilo falls to the floor and says that she gives up and Richard can kill her, which shocks Kate. Lying on the ground, Lilo says that her father will be very worried about this, and Richard says that she is putting too much pressure on him. He turns to Lilo and asks her who she thinks could be behind all of this, if not herself. With a very strange face, Lilo says that Richard really suspects the Black Sun, who lives at the peak. He turns to Lilo again and says that she doesn't seem to know anything at all, and this surprises Lilo greatly. She wants to know more. After which, Richard turns to the people from his squad and tells them to lock Lilo and Kate up for a while. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to the gathering place of the elders. They are drinking tea and discussing something among themselves. Squire sits among them. He turns to Elder Charlie and asks how long he has known everything. Elder Charlie says that during his time in the cult, There have already been 3 riots, and he understands how they begin. Elder Charlie also says that recently there have been too many rulers in the world, which means there are more victims. After which Charlie begins to look into Squire's eyes and describe everything as it was, and talk about various similarities that could be signs. He also says that the battle between the palaces is fun, but the issue of the Heavenly Mountain and the Great Dragon is very important to him. Charlie says that it doesn't matter who becomes the leader. If in the end he dies in the mouth of this dragon, then there will be no point in it. The Squire says that he is very interested in Charlie's thoughts, and then asks him about the conclusion he came to then. Charlie says his best idea is that it's better to be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. The Squire starts clapping his hands and saying that this is all wonderful, and it is immediately obvious that Charlie has a lot of experience in this matter. Immediately after, Squire approaches Charlie and offers to make him the leader of the cult, but he says that he is not interested in this at all. But Charlie turns to Squire and says that his only desire is to eradicate the clans from the cult. He turns to Charlie and asks if he is really proposing to place the elders higher in management than the 9 palaces. Charlie replies that Squire understood him completely correctly, and he laughs and says that it is just wonderful and he loves it. And he starts to leave and talk about how Charlie should let him resolve all the issues with the clan, and he himself will take care of various matters. Before leaving, Charlie raises a powerful energy and says that he is ready to bet his life on bringing this idea to life. The story takes us to Lester, who tells all the news from the cult at a general meeting of Michael's allies. Stella intervenes and says that they managed to find out some information about the Blood Palace and their market system. Stella says that the Blood Palace has gone beyond its boundaries and is now clearly joining forces with someone to implement its plans. Lester says that this is entirely possible, but at the moment it is just speculation, so it is worth being more serious. He turns to Ron and John and says that Michael has ordered them to find the monsters at the peak of beauty that he saw. Afterwards, Lester turns to Stella and tells her that he also instructs her to find out something about the village in which everyone recently died. Stella says that it will clearly not be easy, but she will try hard to achieve results. Lester also reports that the remaining affairs of the palaces will go to Louis, who has connections and power there. The meeting of Michael's allies ends, and the events of the story take us to the palace that is at the peak of the water. Stella is standing there with Roger, who says that this place is amazing and very beautiful. Stella keeps a close eye on Roger and tells him stories about how they use the place during the festival. Roger turns to Stella and says that it's time for them to return to the brothel, and she says that she will be glad to see him there. Stella takes Roger and his squad to this place and sets a very tasty table for them. Roger is very happy about this and calls the place wonderful. She turns to him with a very beautiful look and says that she wants to have a pleasant rest, and also adds that she needs to step away. And he leaves, and Roger says that she is very attractive, but a very complex person as it seems to him. After which, one of Roger's men asks him to talk to him alone, and Roger gives the order to his assistants to hide for a while. The man standing next to him turns to Roger and says that there is a problem with the woman next to them. Under the mask of a man, Rox appears nearby. He turns to Roger and asks him to kill Stella, saying that she is very dangerous. Roger turns to Rox and asks if he really brought him here to eliminate just one woman. Remembering Stella, Rox says that in order to defeat her, you need 1,000 professional warriors. Rox says that there are few ordinary mercenaries here, which is why they needed Roger's help, but he is shocked by such a request. Roger tells Rox that his look really irritates him, and Rox asks if Roger is refusing. Roger angrily shouts that he can no longer back down because he gave his word, and this is a moral trap for him. After which Roger says that this will give Rox the opportunity to see how powerful his soldier empire is. Meanwhile, Stella sees Michael in bed and reflects on how he has become much stronger and more courageous, and she is looking forward to meeting him. Stella remembers Michael's words about changing the cult, and now those words warm her soul as she thinks about them very deeply. All these thoughts bring Stella complete peace, because the time will come when everyone will be able to live kindly and honestly in peace. However, Stella also understands that there will be a lot of things before that moment, because nothing in this cult is so simple. In a moment of shock for Stella, the doors to her room open and 100 of the Emperor's warriors appear, standing in front of her. Stella gets up and walks towards them, saying that she didn't expect so many people to visit her at once at such a late hour. But, at that moment, Stella sees the weapons in their hands and begins to use her powers, saying that she did not expect this from the Empire. Immediately after which, a powerful lady begins to appear under Stella's feet, and the entire room around her is covered with her energy. At that moment, Roger himself appears in the room. He said that he expected strength from Stella, but he did not know that she would be so cold. She says that she wants to hear an explanation of this whole situation from Roger, although probably later, she adds. Roger asks not to hold a grudge against him and says that in politics everyone will do anything to achieve their goals, including him. Stella asks Roger if he has decided to join forces with the Bloody Palace, but he replies that everything is not as simple as it seems. Roger asks Stella to leave Michael and be an ally of the Blood Palace, and she is shocked when her connection with Michael is revealed. Stella doesn't show that she's very surprised and only offers Roger to make a bet with her right now. He is very surprised, and Stella turns to him and offers to bet on how he will end his life. And she raises her energy and strength and declares that her bet is that Roger's end will be very terrible and he will lose everything. Stella begins to fill the entire room with energy and talk about what they wish for, that they came here to her today. Roger's men take him away to prevent the ice from affecting him, and the rest of them focus their energy on Stella in order to defeat her. She immediately notices from their energy that the opponents are not weak, realizing that they are definitely the Emperor's best fighters. And she understands that the fight needs to be ended quickly. She doesn't have time, so she uses her energy around her to the maximum. With just one attack, Stella manages to cover all her opponents with energy and freeze them right where they were standing. However, at that moment Roger's eyes are filled with energy, and he says that it was actually quite good. Immediately after which, literally in 1 second, all the ice around him breaks, and he stands in place, all very red and angry. Roger extends his hand forward and says that they also have little time, and he would like to finish all this much faster. She understands very well that this is now creating big problems for her, and begins to protect herself from all this with technology. Stella understands that it will be difficult to defeat them simply like that, so she decides to block the passage with glaciers. However, her opponent, Emperor Roger, clearly does not agree with this method of defense, and he covers himself with energy. Roger declares that this is a terribly pathetic attempt to live, after which he raises the energy and destroys everything around him in a second. And with shock, he realizes that Roger managed to break all of her energy protection with just one wave of his hand. Stella, looking forward, begins to see in Roger the head of the cult that once fought with her a long time ago. The events of the story take us to Elder Squire, who says that this place will soon become one of the most dangerous in the world. The squire turns to someone behind him and says that this is all very strange, and he is already waiting for the moment when a massacre for power will begin in the streets. The squire asks the man next to him who he thinks will win, and he responds with a silhouette that it has already been decided. The squire laughs and says that everything would be very easy and simple if all this had been known a long time ago. A certain man sitting near the squire says that as soon as the palace survey is resolved, Michael will go to battle with the head of the Bloody Palace. The squire laughs and says that everything is correct, and if they don't kill him themselves, then they will deal with these because there is no other way. And he begins to leave this house and says that in his opinion, everything has already begun, and all that remains is to wait for further events. As he leaves, the squire says that the only thing he doesn't know is where the money that was at the Bloody Palace went, but later disappeared. Already leaving, Squire tells this man to actively monitor what will happen in the palaces and with Michael's allies. Meanwhile, Ron and John go where Lester and Michael ask them to go, namely to the Peak of Beauty to look for monsters. Ron immediately notices the same legendary fog that Michael spoke of, but John nearby says that he knows nothing about it. At that moment, John stops and tries to cut through the fog with his sword, but realizes that even that is problematic. John is shocked to think that the person who created the monsters and lived there is very strong, because even getting out of here is not easy. John turns to the guys behind him and tells them to all wait for him in this place and not go forward, which surprises them. The old man begins to argue with John, but he states that they have no other choice in this situation but to do this, after which John suddenly raises his sword, points it towards the mountain and uses the destruction technique on it. And he begins to walk forward, but immediately after that a voice is heard from behind, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Our guys immediately turn away and notice Elder Charlie standing on the mountain, looking at them. Ron tries to start a dialogue with Charlie, but he realizes that his appearance here is already a very strange moment for them. However, at that moment our guys begin to notice other men in the same robes, other elders who have also arrived here, after which there are only more and more of them. And John and Ron realize that all the elders except the third have gathered here. Ron says that they must have fallen into a trap because these people shouldn't be here, and John agrees. Ron turns to John and asks what they should do now, but he only remains silent in response, since it's difficult to come up with something. Ron decides to try to establish a dialogue again. He turns to them and asks if they got lost here by chance. But, in response, Charlie just smiles and says that no matter how rotten the branch is, it needs to be cut off in time. and continues to stand. Old Ron at this moment understands perfectly well that, apparently, they have come for their souls now. Charlie raises the red energy in his eyes and says that Ron shouldn't worry, because others will face the same outcome. Ron is in complete shock and doesn't understand what they're talking about. He finds it hard to believe that the elders are in cahoots with anyone. He starts going over all the latest news in his head and comes to the conclusion that their only possible ally is Franklin. But, remembering Franklin's personality, Ron realizes that he would not have recognized a group of old men as his allies. Looking up straight at them, Ron realizes that if this isn't Franklin's doing, then there's only one option left: the Sky Palace. However, while Ron was simply pondering, they decided to take action and rush to attack Ron and John. John began to look into their eyes and was shocked to discover that they were facing 8 professional martial artists. And he turns to Ron. He says that he will pave the way for him and asks him to go to Michael's palace and report everything. After which John turns to his fire squad and tells everyone to ensure passage for Old Man Ron. Charlie decides to join the fight and says that he has always been interested in the power of John's demon sword. Afterwards, he put all the energy in his hands and threw it straight towards John, using the tiger technique on him. John began to fight her off, and in the meantime, John's squad entered into a major battle with the elders. However, it all turned out to be not so easy because old Ron, who was going to run away, was unable to do so. They began to stop him. Ron managed to get out. He began to move forward and realized that at his age he shouldn't have gone so far from home. At that moment, Ron takes out some balls and says that if his end is near, then he will take more people with him in that case. The elders were shocked to see the weapons in Ron's hands and immediately realized that these were tokenization balls, which was very dangerous for them. Ron was well aware that with their help he could change this fight a little and sent them straight at the elders. And immediately after that, he began to eat them himself, one after another, from which his body began to swell and accumulate poisons. Just a minute later, Ron turned into a huge monster that looked like a green creature, after which Ron moved forward and began to deliver blow after blow directly at the elders, thereby practically killing them. Ron began to look them in the eye, smile, and declare that, as he had said, he would try to take more people to the grave with him. One of the elders says that he heard about this poisonous flower technique and that it can poison everything in this world. After hearing their dialogue, Old Man Ron immediately realized that the elders knew this too, so he should act faster. Old Ron began to think about how to use the poison effectively, and noticed that the clouds around him were dodging it. Meanwhile, while Old Ron was confronting these elders, John went into battle with the first elder, Charlie. Ron turned to John and said that the elders were weak against poison, and asked him not to destroy everything in his path during the battle. Afterwards, Ron adds that they can no longer win this battle, and he won't be able to escape alone either, so they should act radically. John realized this immediately. He began to look down and realized that they were in for a big battle or a terrible ending, and he decides not to give up so easily and begins to activate his powers and raise the aura of the sword. He swings his sword from the top of the mountain, creating powerful and long-lasting energy attacks that envelop everything around him in an invisible aura. He breaks many mountains around him, and Elder Charlie climbs one of them next to him and stands opposite him. Charlie says that John has destroyed all escape routes and apparently wants to die here, which will disappoint him. In response, John smiles and tells Charlie that today they will definitely have to pay everyone their debts, since the time has already come. John then pointed his sword forward and shouted a message to his squad to move towards the Peak of Beauty. Charlie, in response, begins to build up energy and say that he doesn't even know whether John is that stupid or if he's just pretending. After which Charlie shoots his energy forward and says that he is ready to say goodbye to John and his title of the Sword Demon. Meanwhile, the events of our story shift to Louis, who is climbing some stairs surrounded by warriors. Louis comes to Min's department and realizes that he hasn't been here for a very long time due to his stupidity, and even misses this place. And he understands well that then his life would have turned out differently. His wife would be alive, and Layla would not have grown up in that village by the stream. At that moment, several guys come out of Min's department. Among them Robert, who had previously been hiding under the nickname of another Pew. Robert and the guys are very surprised to see Louis, and he turns to them and says that they haven't seen each other for a very long time. Robert has very mixed emotions after meeting Louis. He wants to either cry or get angry, and looks straight at Louis. Robert immediately falls to his knees before Louis, saying that he is glad to see the leader of the squad, but he declares that he is no longer their leader. Louis turns to Robert and asks if there are officers inside, and he replies that everything is correct. Robert and his squad escort Louis inside, saying that they are very surprised that he managed to regain his internal energy. Immediately after this, Louis heads straight into the hall to the officers and looks at them in shock. He is very surprised and even scared. In front of Louis are two of the Min squad leaders who are in a terrible state under the influence of drugs and don't even recognize Louis. Louis, in a panic, began asking them about what had happened, but they were unable to conduct a normal dialogue with him and only spoke nonsense. Out of shock and anger, Louis began to raise his terrible aura and, turning to Robert, asked what was going on here. Robert admits that he committed a terrible sin and should have taken better care of them. Louis asks him to tell everything without concealment. He began to say that the reason for everything was his inattention and idleness, and he repented of it all. At that moment, Louis notices a strange aura emanating from Robert, and that he is trying to get a weapon. Robert abruptly approaches Louis, extends a demon aura, and says that this is all a lot of fun, and he can't stop. At that moment, Robert strikes Louis with a weapon directly into his body and says that he shouldn't have come here. And he began to talk about how, on the day of Louis's wife's death, he enjoyed the way she screamed and asked for help. Louis became wildly angry and raised bloody energy, and then said that Robert was really behind her death. He began to say with a mad face that such a terrible and bloody aura suited Louis very well. Louis started crying blood and saying that it was his huge mistake, that he didn't immediately notice the terrible person in Robert. Bloodied Louis began to say that now he would correct his mistakes and show Robert what retribution awaited him. In response to this, Robert says that Louis, even in such a situation, behaves very confidently, and this makes him laugh. Robert wants to say that now he will show his true power, but at that moment Louis suddenly covers everything around with his aura. Louis's strength after Michael's technique is very great. He is much more powerful than in his own youth, and covers everything with blood energy. With blood and anger in his eyes, Louis tells Robert to forget about getting out of here alive, because he will kill them all. Robert is terrified and shocked to realize that Louis has apparently reached the maximum level of bloody arts now. However, at that moment, someone's very powerful aura appears from behind, which Louis immediately notices and pays attention to. It turns out to be the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin, who tells Louis that they have finally met again. After which, Franklin begins to cover everything around with energy and say that now Louis will show him how strong he is. Louis, covered in blood, turns around with a charged fist of energy and tells Franklin not to interfere with this matter and not to interfere with him. Immediately after which, a very powerful skirmish occurs between them, in which no one can yet gain the upper hand. The level of this outbreak is very high, so much so that the roof of the palace they are in simply breaks right through. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some place where a girl sits in front of hundreds of people and calls upon the god of flame. She creates fire in her hands and continues to pray, saying that she wants to receive preservation and good luck from God. Immediately after which she sharply raises her hands up and directs a stream of flame into the sky in a huge platoon, a detachment from the Min department, the same one that was recently at the battle palace of Louis and Franklin, comes to this same event. After which people also notice in the crowd the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin himself, who is standing and watching the festival. Franklin, with a wild and bloodthirsty face, says that the stage is finally set and it's time to begin the game. The girl in the center raises her hands and asks all the believers to drink for the divine blessing that has descended upon them. Immediately after her phrase, all the people around begin to launch special fireballs into the sky as a sign of gratitude to God. It was at this moment, when the balls of fire flew upward, that the full-fledged festival of heavenly fire in the cult of demons opened. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to Michael, who in turn returned to the small palace after training. He began to walk around with great shock and realized that it was somehow very quiet here. He had expected some kind of fuss on such a day. The first thing Michael notices is William standing by the tree, and he immediately addresses him. But at that moment, Michael immediately says that he forgot to take something, is running now, and will return, after which they can go. However, in response, William only quietly and coldly asks Michael if he is sure that he should go anywhere at all now. William began to clench his fist and offer our hero Michael to leave the heavenly mountain together and go to his native land from here. Michael is very surprised and says that his goals of changing the demon cult have not changed, and he has almost achieved them. William hands Michael a paper and says that his old friend asked him to give this to Michael upon his return. The letter states that someone has lost contact with all the palace masters and will wait for Michael in a certain place. Michael angrily crumples the letter and says that it is complete nonsense, but William declares that apparently all the masters have changed their minds. He starts telling Michael that, for example, Louis was originally a member of the Palace of Art, and he might be there now. Michael starts arguing with William and saying that this can't be true at all and that there is clearly some serious problem with everything. He begins to remember his assistant Billy, Layla, and Louis, whom he saved more than once, and they were with him all the time. Michael also began to remember Stella, who gave him her promise, and with whom together they wanted to change a lot. Michael also began to remember John, the father of his future wife, Lilo, who was also on his side after everything that happened. After Michael remembered all this, he abruptly stated that for him, these people were far from the kind who could simply run away. Michael started saying that it was time for them to leave the festival. William said that they would regret it, but Michael disagreed with him. At that moment, William suddenly turns to Michael and says that the masters did not betray him at all, and this shocks Michael. The story takes us to Squire, who thanks someone for helping him get rid of all of Michael's people. And he thanks Lester for this, who says that what matters to him is that Squire keeps his word, and he doesn't care who will be at the helm of the cult. The Squire begins to leave and says that Lester was very obedient, so he will fulfill the promise he made to him. After which Squire leaves and says that he will do everything to deliver one of the Federation soldiers into Lester's hands alive. He leaves completely, and Lester rises up. Looking from the balcony of the building, he observes the situation in the capital. Lester looks at all the people around him and understands well that soon this place will turn into hell, and he does not regret his decision at all. The events of the story show us Lester's youth in the Federation, when he was shocked to read the news that people were constantly disappearing. The person he was talking to at the time began to say that perhaps they had isolated themselves in this way from everyone, because it could be dangerous. But he also insisted that there was something strange about this, and asked his uncle to allow the Storm Squad to participate in the matter. A few days after this conversation, Lester's unit and he himself were ambushed, and part of his body was paralyzed. That day, Lester lost everything, after which he faked his death and isolated himself from everyone for a long time. And now Lester realizes that there is only one reason why he survived, and that is his curiosity to find out why. It was then that Lester learned that a certain Felix had requested a request from the Federation to kill Lester and his family. Lester began his plan for revenge, but at that moment Michael appeared and began preaching to him the ideas of justice that day. Initially, Lester did not trust Michael, but over time he was able to sense his sincerity and desire to change something. Then I believed in Michael's strength and desire to change something, and also in the fact that he would not betray him until the very end, because this is very important now. However, at that moment, that very man, Squire, appeared, who came to Lester with an offer that was hard to refuse. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our hero Michael, who is actively heading somewhere in the crowd. Our hero walked for some time somewhere very purposefully with some kind of desire and abruptly entered the building. Lester was waiting for him there and immediately said that he was very glad to see him here after so long. He began to pretend to be surprised and talk about where all the masters were now. Lester immediately declared that they had betrayed him. Michael started asking Lester if he thought it was strange, because they could have just fallen into a trap. Lester began to say that in that case there would be no one left in the palace, but there are a lot of monasteries there now. Michael began to turn to Lester and ask him if he was really pretending not to understand anything. Our wild-eyed hero says he will put the question to Lester more directly and asks if he has betrayed them. And he doesn't respond to this at all. He just sits with the same face and looks straight at Michael at this moment, not understanding what he is thinking about at such a time. Lester started saying that this was not the case at all, calling Michael a tiger in this game, and saying that leaving the strongest side was stupid. However, while saying all this in his head, Lester realizes that the elders have gone too far, and even Michael cannot stop them. And he pretends to believe Lester and asks what they should do now, realizing that they need to find out Lester's plans. Lester tells Michael that the situation is not that bad, as the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin, is also isolated. He also says that to become a leader you need strength and recognition, but there is no one to receive recognition from because everyone has disappeared. Lester suggests that Michael challenge Franklin to a fight in the form of the Black Sun right during the festival, as this is the best time for a fight. He asks Lester if Franklin agreed to this, because everyone knows that the Black Sun has the highest level of power. Lester says that everything will be fine, and the only problem is that Franklin's people are in the crowd among other people who look quite dangerous. Our hero tells Lester that he understands everything and will keep it in mind, after which he begins to walk away from the building. As he was leaving, he turned around and said that a wise man had told him long ago that while a person is alive, he has every chance to change everything. As Michael closed the door, he asked Lester not to forget about it, but he just sat silently and stared at one point. They both began to remember the day when the past Michael said that their squad would lose, but Lester said that they were still alive and there was a chance. That day, Lester yelled at Michael and told him that he needed to think with his head and understand that as long as they were alive, they could do anything. Looking forward, Michael tells himself that despite all the difficulties, he will continue to try and will not stop. After which Michael leaves the building and goes in an unknown direction, realizing that he urgently needs to change everything. After some time, Michael finds himself right at the festival, but he is too shocked by how many people there are. However, in the whole crowd he noticed familiar faces. It was Garp and his guys who were talking about something. Michael comes up from behind and bothers Garp. He gets angry, but Michael suddenly tells him energetically that it was him. Afterwards, he says that this could really be his old childhood friend, but Michael replies that in fact it is him, the young leader. He is suddenly surprised, but Michael says that he is in a difficult situation and asks Garp to move to another place so as not to attract attention. Garp, a couple of the higher-ranking men in his squad, and Michael headed to a nearby warehouse and began to talk among themselves. Garp explains that he was looking for Lilo and John's father, but was told that he and his squad had gone missing. The guys are depressed by all this. Michael says that he has already heard this news and assures the guys that a strong man like John is alive. Garp clenches his fist and says that of course it is, he is sure of it, even though he says it with shaking hands. Afterwards, Michael turns to Garp and asks why he is looking for Lilo and what could have happened to her. Garp says that Lilo ran away because she doesn't want to marry Michael. And this greatly surprised Michael, and to some extent even offended him. Jan from Garp's squad asks Michael what he is doing here and why he hasn't challenged Franklin yet. After which Michael briefly tells the guys what happened, Jan gets very angry and curses the Heavenly Palace with all his soul. Ian suggests simply attacking and killing Franklin's men, but Michael says they are hiding among ordinary people, which poses a huge danger. Garp asks, "What's the point of these people fighting against Michael if he's not strong enough to defeat the entire army?" Michael thinks that Garp is absolutely right, and that he really could be easily caught if something happens. But they don't do it. Michael asks if the island's believers come to the festival, and Garp explains that they only come during the lion dance. And he begins to remember how, in the form of a black sun, he gained support from the people on the island. At that moment, the thought of what could have happened dawned on Michael, and he began to think about the best course of action. Without thinking twice, he turned to Garp and his squad, declaring that they urgently needed to go to this lake and quickly. He immediately realized what was going on, because only Lester knew about it, and now Michael was going to prevent his plans from coming into effect. Meanwhile, on the festival stage, what everyone was waiting for happens. The lions begin to perform, and he still sits upstairs waiting for Michael, thinking that he might not show up at all. He charges his eyes with energy, smiles, and says that today, he destroys all myths about the Black Sun forever. However, at that moment, Franklin is suddenly surprised. He sees some kind of huge flow of energy from above, which is rushing to the side. Immediately after this, a dark silhouette with enormous purple energy appears on the neighboring tower. Franklin envelops himself in his energy, but he is shocked by Michael's power, realizing that the Demon Lord's energy is very strong. However, Franklin is overjoyed to the point of madness by the fact that Michael, in the form of the Black Sun, has finally appeared before them. Among the people in the crowd is Lilo. She came with the commander of the Slaughter Palace squad, Tyler. Kate also came with Lilo. She is happy and says that the festival is a very fun place. She also turns to Lilo and says that after hearing the information, the masters of the Palace of Poison and Pleasure were defeated. Lilo turns to Kate and says that it doesn't make much difference, since their situations aren't much better now. She turns to Tyler and asks why he brought her here, to see the death of the Black Sun. Tyler tells Lilo that he himself doesn't know for sure, because he's just following his master's instructions and nothing more. And she turns to Tyler and asks him to give her some energy, saying that she is obliged to help the Black Sun. Tyler refuses, but Lilo, blushing, screams that the Black Sun is their protector, and they owe it their lives. However, Tyler reminds Lilo that it was he who destroyed the slaughterhouse, leading them into this situation. But she stands there and cries, and Tyler says that she has more courage than other men, and this scares him. Tyler also thinks that something is wrong around him, because he strongly feels the energy of demons. And he rarely questions Richard's actions and words, but now he clearly thinks that this is all very strange. At that time, Franklin madly turns to the Black Sun and says that he will not take his life so easily. Franklin asks Michael to simply wait until the lion dance is over, and then meet his death here with dignity. Not long before all this, Michael gave his things to William, explaining that he possessed his energy, and therefore could use them. At the same time, Michael explained to William that their opponents had only gotten rid of the palace masters, and that was all. However, they did not want to get rid of William and Michael, and this thought hit William's head quite hard. Michael rearranged William's things and said that since the Heavenly Palace does not know about him, he will temporarily become a black sun. Meanwhile, the Lviv event is actively underway in the center of the festival, and it may soon come to an end. The Black Lion turns out to be the strongest of all, as he managed to defeat 3 opponents at once. However, everything turns out to be not so simple, because right inside the Black Lion is Michael and his allies from Garp's squad. Michael wants to do something at that moment, but a sharp flow of demonic energy stops his desires and even frightens him. Then he turns to Jan and tells him to get ready, because now it will be much more difficult than before. At that moment, Michael, peeking out from behind his suit, notices Lilo, which surprises him greatly since she was thought to be missing. Lilo is thinking about a plan, but Kate reports that the Black Lion has almost defeated everyone. But Lilo doesn't think it matters. At that moment, the Black Lion starts running straight at Lilo and Kate, which scares them, and Tyler doesn't even pay attention. He suddenly hears sounds and turns around, shocked to see that Lilo and Kate are already in the lion's mouth. Immediately after which, Lev began to leave the crime scene. This made Tyler even more angry, because he wanted to catch up with him, which caused shock to everyone around. Tyler thinks it's too late to chase her, and they're unlikely to kill her, so he's more interested in finding the demon's energy source. Lilo ends up inside. Ian greets her, but she ignores him and asks Michael to turn around, realizing who he is. And he tries not to turn around, but Lilo makes him. And Kate immediately smells a familiar smell and understands everything. Michael asks Lilo to stop doing all this and listen to him, after which he briefly explains the whole situation. At that moment, an argument breaks out between all the guys, the result of which is that John is to blame for everything. However, Jan himself is not listening to the argument at all at this time. He suddenly notices something and constantly monitors it. Or to be more precise, he notices that the golden lion is climbing up the stairs of one of the towers, and others are helping him in this. And he also notices this, after which he directs the flow of his energy into the eyes and begins to actively monitor. Looking ahead, he can clearly see that most of the lions are sources of demonic energy, and this is terrible. Michael understands very well that everyone is moving towards one place, which means that there is definitely something in this place in this case. Immediately after, Michael grabs Lilo and Kate and begins to transfer some of his energy into their backs through technology. At first, they both don't understand what Michael is doing and try to scold him, but later they notice a huge aura of energy around him. Michael turns to them and asks them to go to a safe place. Lilo immediately sees that the technology is of a high level. Even her father cannot do this. And he also says that he doesn't want to put Lilo in danger, and at that moment she pays too much attention to his voice. After which our hero apologizes, calls Lilo by name, and abruptly throws her out of the lion, and she in turn understands everything. Along with Kate and Lilo, Michael also left Ian outside, after which one of the lions ran away, Lilo in shock. Lilo was especially impressed by Michael's apology, and she immediately began to wonder why he was asking for it. Immediately after this, Michael, in the body of a black lion, took off and began heading straight for the other lions. While inside, Michael charged himself with energy and fired it through his body using the technique, damaging his opponents. However, Michael was shocked to notice that even when the lion's companions fell, they still crawled upwards, which made him very angry. After which Michael decided to simply overtake them and knock them down, thereby preventing them from going up ahead of him. And he suddenly began to notice that all the lions had become active again, and he was also shocked to discover that they had weapons in their hands, which made it dangerous. He silently used one of the Demon Lord's techniques on them, but it didn't work, which made him even more worried. After which, Michael began to look straight down and focus his gaze. He did this in order to use lethal techniques. The next moment after them, he used a combination of Demon Lord techniques, thereby knocking them down the stairs. Meanwhile, the third Elder Squire came out to the window of one of the buildings closest to the event and began to observe. With wild energy in his eyes, he immediately noticed the technique that was already familiar to him, and saw the art of lethality. This began to really irritate Squire. He expected Michael to learn the techniques, but he never thought that it wouldn't be a black sun. The Squire began to think about what it could be, but then came to the conclusion that it did not matter, because today, both Michael and Franklin would die. He started to walk away somewhere, and next to him sat a demon butcher, who immediately asked him where he was going. In response, the Squire turned around, raising his aura, and began to talk about something that was of no importance to the butcher demon right now. He began to leave and say that if the butcher did not want to die, then he had better stop being interested in everything. The butcher began to look back into the cage and say that something was apparently not going according to plan, but added that he did not care. In that very cage into which he was looking were all of our heroes' allies, including even the palace masters. All of them were poisoned by toxic substances. Only Layla was healthy. She calmed everyone down and held back. The butcher began to look bloodthirstily at Layla and say that for a girl who doesn't know how to do anything, she's holding up very well. After which the butcher went straight to Layla and began to say that the more she worried, the tastier it would be. However, at that moment, a loud explosion is heard from behind. The door falls to the floor and some man with strong energy appears. The butcher immediately turns around and starts looking straight at him with wild shock, not understanding anything at all. The butcher looks straight into the man's eyes, but the man in turn extends his hand and begins to gather energy in it. Meanwhile, Franklin notices the third elder and doesn't understand what he's waiting for and why he's just watching all the time. Franklin begins to try to contact him through energy and tell him that the situation cannot be changed in any case. At the same time, Franklin also realizes that Michael has a lot of support in the crowd, so he needs to act radically. Immediately after which Franklin raises his hand high up and begins to cover his body with energy from all sides. People around notice this with shock and immediately begin to notice that the lion suits have disappeared from their bodies. At a moment near the stage, some guy in a mask with red energy appears and starts shouting, attracting everyone's attention. After which, this unknown person begins to point his hand at William in the Black Sun costume and call him a traitor. This guy and his assistants start killing people and shouting that this is revenge for the Black Sun, and William just stands and watches. Although William pretends not to care, he clearly cannot even begin to understand what is going on and suspects Michael. Franklin watches all of this with joy, because apparently everything around him is his personal plan, which is aimed at the destruction of people. Franklin begins shouting to the crowd that the Black Sun has finally revealed his true colors as a bloodthirsty killer. Immediately after which Franklin makes a sharp jump and moves forward as if he wants to enter into a duel. Opposite him is William. Together they collide in a blow and immediately a sharp flow of energy begins in all directions. Franklin then turns to his men and gives them the red order, which allows them to kill everyone indiscriminately. William looks down, holding back the blow. He thinks about where Michael is now and why he is not doing anything in this situation. The events of the story take us to Lester. His assistant says that he passed on a message to the Ghost Squad. He also observes the whole situation and says that he set everything up so that Michael would not be able to change it, even if he found out. Meanwhile, Garp fights Franklin's squad in the main square and tries to find out from Michael what is going on. Using energy, Michael turns to Garp and tells him that there is poison in the yellow lion's throat, but there are too many enemies around. Michael asks Garp to take a close look at everyone around him, and then says that they have them in their sights. And he begins to actively get angry and think about what he should do. He admits the possibility of using his powers and burning the lion. But Michael also thinks about the possibility that this could be a hoax, and there will be explosives inside, and then it would be impossible to do this. One of the 9 elders standing nearby gives a command to his soldiers with his hand, allowing them to act, after which they immediately jump up and start running forward, saying that an order has been received to kill. Meanwhile, he can't figure out what to do, because there are only enemies around and he can't allow death now. However, at that moment, someone uses energy to contact Michael and says that they have not communicated for a very long time. This man turns out to be Richard, who says that everything around is very wonderful and very soon Michael may die. And he begins to look around and try to find Richard, not understanding where he is. Richard's aura with a weapon seems to be right behind Michael. He asks if he has already buried him. He asks Michael whether to call him by his name, his title as Young Leader, or his title as Black Sun, which surprises Michael. Immediately after which, Richard addresses Michael by his old name from his past life and begins to smile widely. At that moment, Michael seemed to sense his past body, but he was more concerned about how Richard knew all this. Imagining Richard's aura in front of him, Michael says he has the complete feeling that he is caught up in someone's plan. Richard turns to Michael and says that despite everything that happened, Richard would like to wish Michael life today. Immediately after these words, a violent massacre began on the battlefield. Terrible energy strikes appeared out of nowhere and began to kill the warriors. Michael watches in amazement as the forces of the Slaughter Palace now simply destroy all his opponents with ease. At one point, Michael even begins to rejoice and say that perhaps it was the strong influence of the cult that made him so crazy. The squads of elders and Franklin began to attack directly the squads of the Slaughter Palace, saying that they also needed to be destroyed. At that moment, Michael envelops himself in energy and jumps down directly into the arena where an active battle is currently taking place. Everyone around stopped in bewilderment and shock. They simply cannot believe what is happening now, seeing Michael's aura. Michael increases the demon's power even more and says that anyone who dares to move now will die on the spot. One of the squad leaders begins to think that Michael is simply bluffing, and in fact, he is an ordinary fan of the Black Sun. At that moment, Michael notices that all the archers around him have formed a ring and surrounded him from all sides, preparing to attack. Our hero began to create a sphere of energy to tell this squad leader that he had made a complete mistake, after which Michael began to attack with spheres of energy, and the squad leader looked at this in shock, not believing that the man in front of him was stronger than the master. About 10 seconds pass from the moment Michael started this, and the entire division of Elder Warriors lies on the floor, dead and broken. Seeing that Michael was able to easily kill all the archers, the squad leader turns to the archers and asks them to create a defense. However, turning his head completely, he notices with shock that all his warriors are lying motionless on the floor. Michael himself, meanwhile, increases his energy and influence several times, after which he heads straight for his opponents. All the warriors of the squad fly apart like ordinary stones, and the rest stand in shock, not understanding what to do. They look forward, and seeing Michael's terrible aura, they say that he is not just a master but a whole demon god. Meanwhile, Michael himself, with wild horror, step by step moves forward straight to meet his opponents. He turns to the commander-in-chief of the detachment and says that he made a mistake, which was clear from the start. He goes straight to this squad leader and says that the problem was always with him, but not with Mile. Immediately after which Michael also added that the main mistake was trying to kill the young leader, that is, him. Meanwhile, William, in the Black Sun costume, is still fighting Franklin, who says that people are ignorant. William shouts back that it is his own fault, first and foremost, because he gathered followers around him and then betrayed them. Franklin tells William that he, like himself, is a puppet of the Heavenly Palace, and William is very surprised. After his words, Franklin suddenly gains strength for the attack and releases it straight at William, telling him to sacrifice himself. Franklin then went behind William and launched an attack that sent him flying backwards. William is well aware that his opponent is very fast, and also that the stoat will get rid of the wind around him in order to attack. William decides that if there is no way to make a direct attack, then he will simply burn his opponent to ashes right there. Franklin responds by attacking William with energy again, saying that the Demon Lord's art does not exist and is just an illusion of the ancestors. However, at that moment, Franklin notices that William manages to stop the flow of his attack with his hands and energy, which is very surprising. Although William manages to block the surprise attack on himself and even launch his own, he still doesn't have time. After which, William decides to jump up and attack all his enemies in mid-flight with the help of energy spheres. He notes that it helped, but also realizes that he still has trouble seeing Franklin, so it's worth limiting it. William starts to deliver side attacks to all the nearby posts, but by that time Franklin is already behind him. Immediately after this, Franklin delivers a powerful blast of energy directly at William, which throws him aside. Michael understands that everything is very difficult because in addition to the fact that Franklin is very fast, he is also frighteningly strong. But at that moment, Franklin takes a closer look and sees that in front of him is not a living person, but a resurrection technique, and this surprises him. Franklin also adds, saying that with such a technique it is difficult to resist his blows, and William, meanwhile, landed. In response to everything Franklin said, William only declares that for his opponent, he is a gloomy reader. Franklin adds strength to himself and says that he does not understand how William is still talking in his current state. And in the meantime, he looks closely at the aura that emanates from Franklin and understands how best to act. William begins to release energy simply into the air around him. He does this in order to clear everything around of Franklin's traces. Franklin starts heading towards William and asking him if he really thinks that by driving him into a trap, he will win. He realizes that he can't let Franklin get away, so he starts attacking him with powerful streams of energy. However, despite William's powerful attack, Franklin manages to get through it and launch a counterattack. Despite the gravity of his situation, William notices that with all the energy around him, Franklin has nowhere to run. However, in that moment, Franklin's hand pierces William, and all the energy around him just goes out. With a huge smile on his face, Franklin emerged from the dusty surroundings and began to address William. Franklin began to look closely at William's body and immediately noticed a hole in his chest, which he himself had just made. He smiles, lifts his leg, and says that he wants to watch William's head crumble. However, to Franklin's surprise, William begins to smile and then turns to Franklin sharply. William raises his head, starts looking to the side and points his finger there, asking Franklin to turn around. William asks him to look death in the eye, and he does indeed turn around, suddenly horrified by what he sees. Right behind Franklin, standing behind him, is our hero Michael, in his full form and enveloped in the energy of the Demon Lord. At this point, Franklin is very surprised by what he sees and is horrified that Michael dealt with the entire army. Michael begins to generate a terrible energy and address Franklin, saying that he has committed too many terrible sins. With a wild look, Michael says that the trial is already useless and suggests ending everything here and now. Lilo is standing next to Ian. Lilo is very shocked that Michael is so strong, and he has always been a black sun. However, Lilo still doesn't believe it very much and every time says that Michael couldn't even hold a sword before. At that moment, Lilo began to remember her first meetings with Michael, and the fact that he was able to catch her in a second when she was of the highest rank. However, remembering all this, Lilo refuses to believe and begins to shout the name of the Black Sun, calling it to her. But Kate turns to Lilo and says that Ian is not lying, and Michael really is a Black Sun. Kate also explains to Lilo that there is a completely different person inside the Black Sun suit now. However, Lilo can't wrap her head around all this. She refuses to believe that the Black Sun and Michael are one and the same person. She also begins to remember that, in dialogues with the Black Sun, he always stood on Michael's side. Lilo just starts standing there and looking at Michael, not believing everything she just learned. However, at this moment her thoughts are interrupted by the sudden appearance of Richard nearby, who calls it all funny. Lilo asks Richard if he knew everything from the start, and he replies that of course he did. Richard points out to Lilo the fight between Michael and Franklin, saying that although Michael is strong, Franklin is far from weak. The elders also intervene in all this. They turn to their people and say that the young leader is a criminal. Kate and Lilo are horrified when they hear this, because they could never have imagined that the elders would go against the son of the head of the cult. And he says that he knew and understood this outcome, so he proposes to kill the elders and take power into his own hands, because he has wanted this for a very long time. At that moment, Lilo suddenly blushes and turns to Richard, asking him to go and help Michael now in the battle. In response, Richard asks Lilo why he does this, and she replies that he didn't just come here now for no reason. After which, Lilo again begins to ask Richard to go help Michael, and he only laughs in response and stands there. Richard says that he will have to be nice today, because he does not want Franklin's plan to work today either. After which, Richard suddenly envelops himself in an aura and goes up straight to the elders, appearing before them. The leader of the blood cult squad tells Richard that now is not the time for statements, but in response, Richard wraps his arm around his neck. After which, Richard sharply pulls the rope with energy and thus sends the leader of the squad down. He stands in front of the old men and, raising his blood aura, tells them to cancel the order to kill Michael. However, at that moment, something suddenly attracts Richard's attention. It turns out to be the girl Stussy, who turned to him. She is a master of fire. Richard tells her that the previous master of the fire palace was much more persistent, and he is disappointed in Stussy. Stussy turns to Richard and asks him not to start a massacre right during the festival, but he responds by chopping off the heads of the elders. This immediately shocks Stussy. She never expected that he would not even talk to her about it. After which, Richard turns to her again and says that if she cannot cancel the order, then at least she can help. Stussy tells Richard that he will cancel the kill order, but in exchange asks for the release of the head of the blood squad. Richard looks down at his feet to see Robert, the leader of the blood squad, and declares that he will show mercy to him. However, before letting go, Richard raises a mad aura one last time and asks Robert not to do that again. And he lets him go and asks Stussy to quickly cancel the order, but she says that Robert killed 2 elders and this is outrageous. In response, Richard simply points to their corpses, saying that they are simply weak-willed fools and that there is no point in their living. Richard also notices the aura of the battle in the sky, where Michael continues to fight Franklin all this time. He says he is looking forward to seeing what the young leader has to show and is watching their active battle. At this point, Franklin begins to use a light technique against Michael that covers everything around him and penetrates bodies. Michael understands that in order to cope with this technique, there are only 2 options. Either become faster than light or endure the light. Seeing that Michael is succeeding, Franklin starts screaming and asking if this is really the art of a demon lord in front of him. Our hero shouts in response that the art of shining light is also very strong and difficult, so their fight is fair. The fight between them continues. Franklin cannot understand why Michael previously hid his powers, because he is very strong. In response, Michael shouts that even if he showed strength, he would hardly be given the leadership throne because too many people want it. Franklin screams that the cult wasn't originally in the hands of Michael's father, but belonged to other people, and it was Michael's family that took it away. After which, Franklin says that he already feels how Michael's energy is running out, and now he will finish him off. Immediately after his words, Franklin really began to attack wildly quickly, again and again, which forced Michael to dodge the attacks. Michael realizes that he is losing sight of Franklin, and now it is important to understand where he is. Otherwise, there will be no chance of victory. At the same time, Michael notices that everything is just as bad down below because someone is starting to create a huge energy field with spells. Looking closely at this field, Michael begins to feel the energy of darkness and demon, realizing that this is like the art of the Lord. Looking at all this, Michael guesses that they are preparing some kind of formation and will use the new power. At this moment, Franklin appears again and heads towards Michael, saying that he can no longer escape, after which he began to understand that with the help of this circle, they could try to take over his energy from below, which was very dangerous. After which, Michael began to turn to Franklin and ask if he was the one talking about the construction of the supreme darkness of the heavenly demon. Michael begins to smile, look into Franklin's eyes with joy, and say that he is very grateful to him for this. At that moment, Franklin suddenly senses something very strange and incomprehensible to him, so he orders all troops to retreat. This greatly surprises the warriors below, but they are even more surprised by the sharp pressure from above that enveloped everything around. The demon in Michael's aura grew even larger, and Franklin's sharp beam of light began to point straight ahead at our hero. At that moment, Michael feels his inner energy boiling inside him, and he begins to receive opportunities to do things he never thought possible. And suddenly he begins to scream loudly and forcefully, looking up and spreading his arms as if releasing his power. After which, black flames begin to appear around, devouring everything around and releasing lightning bolts of energy. Warriors and all things around are transformed into the remains of energy. This is called the highest level of the Lord of the Demons of Darkness. Franklin watches all this and cannot understand where Michael gets such great strength from now. Franklin is horrified that Michael was able to simply absorb everything around him using his basic abilities. Michael turns to Franklin and tells him that he has nowhere else to run now, and there will only be a fight. Our hero begins to head down and use the 10 Emperor Strikes technique, pinning Franklin down. Michael's aura of technique rushes straight at Franklin and turns into a feather dragon that crushes everything in its path. However, Franklin still does not believe in Michael's great power, and shouts that all these clones are just an illusion. Franklin then screams, saying that he will get rid of all of this and begins to release sharp charges of energy to the side. Using the techniques of shining art, Franklin manages to create a huge sphere that points upward. However, this doesn't help him much because the dragon from Michael's aura bypasses the sphere and delivers a direct attack to Franklin's body. Such a sharp blow to the body becomes critical for Franklin in many ways, and he can no longer hold back the pain and blood. Following Franklin, the dragon from the aura flies around and crushes the warriors of the Bloody House, demolishing everything in its path. Richard is watching all this. He is very pleased with the result and believes in Michael's victory, and Stussy is standing next to him. Richard shouts in surprise and joy that this is simply incredible and wonderful, and Stussy is in wild shock from what she saw. Richard says that he is very impressed by how Michael was able to absorb all the dark energy around him and use it. He tells Stussy that it's all over even without her order to call off the murder, and this shocks the girl. Stussy says that this is apparently the case, while Michael stands over his opponents and simply watches. All of Franklin's assistants are dead, and he lies on the floor, shaking, opening his eyes only after a couple of minutes. And he begins to stop Franklin's bleeding. He asks why he is doing this, but Michael only asks him to shut up. Franklin asks why he should be left alive. Michael explains that he is the father of his friend and assistant Billy. Our hero begins to ask Franklin what he was preparing to do, because judging by the explosives, he was going to kill his own people. After this question, Michael immediately turns to Franklin and asks where the Heavenly Palace is. Hearing such a question, Franklin is very surprised and asks Michael if it was not the Heavenly Palace that sent him. Michael is very surprised and says that this is not true at all, and he has no connection with them, but wants to give them what they deserve now. However, in response to this, Michael expected to hear many things, but not that Franklin simply started laughing wildly. The whole situation made him lose his temper. He begins to say that their prediction turned out to be false, or that this is simply a huge coincidence, since this simply cannot be. Franklin begins to tell Michael that he has been cooperating with the Heavenly Palace for a long time in order to have more power. And then he adds that if Michael is not connected with them, then it is shameful for Franklin because he was stopped by a lonely boy alone. Franklin stands up and says that their goal was to ensure that Michael was not killed and that he took all the blame for it. However, right at the moment of this dialogue, Michael and Franklin felt that someone appeared next to them in robes. Michael began to ask Franklin why he agreed to all this, and he explained that it was because he wanted to achieve cult development and growth. Franklin began to say that if Michael wanted to win, He needed to kill the third elder squire, and he would not change that decision. With wild shock, Michael began to remember the squire, who seemed to him to be a smart and good man, but turned out to be a traitor. However, at that moment our hero's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the Fire Palace group began to continue their festival performances, after which Stussy pointed to Michael and began to talk about how everyone should welcome him as the new leader of the cult, now that he is in charge of it. The remaining people around began to shout pleasant slogans and rejoice that Michael had managed to become a leader, because this was great news. Franklin's assistant came to him and immediately began to help him up and tell him that it was time to return to the palace. Franklin began to leave with his assistant, and Michael followed him by telling him that his son Billy would now be the master of the small palace. He began to say that he was happy for his son, who had become a wonderful person, and Michael told him that he would be happy to see his father. As he left, Franklin stated that if he had known everything earlier, he would have followed Michael, but now he had only one path. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lester. Squire is kicking him and saying that everything is not going according to plan. Lester began to say that in many ways it was all Squire's fault, who himself told Michael about the lethality technique, adding to his strength. The Squire began to angrily say that now he would also cut out Lester's tongue for speaking like that, because it was completely unacceptable. After which Squire began to hit Lester harder and say that he was about to die, and that his time had passed, since a new era was approaching. However, at that moment a certain man with a white aura and glasses appeared, who asked Squire to stop all this. The Squire began to obey him, but it was clear that he did not want this. Because he spoke with clenched teeth and trembled, he was very afraid of everything around him. After which he turned to Lester, apologized and began to offer to go and buy new clothes, since the old ones had become terrible. The events of the story take us to one of the squads of elders who are running away from Michael, because they are extremely afraid of new changes. Robert understands that if anyone finds out that it was he who brought some of the elders to a terrible state, they will simply kill him. At that moment, Robert sensed the energy of some person. It was so powerful that he and his entire squad immediately stopped. They began to approach this man and ask who he was and why he decided to stand in their way now. Now is not the best idea. To Robert's great surprise, it was Louis, who was already standing there with his eyes full of strength and energy to kill Robert. Robert realized that it was useless to run anywhere. He turned to the detachment and gave instructions to surround Louis from all sides. Robert is very worried, but tries to enter into a dialogue with Louis, saying that they are all already very strong, armed, and trained with a lot of experience. At that moment, Robert begins to feel the aura of Stella, John, and old man Ian right behind him, looking at him. He turns around, looks at them, and tries to find out why they are all alive and standing right in front of him here now. Louis, meanwhile, begins to remember the day he first met Robert and listened to him complain about his sister's illness. That day, Louis, as the leader of the squad, took pity on Robert and took him with him, because he did not want to leave him on the street alone, cold and poor without food and water. However, when they returned home to Robert, they found his sister dead, and then he began to ask them to kill him in order to send her to her. Standing in front of Louis now, Robert also began to remember all of this and say that every next day was hell for him. Now Robert is yelling at Louis and saying that he himself forced him to live a life where he could have refused and simply died that day. Robert admits that he trained every day precisely in order to one day take revenge on Louis for everything he did earlier. But in response to this, Louis raised his fist and began to wave the fire, saying that Robert should not have touched his family then. A second after his words, Louis delivered a very strong and powerful blow directly into the body of his opponent Robert. Robert's men were shocked to see their captain taken out in one blow, and meanwhile old man Ron appeared from behind. He began to try to escape from Louis, but it was difficult, and he was constantly pursuing him at every step, not allowing him to get the required distance. After which Louis came closer to Robert and dealt him a direct and powerful blow to the back, which practically destroyed him, but he was not yet dead. Louis holds Robert back and says that he will not kill him, but will leave him to live with broken bones and ligaments. The old man began to threaten that he would not let Robert die, and said that his sister's death was just an excuse for a show of force. After which Louis, with a wild look, wished Robert the freedom of life and to enjoy every day with broken bones. Louis also addressed the rest of the squad and said that they would wait for the new leader and then ask him for forgiveness for life. Many of the squad members were still in a state of wild surprise, while the rest stood and just watched, bowing to Louis. After which Louis ordered the squad to go to the palace, and they silently carried out the order, leaving their former master lying on the ground. With his eyes filled with blood, Louis also began to leave, leaving Robert alone in the forest with broken bones to suffer. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to Michael, who is standing near the Heavenly Guardian, or rather his statue. Stussy appears nearby and tells her that this man was the Son of God and the Heavenly Savior, which is why he is so great. Stussy explains that all rare weapons have a share of their power, and Michael already has 2 weapons, making him a very strong opponent. After which, Stussy abruptly declares that he knows the location of the 3rd weapon, which greatly attracts our hero. Michael realizes that their dialogue seems strange. He turns to her and asks if she's up to no good. Stussy says that Michael doesn't trust her, and he confirms this by saying that she is clearly cooperating with the Heavenly Palace. She smiles in response and nods her head, saying that, to be more precise, she had to do it despite all the difficulties. Stussy, addressing Michael, says that it is high time for him to become part of the clan's roots in order to understand what he left her. Michael suddenly raises his energy and says that now it is much more important for him to know what Stussy did to his family. Stussy tells Michael that his allies are doing well, and then briefly describes the history of each one, explaining everything to Michael in detail. Michael understands that he shouldn't be happy and needs to check it personally, because it's unlikely that the Heavenly Palace would let them go. After which, Michael asks the question of who is the master of the Heavenly Palace and receives an unusual answer to this question. Stussy begins to tell our hero about Mark, who is the master of the Heavenly Palace, and he is immortal. Stussy begins to describe his image and say that he is omnipotent and quite strong, because he has lived for more than 100 years. The events of the story take us to an unknown man. He is standing on the edge of the mountain and talking about something, but the fog blocks the path down. Behind him are all the palace masters who were Michael's allies. He communicates directly with them and begins to reprimand them for many things. Louis apologizes to the man and says that he behaved rather stupidly and carelessly, and he is very ashamed of it. The man turns around and tells Louis not to worry, and it turns out to be the master of Heavenly Mountain, Felix. The events of our story demonstrate the process of creating a cult from the past, which began on the very mountain where our guys are now. However, after the death of the ruler, all 9 families that helped him build the cult began to fight among themselves to take power into their own hands. But none of them managed to master the true art of the Demon Lord, so every time they chose, the mountain turned burgundy. However, after all 9 families came up with an unusual festival, a holiday at which the leader of the cult was elected. And one day, the cult was ruled by literally 2 guys at once, who found a common language with each other and promoted the clan. But despite this, they still did not have enough strength to openly oppose the dynasty and fight. However, time passed, and one day they finally managed to defeat the dynasty and create the Ming clan, which became the strongest. But none of them knew that the Heavenly Palace had other plans. After all, they attacked one of the leaders and killed him. In conclusion, Stussy adds that part of the power remained with the Heavenly Palace and part with the cult, which became demonic. Michael looks at this whole situation from the perspective of real days and tries to understand how it could have influenced events today. Sitting across from Michael, Stussy stated that she didn't know the palace's true plans, but they clearly didn't want the cult to grow any larger. Stussy also immediately adds that these elections did not go according to plan, which means they will try to come up with something else. Our hero looks menacingly at Stussy, but understands perfectly well that she is completely right in her words, and this is the nearest reality. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lester, who is crawling on his knees behind Squire, hiccuping and almost no longer breathing, after which the Squire kneels down next to Lester before a certain man whom they call a god, but in fact he is not one. It turns out to be the leader of the Heavenly Palace, Mark, who turns to Lester and says that he is glad to see the child of an important family. Addressing Lester, Mark says that all his problems come from the fact that he did not use heavenly energy. At this moment, Lester immediately realizes that Mark knows his entire past, and such details are only known to a small circle of people. This gives Lester the realization that either Mark is looking into the past, or he knows everything that happened on Lester's terrible day. Mark turns to Lester and says that if he wants to be in their circle, then he should remove the restrictions from himself. Lester asks why he is not being punished. Mark explains that there is no need for it, at least not now. After this, Mark uses his powers directly on Lester, using energy to lift him up very quickly. Mark turns to his desk and says that the purpose of the Heavenly Palace is to make people pay what they deserve. Lester understands that this appeal is clearly addressed to him and asks what his payment will be for all of this. Mark talks all sorts of nonsense about the universe, and then declares that the sacrifice that Lester will give them will be suicide. In response, Lester begins asking about the spilled blood and the sea of murders that took place at the festival today. However, Mark abruptly interrupts Lester and asks him why he is telling him this now. Mark begins to tell Lester that all of this happened, but the balance of the world must be maintained, which is why everything is like this. Lester asks Michael if he will need to prevent the war, but Mark states that it is more complicated. He asks Lester to bring all the followers to the Heavenly Mountain and then start killing them without stopping. At this point, Lester is shocked to realize that the master of the Heavenly Palace, Mark, wants to put an end to the cult. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Franklin, who fights with his enemies, defending the palace and troops. Franklin's top assistant carries his son Rox away on his back somewhere, and Rox's father protects him in due time. Franklin activates all his power and, as he says goodbye, tells his son that he should return only when he has gained enormous strength. After which, Franklin tries to show himself to the maximum and uses the light technique again, striking the enemies around him, not giving them a chance to win. Elder Charlie appears from behind at this point and strikes Franklin directly in the back, causing him great damage. After which, the elders kill Franklin and say that it is high time to return the cult to the right hands. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, understands that there will be chaos in the palaces now, and he should return there quickly. Michael tells Stussy that he doesn't have much time and that he has to go, but she tries to stop him, saying that it's too late. Stussy also says that neither she nor Michael knows what the old people will do next. But Michael is not happy about this, and he tells Michael that his main enemy and the person who needs to be taken out is the leader of the Heavenly Palace, Mark. She also talks about how Mark has a special watch that can slow down the onset of death. She then adds that the only way to defeat him and dispel this curse is to kill Mark and destroy the watch. Michael thanks Stussy for the story, but adds that he can't trust her now, and it's time for him to go to the small palace. As he leaves, our hero says that Stussy has interested him, and he will listen to her story at the first opportunity. After which, Michael went straight to the gate and began to use energy to try to open it and go outside to leave the building. However, at that moment he noticed that the entire room began to be covered with some kind of multicolored energy around. This surprised him greatly. After a couple of seconds, Michael began to feel sharp pressure and pain on himself and did not understand how this was possible. Michael turned to Stussy and began asking what it was, but she only replied that she also needed time but did not explain why. Stussy comes closer to Michael and says that he can't just leave because she has something to tell him. Immediately after that, she extends her hand and Michael suddenly starts screaming, and his eyes begin to emit some kind of energy. Meanwhile, Mark turns to Lester and says that he paid his price a long time ago and can now be Mark's son. Lester doesn't understand anything. He turns to Mark and asks what it means, but in response he only creates an energy field. Immediately after which, a circle of energy is directed straight at Lester and suddenly envelops him from all sides, thereby squeezing him. At this moment, Lester begins to feel simply wild pain and scream with great force at everything around him that he sees. Blood starts coming out of his eyes, and a second later he just falls to the floor as if he has no strength at all. Lester lies exhausted, and Squire asks Mark what to do with Michael now that he has become the leader of the cult. Mark approaches Squire and says that Michael has earned this title, so he will meet with him personally about it. Squire agrees with Mark, but in his head, he understands that he wants to give Michael the opportunity to take their side. However, their dialogue is abruptly interrupted, because Mark and Squire begin to sense someone's wild aura around them. It is very strong. Mark immediately says that this energy is very familiar to him, and creates his circles in order to protect himself from it, and decides to attack forward with his attack to prevent a sudden surge of energy from the enemy. He decides to split his energy to the sides in order to maintain balance, but the enemy's energy is much more powerful. Then he turns to this person and says that this greeting is very aggressive for him, and he did not expect it. Mark looks ahead and sees a man on some mountain with wild purple energy that covers everything around him. I turned to him and asked him whether he had come here because he was his father or to keep his promises. He looks and tells the squire to go to the small palace, and Mark himself will now be in the Palace of Flame. Mark also informs Squire that the Supreme Demon has returned now, which greatly surprises Squire. The Squire carries away Lester's body, and Mark turns to the enemy and asks why he returned only now. The man who is the Supreme Demon and father of Michael Thomas turns to Mark, asking him to give him the form of a dragon. Thomas looks straight at Mark, who in turn says that in exchange for not fulfilling his promise, he can take the child's life. Standing on the mountain, Thomas addresses the palace masters standing behind him and asks how much they know about the affairs of the cult. Stella, turning to Thomas, states that she does not know the details, but the Min clan has been running the cult for a long time. In her memory, Stella begins to remember how, on the very day when she was supposed to be killed, Thomas came and saved her. That same day, the cult leader Thomas came to the Peak of Beauty where he met John and also saved his life. Then, through rocks, Thomas sent a message to Lewis asking him to help free him and tell him everything. Sitting now on the mountain, Stella thinks that if Thomas and Michael had not returned, they would have already been trapped and died. Thomas turns to the palaces and says that he noticed this before leaving, but did not pay attention. And he starts yelling at Thomas and asking if he knew everything. Why didn't he act? Thomas raised his energy like Michael and declared that if he told Stella this information would cost her her life. All of Michael's allies in the back were very surprised by Thomas's words, but they understood that he could not tell everything. Thomas says that the Heavenly Palace can be both a loyal ally and the biggest villain, after which Thomas tells that the Heavenly Palace is going to arrange a complete massacre on the main mountain. He also states that to save them, they may need to sacrifice the young leader Michael and the Min Palace. Thomas then turned to the heads of the palace and asked them to carry out their tasks and also to save their lives and families. Immediately after which, the craftsmen said that they would do everything as Thomas wished, and they immediately began to leave that place. Thomas notices that Stella hasn't left and turns to her, asking what she needs and why she's still here. Stella began to use her powers and aura to attack the former owner of the demon cult, Thomas. Stella swung her fan sharply, covering everything around her in ice, but Thomas easily stopped her attack in an instant. Thomas began to turn to Stella and ask her if she really wanted to die right here. Stella says that she is already tired of all this, and she will not tolerate all this now. Stella began to raise the energy more strongly and say that all masters have the same ones, and she wants to know where they come from. Thomas began to turn to Stella and say that he had already warned her that he would take her life in such a case. Stella continued to stand her ground and say that she would continue no matter what. Thomas says that the Heavenly Palace is now in contact with the dark sides, which is why it all started. Afterwards, he stated that he was the only one who did not make such a deal with the darkness, and the scar on his hand was proof of this now. And he began to remember his battle with one very important person, and their battle was quite impressive. Immediately after this battle, Thomas went to study new powers to become even better and more powerful in this life. As time went on, Thomas became stronger and became friends with the very person with whom he had previously had conflicts. At this point, Thomas uses the example of a cup to explain that after a while their friendship broke down, and he could no longer rely on this person. Stella was very surprised by this whole story. She began to ask about what kind of person this was and who he was. Thomas began to describe Mark and talk about how he had changed 100 personalities in order to live on. Thomas also tells how one day Mark came to him and asked him to teach him a new art in order to become stronger. He also spent a long time, according to Thomas, researching his body to find the most suitable one. This body became the form of a dragon, but Thomas hid it from Mark and as a deal, said that he would return it when he came again. Thomas also revealed that the second part of the deal was the condition of turning the mountain of heaven burgundy. Stella starts yelling at Thomas and saying that he can't do this because he's the leader of a cult. Thomas recalls that he asked not to ask questions and said that he only wanted to save the lives of his followers, after which he began to accumulate energy and direct it into Stella, saying that she had begun to know too much. Stella responded by using her abilities to the maximum to repel Thomas's power, but it was terrible. In just a couple of seconds, Thomas's energy broke through her shell and began to penetrate Stella's entire body. Immediately after this, Thomas grabbed Stella by the neck and began to strangle her, just like when Michael did. Life force and energy began to leave Stella's body. She felt it clearly and understood that the end was coming soon. Stella seemed ready to say goodbye to life completely, but only hope for Michael saved her once again. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the gates of the small palace, near which stands a crowd of people in robes. All these people stand in identical outfits and masks, looking straight at the gate as if it were their sinister target. At that moment, the silhouette of some guy began to open these gates and shout that finally someone had come and greeted them. This man, surprisingly, turned out to be Billy. He turned to all the people and asked if they had eaten today. The leader of this unknown detachment reports that the Heavenly Palace has given the order for the complete destruction of the small palace immediately. Immediately after this, the head of the Heavenly Squad ordered Billy to be killed, and they all rushed from their place, preparing to attack. Billy started smiling and saying that they were attacking in vain, and that it would be better to just wait a little. Immediately after this, Billy held out the dragon card and began showing it to them, asking them to stop. This really helped. And after some time, Billy was leading part of an unknown group on a tour of the palace. The men in the squad told Billy that his father had most likely already been killed, and Billy believed it because he had foreseen this possibility. However, what worries Billy most right now is that he is in a role that is not at all suitable for him, and he is terribly unhappy about it. The events of our story show what happened 2 hours before the invasion of the small palace. Billy was awakened in the middle of the night. He was brought a message which directly stated that the new target for the Heavenly Palace was the small palace. In all this time, Billy hasn't come up with anything, and now he's just leading this squad in circles, and he understands that he needs to come up with something. At this point, Belil leads the squad members to some doors and says that they lead to a secret place and that they need to prepare to escape. And the leader of this squad was also smart. He decided to split the squad into several parts, which Billy did not like. The squad leader turned to Billy and said that he had just remembered something and asked him to show them his plate. He started talking to the squad about how Billy's name should be on this plate, but Billy himself understood that his name was not there. Immediately after that, Billy pressed a button in the wall and the floor under the squad disappeared, thereby dropping them down. However, to Billy's great surprise, these guys knew how to use special flight and used it. Billy, of course, understood that these guys were aggressively disposed towards him, and he had to come up with something. Meanwhile, Garp helped Lilo lead all the people away from the small palace, reporting that they were being pursued. Nami couldn't understand what palace they were talking about. Lilo kept trying to explain it to her. At that moment, Garp saw enemies ahead. He turned to the guys and asked them to go on alone. Immediately after which, Garp and his assistants entered into battle with these people from the squad to cover the backs of the rest. Only at this moment, Nami began to understand what was happening. Lilo pushed her and asked her to run silently, and that was all. However, right in front of them on the tree, there were still members of the Heavenly Palace squad, and there was nowhere left to run. She starts to cry but realizes that she doesn't really have a way out. She asks Lilo not to come out from behind her. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Palace squad in the small palace are squeezing Billy, saying that he is a fool. The people from the squad tell Billy that all the surrounding territories have also been taken, and there is nowhere to run. He is in shock. However, their stories do not have much effect on Billy. He hides from the place and runs straight towards the exit of this building. The lead member of the squad shouts to his assistants and points at Billy, saying that he needs to be taken immediately. While running away from the squad, Billy complains about everything in the world and remembers Michael, whom he volunteered to protect. After all this, Billy perceives Michael only as a madman and a source of problems that hinders him. The leader of the squad, George, shouts at Billy that he will not let him die so easily after all his tricks here. After which, the squad leader George began to insult Michael and call him useless, which made Billy angry. Billy suddenly pulled out his gun, turned around and began to defend himself, telling George not to dare insult Michael. Fighting against the crowd is very difficult for Billy, but he realizes that he is now the master of one of the palaces. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Thomas, who says that he has finally found this place. At that moment, Squire appears right behind Thomas, who says that they haven't seen each other for a very long time. The Squire says with a smile that he has come to receive what was promised to him, but Thomas claims that he does not remember anything. The Squire asks Thomas to remember faster, and adds that the promise given to Mark is very important. And he raises his aura and asks where an ordinary elder got the power to teach him what to do. Thomas also says that Squire will not go any further, because he has decided so, and declares that this is final. A disgruntled Squire asks Thomas if he really thinks he'll just back down now. The Squire draws his weapon and calls out to the posse, saying he will make Thomas pay the price for breaking the treaty. He began to raise his energy and talk about how this night would be very long and painful for Thomas now, after which Squire threatens to paint everything burgundy and charges his assistants around him with energy. Thomas asks to convey to Mark that he will pay with the life of the young leader, but Squire will pay for his disobedience. With a smile on his face, Thomas declares that he will give the small palace to Min as he promised everyone earlier. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Billy, near whom Louis suddenly appears with a blow. Louis fights off Billy's opponents and says that his weak lower body will be an advantage to their training. In response, Billy yells at Louis and asks him what he is doing here because now he should be saving Layla. Louis responds by saying that he is not here because he misses Billy and continues his fight against the squad. Louis says that his daughter has someone to protect her, and this turns out to be true because John and Lilo are fighting for them. John asks Lilo why she changed so abruptly, and she asks him not to ask questions now. After which, Lilo and her father use the same mountain-destroying technique against their enemies. The rest of Michael's allies are also helped by one of the palace's leaders, Mozart. However, Mozart's arrival was much less necessary because by this time Jan from the Poison Palace had already sorted things out. Squire watches everything that is happening from the mountain, and he cannot understand who saved the lives of the palace masters. After which he turned his attention to Thomas and began to ask whether it was really he who took care of this. Mozart began to turn to Jan and ask why he had come if he had not been asked to protect them here. In response, Poison Palace Master Yang says that this is a very stupid question, because he came to help. Elder Jan stood in front of Lilo and John and began to say that they obey only Michael, not Thomas. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael, who is still under the influence of Stussy. His eyes fill with even more energy, and he himself says that he feels as if his veins are simply burning. Stussy asks Michael not to resist this power, but Michael cannot understand why he should trust it. And then she says that she is transferring to Michael the power from the eternal demon that remains, and it is very valuable. And he adds that this is a very valuable weapon, and Michael begins to understand why he feels such great power. She again asks Michael to stop resisting, and says that he needs to accept this power and solve everything. Michael declares that all right, he will believe her, and absorb the power she gave him. After which Michael tries to accept this power very well. It turns out with difficulty, but it works. At this moment, Michael's body seems to evolve, and the energy sources reach their highest point. In that moment, the entire aura around him disappears, and Michael begins to feel a lightening and a new influx of strength into his body. In turn, Stussy fell to the floor and began to ask Michael for forgiveness, saying that she should not have done that. Michael stands up and says that now is not the time at all and that they are heading to the small palace immediately. Stussy tells Michael that he will meet the heavenly palace before the little one, so she would like to give him some advice. Our hero, meanwhile, doesn't pay much attention to all this and abruptly opens the building's gates to go outside. However, he suddenly notices something in the sky, a huge shining power and aura covering everything around with its beauty. It turns out to be Mark, who says that Michael tried very hard and did the right thing in getting here. Michael says he's surprised to see Mark alone after he tried to kill his loved ones. Apparently, he's fearless. Mark turns to Michael, stating that he is not interested in those people, and if Michael proves his worth, then Mark will give him better people. And then he turns to Michael, again saying that soon the small palace will become a bloody place as Michael's payment for everything. He asks what Mark wants, and he asks to paint the heavenly mountain crimson for him once. Michael approaches him and asks if he is really demanding a second massacre in the cult. Immediately after this, Michael puts on the black sun suit and tells Mark to go far away with such proposals. Michael then takes out his weapon, points it forward, and uses the Crimson Rupture technique directly on Mark. He, in turn, feels Michael's strength, but his own is enough for him to withstand the attacks. Michael doesn't stop at a couple of attacks and immediately finds himself on the other side, ready to attack. He charges his leg with energy and delivers a straight kick to his opponent's back using the technique. And he begins to dodge all attacks and ask Michael where he learned them, because Mark knows these techniques. Michael tries to kick Mark again, but Mark only throws him aside with great force in response. This greatly surprises Michael, as he was knocked back by the recoil even before he used his lethality. And he understands that he didn't feel even the slightest movement from his opponent, but he was already right in front of him. He starts to get up, raise his energy, and talk about how he hasn't started anything serious yet. Michael then uses the 10 Emperor Strikes technique directly on his opponent, Mark. Mark fights her off and says that he thought Michael was smart, but apparently he was very wrong about that. He suddenly starts to rise up and use his 10 Emperor Strikes technique again, after which Michael supplements it with the technique of destroying the world and directs all this energy into Mark. But, in response, Michael hears Mark's words that he again expected more, but received only disappointment. Michael decides to change his position. He goes back and uses the lethal technique right in demon mode. Mark says that Michael shouldn't have pointed his gun at him and immediately gets behind Michael. He strikes Michael straight in the back. He is very surprised. His weapon falls out of his hands after the blow, and he flies off to the side, but he turns to Mark and says that he has the complete feeling that they have met before. Mark turns to Michael, stating that he heard that he had lost his memory, but he didn't think it was that bad. He tells Michael that he himself came to the Heavenly Palace a long time ago and then tried to escape from there. After this, Mark extends his hand to Michael and asks him if he is ready to connect with the Heavenly Palace. Michael lowers his head and asks if Mark will spare the lives of his friends and family if he agrees. And he says that if Michael so wishes, he will save the small palace from a bloody fate. But Michael turns to him and states that he is the leader of the cult, and his family is the entire demon cult, and not just a small palace. Michael began to raise his energy again and say that he would not give even one soul into Mark's hands. And he recalls that before leaving the palace, Stussy said that the probability of his victory was only 10%. Then Michael asked Stussy why she was helping him if the percentage of his victory was so small. Stussy responded by turning to Michael, claiming that she had enhanced his abilities with her dark energy. Michael began to approach Mark and say that if he had not yet chosen a place for himself in the cemetery, then he would help him. And then Michael even declared that the price for his help would be to take Mark's life right then and there. Immediately after this, Michael began to accumulate more power, calling upon the power of the almighty demon and darkness. At that moment, Michael notices that William has returned and carried out part of their plan, which greatly calms him down now. However, while Michael was distracted by his friend, Mark suddenly launched a beam attack, which greatly surprised Michael. Looking at the hole in the palace that Mark made in 1 second, Michael understands that he is on a completely different level. Michael decides to use only his most powerful techniques against him from now on in order to ensure victory in the fight. Combining the Supreme Strike and Moonbreak techniques, Michael launched a direct attack at Mark very quickly, and he began to tell himself that Michael was still the successor to the Demon Lord, despite his inferiority. Afterwards, he began to attack Mark directly and say that it irritated him that he looked down on him. Michael managed to land a hit. He was surprised by this, but decided not to stop and use the most powerful technique. And he began to head down and use lethal abilities along with the Demon Lord's Legion Strike, after which he added the Lightning Dragon technique, thereby creating an explosion of energy of enormous size. All this power, all three techniques were directly directed at Mark in order to defeat him immediately. For a moment, Michael just stood there and watched his attack, but then he noticed something very suddenly. He saw Mark use the 10 strikes of the Overlord technique against him, thereby repelling the attack. It was very difficult for him at that moment. Michael began to watch the attack and wonder what was wrong with it, but at that moment William appeared and pushed Michael. William placed his body right at the point where Michael was standing, thereby taking Mark's entire attack. Realizing what was happening, Michael was terrified. He was both ashamed and afraid that his friend was fighting instead of him. In response to this action, Mark only began to move forward and say that even William's appearance would not change anything. At that moment, Mark began to sense the aura of demons from the witchcraft, which meant that the spell had worked, and Thomas had broken his promise. Long ago, when their deal was made, Mark cast a curse that would summon an army of spies if the agreement was broken. This is exactly what has started to happen now. Many people have become blind minions of Mark, Stussy noticed first. Mark also immediately understood what was happening and why. He began to look up and say that Thomas would answer for this, standing and bursting with anger. After which Mark headed straight towards Michael and started talking about how something pathetic had happened. He suddenly enveloped himself in an aura and power. He began to address Michael and say that he had just lost. Afterwards, Mark stated that the price of losing was the position of cult leader, and now Mark would simply kill him. A shocked Michael began to dodge and defend himself, realizing that even with the boost he couldn't do anything now. Michael began to understand very well that he had become weaker, and that the battle needed to be ended very urgently. At that same important moment, he noticed the watch on Mark's belt, the very one that Stussy had told him about. Mark began to turn to William and say that in order to win, they needed to break this clock, but William was exhausted. Michael rushed at Mark first, and at that moment William came from the side, right behind Mark. Mark took notice of this and began to direct his energy towards William and say that he was a pathetic creature. Immediately after this, Mark turned around sharply and struck his fist straight into William's body with tremendous force. At that moment, Michael said that Mark was overestimating himself and sharply directed a stream of energy straight at him. Mark didn't understand anything. He began to defend himself and say that he heard that William had only recently been resurrected. However, Mark also stated that this would not change anything. He began to accumulate energy around himself, and then he directed it all to the side to break Michael's circle, and declared that his efforts were in vain. Michael was hit hard by Mark's attack, but he was glad of it, because now he realized what was being used against him. He began to tell Mark that he was using the legendary art of repelling attacks, which greatly surprised Mark. In response, Mark began to say that this no longer changed anything, and Michael only had to accept his fate. William also began to turn to Michael, asking what they would do now that they knew the enemy's strength. Our hero tells William that there is no point in simply attacking further, so Michael comes up with a very cunning plan. After which Michael began to attack Mark himself using the same techniques that he had used against him before. Mark, in turn, dodged Michael's attacks on the one hand and struck William on the other. William didn't want to put up with this. He began to charge himself with energy and say that he would burn Mark to the ground. However, in a couple of blows, Mark threw Michael and William aside, declaring that they were fighting very stupidly and that it made no sense. After which Michael energetically began to explain something to William, and then told them to act exactly like this. Michael suddenly grabbed one of the daggers, charged it with energy and aimed it straight at his opponent with a ton of force. Our hero looked straight at Mark and thought that he probably knew everything well, but clearly did not know Michael's past. Michael abruptly used the power of lethal techniques and directed it into his eyes, thereby becoming able to see much better. And I began to look at Mark more accurately and see very well all the energy that was inside him. At that moment, he feels two types of energy in Mark's body at once, which complement each other like yin and yang. Michael began to think about his plan, and at that moment Mark began to attack again and direct his forces towards Michael. And he began to remember his past self, and to assure himself that, as the son of the Federation Master, he was capable of much, and would prove it. After which Michael began to do exactly the same thing as Mark did when creating his attacks. Michael immediately began to smile and talk about Mark's good taste, and direct attacks at him. Seeing what was happening, Mark was horrified. He couldn't understand how Michael had managed to replicate his strength. This attack was Michael's first chance to break through Mark's impeccable defense, which our hero took advantage of. And he tried to stretch this attack to the maximum, supplying it with energy, and then turned to William and said that the time had come. After this, together with William, Michael began to direct attacks directly at Mark, knocking him off his feet and saying that the end had come. However, this attack turned out badly for Michael. He was thrown to the side and lay exhausted in the rubble. He began to approach him and ask where he had learned such powerful techniques and abilities. Michael was bleeding from his mouth and he started to turn to Mark and say that he realized everything too late. Michael sharply told Mark that he didn't have to defeat anyone. He always looked for weakness in his opponents. After which, Michael suddenly pulled out that very watch from behind his back and said that this was the answer. Seeing this, Mark was wildly horrified and began to direct his energy away and tell Michael not to do anything. However, at that moment Michael's face became demonic, and he declared that he would only stop in hell. After which Michael let go of his hand, and the very watch that Mark treasured fell and smashed on the ground. At that moment, the very scar on the hand of Michael's father, Thomas, began to disappear, and he declared that he was finally free. And he turned to the squire and said that if he needed the heavenly mountain so much, he could take it. And immediately after, Thomas added that he wanted to have some fun at the end, and began to step on Squire's hands with his feet. Thomas enveloped himself in a powerful aura and said that apparently the Squire was little damaged. He also says that Mark promised to wipe the heavenly mountain off the face of the earth on the day of his return. After which Thomas continued to simply stand silently on the mountain and look at the small palace, thinking about everything. Thomas explains to himself why he did what he did to the masters, and especially neutralized Stella. Meanwhile, the crippled Louis was carrying the wounded Billy, who said that he had fought well today. Even Lilo, John, and the others were already safe, but she was still arguing with Nami about little things. Jan's people, and Mozart along with Silver's, also returned to the small palace alive and almost healthy. All of Michael's allies were alive. They began to gather in the small palace and were very happy to see each other. Thomas watched all this from the mountain with a smile, saying that this was a good result for Michael. Michael, meanwhile, was trying to recover from such a powerful battle, and he already wanted to go to the small palace. However, Mark was still alive, standing near some mountain and directing his energy attacks in different directions. At that moment, Stussy appears from behind. Mark immediately turns to her and asks if it was her doing. Mark also says that luckily Stussy managed to avoid death today, and she only smiles in response. However, Mark also asks Stussy to be careful with her ideas, and says that the results may affect her. Stussy says that of course he understands this, and at that moment Mark uses his energy to leave, and she starts walking towards Michael and says that she is happy for him, but she lied to him 3 times during their dialogue. Stussy says she never collaborated with the Heavenly Palace, and that all this time she worked for the benefit of the cult. After which she also tells that in reality Mark is not as strong as he seems, and that he cannot live without his dragon form. Looking at the broken watch, Stussy says that only the person who has the energy of the Demon Lord can truly control it. She kneels down and says that thanks to the watch, Michael will see his past soon. Afterwards, Stussy raises her hands and says that if Michael manages to return, she will repent of her sins. Meanwhile, people in the settlements are discussing among themselves that most likely power over the cult is now in the hands of the elders. They also talk among themselves about the death of Franklin, who will rot and never become the head of the cult. Some people are starting to rebel and say that the cult is only going downhill and has no future. The events of the story also show us Kate. She is sitting at the table drunk and eating pizza. At one point, someone approaches Kate and asks her to stop drinking, but she responds that she doesn't care. However, when she looks closely at the person who is telling her this, she is in wild shock and horror at the sight of his face. It turns out that Richard is safe and sound and he says that Kate should have hidden from him better. In shock, she even tries to scream loudly, but Richard shows her his finger as a sign of silence and asks her to shut up. Richard tells Lilo that Franklin died, but his assistant and son were able to escape somewhere. With a wild aura, Richard turns to Lilo and asks if she knows the details of the incident. Kate tries to get away from Richard, but he in turn increases the energy even more. Richard envelops the entire establishment in an aura of blood and asks everyone around him to leave, saying that they are not welcome here. People around are sitting in shock. They don't know what to do, but many of them actually started to leave this place. Kate tried to leave quietly with them, but Richard's assistants blocked her way, telling her that she would have to stay. A wildly frightened Kate sat down on a chair and began asking why Richard was doing this to her. Richard turns to Kate and tells her that he gives her 5 seconds to bring the cat here. She states that she doesn't know where she is, but he in turn remains silent and Kate begins to beg for mercy. Richard starts to take out his weapon and talk about how Kate only has 1 second left. A second later, a mask appeared on Kate's head and she began to imagine herself as a cat. He talks about how he needs to find some very brazen people, but Kate says the palace is doing just fine without her. And he gave Kate a letter in which Michael asked Richard to take on Lilo's protection in the event of his disappearance. Richard sharpens his knives and says that Michael gave him this letter and then brazenly ran away somewhere. And he states that everyone around is discussing Michael's death, but Richard responds by saying that he feels his life is still in this world. And then he says that Lilo has left these mountains and they will have to go far to find her, but this even makes Richard happy. After which Kate leads Richard out the door and asks her to quickly take him to this Lilo and show him who it is. That day, the Slaughter Palace disappeared from the mountains and their teacher, and no one ever saw their traces again, or where they went. Time moves forward and the events of the story show us Michael, who is in his dreams long after the broken watch. While in these dreams, Michael could not understand whether it was a figment of his imagination, the future, the past, or the present. At the same time, a girl named Emma appeared in the cult and became the cult's top strategist in Min's squad. At that moment, someone turned to Emma. It was her partner Ronald, who asked if she was getting tired of working. Emma was very surprised to see Ronald, who is the 3rd oldest, and she began to tell me that she was currently investigating the case of missing people at the peak of the earth, together with the Sword Palace. After which Emma turned to Ronald and began asking him what he was doing here at such a late hour. And then he begins to discuss the situation with Emma regarding the Bloody Master, but she states that he simply made his choice. At that moment, Ronald began to describe a very honest and important person, and Emma immediately thought of Michael. However, upon hearing Michael's name, Ronald only exhaled sharply and said that he didn't mean this guy at all. Meanwhile, strange things are happening in the small palace of the Min part, as a loud scream is heard from inside. There is some kid inside with demonic energy and a bloody knife, threatening everyone. There are 2 servants kneeling in front of him, apologizing for behaving so terribly and saying that they won't do it again. In response, this boy, Edison, brings a knife to the old man and says that if you break these flowers, they will never grow again. Edison pierces the servant's body with his knife and asks him if it hurts and if he wants more pain. The servants practically die on the spot, but Edison lets the second servant go about her business. The new guards of the small palace report that they have finished changing the system of powers and new people have been recruited. The new leader of the small palace squad immediately approaches the servant who is dying and begins to check something in his body. After which the new head guard, Eugene, turns to Edison and says that if he uses such a blade, he will hurt himself. Eugene kneels down and turns to Edison, asking him to use another weapon, and holds it out. Edison is surprised by this behavior on Eugene's part. He accepts the gift and asks about Eugene in more detail. After which Edison immediately turns to his assistant and asks to provide Eugene with housing in their palace. Time moved forward from that moment, and one day, right in the middle of the night, a loud scream suddenly rang out in the small palace. The head of security, Eugene, heard him and immediately went to the young leader's room to check everything. However, Edison sat on the bed and did nothing. This surprised Eugene, and he began to turn to him. But in response, Edison only turned sharply and began sending Eugene away from here, telling him not to come in. After which Edison even threw the very weapon he had given him at Eugene. Fortunately, Eugene dodged the attack. Immediately after the weapon, Edison began throwing all the other objects he had at Eugene. This really pissed Eugene off. He knew Edison was a weird kid, but he didn't know he was that crazy. From that night on, time moved forward, and every day Eugene sat and wondered why Edison was behaving so terribly. He began to remember various strange moments because Edison, at the sight of an ordinary steel, immediately turned him over. Eugene also recalls how Edison poured a potion on a maid and then tried to stab her right there in the palace. Eugene was also confused by the fact that everyone in this palace was so strange. Even the servants were very angry with him. Edison's chief assistant, who promised Eugene that he would get used to everything, was also evil. However, Eugene did not think so at all. He was simply waiting for the end of his work and his return home. At that moment, an old man sits down next to Eugene and tells him that all the problems are due to nightmares in Edison's head. Eugene is very surprised to hear this from the old man, and he explains everything, saying that this is why Eugene was put as a guard. He asks why there were so many people in the small palace yesterday, but today there are only a couple of people. The old man explains to Eugene that Michael doesn't like extra people, so only the most necessary ones are here. Looking ahead, Eugene realizes that this palace is indeed a very crazy place in the cult. However, at that moment, someone's hand touches Eugene's body from behind, carrying a small charge of energy. Eugene immediately thinks that these are enemies. He takes out his weapon and starts asking about who is here. But it turns out to be the young leader Eugene, who says that he doesn't want to sleep anymore, but wants to walk. He is in a rather sleepy state, but asks Eugene to get ready to go for a walk with him today. In this whole situation, Eugene is surprised that without any skills, Edison came so close to him now. The events of the story move on. Edison and Eugene go for a walk. The first thing Edison does is play games at the Peak Water Market. In the game, Edison bets on heads, but tails comes up, and he is told that his attempt is unsuccessful. And at that moment, an ominous aura appears around Edison, and he himself gives the order to Eugene to kill the merchants. However, Eugene says that there are too many people here and it is a bad idea to just kill a person for the game. Edison says that he did not lose but was cheated, and points to the strange behavior of the seller at the store. And he understands that Edison is right because the seller really was cheating and Edison initially got heads. Eugene begins to ask Edison to have pity on this man, saying that he is just a small-time crook and nothing more. Edison exhales and says that's fine, which greatly surprises Eugene. He didn't expect it to work. But a second later, Edison changes his mind again and orders Eugene to kill the swindler right there. But he starts saying that he can't do it because he's a security guard, not a hired killer. In response, Edison takes and sets fire to the tree, saying that now he will test his security in this case. After which Edison starts running around the market and throwing burning wood at everyone, thereby adding fuel to everything around him. Seeing this, Eugene is in a state of wild shock. He never expected Edison's antics to be so cruel. Some of the sellers began to take up arms and threaten Edison, saying that they would punish him for such behavior. However, in response, Edison joyfully shouted that no one raised him and that he had no mother. After which Edison began to insult everyone around him, and these people decided to kill him with a weapon right there. But Edison only smiled and said that his guard would definitely save him, and demonic energy emanated from his eyes. Looking at all this, he understood that Edison was not just an evil child, but a real demon incarnate. In this situation, Eugene has no choice at all, and he decides to attack the one who is trying to hurt Edison. Literally within a minute, Eugene single-handedly dealt with all of Edison's opponents. Edison just stood there and laughed, then added that Eugene really did know how to protect. He began to tell Edison that he could have just died, but he only laughed in response, saying that he hadn't died. Edison took the sword and walked towards that same salesman and began to put the blade to his neck, threatening to kill him. And he began to say that if the seller answered correctly, he would live, but if not, he would die right then and there. In front of him stood next to him and looked at this, not understanding how Edison could be so cruel to others. Edison began to scratch his head and tell a story about a foolish thug who lived before. Edison then adds that this man once deceived his boss because greed clouded his judgment. Edison asked the seller if he saw himself in the man who tried to kill his boss. However, by the time it was time to answer, the seller was already almost unconscious from fright, and the rest of the people began to come to their senses and gather right around Edison and look at all this. At that moment, Edison notices someone. He gets up and starts to leave, saying that he is tired of all this. However, before leaving, he turns around and says that if a bird with two heads dies, then two heads die. And then, walking towards Edison, he compares this with Eugene, saying that if he had died, then his guard would have died too. He was wildly shocked when he heard this from Edison, and even more frightened by his killer look. Eugene began to look after Edison and understand that he was an unusual child, and in fact very strong. The events of the story move forward. In the middle of a quiet, peaceful evening, a scream is heard again, and Eugene immediately runs to Edison. He stands in the middle of the room and complains that his maid touched the food with her finger when she was setting it out today. Afterwards, Edison began to order his assistant to cut off the girl's finger, which frightened Eugene even more. Every day in the small palace, such situations were repeated over and over again, and Eugene kept a special diary in which he described everything. And he also describes how Edison always laughed when he saw how people were cruelly punished, and did not feel sorry for them at all. Every day, looking out the window, Eugene waited to leave the palace, realizing that there were no normal people in it now. One such day, Edison's assistants informed Eugene that he wanted to go for a walk again, which frightened Eugene. Going outside, Eugene noticed that Edison had gathered one of the demonic cult squads to his place today. Then in the past, this detachment arrived to take Edison to the main palace to his father as ordered. Upon seeing his son, Thomas immediately began to scold him and ask if there was anything left in his head. However, Edison only argued with his father, saying that he really didn't want anything like that. Thomas began to talk about how he had heard strange rumors about what Edison had done at the market for some paltry money. However, when Edison's father, Thomas, began to tell this story, he only began to laugh out loud. Thomas's assistants began yelling at Edison and telling him that he shouldn't behave like that in front of his father. However, in response to one of the elders, Edison stated that he clearly should not interfere in his relationship with his father. Thomas stood up, began to raise his aura, and ask his son about what he was allowing himself to do. In response, Edison also became angry and said that his father did not love him because of his mother's death, just like everyone else. Emma also appeared in the building and began to intervene in the dialogue, but Edison could not understand what he was doing wrong. Edison began to say that the main evil was only in this palace, which was closed from everyone else. Thomas was suddenly fed up with everything his son was saying, so he directed a sharp stream of energy at him with great force. Edison was not bothered by his father's energy. He told Thomas that he was only avoiding problems and trying to solve everything alone, after which Edison also declared that the title of Master of the Heavenly Mountain was simply ridiculous, and in response, his father began to use more force. Thomas instantly gathered a lot of energy and directed it all straight at his son, thereby throwing him aside. He was thrown straight into his assistant from the squad and began to look at his father in shock. He began to leave, saying that since he was leaving, he ended by calling Thomas the Master of the Heavenly Mountain. After his son's departure, Thomas began to blame himself as a father and say that he was unable to show him the normal side of the world. But in response, Thomas's assistant stated that it was not his fault and that he was already born with a thirst for blood inside him. Thomas's assistant also began to suggest that Edison be stripped of all his rights, which only infuriated Thomas. But after such a proposal, the other elders began to support him and say that this was the right way out. But Emma entered into a dialogue and stated that depriving Edison of all rights was too harsh and would hardly help. She began to say that with time, they would be able to teach him manners, and the fact that he was strong was even good. Edison's father began to say that his son was only harming the cult, and Emma suggested killing him, which greatly surprised Thomas. Emma stated that she knew Thomas wouldn't do it, so he just needed to find another way to talk. And she began to suggest to Thomas that he keep his son closer to him and spend more time with him. He also suggests that Thomas introduce his son to the children of other palaces, as they are very gifted children. She wants Thomas to call them to the main palace and ask them to keep an eye on Edison. Thomas begins to think about it, but analyzes everything from the point of view of the benefit for the cult in this case. Thomas remembers his strained relationship with Franklin and thinks that he can mend it through his children. Edison's father understood that this idea sounded very good, but whether Edison would like it was another question. Emma says that this is a very interesting idea, and she is even ready to take it on, to which Thomas gives the go-ahead. Thomas also asks to convey to Edison the condition that if he harms any of these guys, then death awaits him along with the small palace. And he goes about his business, and the old people begin to scold Emma and say that her idea is just complete nonsense. Emma replies that the idea of depriving him of his rights is much more stupid because the old people don't know Thomas's character at all. She explains that if Thomas leaves his son, then he will be able to leave the cult unattended. One of the elders criticizes Emma, saying that she herself knows that Edison is sick and suffers from a disorder. The second old man agrees and adds that Edison is unable to learn martial arts because it is his curse. The elders also say that only the art of the sea can help Edison, but he should not be allowed to have such power. He tries to get Emmy to understand that they are just making fun of Thomas this way, and that this is terrible for him as a leader. Emma just listens to the old men in silence for a while, but then asks them to leave, adding that they really irritate her. The old man begins to leave, but tells Emma that he will decide everything himself, and that she should not try to stop him. She, in turn, simply exhales and does not want to take the elder's words seriously at all. Several days pass since then, and the small palace has become quite quiet compared to what it was before. Edison began to behave better. He organized his leisure time, took care of flowers, and did not even rebel, only at night. Eugene observed all these changes and was very surprised by them because he did not expect this. Eugene noticed that Edison was missing the last flower and asked him about it, and he stated that the flower did not want to be watered. Edison said that this flower began to wither. Edison tried to save it, but it did not get better, which means the flower does not need it. And he suggests simply taking better care of the flower. But Edison disagrees. He stands his ground. Eugene asks Edison why he grows them at all, and he assures him that he is trying to understand their thoughts. Afterwards, he was very surprised that Edison answered his questions, and even more so that he gave intelligent thoughts. Every evening, Eugene sat and looked at the moon, realizing that Edison was still very cruel and his thoughts were terrible. Eugene also thought about the fact that sooner or later, he would receive an order that he would have to carry out. At that moment, Eugene noticed that the palace door was open, but he clearly remembered that he had locked it before leaving today. He immediately starts to grab a weapon in his hands and starts to think about what it could be, and whether someone has really gotten into the palace. Together, they quietly entered the palace and began to see through the door the silhouettes of some man right next to Edison. Eugene, as a security guard, immediately saw the enormous danger in this and rushed to rescue Edison with a weapon in his hands. Entering the room, he saw one of the servants with a blade in her hands, standing directly over Edison, who was lying on the floor. Eugene didn't understand at all why she began to threaten Edison, but in that moment she began to attack the young leader. Luckily, Eugene was strong and fast enough to stop her attack and prevent Edison from getting hurt. However, the servant did not stop, but continued to attack, and Eugene immediately saw a very familiar look on her face. And seeing this, he immediately realized that she had the look of a killer and attacked first, and later began to ask if Edison was okay. In response to the question, Edison asked Eugene for a sword. He gave it to him, and Edison approached the servant and began to strike her body. Eugene stood and watched every blow that little Edison struck, and was greatly surprised by his cruelty. Edison started to leave, and Eugene asked him why he killed her when he could have saved her. And then he asked this question in surprise again and again, and Edison only remained silent or answered that he knew time after time. Later, he turned around and asked Eugene to shut up, saying that it didn't matter to him at all right now. Edison started to leave. Eugene tried to stop him and say that there might be poison on the blade, but he asked to let him go. Eugene didn't listen to Edison and reminded him of his phrase about the bird and two heads, making it clear that it was important for Eugene to check the wound. And he grabbed Edison and began to forcefully take him to the doctor, but he didn't want to at all and promised to kill Eugene. At that moment, Edison suddenly jumped and struck Eugene, which greatly surprised him with his strength and sharpness. Thomas's son began to stand up and say that he wanted to know the reasons why Eugene was there, adding that he would not play jokes, and he pretends not to understand anything. And Edison declares that Eugene is simply waiting for the order when he needs to kill him. He doesn't understand anything, and Edison continues to say that everything in this cult is permeated with lies and hypocrisy. Edison then says that Eugene was sent here by Emma, the cult's chief strategist, which greatly frightens Eugene. The events of the story take us to Emma, who is standing on a mountain and asking someone how everything went. A certain man reports to her that during the mission, the assassin's maid was killed by Edison's security guard. Emma sits down and says that there is nothing wrong with this. They can say that she could not withstand Edison's pressure. Closing her eyes, she whispers, scolding the elders and saying that they behaved very recklessly. After which, with the terrifying aura of a demon, Emma says that she could definitely kill Edison. Meanwhile, Eugene was telling Michael that he didn't understand it at all, but Edison was asking Eugene not to act like an idiot. Edison hands Eugene that same dagger and says that it has a sun symbol on it, and explains that everything is clear here. Eugene says it's a regular blacksmith seal, but in his head he understands that Emma gave him this dagger. Edison screams, saying that Emma ordered Eugene to give him this dagger, and this also turns out to be true. Thomas's son looks at Eugene in wild shock and cannot understand how he was able to understand all this because he is just a child. Edison raises the energy and asks Eugene not to try to understand this, because he is an ordinary pawn, according to him. Edison says that he was not afraid of the killer today because he immediately saw that she did not even have internal energy. And he starts following Edison and says that if they wanted to kill him, they would have sent someone strong. Edison just walked forward and said that everything was not so simple, and the people around him had been trying to kill him for a very long time. Together they try to find out from Edison why everything is like this, but he says that it takes too long to explain. By raising the ominous energy, Edison says that these people will not be surprised to get what they want from him. Edison looks Eugene in the face and tells him that he is too stupid to be a hired killer. Eugene wants to answer, but Edison interrupts and says that they need to go to the Poison Palace and asks to prepare a cart. Eugene thinks about what he should do in this situation. He even admits the possibility of a brazen run. Eugene grits his teeth as he tries to figure out what to do, knowing that the slaughterhouse is also hunting Edison. Meanwhile, the events of history show us mountains at the peak of metal. They are very dangerous and have claimed dozens of lives. However, despite all this, it is there that an important place for the cult is located, namely the Hall of the First Elders. There is also very dangerous but super profitable work in the mines which pays big money. It is in these mountains that the Poison Palace is located, to which Edison and Eugene went. Getting there is very difficult. Eugene is always watching Edison, because it is very cold and difficult in the mountains. Seeing Edison climb the mountains, Eugene is convinced of his strength and perseverance because he is wounded. And he offered Edison many times to help him with the transportation and to take him on his back, but he refused. Until the very end, Edison refused to sit on Eugene's back, so Eugene decided to walk behind him to watch. The events of the story take us to young John. He came to old Ron in the Palace of Poison also. Franklin asks about the goods he needed, but old Ron explains that it is not so easy to get. However, Ron got most of the things for John and gave them to him, which made him very happy. Together with John, old Ron discusses the clan's news and Emma's recent interference in the affairs. John is about to leave when the old man announces that he has taken gifts for his daughter Lilo, and he says that she is waiting outside. John says Ron smells too much like medicine and Lilo doesn't want to go in there. Meanwhile, our guys arrived at the palace. Eugene was very surprised that everyone around was bowing to Edison. Turning to Edison, Eugene tries to find out why he always leaves and doesn't ask any questions to anyone. Eugene reminds Edison of his wound, saying that something needs to be done about it. But there are no more wounds on Edison's hand. Thomas's son asks to let him go. Eugene does so, continuing to stand in shock and not understanding where the wound went. Edison walks forward angrily and says that if Eugene continues to act this stupid, he better leave now. Eugene is still irritated by Edison's various insults, but he has already gotten used to it and is glad to see that Edison is safe. But then he shakes his head and says that a killer should not think about such feelings because he is a mercenary. Eugene asks Edison why it took them so long to get here, but Edison replies that it is none of Eugene's business. Meanwhile, in a crowd of local kids stands little Lilo, who is being bullied and harassed by everyone. Eugene says that children today are evil, but Edison adds that adults are no better than these children. Immediately after these words, Edison headed straight towards these children, which greatly surprised Eugene. Remembering Edison's character, Eugene immediately understood perfectly well what this meant for him and what could be. And so it happens. Edison comes up and immediately starts kicking the local guys to the side. The girl he kicked started yelling at him and saying that Edison simply didn't know who she was. And he takes out a weapon, raises the energy, and says that he doesn't need to know this at all. Having scared everyone around, Edison made sure that Lilo was no longer bullied, but called her a fool for not defending herself. Lilo took out a wooden sword, began to wave it, and talk about how her father would teach her how to use it and that she would be very strong. However, hearing this, the children around still look at Lilo with disdain, not at all understanding what she was saying. This infuriates her. She accelerates greatly and in a second strikes all the girls near her. All these children are in severe shock. They are holding their heads, screaming and crying in pain from just one blow from Lilo. Lilo just stands there sweetly with a sword in her hands and asks Edison if he still thinks she's a fool or not. Eugene says that Lilo has problems with her head too, and Edison says that he doesn't care. At that moment, she suddenly stops. She rejoices and shouts that she wants to marry Edison. At this moment, Edison and Eugene just stand there and look at Lilo like she's crazy and are very surprised. Edison says she's completely lost her mind, and Eugene asks Lilo not to throw around such words. Edison pushes Lilo away and tells her that Eugene is stupid and useless, and he doesn't even have anything to say in his defense. At that moment, she quietly falls to the ground, lies with her eyes open and just says, "Oh," after which Lilo begins to wave her arms and legs and scream wildly, which greatly surprises everyone around her. Just then, Lilo's father comes up to her, enveloping himself in an aura and asking what's going on. A minute before, John said that he wanted to check Edison's aura, and Ian asked not to accidentally hurt anyone. Thomas's son understands little at this point, but Eugene immediately senses the power of the Palace Master, at least emanating from John. With a rather ominous aura, John asks Edison if this is his doing now. In response, Edison asks John what business it is of his and who he is anyway, greatly surprising Eugene next to him. John says that he is Lilo's father, which infuriates Edison because he has created unnecessary problems for himself now. And he gives Edison a sword and says that this is the only way he can apologize for his rudeness. He draws a circle around himself and says that if Edison makes him step outside the circle, he will forgive him. But then John adds that if Edison doesn't do this, he will kill him right here in front of everyone. Afterwards, he wants to get involved in the conflict and resolve it with words, but Edison tells him to stand still. After which Edison jumps up and in a second finds himself behind John and says that it's funny. And he says that Edison has great attacks, but his blows don't do any damage. However, Edison is not at all concerned with these words. He continues to attack in vain and waste his energy, trying to achieve a breakthrough. John abruptly began to ask Edison why he had picked up a sword if he himself relied only on childish techniques, and he says that he expected too much from Edison, and such words deeply hurt the young Edison. He creates charges of energy and says that he will put an end to all this. However, this option clearly did not suit Edison, and he suddenly jumped up and began to approach with a powerful attack. And he began to attack upwards. And at that moment, Edison sharply dropped down, thereby deceiving John. John noticed that Edison had become angrier and faster, and began to wonder if the young leader was hiding his abilities from him. As their swords clash, John realizes that Edison couldn't attack only because his arms were too short for it. But what surprised John even more was not Edison's skills, but the fact that he ended up throwing his blade on the floor. And after Edison, it wasn't just like that. In this way, he natively ensured that John got out of the circle. Old Man Yan appeared from behind and remarked that he was ashamed to see a child defeat a master in battle. John began to approach Edison and ask if he had a master and who was teaching him the arts. And he says that if Edison learns martial arts, he will have a great chance of becoming a swordmaster. Afterwards, John invites Edison to study with him, but he only laughs in response and says that he will never agree to this. He didn't understand anything, but Edison turned to him and asked him to take his hand right now and quickly. John doesn't understand why this is happening and starts simply feeling Edison's pulse with the movements of his hand. At this moment, John feels and understands everything. He notices that Edison's channels are blocked and holding back energy. Edison began to leave and ask John to take care of his daughter's upbringing, since nothing could be done about it. And through energy, he tells John that he should leave quickly, because this boy is the son of the cult leader. Edison seems to sense what they are talking about. He raises the energy in his eyes and looks sweetly at John. Time went on. Edison lay on Jan's table and said that the terrible dreams were still with him. His killers came into his head at night. Ian uses some drugs, and Edison says that this time, through a dream, he realized who was going to kill him. He traces Edison's body parts and says that perhaps soon he will be able to get some normal sleep. Edison says that he understands everything and hands Jan the paper, asking him to sort this all out quickly. Old Man Yang began to approach Edison and ask why the young leader should follow the path of death. He says it's the best he can do right now. But Ian argues with him, calling the idea complete nonsense. Thomas's son replies that it's just a sixth sense, an answer that infuriates Jan. Jan realizes that there is no point in arguing with Edison now, so he simply accepts his answer. Edison lies on the table, picks up the medicine, and says that he is already very tired and will go to bed after the journey. Old Man Jan leaves Edison to sleep and goes ahead and tells someone what he thought about how he had already escaped. The man turns out to be Edison's bodyguard, Eugene, who asks Ian what his goals are. He asks Jan more precisely, saying that he does not understand why he was given the opportunity to eavesdrop on this conversation. Ian turns to Eugene and tells him that he doesn't have to worry because the order to kill Edison will never be given. The old man explains to him that if this happens, Thomas will definitely find this man. And if this happens, and Thomas starts killing, then the cult will come to an end, because the palace masters will start a battle. Eugene asks why Emma continues to send assassins, and Ian asks Eugene in response what he thinks of it. And he says that there were people who really tried to kill Edison, but they were all punished by the first mate. In conclusion, Ian says that Emma's goal is not to kill Edison, but Eugene still cannot understand what the truth is. The Master of Poison says that the problem is now much deeper than they think, because all events are leading to this. Eugene begins to realize that there is actually a huge battle of wits going on among the cult leaders. As Ian starts to leave, Eugene turns to him and asks why he decided to tell him all this. The Poison Master says he simply wants Eugene to do his job well, nothing more. He leaves and tells Eugene to watch Edison when he wakes up in 4 hours, which infuriates Eugene. After the dialogue with John, he completely stopped understanding what was happening. He sat down and began to think about everything. Meanwhile, in his dreams, Edison is inside his consciousness, enveloped in energy, and asks to simply kill him. It's like he's communicating with someone, yelling at someone every time and asking about what they all need. At this moment, in Edison's mind, he is in front of the demon's aura, which is looking directly at him. The demon approached Edison and asked him to find something for him, but Edison could not understand at all what he was talking about. In response, the demon only repeated the same thing over and over again, asking Edison to find something for him and promising help in return. Thomas's son could not understand anything. In life, he was never afraid of anything, but in his dreams, he was terrified by the sight of the demon. After some time, Edison woke up. He was wildly exhausted, as if he had not slept at all, and he was sitting in a cold sweat. He was shaking and afraid. It was the first day that Edison remembered his dream, and he clearly remembered that he was asked to find something and not simply sent away.